Chapter 641. Learn from the foreigners to defeat them. When Duanmu Huai took off his helmet, the spirit sucker was immediately overjoyed. According to its thinking, if the armor on the other party had the ability to be immune to mind control, then it would be completely helpless against the other party. However, this guy may have felt that he was not a threat and actually took off his helmet. Then don't blame yourself for being rude. Just as Duanmu Huai took off his armor, the octopus tentacles that looked like beards at the mouth of the spirit-sucking monster suddenly stretched out and wrapped around Duanmu Huai's neck. Success? At this moment, the mind sucker was almost overjoyed. If the mind sucker's mental impact is equivalent to a wireless network, then when its tentacles wrap around the opponent's body, it is equivalent to a wired network. In this case, even if this set of armor or amulet has the function of immunity to mind control, it will not work on the mind sucker. However, just when the mind-sucking monster concentrated its attention and was about to completely conquer the opponent's will, Duanmu Huai had already taken off his helmet and revealed his face. When the spirit sucker saw Duanmu Huai's face in the light of the fire, its mind was suddenly shocked as if it was hit by a battering ram. It widened its eyes in fear and trembled all over. Even the spirit sucker's most proud mental barrier collapsed at this moment. And then it saw the most terrifying and terrible monster it had ever seen in its life. Smiling at it, "Got you." The next moment, the roaring spiritual power directly broke through the mind barrier of the mind-thirsty monster and penetrated deep into its soul. Whoa! The eyes of the mind-sucking monster almost popped out, and its body trembled violently like an out-of-control mechanical toy. Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and slowly searched the brain of the mind-sucking monster. Duanmu Huai was very familiar with creatures like the spirit sucker, and he guessed that the other party might attack him when he took off his helmet. But in fact, Duanmu Huai also needed the guidance of the spirit sucker, because only in this way could he learn from the spirit sucker how to manipulate mental power to attack. Yes, the old ones and the outer gods possess powerful spiritual power, but that is not the essence of their power. It can even be said that powerful spiritual power is only a part of their essence, although it sounds bad to say this. In fact, the outer gods and the old ones don't care about the Milky Way or humans at all. In their eyes, the Milky Way is no different from an ant nest, and humans in it are just the same as microorganisms. Just like most people don't care about the ecological environment of ants and parasites in an ant nest, the outer gods and the old ones don't care about these trivial matters either. As for those who suffered mental breakdowns due to facing the old ones and outer gods, it was mostly because they themselves inadvertently sensed the existence of the other party. Just like the shock brought by an ant crawling out of an ant hole, and then seeing a person's feet suddenly fall from the sky in front of him. But it is obvious that the man's kick was not aimed at the ants, and he may not even be aware that there is an ant nest next to his feet. Instead, the ant himself was so scared that he had a mental breakdown and went crazy after returning home. As for the so-called cultists summoning foreign gods to destroy the world, it is completely the fantasy of the cultists themselves. The reason for this result is that these cultists contacted foreign gods through some channels and attracted the attention of foreign gods. It's like a person walking on the side of the road and suddenly hears a voice calling his name from an ant hole. "Hey, isn't this interesting? Then I'll dig up this ant nest and see if the ant nest is destroyed. So the arrival of the outer gods will destroy the world." But that has basically nothing to do with the outer gods. It's simply that the outer gods are too powerful. Even if they just move closer, it's enough to cause the entire planet to explode completely. Maybe the planet will explode on the spot, and the summoned outer gods will float in the universe with the planet fragments in a daze. I clearly heard someone calling me. Where is the person? Therefore, except for a few gods of fun, other outer gods basically don't care about such trivial matters. Human beings, the Earth, and the Milky Way are not within their scope of attention at all. It is precisely because of this that the spiritual pollution of these foreign gods is more like an aura debuff similar to Duanmu Huai's fear aura, and whoever touches it will die. So from this perspective, mental pollution is not some kind of mental skill, but just a very simple and unpretentious way of crushing someone with real strength. Therefore, if Duanmu Huai wanted to actively manipulate his mental power to attack, he needed to learn the skills of psychic attack. It happened that the spirit-sucking monster was a master in this area. When it put its tentacles on Duanmu Huai, it was like an originally isolated castle lowered a bridge, connecting the battlefields on both sides. For Duanmu Huai, this is much simpler. Just rush over. The mental barrier of the mind sucker was almost unable to withstand Duanmu Huai's violent mental attack. The power of the old gods will turned into a torrent, and directly broke through its defense. Although Duanmu Huai's old god's will was only level 1. Weak divine power was still divine power. No matter how strong the mind sucker was. It was just a mortal creature, and could not resist the power of the gods. Soon, Duanmu Huai's spiritual power was like a group of violent soldiers that broke through the city wall and penetrated into the spiritual world of the mind-sucking monster. They began to kill, burn, and rob treasures. He roughly opened the treasure house of the mind-sucking monster's memory and took away all the valuable things in it. This kind of pain that tore everything apart mentally was far more unbearable for the mind-sucking monster than the physical pain. Finally, a shrill mental scream erupted from the body of the mind-sucking monster. And the next moment its soft and slippery octopus had exploded with a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. And the corpse trembled for a moment. And then, there was no response. I think I used too much force. Looking at the headless corpse of the spirit-sucking monster, Duanmu Huai curled his lips and threw it aside. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was his first time, and he was somewhat ignorant of the seriousness of the situation. This was the mistake people would make when they were young. After all, I am still a child. But even so, Duanmu Huai still got some useful information, such as the location of the psychic city. This was the most important thing for Duanmu Huai. After all, he knew very well what he wanted to do. In every illithid city, there is a guy called Mastermind, which is a giant brain formed by the fusion of brain tissues of dead illithids. The role of the mastermind in the city is like a huge server host, responsible for contacting each illithid, issuing orders and conveying will, which is equivalent to the ruler of the illithid city. More importantly, this thing has no legs. That's right. The main brain is a giant brain. It doesn't even have hands, let alone legs. So it can't run away. Instead of extracting the memories of ordinary mind-sucking monsters, wouldn't it be better for Duanmu Huai to go directly to the server host and wipe out the other party in one fell swoop? Moreover, each main brain stores a large amount of memory of the mind-thieving monsters. Isn't this a bigger treasure trove? Okay. Ojas. Jiwei. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the two of them. We're going to have some fun. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and the next moment a mental portal opened in front of him. This is also one of the abilities of the psychic sucker. After absorbing the memory of the psychic sucker, Duanmu Huai naturally learned how to use this power. Walk. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and walked into the portal. The next moment, he appeared in a city square. There are huge stalagmites everywhere here, and the steps and caves above are all spirit-sucking rooms. In the square, in addition to the gangsters wearing robes, there are many other races such as Jurels, Grey Dwarfs, Goblins, Semi-Orcs, etc. If you see it for the first time, you will think that this is a harmonious racial furnace. But in fact, these creatures are all slaves of the illithids. For the illithids, all creatures other than the illithids are their slaves and prey. Although they sometimes form alliances with the drow elves, they do not object to using a drow elf as their slave to play with. The appearance of Duanmu Huai attracted the attention of many mind-sucking monsters. But they did not take any further action. On the contrary, most of the mind-sucking monsters believed that Duanmu Huai was probably the prey that a mind-sucking monster had just captured. Therefore, soon, silent mental messages began to spread around the square. And the mind-sucking monsters began to communicate with each other about how much this slave could be sold for at the auction. But Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't allow them to comment on him like this. He looked around coldly, and then snorted. Snort. The violent roar turned into a thunderous roar at this moment, echoing throughout the square, shaking all the mind-suckers, and making them dazed. However, this was not the end. At the same time, a breath of fear began to spread, like an excavator hitting and digging at the mind barriers of the mind-suckers. They began to hold their heads, screaming in fear, and then fell to the ground with convulsions. As experts in mind control, the mind-suckers certainly understand that they are being attacked mentally, but they have never thought that there would be some kind of existence that can break through the mind-suckers' mental barrier. Indeed, the weak bodies of the mind-suckers make them not impossible to be killed. But generally speaking, the damage caused to the mind-suckers is basically physical damage, and it is almost impossible for any existence to confront them in the spiritual realm. But now, Duanmu Huai appeared. The waves of the old gods will rushed into the mind-thirsty monster's brain like a flood. The crazy, twisted, Indescribable terrifying force poured into it through the gap opened by the aura of fear, wantonly devouring, twisting, and polluting everything it touched. At this moment, the mind-sucking monsters were in great pain. They fell to the ground with their heads in their hands and rolled around desperately. They had no energy to care about other things. As the mind-sucking monsters were attacked, the slaves of other races in the square also stopped their actions. After losing the control of the mind-sucking monsters, they gradually recovered. Soon, some of them shook their heads. Their eyes gradually became clear. And then, they looked at the mind-sucking monsters lying on the ground angrily, roared, picked up weapons, and hit the mind-sucking monsters. That might be their master. But it doesn't matter. The anger and shame of being manipulated completely erupted at this moment. And the body of the mind flayer itself is not very resistant to attacks. Even a gray dwarf with an iron stick is enough to cause it enough damage and hit it to death. Soon, the square began to become extremely chaotic. The mind-sucking monsters polluted by the will of the old gods had almost no resistance. The slaves who lost control either took this opportunity to slip away, or roared and sought revenge on the mind-sucking monsters. Nothing more than that. A weak alien. Looking at the chaotic scene, Duanmu Huai shook his head, and then turned away. Okay. Let's go. The goal is still ahead. Chapter 642, House Search. The changes in the square immediately attracted the attention of other mind-suckers around, and many of them sent telepathic messages to their fellows to inquire about the situation. Logically, their companions should have reported back immediately. But in fact, what they received was a shrill and almost unimaginable mental scream and wail. This immediately surprised many of the psychic suckers, and they hurriedly took action, trying to figure out what was going on. But this was not easy, because with the death of many mind-suckers in the square, the races that were originally controlled as slaves also came to their senses and began to kill the mind-suckers that dared to enslave them. Although the mind-suckers were indeed good at manipulating the mind, in fact, they were not completely invincible. Simple. Anger. As long as the anger is strong enough, the psychic ability of the mind flayer will be weakened, or even enough to offset the power of the mind flayer. It is conceivable that the anger in the hearts of this group of slaves who have broken free from their mental shackles is so terrible and strong that the mind-suckers who first arrived at the square were almost caught off guard and killed by the slaves who fought back. Their mental attacks were useless against the furious slaves, and the deaths of these mind-suckers further caused more slaves to wake up, making the situation even more chaotic. Of course, this is only temporary. The mind-suckers also have strong and weak ones. When those old and powerful mind-suckers with extremely strong spiritual power appear, this rebellion is doomed to come to an end. That is, provided they can arrive in time. When Duanmu Huai took Ajis and Jiawei out of the square and walked along the road to a huge tower in front of them, they happened to see a group of mind-suckers hurriedly walking out with their slaves and heading towards the square. Whose slaves are you? Follow me. The leading spirit-sucking monster saw Duanmu Huai and others, but did not pay much attention to them. The chaotic situation in the square was beyond the expectations of the spirit-sucking monsters. They did not even know what happened to make it like this. After all, the spirit-sucking monsters that first came into contact with Duanmu Huai had their spirits completely destroyed and turned into a pile of useless meat. Even their compatriots could not extract any useful information from the broken minds and mental screams of those spirit-sucking monsters. It is precisely because of this that the spirit-sucking monster in front of it did not pay special attention to Duanmu Huai. It just looked at the other party subconsciously and gave an order through telepathy. However, the next moment, the spirit-sucking monster suddenly felt a terrifying spiritual torrent overwhelm its own information, as if it all pierced its brain. It screamed and collapsed to the ground holding its head. Seeing this scene, the other spirit-sucking monsters were also shocked. They quickly retreated and ordered their slave army to block the footsteps of Duanmu Huai and others. Do you think you can stop me? Looking at the army composed of bugbears and gray dwarves in front of him, Duanmu Huai roared angrily. Then he swung his war hammer and suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. The strong bugbear and the armored gray dwarf were obviously no match for Duanmu Huai. He just lowered his shoulders and rushed forward like an angry bull. The leading bugbear roared and swung his flail hard, hitting Duanmu Huai's armor, but it returned in vain. Then it was directly knocked away by Duanmu Huai, drawing an arc of dozens of meters in the air, and fell heavily to the ground behind it. Duanmu Huai's charge broke through the defense line almost instantly like a battering ram. Neither the attacks of the bugbears nor the shields and crossbows of the grey dwarves could stop him. This brave and fearless attitude frightened the mine suckers. They hurriedly tried to float up and hide, while giving orders to their slaves again, asking them to stop Duanmu Huai at all costs. But unfortunately, their slaves were unable to achieve their goal, because at this moment Ojas and Jiwei have already taken action. Ojas opened her arms, and the silk thread spread out like spider webs, firmly binding the bodies of the huge bugbears, and then easily cutting them into hams. On the other side, Jiwei, holding 2 daggers, was more like an erratic ghost shuttling through the crowd. The 2 daggers flew up and down, piercing into every gap they could find. Even the heavy armor of the grey dwarves seemed like paper in front of her. Soon, the slave army was in chaos, let alone saving their masters. At this moment, Duanmu Huai has rushed to the high tower. This is the largest building in the city of psychic suckers, and also the residence of the main brain. A large number of psychic suckers live here. Of course, for them, there is always only one most important thing. Mastermind. Stop him. The panic of the main brain and the terror of the mind-sucking monsters merge together. You know, the main brain is so huge that it is impossible to put it in a small place. In fact, the main brain of the mind-sucking monster is located in the pond in the main tower hall. This means that as long as Duanmu Huai passes through that door, the main brain will be completely exposed to him. And judging from the reaction of the black-armored warrior, he obviously knew what was inside. The mind-sucking monsters fell one after another, and countless mental shocks were radiated towards Duanmu Huai. This was the starting battle that the mind-sucking monsters were best at. Just like how a mage would always launch a magic missile at the beginning, regardless of whether it was useful or not. At least it could be used to evaluate the opponent's strength. But unfortunately, their opponent was Duanmu Huai. What's even more regrettable is that Duanmu Huai possesses the will of the old god. Therefore, what the mind-thirsty monster is doing at this moment is no different from voluntarily throwing itself into Cthulhu's nightmare. This is also true. At the moment the mental shock was released, these mind-sucking monsters suddenly let out terrified screams. They could feel that the world in front of them was changing, and their spirits began to distort and deform in the face of some invisible powerful force. The opponent not only resisted and rebounded their attacks, but on the contrary, they felt like they had punched a stone wall with all their strength, but ended up breaking their arms from the recoil force. What's even more terrifying is that it's not just the arm that is broken. A twisted, frenzied, indescribable spiritual force swept over and ignited the inner world of the mind-thirsties. They began to hold their heads with their hands and scream, then fell to the ground, rolling desperately. The invisible wails of their minds echoed all around, and even the real world began to shake because of the echoing spiritual power. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about these soldiers. He kicked open the door of the tower, and saw a giant brain immersed in the pool in the center of the circular hall. It was nearly 10 meters wide. The huge piece of meat was shaking in the pool. The violent mental power condensed around it, just like a mouse that was cornered by a cat, and was ready to fight to the death. But unfortunately, it no longer has a chance. Hey, how are you? Duanmu Huai carried the war hammer in one hand, and walked towards the giant brain in front of him with a smile on his face. At the same time, he raised his left hand, and then Duanmu Huai's left hand began to twist and deform, turning into a thick and huge tentacle. What do you want to do? You'll find out soon enough. Facing the extremely shocked and angry inquiry of the main brain, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, then stretched out his left hand forward, and then saw the wriggling tentacles rushing out like snakes and drilling directly into the body of the main brain. The next moment, wailing that almost shook the entire city suddenly broke out. Duanmu Huai's old god power broke through the fragile direction of the main brain and went straight into its core. At the same time, this power spread like erupting volcanic magma, invading the brains of all the spirit suckers connected to the main brain. No, not just the illithids. The same was true for the slaves. Their brains, which were originally controlled by the mind suckers, were also invaded by this terrifying power. For a moment, the whole city seemed like purgatory. Whether it was the mind suckers, drow, bugbears, grey dwarves, or humans or other lives. At this moment, they all started running around desperately, shouting and screaming like madmen. What's wrong with these guys? Jiawei stood on the street, watching a mind-sucking monster running towards her with its hands waving. No, its octopus-like eyes didn't seem to notice Jiawei's existence at all. It just ran forward desperately. And the next moment Jiawei appeared behind it, and easily broke its neck. Jiawei looked at the dirty and strange bloodstains on the dagger with disgust, and then threw the dagger aside. After all, it was just something she could use casually, and was not a good thing at all. The master's plan was successful. Oja spoke lightly, and then she walked straight towards the tower, while Jiawei shook her head and followed her towards the tower. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was full of joy. If the head of the psychic he killed before was a house, then the main brain was a bank vault. What excited Duanmu Huai the most was not only the various intelligence materials stored in it, but more importantly, the experience. As a race born with psychic powers, the mind suckers have thousands of years of experience in manipulating psychic powers. And all of this experience is stored in the main brain. This is almost a secret that only the mind suckers can obtain. And it is the top secret of the mind sucker clan. At this moment, all this experience and information were completely devoured by Duanmu Huai. He not only learned the experience of the mind suckers in the use of psychic powers, but also gained a lot of experience. For Duanmu Huai, who only has the will of the old gods, but has no way to use it, these experiences are more valuable than anything else. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't absorb all the experiences. He simply skipped over things like evaluation of the deliciousness of the brains of various races in the continent of Faerun. I don't even eat brains when I eat hot pot. Call. In just a few minutes, Duanmu Huai retracted his tentacles, and the main brain in front of him had completely shriveled up, like a corpse that had been sucked dry by blood. Not only it, but also the mind suckers and their slaves on the street were not much better. The will of the old gods completely destroyed their minds and twisted their bodies. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the tower and came to the street, all he saw were pieces of flesh that were expanding and mutating. They had lost their original form and changed into an indescribable form. It's over. Master? It's over. That's why I said this kind of hive mind network is easy to break. Duanmu Huai glanced at the corpse of the spirit-sucking monster next to him. It did not mutate, but fell to death before being invaded by Duanmu Huai. Perhaps this was a better way to die. What are we going to do next? First, destroy this place completely. And then, as he spoke, Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Although he had absorbed the experience of the spirit-sucking monster, the experience was not gained by himself after all. Therefore, the best way was naturally to find a place to experiment. As for where to conduct the experiment, well, Duanmu Huai already has a target. Let's go to the Drow City. Chapter 643, Unexpected Discovery. The Underdark is as dark as ever. Gori looked at the passage, staring at the guards around him with dissatisfaction, waiting for the report from the scouts ahead. Since the news came out from the first family, many families have sent out their own patrol guards to search for any suspicious outsiders in the area around the city. However, there was no gain, except for occasionally encountering a few grey dwarves and goblins. There was no progress. Did Madame Angst really receive Rose's oracle? This thought flashed through Fury's mind for a moment, but he immediately gave it up. The crime of forging an oracle was very serious, and even the mistress of the first family could not escape unscathed. And seeing that the first family was indeed working very hard in this search, it was hard to doubt that this was a conspiracy by Mistress Angst. But this does not mean that things are as simple as the rumors say. At this moment, a drow soldier hurried back. His footsteps were as light as a cat, without a sound, and he did not speak, but quickly gestured to Fury. After leaving the city, the drow always acted in secret and quietly, and they would exchange information with each other through a series of sign language. Even in the dark, Fury could see the meaning of the other party's sign language. Lady Phigena wants you to lead your team to reunite with her immediately and make some discoveries. What did you find? Looking at the other party, Fury's expression was a little gloomy. She gestured viciously and asked, and the latter answered quickly. A secret tomb passage. A tomb. TSK. Seeing this, Fury couldn't help but sigh. The Underdark was mysterious and complex, and there were many things hidden in it. The same was true for the tombs. In fact, many tombs from ancient times were buried deep in the Underdark, and were eventually discovered for various reasons. These tombs are very dangerous, but also contain considerable benefits. If you are lucky, you can find relics or even artifacts from ancient times in the tombs. But if you are unlucky, such as disturbing the slumber of a lich, well, that is another story. Of course, Fei Rui understood the meaning of Fei Gina's call for her. They were both members of the third family. Fei Gina was the eldest daughter, and Fei Rui was the second daughter. Fei Gina was ambitious and always wanted to become the mistress of the third family. At the same time, she was also very cautious and vigilant of the sisters behind her. So Fei Rui knew very well that his sister asking him to go was obviously not a good thing. However, she still touched her head and took her soldiers into the depths of the dark regions. And then beside a passage, Fei Rui saw her for Gina and the soldiers she led. Elder sister. Instead of saying anything, Fei Rui quickly gestured with his fingers and greeted Fei Gina in sign language. Well done, my dear sister. Fei Gina responded while pointing at the cave in front of her. I found a tomb that has never been explored. How about we go in and take a look together? Fei Rui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She didn't know whether Fei Gina had really discovered something, or wanted to take the opportunity to bury herself in the Underdark, or both. But now she had no choice but to nod, then made a gesture, and led her soldiers and Fei Gina into the cave in front of them. There is indeed an ancient tomb inside, but perhaps because it is too long ago, almost everything here has been weathered, and only some man-made remains can be barely identified. There's nothing here. Fei Rui released a divine spell, and then showed a dissatisfied expression. It's just an empty ruin. We'll find out once we get in. Fei Gina ignored her sister's protest, and just walked forward. Fei Rui followed her. She didn't know how Fei Gina planned to deal with her. An accident? Murder? Or another plot? But Fei Rui was sure that Fei Gina must have a good reason to achieve her goal. After all, she was also a priestess of the Spider Queen. Not those lowly men. Just as Fei Rui said, the whole ancient tomb looked empty. No matter what was here before, it seemed to be completely empty now. But Fei Gina didn't seem to care. She just walked forward, and Fei Rui walked beside her, secretly holding the five-headed snake whip beside him, thinking about how to explain it to his mother if he really killed his sister. Oh, we found something. Fei Gina's voice suddenly rang out, startling Fei Rui. She looked up and saw a chair at the end of the tomb in front of her, with a white skeleton in a robe sitting on it. It looked like an unlucky wizard, and behind the remains of the wizard stood a tall, black humanoid construct, with skull and warhammer marks on its armor, as well as a strange double-headed eagle mark. Maybe it's the wizard's mark? It's just a suit of armor. Sis. At this moment, Fei Rui no longer used sign language, but spoke with a slightly dissatisfied tone. It doesn't have any magical aura reaction, and my magic can't detect any power from it. But I don't think so. Go over and check it out. Fei Rui resisted the urge to take out the five-headed snake whip and whip it at Fei Gina. She first cast several divine spells on herself, and confidently carried out the OK defense. Then she signaled the two soldiers to follow her forward. The only lucky thing was that according to Fei Rui's observation, the skeleton sitting on the chair was not a lich, but just an ordinary corpse, which was good news. However, she still raised her vigilance and walked forward carefully, paying attention to whether there were any traps around. And at the same time, she was more wary of whether her sister would attack from behind. However, perhaps Fei Rui was too focused on what was behind her that she ignored the crisis ahead. Crack. The floor under his feet moved slightly, and the next moment, the whole tomb suddenly began to shake, followed by the walls on both sides suddenly collapsing. And then several human-shaped armored people holding swords and shields walked out from inside and rushed towards the people who desecrated the tomb. Careful! Fei Rui shouted loudly as she retreated, and at the same time she took the time to look at her sister, who was also obviously surprised by this unexpected situation, and was waving her six-headed snake whip, desperately commanding other Drow Elf soldiers to attack these humanoid armors. The humanoid armor was quite powerful. Most of the soldiers under Fei Rui and Fei Gina died before they knocked these iron SHLs to the ground. That's enough. These damn wizards. Fei Gina vented viciously, then glared at Fei Rui, who was standing next to her. Quick! Go see what the wizard left behind. The trap was triggered just now, which means no one has been here before. There must be something left behind. Yes. Fei Rui just nodded, and then walked carefully to the seat again. And then Fei Rui found a strange decoration. It was a pendant that looked like a skull and a war hammer, and it was on the corner of the chair, although it was not glowing. Fei Rui instinctively realized that it should be some kind of magic prop. So she reached out and touched the pendant carefully. And just as Fei Rui's fingers touched the pendant, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Follow your orders? Master, what do you want me to do? Why? Fieri was startled to hear this voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. She raised her head and subconsciously looked at the giant suit of armor standing behind the wizard. What have you found? At this time, Phigena could not wait any longer and rushed over here. Hearing Phigena's voice, Feyroy's heart sank. She knew that once Phigena found out, she would definitely snatch this thing away from her. At that time, she would have nothing left. And at this moment, suddenly, a plan appeared deep in Filry's heart. Got it! Thinking of this, Fieri quickly turned his head, looked at his sister and shouted loudly, Do not come! While shouting at his sister, Fieri tightly grasped the pendant and gave an order. Kill her! Upon hearing Fieri's order, the giant armor's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Then Fieri saw it raise its head, grasp the warhammer behind it, and rush towards Phigena with a roar. Facing the sudden attack of the Dark Colossus, Phigena was also shocked. But as a priest deeply favored by Rose, she immediately raised her hands and prayed for the power of God. Soon, a barrier appeared in front of Phigena, blocking the way of the black armor. Seeing this scene, Fieri was quite disappointed. Although Phigena was cruel and tyrannical, her ability as a high-level priest was unquestionable. But the next moment, Fieri's eyes widened in surprise. The thunder hammer held by the man in black armor directly broke through Phigena's divine power barrier, as if the barrier that was enough to withstand all attacks was just a piece of paper. Phigena had never expected that the man in black armor had such power, and she was unable to react for a while. When she came to her senses, the thunder hammer had already smashed down, directly smashing the slender drow elf to the ground like swatting a fly, turning her into a bloody meat paste. Amazing! Seeing this scene, Fieri widened her eyes in surprise. This was just her spur-of-the-moment idea. At that time, Fieri had not expected that this construct seemed to be more powerful than she thought. It could even break through Phigena's divine barrier and kill her easily. This scene not only shocked Fieri, but also shocked the drow warriors. As for the huge construct, after destroying Phigena, it stood up again and looked around without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Fieri clenched the badge again and silently gave orders from the bottom of his heart. Kill them! She couldn't let these drow soldiers leave. And at the same time, she also wanted to test how powerful this strange construct was. The result made Fieri quite satisfied. When the priestess and the construct left the tomb, only a pile of bloody corpses remained on the ground. After a while, two figures quietly emerged. I don't understand. What's so funny about this? Jiawei twirled her fingers. The puppets that attacked the drow elves were controlled by her and Ogus. The man in black armor standing behind the mage's body was undoubtedly Duanmu Huai. This was a trap designed by Duanmu Huai after he noticed the existence of the drow elves. Of course, Ogus and Jiawei were only responsible for the execution and had no idea why Duanmu Huai did this. The master has his own plans. Ogus's expression remained the same. We just have to do what we are supposed to do. Chapter 644 Sparks. When Fieri stepped into the city gate again, she felt excited and nervous. She was excited because she had successfully killed her sister, and she was nervous because of this. Phigena was one of the most important high-level priests in the family, but she had not yet obtained the status of a high-level priest. Fairway was not sure whether his actions would be viewed differently by the mistress. And, thinking of this, Fieri looked at the tall figure in armor following behind him. This was obviously a mysterious construct created by the wizard. Fieri had conducted several experiments on it along the way, and was surprised to find that this construct was not affected by divine magic at all. This was simply great news for Fieri. After all, for the drow elves, the divine magic bestowed upon them by the spider goddess was the reason for the prosperity of the family. And this terrible construct could completely ignore divine magic and be immune to its damage. One could imagine how terrible power it would unleash in a battle. Fieri believed that the mistress would definitely look at the gift he brought back in a different light. But it is not without problems. Fieri lowered her head and looked at the strange skull pendant in her hand. It was a construct, which meant it could be controlled and commanded by anyone. Which also meant she was not the only one and could be replaced. She had to find a way to solve this problem. The spider goddess did have similar spells in her magic, but they were useless against the construct. We have to find a way. And when Fieri stood in front of her mother, the matriarch of the third family, she was already full of confidence. So, you're saying that you found an abandoned tomb? And your sister and dozens of elite warriors of your family died in the battle. And the only reward was this strange construct? Sitting on the chair, the matriarch of the third family, Xenophai, stared at her daughter. Her beautiful face with smooth skin was tense, and it was hard to tell that she had lived for nearly 100 years. Yes, madam. Fairy raised his head bravely and looked into his mother's eyes. But I assure you, it's well worth the money. Oh, it can ignore the power of divine magic. Fairy knew he didn't have much time to convince his mother, so he spoke directly. It has powerful combat power, and divine arts have no effect in front of it. This is also the reason why Phigena died. Phigina's divine arts had no effect on this construct at all. But you survived? Xenophai stared at her daughter and pointed out the illogicality in her words. Phigena was a high-level priest and Fieri was only a mid-level priest. If what Fieri said was correct, then she should have died before Phigena. This is all the protection the spider goddess gave me. Fieri began to speak. I was so scared that I hid beside the wizard's chair. Then I accidentally grabbed a pendant. When my blood flowed down and dripped onto the pendant, I found that I could control the construct. That's how I escaped. Sanofi stared at her daughter in silence, her fingers tapping the armrest slightly. And then the next moment, Sanofi suddenly raised the Hydra whip in her hand and pointed it at the dark construct. Then a red light flashed by, whistling and tearing the air of the hall, and directly bombarded the construct. However, this enormous force, which was enough to tear apart armor forged from fine gold, hit the black construct. But there was no reaction at all. Just like a drop of water falling into a lake, which only caused a few ripples before dissipating. Madame Sanofi walked down the platform and came to the side of the construct. She looked around it carefully, and then looked at her daughter. Very good. It seems that you have indeed brought a very good gift for the family. Hearing the praise from Madame Sanofi, Fairy's eyes flashed with joy, while Madame Sanofi did not even look at her daughter again, and turned around and sat back on the chair. She did not say whether this was a blessing from the spider goddess. After all, if a construct that was immune to divine arts was spread out, it would indeed be a problem. Once it attracted the attention of the Bonneray family, the situation would be much more complicated. Just in time. In the next war, we will know whether it is really useful. War. Hearing what Mistress Xenophai said, Theory was a little surprised. They were the third family. Who would dare to start a war against them? It's only a matter of time before the news of Phigena's death spreads. The death of the chief priest of the third family is the best news for the families behind us. Madame Sanofi looked at Fieri and spoke. We lost a high-ranking priest and a squad of elite warriors, and all we got was a construct of unknown origin. In the eyes of others, this is definitely a symbol of our loss of the Spider Queen's favor. Fieri knew that what Madame Sanofi said was right. The drow looked down on wizards, and even more so on magical creations. If she didn't know the ability of the black construct, from the perspective of other drow families who didn't know the truth, the third family was indeed at a great loss. And this was enough to make other families doubt whether the third family would still be favored by Rose. After all, if such a thing really happened, Rose would definitely warn and remind them in advance. And if Rose did not dissuade them from their actions, it might be a symbol of their losing Rose's favor. A family that has lost the favor of the spider goddess has no reason to exist. Not to mention the third family. Even the first family that currently dominates the entire city will only end up being attacked by everyone once it loses the grace of God. If you can successfully prove your ability, the position of chief priest will be yours. Mistress Sanofi decisively threw out the last bait, and Fieri's eyes lit up. I will definitely prove that your choice is right. Very good. Really interesting. While Mistress Xenophai was talking to Fieri, the black construct, or Duanmu, standing next to them, was watching the scene and sneering. He had already sensed the two people's inner thoughts through mental exploration. Shinafe did not believe what Fei Rui said, and Fei Rui was also wary of Shinafe. But this was not important. What was important was, they did not realize that their hearts were being eavesdropped by Duanmu. This is also the experience from the mind suckers. It's not that ordinary mind-thirsty read other people's thoughts without any signs. Most creatures will feel some slight pain in their heads when their minds are read by mind-thirsty monsters. Only those old and sophisticated mind-thirsty monsters can sneak into the depths of their prey's minds without the other party noticing, and then read their thoughts and memories. What Duanmu is doing now is training himself to develop this ability. This is also the reason why he chose the Drow Elves. The Drow society is full of betrayal and lies. There are only conspiracies and tricks between any Drow. And all kinds of evil tricks emerge in an endless stream. Well, if they don't believe Rose, they can consider believing in the treacherous trickery. It is also because of this that using Drow as his test subjects to practice the skills learned from the mind-sucking monsters is of great practical value and significance to Duanmu Huai. It can be said to be a rehearsal for dealing with treacherous and cunning people. Moreover, in some aspects, Duanmu Huai and the spirit-sucking monster are different. The Mind Flayer controls other creatures by sealing their memory areas, turning them into obedient fools, and then controlling them. This approach is actually very dangerous, just like what Duanmu Huai did in the city of the spirit-sucking monster before. As long as the memory barrier of the spirit-sucking monster fails, the other party will come to its senses and attack immediately. The method adopted by Duanmu Huai is to rely on the spiritual pollution of the will of the old gods to gradually distort the opponent's mind and drive him towards madness and destruction. Let me put it this way. For example, there is a person who hates coriander. The mind-thirsty monster's method is to make this person forget the memory of his hatred of coriander, and then instill in him the memory of his own love for coriander, and manipulate this person to eat coriander. But Duanmu Huai's behavior gradually became stronger. At first, he just hated eating coriander, but later he would get angry when he heard the word coriander. After that, if anyone dared to mention coriander, he would pounce on the person and kill him. His mind was twisted to an extreme, and he completely turned into a crazy guy. In fact, he had already used this trick on Fairy and Sanofi. Originally, Phil Rue was just a timid and cautious mid-level priest. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to fall out with the chief priest of the third family. Even at that time, when Phil Rue realized that Phigina's death would bring her an opportunity, she was still wavering due to her cautious nature. However, Duanmu Huai quietly added fuel to her ambition. So at that time Phil Rue decided to directly kill Phigina and other elite soldiers. As the mistress of the third family, Madame Zenify was naturally a clear-headed person. She did not believe what Fairy said at first. Although she did have some interest in Duanmu Huai, Zenify wanted to teach her disobedient daughter a lesson. However, Duanmu Huai slightly increased Zenify's curiosity about herself. At this moment, the curiosity to know what this construct could do exceeded the punishment of Fairy. So Madame Zenify made such a decision. This is the spiritual pollution of the Duanmu Huai school. It is not a complete manipulation like the spirit-sucking monsters, but an induction, strengthening, and seduction of them to actively move towards destruction. After all, any living thing desires pleasure, and when they make a decision and gain the pleasure and happiness of success, it will strengthen their thoughts and cognition in this regard, thus driving further extreme deterioration, eventually leading to destruction. As for what to do in case of failure, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. Success would be the best. If he failed and was exposed, he could just go stealth and become invincible. Anyway, he was not invincible. In fact, for Duanmu Huai, this Drow city was like a fish on his chopping board. Whether to braise or steam, it was up to him. But if you insist on not cooperating, there is nothing I can do but sprinkle some salt on it and grill it. It all tastes the same. Right? Fairy didn't know all this. She just happily took Duanmu Huai out of the hall, returned to her room, and began to prepare to take a bath and change clothes. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Fairy's actions. To be honest, although the Drow elves have always been known for their dissolute behavior, in fact most players don't have any thoughts about them. Firstly, the Zhuar is a matriarchal society, and most Zhuar women are arrogant. Unless one has special fetishes, no one is willing to endure the condescending ridicule from Zhuar women. On the other hand, Zhuar is really too dark. As the saying goes, a white complexion hides 100 uglinesses. On the contrary, if you are as black as coal, it is useless even if you are as beautiful as an elf. Duanmu Huai still remembers that many players went to the Underdark with great enthusiasm at first, but they cried out that they were cheated after seeing the Drow elves. It's like you call the innocent and beautiful 18-year-old college girl on the card, but the person who opens the door is a 30-year-old heavily made-up tank. The dark skin of the Drow elves is not the brown-black skin like humans, but more like the pure black of black iron. As you can imagine, such dark skin combined with the blood-red eyes and white hair of the Drow, unless you are a small number of people with specific fetishes. Otherwise it is really unacceptable. Turning on the light is as easy as turning it off. His mouth is full of scary white teeth. His red eyes are glowing. And he treats you like a slave with a condescending attitude. No one can stand this. Right? Who would like someone who has no looks and a bad personality? Chapter 645 Attack. In the next few days, the third family closed its doors and stayed indoors. In the eyes of other drow families, this scene could only prove one thing. That is, the third family has indeed lost the favor of the Spider Queen. So the only thing they can do now is to curl up in their own temple in fear and pray for the Spider Goddess's forgiveness. Otherwise, there is only one way to go. So, who will launch an attack on the third family? The whole city was in turmoil. There were 66 families in the city, and everyone wanted to be in the first 8 families. The third family was not in a low position, but the strength they showed was far behind their status. Many people understood that the third family was likely to decline, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. Having lost the chief priest and the favor of the Spider Queen, what awaits them is death. However, the status of the third family is too high. Do the families at the rear have the guts to destroy them and take this position themselves? The Drow are indeed ambitious, but their ambitions are also cautious. If a family ranked 49th suddenly eliminated the third family and became one of the top 3 rulers of the city, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. This is definitely not a good thing for a Drow elf family with an unstable foundation. Who could it be? Fury stood on the balcony, looking at the fine gold fence outside the third family. Duanmu Huai stood silently behind her, acting as a qualified construct. There was no one else around Fury at the moment. But Fury didn't care. She knew that she was absolutely safe under the protection of this black construct. And even the mistress could not pose a threat to her. Not even the mistress. This idea emerged in Fury's mind and then took root. But soon she forced herself to put this tempting idea aside for the time being and began to think hard. The fourth family? The fifth family? The sixth family? Among the top 8 families. Except for the first family, the strength of the other families is similar, and the interests are equal. Which means that even if the latter families eliminate the third family, it will be difficult to gain any good benefits. However, she also doubted whether the 9th and 10th families had the courage to act. Just as Fury was thinking, a Drow guard appeared behind her and saluted her. Master Fury, the mistress wants you to meet her at the temple. I see. Feyerui nodded, then turned and left the balcony, returning to the temple with Duanmu Huai. However, when Feyerui entered the temple, she found that the atmosphere was quite tense and solemn, which was far beyond her expectations. But soon, Feyerui thought of something and looked up at Madame Zenify. Have you found the family that wants to attack us? Yes, my daughter. Madame Sanofi looked solemn. We have received intelligence that the Helix family will be responsible for the main attack on our family this time. And the Butler family and the Karlstrom family will also participate. This is impossible. Hearing the answer from Mistress Zenify, Thierry was shocked and looked at his mother in surprise. Why would the second family attack us? We are not a threat to the second family. The Helix family is the second family. The Butler family is the fourth family. And the Karlsred family is the 9th family. It must be said that just hearing this news, Thierry was already stunned. She never thought that these 3 families would actually find a way to join forces to deal with her. Of course, Thierry can also be sure that the latter 2 will never appear on the battlefield. They will only send their own soldiers to wear the family emblem of the second family and disguise themselves as soldiers of the second family to fight. The Helix family sold us for a good price. Madame Zenify also had a gloomy expression at this moment. She did not expect that the second family would be so bold. But she had to admit that this was indeed a good deal. The decline of the third family was already well known. And as mentioned before, the status of the third family was too high, and other families might not dare to take the risk of attacking the third family. But the second family is different. It can use the fact that the third family has lost the favor of the Spider Queen as an excuse to eliminate the third family. Once the third family is eliminated, the fourth family will automatically enter the top 3, and the 9th family will automatically enter the top 8. In this way, both families can obtain the status and power they want without worrying about becoming the target of public criticism. The second family would certainly not do such a thing to help others. So they must have made a deal with the 2 families in private and gained a lot of benefits. I never thought this would happen. Madame Sanofi was also a little caught off guard. Originally, the third family deliberately showed weakness, hoping to expose those families who were secretly plotting evil. and then destroy them. But now, a big shark took the bait. When will they attack? Fairy asked. But before Mistress Xenophai could answer, everything around them suddenly became extremely dark, and the entire residence of the third family was completely shrouded in a magical shadow. It's now! Along with the roar of Mistress Xenophai, a thunderous bombardment sounded. The battle between the Dark Elves always ended with one side being slaughtered. And as the beginning of the war, each attacker would release a dark spell that could cover everything over the target family before attacking. In this way, other families could only see an area wrapped in darkness, and they could not see anything about what was happening inside. Since you can't see it, then nothing happened. Of course, the prerequisite is that the attacked family is completely destroyed. Once the attacked family blocks the attack, then after the attack fails, the attacked family can make accusations in the council, and the family that failed in the attack will be purged. This is the justice of the Drow Elves. Do what you should do immediately. I will be responsible for praying so that they know that we have not lost the favor of the Spider Queen. But you must stop their attack. If you fail, you know the consequences. Fairy turned and ran. She now has only one destiny. When Fairy came to the balcony again, the outside had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Hundreds of fully armed Drow soldiers crossed the fence and fell into the courtyard of the third family. This was a standard Drow-style war. There are more than 1,000 of them. The martial arts commander, who was directing the battle on the balcony, also shouted loudly when he saw Fairy. We are outnumbered and cannot possibly withstand their attacks. There will be a way. There will definitely be a way. Facing the martial arts master's roar, Fairy responded without hesitation. She glared at him fiercely, wondering if this guy would still dare to treat her so rudely if Mistress Xenophai was here. But soon Fairy looked forward. The current situation was obviously not good. The soldiers and slaves of the third family could not resist the well-prepared army or coalition of the second family. Fairy was certain that at least 1/3 of the attacking Drow Elves did not belong to the second family. They were just wearing the emblem of the second family. What to do? What to do? Flight? Fight? Fairy stared at the battlefield, thinking without realizing that his heart was gradually becoming distorted. Very good. Feeling Fairy's inner anxiety, Duan Mu Huai narrowed his eyes. The Drow priest in front of him was hesitating, so he might as well give her a push like before. At this moment, Fairy was thinking about what to do. Escape? Or surrender? But he was only a mid-level priest, so he had another choice. At this moment, Fairy felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck her mind, and an option that she had never considered before appeared in her mind. Isn't this the best opportunity? For yourself? Is she still wanting to live as cautious as before? No. Not anymore. Thinking of this, Fairy raised his head, then stretched out his hand and pointed to the battlefield ahead. Destroy them. Then, Fairy gave the order fiercely. At the same time, on the other side, the second family responsible for the offense was abnormal. The third family does not lose the grace behind the spider. This is a trap. The priest of the second family roared loudly. But it was too late. After all, no one had expected that even though they had lost their high-level priest, the third family was still favored by the Spider Queen. We have no retreat. We must attack. Although he felt a little uneasy, another member of the second family, who was in charge of the attack, also spoke up. Since the moment the attack began, they had no way to retreat. If they retreated at this time, the third family would accuse the second family at the council meeting, and then the second family would be attacked by all the families in the city and completely destroyed by the righteous anger. However, they are not too worried, because there are only less than 200 soldiers in the third family, and the second family has gathered nearly 1,000 people. Boom! However, at this moment, a sudden burst broke out, surprised everyone. They turned around and saw a dark shadow jumping out of the balcony of the third family, and then fell directly to the center of the battlefield. It was a tall, wearing dark horror armor. Is that the pretending body in the rumor? Looking at the huge figure, the second family priest frowned. No one in the whole city did not know the gains of the third family and the price they paid for it. But, just a constructor. It seems that they are at the end of the way. The priest of the second family did not take this tall figure seriously. Eliminate it. The Drow Elves reacted very quickly. Soon, dozens of soldiers turned around and rushed towards the huge construct, while the Drow wizard in the back raised his hands and chanted loudly, guiding the arrival of the power of destruction. The giant monster seemed to completely ignore the Drow wizard's attack. It just swung its war hammer violently, and immediately smashed all the drow soldiers around its body away. The drow elves' rapiers coated with poison were useless against this terrifying existence. But they were just here to delay time. At the same time, the drow wizard in the back finished the spell, and he stretched out his hand, pointing at the construct in the distance. A huge force formed by magic condensed in the air, and smashed into the body of the construct. This blow with the wizard's full strength was enough to destroy the entire tower. But when this magic full of destructive power hit the construct, it had no effect. And it didn't even shake. It is immune magic. This discovery shocked the drow mage so much that he raised his hands in a hurry, and tried to use other magic to try again. But the next moment, the whistling hammer hit the drow mage head-on like a speeding truck, smashing him to death in the corner of the wall, turning him into a pair of bloody tatters. Damn it! It is not a good thing to lose a powerful mage. The priest of the second family looked at this scene and ground her teeth. But this was not over. Because at this moment, she had seen the giant constructor turn her head and looked at her scarlet eyes with cold light, and even made her feel cold in her heart. Then the construct jumped up and pounced on the priest. Take care. You have no soul waste. The priest wielded the six-headed snake whip in her hand, roared loudly, and raised it to point at the construct. She burst out her faith and the power of the Spider Queen, and blasted it straight at the enemy in front of her. However, the magic of the Scarlet Beam, as before, completely dissipated in front of the structure. Before the priest responded, she saw the big foot of the structure and stepped on herself. Boom! The next moment, everything returned to calm again. The battlefield was in a mess outside, and the battle inside the temple was equally intense. Kneeling before the statue of the Spider Queen, Madame Sanofi's face was grim. She was praying for the Spider Queen's protection to resist the mental blasts from the high-ranking priests of the second family. The shining divine protection hovered throughout the temple, blocking waves of attacks from outside. But for Xenophai, this is still a heavy task. If it were in the past, her most beloved daughter Phigena would share the pressure with her. However, with Phigena's accidental death, Xenophai now has to take the initiative to bear the attack from the void. How much longer will it take? How much longer will it take to achieve victory? In other words, what is the failure? Sanofi heard footsteps coming from the corridor, and at the same time, the second family's mental attack seemed to have stopped. She breathed a sigh of relief, raised her head, and looked at the door behind her, waiting for the final judgment. Then she saw the door was pushed open, and Fury walked in. Behind her was a construct covered in blood. The second family has retreated. Mother! Filry's excitement shines. They retreated? The attack failed. Real? This answer made Madame Xenophai happy. She stood up and walked towards her daughter. Then she saw her daughter walking towards her with shining eyes and an excited smile. She walked faster and closer, even a little too close. When Xenophai noticed this, Fieri suddenly stretched out his right hand and stabbed Xenophai's chest with a dagger engraved with the Spider Queen symbol. You? Samantha looked at Phil in shock, and couldn't believe that her youngest and most timid daughter would do this kind of thing. But all she saw was Fieri's sneer. I found the structure. My mother. Fieri whispered in Sanofi's ear. It is me, not you, who has been favored by the Spider Queen. Haven't you noticed yet? I am the true mistress of the third family. And you should advocate and let others take over. I know. Stupid. Xenophai opened her mouth, but the backflow of blood made her unable to speak. She looked at the construct behind Fieri, and actually saw a hideous and terrifying smile on that cold face. Is that really the Spider Queen's favor? Or, what about the curse? The next moment, Xenophai's body slid heavily, and Fieri raised her right hand high. In the center of the dagger in her right hand, a heart was clearly visible. Praise the Spider Queen. Very good. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows as he looked at Fieri, who was covered in blood and laughing loudly like a madman. All the best. Chapter 646, Fanaticism. I succeeded. Sitting on the throne and looking at all this in front of him, Filri felt unprecedented joy. She, a mid-level priestess, was able to kill her own sister and her own mother and become the matriarch of the third family in this city. Oh, no. It should be the second family. The second family failed to attack the third family before, and was completely eradicated from the city. And now, she has risen to the top in one step, becoming the mistress of the second family, second only to the mistress of angst. No one will look down on her anymore. and all the families will crawl at her feet. Yes, everything was just as the Spider Queen had expected. Feeling the happiness from the deep inside, Filri showed a smile. And Duimawai, who was standing behind her, also smiled at this moment. Very good. Everything goes well. Very smooth. So, what should I do next? Fieri was thinking. She is now the mistress of the second family, and she is also the inheritor of the second family's legacy and most of the soldiers. So what should she do next? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Fieri was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and then a drow guard walked in. Madam, you have been summoned by Madam Angst. The summons has just been delivered. Very good. I understand. Hearing this news, Fieri was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and nodded. Then she stood up and used telepathy to let the construct follow her out of the door. And then she saw the magic floating disc with the emblem of the first family floating at the door. This was her first time to attend the council, and Fieri was a little nervous. But when she saw the black construct beside her, Fieri was full of confidence. This is the gift given to her by the Spider Queen. With the Spider Queen on her side, she doesn't have to worry about anything. Riding the magic float, Fieri arrived at the temple of the first family. She walked into the door, and soon found that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the temple seemed a little solemn, and the matrons sitting on the altar chairs looked at her strangely. Their expressions were solemn and full of doubts, which was not the attitude of the Drow society towards a successful person. You know, Fieri defeated the attack of the second family, and even took the opportunity to kill his mother, taking control of the entire family in one fell swoop. Such a conspiracy is worthy of praise in the whole city. She should get smiles and applause, instead of being examined like a suspect now. But Fieri didn't care. She walked up to the altar, and planned to sit in the position of the mistress of the second family. However, at this moment, Angst stopped her. Wait a moment. Please, Fieri. What do you want? Madam Angst? Although she was quite dissatisfied with Angst's behavior of stopping her. The other party had ruled the city for 1,000 years after all, and Fieri was still a young drow elf. So she had to suppress her inner anger, and stare at the old elf in front of her, who looked a little skinny. I think as the matriarch of the second family, I am qualified to sit in that position. Indeed, according to the laws of this city, it is beyond doubt. Angelette nodded, but she was still looking carefully at Fieri, or rather the construct behind her. But I have a question. After all this is over, have you thanked the Spider Queen and made offerings to her? That's as it should be, Madam Angst. At this moment, Fieri was already a little angry. Angst was simply treating him like a child. Of course I praise the Spider Queen. I'm not someone who doesn't know the rules, but the Queen of Gods doesn't see it that way. However, Angst's answer was like a blow to Fieri. How is that possible? Fieri looked at the other matrons in surprise, and they were also looking at her with the same cold and suspicious eyes as Angst. I don't understand what you mean, Madam Angst. The Queen has accepted me. I can feel her. Blasphemy. However, before Fieri could finish his words, he was angrily interrupted by Mistress Angst, whose roar even made Fieri's ears buzz. Fieri, you used the power of heresy to destroy the family trusted and favored by the Queen of Gods. This is an indisputable fact. Do you think the Queen of Spider Gods can't see through your conspiracy? You traitor! Conspiracy? Heresy? Betrayal? Fieri widened his eyes in surprise, and stared at Angst. How can you accuse me without any basis? I am a loyal believer of the Queen of Gods. I have never done anything to blaspheme the Spider Queen of Gods. I feel the Queen of Gods' praise and joy for me. There is no doubt about that. You can't possibly receive a will from the Queen of Gods. Angst waved her hand, interrupting Fieri's words. When you dared to kill your own mother, Madam Sinafi, you betrayed the will of the Queen of Gods. How can this be? Fieri became more and more angry. Almost every mistress rose to power in this way. What she did was nothing more than what other mistresses had done before becoming mistresses. Not to mention, when she stabbed the dagger into her mother's heart and sacrificed her. Fieri clearly felt the joy and happiness from the Spider Queen. This could not be faked. The Queen of Gods gave me power. Even that structure is a gift from the Queen of Gods. That's not a gift. That's a curse. Staring at the black construct standing behind Fieri, a hint of disgust flashed in Angst's eyes for the first time. Don't you understand yet? Fieri, think about it carefully. How could it be possible that the gift from the Queen of Gods would be ineffective against her own divine power? That structure body is not a gift from the Queen of Gods, but a blasphemous thing of heresy. We demand that you immediately hand it over to the council and seal it up completely. So this is your purpose." Hearing this, Fury was horrified, took a few steps back, and stared at the mistresses in front of her in horror. She didn't expect the council to do such a thing. Why did they do this? Fury was thinking, desperately thinking about how to answer. And at this moment, Duan Muhui, who was standing behind her, had a light flash in his eyes. It's time. Soon, Duan Muhui's spirit quietly appeared again and penetrated into Fury's heart. He could feel that Fury was wondering why the council did this, robbing other families' property. This kind of thing had never happened before. Hearing Fury's inner doubts, Duan Muhui sneered and then concentrated. That is because... Is it because they took a fancy to the holy objects bestowed by the Queen of Gods, and felt that they were easy to bully? So they wanted to take this opportunity to take them for themselves? Soon, an answer appeared in Fury's mind. This was not surprising. She was just a mid-level priest. Throughout the history of the city, there had never been a mid-level priest who could become the matriarch of the top 8 families. They obviously underestimated her, and tried to use this method to snatch the holy object given by the Spider Queen from her. But why? Aren't they afraid of provoking the displeasure of the Queen of Gods? Of course they are not afraid. Because? Of course they are not afraid. Because the one they believe in is not the real Spider Queen. At this moment, Filroy felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. And he saw through the truth of the whole matter. The 8 families that ruled the city were not actually followers of the Spider Queen. They were just using this title to command and oppress other families. The reason why they were so eager to obtain this construct from the Spider Queen was to avoid this kind of thing from happening. That's right. They were the heretics. They disobeyed the will of the Queen and used her name to rule this city. That's right. At this moment, Fairy felt that he had completely seen through the truth. She had doubts before. That is, there are so many priests who are more powerful than herself. Why would the Spider Queen choose to give such a powerful construct to herself? And now, the answer has come out. Because only she, Fury, is a true believer of the Spider Queen. The matriarchs and high-level priests of the other 8 families are all heretics, who use the name of the Queen of God. Traitor! Fury's eyes were burning with flames. She stared angrily at the matriarchs of the family, including Angst, with her fists clenched. You despicable heretics! You've finally revealed your true colors. What are you talking about? Fury? Hearing Fury's roar, Angst and the other matrons were stunned, looking at Fury, who was glaring at them with a righteous look. They all felt it was a bit ridiculous. How is this going? Why did Fury turn the tables on himself? I finally understand. You have used the name of Queen God to try to rule the city forever and deceive us with your lies. But it ends here. According to the will of Queen God, I will completely eliminate you heretics. I will return this city to the hands of Queen Spider God. After saying this, Fury suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Kill them! Before Fury could finish his words, Duan Muhui had already taken a step forward and swung out his whistling hammer, sweeping directly towards the mistresses in front of him. It must be said that the current changes were beyond everyone's expectations. The mistress had never imagined that someone would be so cruel and bold as to attack the council that ruled the city in the temple of the first family, and even denounce them as heretics and traitors. Fury's thoughts were so jumpy that even the old and experienced Angst couldn't react for a while to how her brain came to this conclusion. However, at this moment, Duan Muhui's warhammer had already swept over. The magic of the matrons was ineffective. The thunder hammer whistled and swept through, directly sweeping away the chairs on the altar. The matrons who were originally sitting on the altar chairs were even more bloody and dead on the spot. Boom! Mistress Angst fell heavily to the ground. After all, she was old and experienced. The moment Duan Muhui took action, she knew that she could not stop the terrible construct with her own strength. So she hurriedly initiated the teleportation. However, Duan Muhui's attack was even more terrible than Angst had imagined. When she finally got out, her legs were still smashed into a bloody mess. The pain even made Mistress Angst almost scream. That's it. You traitor. Looking at Angst lying on the ground, Fury's heart was filled with unprecedented joy and happiness at this moment. She could feel that this was the excitement and joy of the Spider Queen when she saw that order had been restored and everything would finally be put right. You don't understand the true meaning of the Spider Queen. She will never give up on you. Never let you down. never run around or abandon you. She will never make you cry, never say goodbye, never lie to you or hurt you. But you have betrayed the Spider Queen's will. You? What on earth are you talking about? Looking at Fieri and the huge construct walking towards her, Mistress Angst gritted her teeth. Crazy. This Fieri is completely crazy. What on earth has bewitched her to become like this? Stop. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then, accompanied by a rotten smell, a long, shifting monster that looked like a piece of meat appeared out of thin air. It was the Spider Queen's maid and the spokesperson for the Spider Queen. The wax is melting. I command you to stop. Fieri. The wax-melting demon glared at Fieri and shouted angrily. Your actions have completely deviated from the Queen's requirements. You have completely deviated from the Queen's expectations. Wax melter. Seeing the wax-melting monster in front of her, Fieri stopped and stared at it blankly. After a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I see. I didn't expect you heretics to be so bold. Even the wax-melting demon betrayed the Queen of Gods and became her enemy. No wonder the Queen of Gods handed all this over to me. You are all traitors. Hearing this, Wax-Melt Demon and Angst were all dumbfounded. Wax-Melting Demon. Angelette. Is there anything wrong with this guy's brain? Looking at the crazy Fieri, even the Wax-Melting Demon didn't know what to do. But Fieri obviously does not give it this opportunity. Kill her. This traitor. I will purge all the traitors around the Queen of Gods and let her return to her original position. Roar. Duanmu Huai naturally would not refuse. He just rushed forward with a roar, grabbed the wax-melting demon's body that looked like meat noodles, and then pulled it hard. With a shrill scream, the wax-melting demon's body was stretched by Duanmu Huai like ramen noodles, and then torn into two pieces. How come? Seeing that the wax-melting monsters were destroyed so easily, Mistress Angst widened her eyes in horror. At this moment, the construct also walked in front of her. Could it be that? Is this what the Spider Queen meant by destruction? What on earth is this construct? At the same time, Duanmu Huai stepped hard on Angst. Chapter 647 Split. The entire Drow city fell into complete chaos, and the once secret war turned into an almost blatant mutual fight. The reason is simple. The rules have changed. Fieri stood on the high platform, looking at the city below covered by flames, her eyes sparkling. After killing all the matriarchs of the council, Fieri could not wait to make a declaration. She wanted to tell all the Drow elves the hidden facts and let them know the truth. She believed in the Spider Goddess, and the one who ruled the city before was just a heretic god disguised as the Spider Goddess. At the beginning, facing Fieri's declaration, almost all the Drow elf families thought she was crazy, and the matriarchs and priests of those families also received the angry decree of the Spider Queen to completely eliminate this blasphemer. However, they all failed. Neither the wax-melting monster nor the great power bestowed by the Spider Queen were a match for that strange construct. Fieri manipulated the construct and destroyed one family after another that dared to attack her. Gradually, some people in the Drow elf family began to doubt. Could it be that what Fieri said was true? After all, if you calm down and think carefully, you will know that no priest of the Spider Queen would say such disrespectful and blasphemous words. You know what Fieri said. That even the Spider Queen's maid, the wax-melting demon, betrayed their master, is too absurd. But just because it is too absurd, could it be? Really? As a result, some small families began to change their directions quietly. They touched Field in private and wanted to know how Fieri knew all this. Ranks. At present, the Jewel Elf in the city is divided into two factions. One faction is led by the 10th family. After loyalty to the original Spider God, it includes several middle families. And now, according to Fieri's imagination, the story has become like this. When the Drow were betrayed by their evil, mean, and shameless fellow elves and driven into the dark H.L., it was the great Spider Queen who accepted them and gave them the power and space to survive underground. But the great Spider Queen's power declined. And then she suffered a shameful betrayal. A traitor who longed for the power of the Queen attacked the Spider Queen and imprisoned her in the abyss. She absorbed the power of the real Spider Queen and used it to manipulate these ignorant Drow elves, deceive them, and lure them into loyalty to herself. However, the real Spider Queen never gave up the resistance, and Fieri was the successor chosen by the real Spider Queen. As for the power of the architecture that can immune to the Spider God, It is because it is the sacred relic created by the real spider god. The hypocritical force of the betrayer cannot be compared with the real spider god. Well, that makes sense, and there's nothing wrong with it. Of course, it is hard to say whether other drow elves would believe it if they just said that. But soon they got real evidence. Divine magic. That's right. In the continent of Faerun, believing in gods will gain divine magic, and abandoning gods will lose divine magic. This is why women have a high status in the drow world. Because only women can become priests of the Spider Queen and exert the power of divine magic, regardless of whether what Filri said was true or false. One thing is very clear. That is, believing in that impostor can gain divine power. But can believing in the real spider goddess that Filri mentioned gain divine power? Hey, it really works. As an old god, Dwonmu Hwai also has magical powers. In fact, the gods in the world of Cthulhu also have divine arts, which is why those cultists dare to make big news. For example, they can transform into bats, restrain the actions of enemies, create zombies, transform the body, etc. In other words, as long as the priests are willing to convert their beliefs, they can obtain the gifts of the old gods and obtain new divine arts. In some ways, this magic is much more vicious than the magic of the spider goddess. There are 2 points. First, as long as this magic is used, whether it is the caster or the target, or even the witnesses, their SAN value will be reduced. However, there is no such concept as SAN value on the continent of Faerun. Second, once the SAN value drops to a certain level, the opponent's sanity will inevitably begin to collapse, and they will succumb to the mental pollution of the old gods. After realizing this, Dwonmu Hwai was almost going crazy with joy. This is basically how the battle between the two sides works now. The two groups of believers meet and start fighting, and then the believers on Fieri's side will release a large number of spells that reduce SAN values. Regardless of whether these spells are effective or not, they will reduce the SAN values of both the enemy and us. Then when the SAN value drops to a certain level, the opposing priests, pastors and warriors will completely collapse, succumb to the spiritual pollution of the old gods, recognize the so-called real spider goddess, and become Fieri's subordinates. After all, the reduction of SAN value is almost irreversible, and there is no concept of SAN value in the continent of Faerun, and no one knows how to prevent this terrible power that starts from the mind. Of course, with the decrease of SAN value and the spiritual pollution of the old gods, even the fanatics on the side of Fieri will gradually change their appearance. Their forms will mutate and twist, turning into indescribable and terrifying old followers. Their bodies will gradually lengthen and become snake-like shapes, and a pair of bat-like wings will grow on their bodies, and their heads will turn into spider-like shapes. Well, a pure race of superior servants of the old gods. If this happened in a normal society, I'm afraid everyone would guess that something was wrong. But the problem is that the Zhuar is not a normal society. Everyone has long been accustomed to turning drow elves into spider elves. Fieri even claimed that those drow elves who have been transformed into followers of the old gods are the true heroes who have received the gift of the spider goddess. Of course, if that were all, Dwonmu Hwai would just treat it as fun. But the problem is that this is not just fun. It even brings him real benefits. That means his old god will experience increase dramatically. And he was upgraded. If it is the power of faith, then Dwonmu Hwai cannot upgrade. Faerun is a world of faith. Dwonmu Hwai's behavior of using the name of Spider Queen cannot increase his power of faith. This is also why each god is separated from each other, and it is rare for a god to act in the name of another god. However, Dwonmu Hwai's experience of the old gods will comes from mental pollution. That is to say, the more biological SAN values are reduced, and the higher the degree of mental pollution, the more experience he will gain. Therefore, Dwonmu Hwai does not need to rely on faith to gain experience, no matter what he disguises himself as. As long as the mental pollution can spread, his experience value will soar. In addition, Dwonmu Hwai also passed on some spells from the Pink Book as divine spells, and also gained some experience from the God of Joy. Now the experience of these two priests has skyrocketed. At present, the war between the two sides is almost one-sided, although the faction headed by the 10th family still has the power bestowed by the spider goddess. It cannot withstand the terrifying power of the old gods and Joy. The first thing they do is to use the power of Joy to lower their will, and after breaking through the defense, they throw a bunch of magic from the old gods. which instantly reduces their SAN value to a low level, causing their sanity to collapse and their minds to be polluted. And then it was over. No matter how powerful the spider goddess is, she can't control a madman. Right? Soon, the former's power shrank rapidly. After all, Duanmu Huai was not the spider queen. She didn't care whether you were a man, a woman, or a helicopter gunship. You could use magic. In contrast, only women could use magic on the drow side. And the number was different. In addition, the ability to reduce SAN value had almost no countermeasures on the continent of Faerun. So it was almost defeated and finally collapsed completely. However, this is not the end. Originally, Duanmu Huai only planned to train the mental manipulation skills he obtained from the mind-sucking monster. But he didn't expect to accidentally create such an interesting thing. So he immediately changed his mind and set a new goal for Filri. That is to liberate all the Dark Elf cities in the Underdark and rescue them from their false beliefs. And Filri had no doubts at all. And he directly summoned all the Drow Elves to form a large army. And rushed directly to another nearby Drow city in a mighty manner. TSK. 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 I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Standing on the city wall, looking at the Drow army below, Duanmu Huai also shook his head and sighed. At the beginning, he just wanted to verify his idea. The brainwashing technology of the mind-sucking monsters was too dangerous and low-level. So Duanmu Huai wanted to see what would happen if he could distort the minds and beliefs of these Drow elves. Although Drow priests are all loyal believers of the spider goddess, their loyalty is naturally needless to say. But the question is the spider goddess they believe in the same one? That's right. This is the source of Duanmu Huai's distortion of Filri's heart. It is true that every Drow believes in the spider goddess. But who can guarantee that the spider goddess you believe in is the same spider goddess I believe in? As the saying goes, there are 1,000 hamlets in the hearts of 1,000 people. Regarding the oracle of the spider goddess, I am afraid that 1,000 Drow elves may have 1,000 different ways of interpreting it. The best way to dismantle this belief from within is to strengthen individual thinking and weaken collective thinking. Filri was eager to survive, so she killed her sister and mother. In Filri's view, all this was the will of the Spider Queen. So at this time, she had full faith in the Spider Queen who had given her the construct and supreme status. When the matrons headed by the council rebuked her, the Spider Queen in their hearts naturally differed from the Spider Queen in Filri's heart. Well, one of them must be fake. So Duanmu Huai directed Filri's thoughts to the other party, and came to such a conclusion. This is much more clever than manipulating the other party's memory, or something like that. Because these are almost all the conclusions that Filri came to by thinking on her own. And what Duanmu Huai did was just to induce her to make a choice. Everyone doubts others, but they rarely doubt themselves. It's like justice. Everyone is fighting for his own justice. But when both sides are confronting each other with justice, then the justice of one side will inevitably be evil to others. This kind of clash of ideas is the most unsolvable. Unless one of the parties suddenly realizes that giving up is impossible. He has sacrificed so much for his own ideas. Once giving up is tantamount to denying his own life. So in the end, the only option left is war. And now, Duanmu Huai has achieved the initial victory. He knew that it was not over. The anger of the spider goddess was echoing in the dark area. But she had no way to get eggs. This is the real world. It is as if the evil god needs to be able to blur the reality with the barrier of the subspace essence. Even if she came to the real world, Duanmu Huai was confident that he could kill her. Now the dark elves in this city have been completely polluted. Duanmu Huai smiled as he watched the Drow elves who left the city without hesitation and burned it to the ground. Filri had told them that this was an expedition, and they would travel throughout the Underdark under the glory of the true Spider Queen and liberate all their compatriots who were deceived by the traitors. Before that, they would not come back. Nor would they stop. If they were normal Drow elves, they would never agree to Filri's insane order. But now, the minds of these Drow elves have been completely twisted. Their hearts are filled with joy and pollution. And they have become obedient followers of the old gods, who only want to feel happiness and the liberation of the true Spider Queen. Under the mental pollution, the Drow elves have lost the last bit of rationality and wisdom, and have become evil, cruel, and indescribable monsters. This trick is good for dealing with the four gods' believers. Duanmu Huai nodded. The indescribable spiritual pollution of the old gods was not much weaker than the low voice of the evil gods. After all, the four gods were just the mountain kings in the Milky Way. and they were no match for the outer gods that dominated the entire universe. If the level of the old gods was high enough, then he would be more confident in fighting against the four gods. As for the outer gods, well, we'll discuss these troubles when they enter the Milky Way. Of course, Duanmu hopes that they will never come here in their lifetime. After all, the universe is very big. Chapter 648 Invasion. The wrath of the Spider Queen was spreading throughout the Underdark. Almost all the drow matrons and high-ranking priests, no matter which city they were in, were subjected to the Queen's wrath and will. This surprised many drow elves. There had been people who had attempted to fight against or even rebel against the Queen of Gods before, but their fates were all tragic. Of course, some drow elves had managed to escape the Spider Queen's clutches and became followers of Illustri. But that is only a very small minority. A rebellion of an entire city like this is unprecedented in the history of the drow elves. In the end, what happened? Why did this happen? Many drow matrons were puzzled, but also very uneasy. Many of them had lived for hundreds and thousands of years, and had never encountered anything like this in their experience. The Underdark was very dangerous, so there was little frequent travel between drow cities. Only some caravans or ambassadors who served as diplomatic envoys would travel between the cities of the drow. That is why, when the matrons of Vanadum City learned that a large army of drow elves was approaching them, they could hardly believe their ears. A war between drow? That's insane! The Spider Queen won't allow that. The Spider Queen admires betrayal and chaos. But all of this must be done in secret. And any open war is not allowed. This is also one of the social justice of the drow elves. Even the war between two families must be confined to the garrisons of both parties, and must ensure that it is not discovered. Then the war between two cities is even more so. Spider Queen. What the hell is this? Madame Tina stood on the city wall with a gloomy face, holding the railing tightly with both hands, looking ahead. In the huge open space in front of them, an army was slowly approaching them. It was the army of the drow elves. But it was not just the drow elves. Madame Tina could see that the leading drow soldiers looked very strange. Their bodies became twisted and weird, and their arms even grew tentacles. Their faces also lost their original handsomeness and became like spider heads. When they opened their mouths, it felt like a spider was moving its mouth parts. Not only that, Madame Tina also saw many dangerous creatures in the Underdark, such as the basilisk, a terrifying monster with 3 pairs of claws that can petrify its prey with just its gaze. Logically, the basilisk will attack almost all other creatures in the Underdark. Even the illithids and drow elves are no exception. But now, they are like part of this army, and they are wandering on the wing of the battlefield. And Tina's mother also found that these petrochemical lizards seemed to have some strange changes. Its heads like bubbles swelled with a few eyes, and they couldn't help but feel nauseous when Tina's mother saw it. What the hell is this army? What the hell is this? Madame Tina could hardly understand what she was seeing. She was sure that even the devils and demons would not do such a horrible thing. The appearance of these drow elves at the moment made people feel terrified and uneasy. They are drow. But they are more than just drow. What are they exactly? Just as Madame Tina was thinking, she saw the army suddenly split up. And then a magic floating disc slowly moved forward, with a drow priest standing on it. From the outside, she didn't seem to be as twisted and weird as other drow elves. But Madame Tina felt that this priest seemed more dangerous than others. However, now was not the time for her to retreat. Madame Tina walked to the platform, stared at the other party, and roared loudly. Are you the commander of this army? Tell me, where do you want to go with such a large drow army? Why did you come to Vanadum? Dear sister, I am Fury, the messenger of the Spider Queen. Fury raised his hands, stared at the city wall in front of him, and shouted loudly. I came here to spread the power of the Spider Queen. The people on the wall looked at each other in confusion. They had expected to see a madman who mocked the Spider Queen, or a heretic who spurned her. But they were sure that the unwavering faith in the Spider Queen conveyed by the matron named Fury was as crazy and devout as theirs. Then why did the Queen of Gods say that she had betrayed her? I don't understand what you mean. Sister, this is not your city. Besides, we know and respect the Queen of Gods very well. No, you don't understand. However, before Madame Tina could finish her words, she was angrily interrupted by Fury. What you believe is not a real spider, but a betrayer who usurped the power and status of the spider. And I came here to let you experience the real, the power and glory after the spider. you will understand that the power behind the real spider is far from the kind of fake goods. At this moment, Tina's mother looked at Philo's eyes completely, as if watching a lunatic. Others were no exception. They never heard anyone dare to say such a blasphemy, or worse than death. But, I do not understand you. Sister, we believe in the Spider Queen. Fool. Tina tried to comfort Fury. But just as she opened her mouth, Fury's face suddenly changed and he roared. At this moment, Tina finally understood that this priestess was not only crazy, but completely crazy. Her apparent rationality did not exist at all. She was just a lunatic who did not understand human language. I will let you understand the true power of the Spider Queen, not the charity of a traitor. As he spoke, Fury raised his hand. Kill her! At the same time, Madame Tina felt a huge black shadow suddenly passing over the top of the hole. She hurriedly waved her Hydra whip and chanted loudly to try to block the sudden attack. However, Duanmu Huai had already jumped down from above, stepping directly on Madame Tina's slender body with his 2 feet, trampling her into pieces. At the same time, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and swung it hard, instantly knocking the others standing next to Madame Tina off the tall wall. Let this city enjoy the glory of the Spider Queen. Let them understand true honor. Fury raised her hands excitedly, and as she moved, a strange, twisted black stone tablet emitting bright red rune light all over its body suddenly broke out of the ground and stood among the army. Then Fury stared at the Drow city in front of her, and the flames in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Attack! For the Drow elves of Vanadim. They have never encountered a siege from their compatriots. If it was those evil monsters or dragons under the ground, it would be fine. But when their compatriots launched an attack on the city, many Drow priests were a little dazed and couldn't figure out what was going on. Especially when Madame Tina, the supreme ruler of Vanadim, the Drow elf who had ruled the city for 1500 years, died in such an easy way in front of everyone. They were horrified and shocked so much that they couldn't even lift their snakehead whips. But the Drow have lived in battle all their lives, and although the situation before them was a mess, they still instinctively planned to protect their city. Soon, the priests began to chant divine spells, and the Drow soldiers holding rapiers and crossbows climbed up the city wall and attacked the attackers below, shooting poisonous arrows one by one. However, the situation was far beyond the expectations of these Drow elves. It is enough to easily poison the poisonous arrows of a behemoth and hit those mutant Drow elves, but they have no response. On the contrary, these Drow elves are covered with arrows, and then they come to the high wall. They twist their heads and look up at their heads. Then we saw these Drow soldiers holding swords, using their hands and feet, climbing up the city wall like spiders, and rushing upwards quickly. What the hell are these monsters? Seeing this scene, the Drow elves who were in charge of guarding the city wall were even more shocked. They threw away their crossbows and drew their swords. At this moment, the first group of attackers had already rushed onto the city wall. The Drow soldiers were greatly shocked when they saw the appearance of their compatriots up close. The Drow elves' dark vision allowed them to see everything clearly in the dim light. Of course, they saw the mutated compatriots, whose faces were torn and whose wide-open mouths resembled the mouthparts of a spider, with sticking-out tongues covered with sticky saliva and sharp teeth covering their entire mouths. Their eyes bulged from their sockets like toads, and they moved around as if they had self-awareness. The tentacles waving on their arms are even more shocking, especially considering that they were once the same race as themselves. Even the Drow warriors with hard hearts felt an indescribable fear at this moment. Well, SA in value -1. However, the fight continues. The Drow warrior silently drew out his sword and swung it at the prey in front of him. The Drow's swordsmanship was superb, and he clearly saw his sharp blade pierce the opponent's heart. Then the mutant Drow fell headfirst onto the wall and turned into a corpse. After the Drow warrior was sure it was dead, he turned around and prepared to face the second enemy. But at this moment, something strange happened. The corpse of the mutant elf, whose heart was pierced by the Drow warrior's sword, suddenly began to tremble, and then its body began to swell. The dark skin cracked, revealing the white muscles inside. It stood up again and opened its hands. Two scimitar-like bone spurs burst out from its palms. Then the mutant Drow elf roared and pounced on its prey again. This time the Drow warrior had no time to defend himself. He waved his sword in panic, trying to force the other side to move away. However, even though the Drow warrior's weapon pierced his chest, the mutated Drow, who had turned into a corpse, still did not stop. He pounced on the prey in front of him, then opened his mouth and bit down hard on the drow warrior's neck. With a final scream, the flesh and blood of the drow warrior's neck was torn apart by the corpse, and he screamed and died. But soon, the body of the dead drow warrior began to tremble, and then mutated again. What the hell is this? This scene was constantly being played out on the city walls. The drow soldiers responsible for guarding the city could kill those mutant drow who seemed to be so crazy that they had almost lost their minds. However, the next moment, these mutant drow killed by them would turn into corpses and stand up again. This time, neither poison nor arrows would have any effect. These furious corpses would tear into pieces everything that stood in their way, and those drow elves killed by them would soon join this undead army. Of course, the priests who were responsible for guarding the rear saw this scene, and they regarded it as the effect of some evil necromancy. Soon, some priests began to pray, and after obtaining the divine spell to expel the dead, they released it. However, even the divine spell used to expel the undead creatures had no effect on these corpses. After all, strictly speaking, they are just a bunch of moving pieces of meat. This greatly puzzled the priests and pastors. But unfortunately, they also could not escape the disaster. The drow elves with wings, transformed into servants of the old gods, descended from the sky. They twisted their snake-like bodies, screamed and pounced on the priests and pastors behind them, wrapped them up directly, flew high into the sky, and then threw them hard to the ground. The bodies of the priests fell to the ground, and their screams ended the moment they were caught by the servants of the old gods. Fieri stood complacently on the magic floating disc and slowly flew into the city. In the square in front of her, many mistresses were standing there fully armed, glaring at her in the dark. Tall construct behind her. Your actions have angered the Spider Queen. Foolish betrayer. You will eventually experience how terrible the Spider Queen's wrath is. One of them screamed, and the Hydra whip in her hand kept shaking along with her roar. I am the Spider Queen's most loyal servant. You are just poor creatures who were deceived by Rose's lies. Facing the angry accusations of the drow matriarchs, Fieri sneered, and Duanmu Huai, who was standing behind, suddenly felt that this scene was familiar. Well, if the Rose mentioned by Fieri is replaced with false emperor or corpse emperor, my goodness, I am the one who betrayed the army? It doesn't matter. Rose is not the emperor anyway. That's okay. You can't possibly be a match for the Spider Queen. Go to H.L. Soon, the matrons raised their hands and began to chant, and a powerful divine barrier emerged in front of them, enough to resist all attacks. At the same time, a terrible divine spell of destruction was brewing in the palms of these matrons, which was obviously a gift from Rose. How stupid! Faced with the powerful magic prepared by these mistresses, Fieri did not get angry but laughed instead. Then she raised her hands. You will understand what the true power of the spider goddess is. As Fieri's voice fell, suddenly, the drow elf matrons felt an indescribable strong stimulation. The feeling almost burst out from their bodies, causing their souls to be distracted at this moment, as if they were falling into inevitable extreme joy, as if they were soaring into the sky. At that moment, the happiness brought about them even turned their eyes, and trembling their bodies. They opened their mouth instincts, and wanted to vent their joy. However, when the power of the magical power of losing control started the moment, these mothers seemed to wake up from that dream and return to God again. Unfortunately, it's too late. An indescribable fear captured their hearts at this moment. The drow matrons opened their eyes wide in horror. They saw everything in front of them twisting and deforming. The city they were familiar with turned into a lish scene made of flesh, blood and bones. On the ground, countless mouths and eyes with sharp teeth were opening at them, and their spirits collapsed under these indescribable and inexplicable weird scenes. Their mental barriers were inevitably shaken and broken. The next moment, the madness completely shrouded these mother-in-law. Chapter 649 Stone City. I never thought that the underground would be so dangerous. Sitting in the chair and staring around, Amelia sighed, while Kasim and Rasha beside her also looked like they felt the same way. Earlier, the Inquisitor told us that it was difficult to walk underground, but we thought we could overcome it. We were so presumptuous. It is no wonder that the three will be so tired after being separated from Duin Mawai. Of course, they also chose to enter the dark area, and then spent the power of 9 cattle and 2 tigers to pass the underground maze. And then, for the 3 people, the nightmare began. In the dark underground, The first and biggest problem is time. There is no watch in this world to tell time. And in the dark underground world, the fledgling adventurers have no way to tell time at all. They don't even know how many days they have spent in this dark tunnel. In addition, the monsters and terrible plants that are everywhere in the Underdark are equally dangerous. For example, the glowing moss can even emit poisonous gas, which will make the creatures that inhale it fall to the ground stiff and unable to move. Kasim was accidentally caught in it. If Emilia hadn't been a paladin, he might not have been able to be saved. At the same time, they encountered a giant monster called Underground Worm Underground, which was almost the same size as a subway train. If the three of them had not run fast, they would have been eaten long ago. Not to mention, when escaping from the underground worms, Luo Xia accidentally separated from the other two. Underground? You can't tell east, west, south, and north. You can only see one underground passage after another, and you can't even figure out where these passages lead to. It was also thanks to their good luck that they were able to reunite again. Otherwise, they might have been completely lost in the dark area. Finally, the three of them encountered a patrol of deep gnomes with great difficulty. Fortunately, the deep gnomes were a rare kind race in the Underdark, and they invited the three of them to rest in their city, which gave the three of them some relief. I never thought that the Underdark would be so terrible. Luo Xia curled up in the chair. The warm drink in her hand could not dispel the chill in her heart. She still remembered that when she was chased by the underground worms, she desperately ran away. And when she came to her senses, she found that there was no one around except herself. And she didn't even know where she was. Even if she got lost in the forest or the sea, Roxia would not panic. She could easily determine the direction by looking at the sky or climbing a tree. But in the dark underground cave, Roxia felt a kind of desperate fear for the first time. She could not do anything. She could not break through the thick crust. And she could not distinguish east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. There were so many passages around that she could not even confirm which passage she ran from, because they all looked the same. Even if Luo Xia mustered up the courage to shout, the echo in the dungeon made it impossible for her to tell where the sound came from. Now I know why so many adventurers died here. Kasim also nodded. The high spirits he had when he set out had long since disappeared. He once naively believed that he had passed the test of Neverwinter, so he should be able to fight in the Underdark. But the facts told him that this was not the case. This place is like a bottomless abyss. A huge mouth that ruthlessly swallows up all those who are foolish enough to dare to trespass. Should we continue with our mission then? Emilia stared at her two companions and asked. They came here not for curiosity or pure adventure, but accepted the commission of the Archmage Kelvin Blackstaff of Waterdeep to save his nephew. But to be honest, even Emilia felt that in a place like the Underdark, even for Master Kelvin's nephew, it would be difficult to survive. She had politely asked the spherical gnomes before, but was told that they had never seen such a group of people. The answers given by the spherical gnomes to Emilia also made her feel helpless. This is the Underdark. Surface people. Just then, an underground dwarf came over and put the food in his hand on their table. There are often adventurers coming here from the surface and then going to the Underdark to adventure. But many of them never come back again. So what will be their fate? Perhaps he was captured by the Grey Dwarves, Drow, or Illithids and made into a slave. Or perhaps he died in some unknown corner of the Underdark and became food for underground animals. The deep gnome looked at the three and shook his head. If you ask me, you are still young. There is no need to waste time here. It is better to return to the surface. Hey, speaking of Joair, have you heard about the recent news? While the dwarf waiter was chatting with them, another underground dwarf, who was drinking nearby suddenly spoke. You mean the war between the Drow? Stone. Is that more than a rumor? Hey, that's not just hearsay. The smith seemed excited. He took a swig of his drink and slapped the table. The expedition leader brought his exploration team to see it. According to him, the Drow city has been completely destroyed. Destroyed? Yes. It was completely burned down. Not a single Drow was left inside. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, other deep gnomes also came over. Normally, deep gnomes and Drow don't interfere with each other. But the reason they do this is that the Underdark itself is very dangerous and complicated. Unless the Spider Queen gives the order herself, the Drow will not be bored and cross the underground passages to attack the deep gnome city. But the deep gnomes never like their dangerous and cunning neighbors. and they were surprised to hear the news that the Drow city had been destroyed. Of course, it's more of a blessing. That's a good thing. I don't think this is a good thing. We all know how terrifying the Drow elves are. If they are destroyed, what if they attack us? I think we should send someone to investigate what happened. At least we should find out who attacked and destroyed the Drow city. Soon, the deep gnomes in the tavern were divided into two groups. One group raised their glasses and celebrated the destruction of their evil neighbor, while the other group was worried. After all, since the enemy could destroy the Drow elves city, the deep gnome city might also face the same danger. Because this is the Underdark. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, and then an underground dwarf pushed open the door of the tavern. Panting. Drow. They're coming this way. This voice immediately made the noisy tavern become dead silent. The next moment, the Sundernefs bravely left the tavern. And Emilia, Qasim and Rasha also stood up. They all knew the cruelty and terror of the Drow elves. No matter what, this Sundernef city rescued them when they were in trouble. If the Drow elves really wanted to attack the city, then they would also help. Soon, the three followed a group of deep gnomes and rushed towards the gate. However, to their surprise, although there were deep gnomes on guard at the gate, they did not see the imagined army of Drow. On the contrary, they only saw a blood-stained Drow. Judging from his appearance, he should be a warrior. At this moment, he was standing in front of the deep gnome guards, who were fully armed and staring at him intently, gesticulating and saying something. Well, no wonder the deep gnomes would come over to watch the fun. It is a rare thing in itself for a lone Drow warrior to run to the deep gnome city. What on earth happened? Qasim stared at the Drow in confusion. He certainly didn't understand the Drow language, and in fact neither did most of the deep gnomes. But they could all see that the Drow was very frightened. He was gesticulating and screaming something in a low voice, while turning his head to look behind him in fear, as if some terrible monster was chasing him. I don't know, but he looked really scared. Emilia looked at the Drow elf warily, and then she looked into the dark passage behind her, as if there was nothing in the darkness. However, at this moment, Emilia suddenly heard a voice. Got you. Almost at the same time, the Drow seemed to have heard the sound, and he drew out his rapier in fear and rushed towards the Sundergirds, which immediately shocked the Sundergirds and guards watching nearby. However, the Drow took only one step, and the next moment his head flew out, and his body lost its balance and fell to the ground. Then, a petite figure appeared behind the Drow soldier. Miss Otis? Looking at the petite figure, Emilia screamed in surprise. It was obvious that there was a girl with long silver white hair, wearing a black dress, and was as delicate and cute as a doll. Of course, Emilia knew who she was. However, Emilia soon discovered that she had guessed wrong. Okis? Hearing this name, the silver-haired girl turned the dagger in her hand and stared at Emilia with dissatisfaction. At this time, Emilia realized that although this girl looked very similar to Otis, their temperaments were completely different. Otis always gave people a quiet and well-behaved feeling, but this girl was full of a rebellious and detached feeling. I'm not your elder sister. Are you Okis' sister? I have to say, this answer also surprised Emilia. Yes, you are. Ah, you are the ones who went to the Underdark to adventure that the master mentioned? Is Mr. Dwanmu here too? Hearing the silver-haired girl's words, Emilia was somewhat relieved. No matter what, Dwanmu Huai is still very reliable. That's right. But the master is busy now and doesn't plan to go with you. Well, you'd better return to the surface as soon as possible. Does it have anything to do with the war with the Drow? This has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, the silver-haired girl stepped back and snapped her fingers. Then a flame suddenly erupted, completely devouring the Drow's corpse, and she floated back like a ghost. The Underdark is not peaceful right now. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, or it's best not to get involved with the Drow elves. After saying this, the silver-haired girl disappeared completely into the darkness. Only Emilia and the other two were left standing there in a daze, looking at each other. What should we do next? Qasim swallowed his saliva. It was obvious that Dwanmu Huai had also come to the dark area, but it seemed that he didn't seem to be as embarrassed as he and the others. I will try harder and see if I can find any clues about Master Kelborn's nephew at the designated location. Although Emilia didn't mind returning to the surface, she had no choice but to accept a political mission. Master Kelvin had saved Neverwinter. And as a Knight of Tyre in Neverwinter, she certainly couldn't run away because she was afraid of death. So she had to continue. But I will follow Mr. Duanmu's words and stay away from the Drow Elves. After all, Mr. Duanmu said so. Hearing Amelia's answer, the other two nodded. At least, past lessons have told them not to take Duanmu Huai's warnings lightly. Chapter 650 Justice and Responsibility. After that, Amelia and the others stopped in the city of the Deep Gnomes to restock supplies, and then set out again. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Deep Gnomes, at least they would no longer be confused about the Underdark. And they also gave them a map of the area nearby. So Amelia and the others packed up and set out again to find Master Kelvin's nephew. How long are we to our destination? Kasim clenched the sword in his hand, looked at Amelia and asked. Of course they were not rushing around like headless flies. After all, finding someone in the Underdark without any clues was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Master Kelborn also knew this, and he gave Amelia a magic compass that would point out the location of Kelborn's nephew. And the closer they got, the compass would start to tremble slightly. And the closer they got, the faster it would tremble. They had relied on this compass to find someone before. But they didn't find a person. But they encountered a lot of trouble. I think it should be soon. Amelia also held the sword vigilantly, while holding the compass on her waist with one hand. She could feel the compass trembling slightly, indicating that the direction they were heading was correct. But at the same time, the three of them were also very nervous, because according to the map given to them by the Underground Gnomes, they were close to the city of the Drow Elves. Although according to the Underground Gnomes, the city had been destroyed. But, considering Duanmu Huai's previous warning, they still had to be cautious. The further they walked forward, the more violently the compass trembled, which cheered the three of them up. They looked around carefully, and fortunately the luminous moss in the area illuminated the surrounding scenery, so that the three of them could clearly see the surrounding scenery without the risk of lighting a torch. Right here, at the entrance of a cave, Amelia took a deep breath and whispered to the two of them. Then she carefully stuck her head out and looked into the cave. Under the illumination of the fluorescent moss, Amelia could clearly see a flowing stream in the cave and some huge underground mushrooms beside it. But Amelia soon noticed that there was a tent and an extinguished campfire on an open space not far from the stream. It was obvious that someone had lived here before. Right there? We'll find out when we go over there and take a look. Although she saw the tents, Amelia felt a little strange because no one was on guard nearby. It seemed that everyone was sleeping in the tents, which was obviously not right. It would be fine on the ground. But since they had gone deep into the Underdark, Amelia and the others had been taking turns to guard when they rested, and they never dared to do this. But here, is there no one? But the sign clearly points to here. While thinking, Amelia took Kasim and Rasha to approach the camp carefully. Then she stretched out her sword and poked the tent hard. Perhaps it was Amelia's luck. At this moment, Amelia detected that a touch of shadow appeared behind them. I saw that Amelia hurried back and waved his sword, just to block the attack from the rear. Eyes, it's the Drow. Be careful. Amelia was shocked. She shouted loudly to warn the two, and at the same time, she used her strength to deflect the attack of the Drow Elves. At the same time, Kasim and Rasha also took out their weapons. Kasim drew out his sword and swung it forward. The whistling sword energy swept across the entire camp and forced back the other two Drow Elves. Soon, several figures appeared from all directions and surrounded the three people. Wrong decision. Amelia gritted her teeth as she looked at the Drow Elves surrounding her. She had never expected to encounter the most notorious guys in the Underdark. There were 9 of them, and only 3 of her. But, in the name of Tyr, I will never fall here. Die. Evil Drow. The light of justice will completely destroy you. As she spoke, Amelia raised her sword high. The next moment, a dazzling light burst out from her sword. This sudden strong light shocked the Drow Elves. Living underground, they were most afraid of strong light. At this moment, the holy light that Amelia burst out had an extra layer of sacred power, causing the Drow Elves to cover their eyes in pain and retreat. Amelia took the opportunity to hold her sword tightly and pounced on the enemy in front of her. Wait a moment. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of Amelia and stopped her actions. I don't know who you are, but this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Hearing the man's words, Amelia paused for a moment. But she did not put down her sword. Instead, she stared vigilantly at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. He was not a drow elf. Judging from his appearance, he should be an adventurer from the surface. However, this man was dressed a little messy, with a big beard, and his leather armor was tattered. At this moment, the strong light dissipated, and Kasim and Rasha resumed their fighting stances, surrounding Emilia vigilantly. "Who are you?" Emilia stared at the man and asked, and the latter bowed to her respectfully. "Hello, Paladin of Tyre. I am Danilo Tharn, a harpist." "Why?" Emilia was stunned when she heard the man's words. "You are Danilo San? Master Kelbin's nephew?" "That's right." Danilo nodded to Emilia. "Since you know my identity, then I guess you didn't come here by chance. I will not answer your questions, especially since you are sheltering the drow." Emilia clenched her sword again. She was not the kind of paladin who followed the rules. Even if the other party was really Danilo San, why would he protect the drow? Was he controlled by the drow? Manipulated? Brainwashed? Or had he fallen to the point of becoming a running dog of the drow? If it was the latter, then Emilia would have no choice but to uphold her duty as a paladin of Tyre and eradicate the evil. After all, when Master Kelborn gave me the commission, he didn't say it had to be a living person. It should be okay to bring your head back. They are drow, but they are not evil drow. After hearing Danilo's answer, everyone became more confused. And at this moment, one of the drow elves came forward. "We are not the drow who believe in the spider god. We believe in the dark maiden Nylistri. Therefore, we are not your enemies. But your actions just now don't say that." Of course, Emilia would not be so stupid as to let down her guard just because of a few words from the other party. Not to mention that the attacks of these drow elves were very dangerous at that time. "Because we thought you were Mr. Danilo's enemies. That's why we tried to restrain you. I don't understand you. Let me explain it." At this time, Danilo also spoke hurriedly. And then he explained to Emilia the whole story. It turned out that a few days ago, the Jwa elf discovered Emilia and others. At that time, they thought it was just a coincidence, so they just monitored them secretly. But soon they found that Emilia and others were obviously for Danilo. No matter how they shifted their directions, Emilia and others would catch up. As mentioned before, as one of the masked lords of Waterdeep and the nephew of Kelvin Blackstaff, he also has certain political value. Therefore, Danilo suspected that the visitor wanted to hunt him down. So they specially designed this trap and lured Emilia and others here. The reason why Danilo jumped out to stop them later was because he saw the holy light radiating from Emilia, which was a powerful force that only the knights favored by God could possess. Not to mention that Emilia was a believer of Tyr, and Danilo was not a heinous person. Obviously, Emilia and others could not have come here to hunt him down. So he dared to show up to stop them. "But you still haven't explained why you are with a group of drow elves." Although Danilo said so, Emilia would not let her guard down so easily. "It's a long story, but I'll explain it to you anyway." Danilo smiled bitterly, and then began to explain to Emilia. At the beginning, they sneaked into the dark region. They were indeed just for adventure, but later they were attacked by the Jwa elf. The adventure team of Danilo was almost completely destroyed, and only a few people were survived and caught to the city of Jwa-Elven. At that time, Danilo felt that he was dead. But on the road, suddenly another group of Jwa elves attacked the team and rescued Danilo and two other adventurers, the Jwa elf. After that, Danilo acted with them. Originally, Danilo also wanted to return to the surface immediately. But after learning that the civil strife generated by the Jwa elf clan, he decided to stay with the Jwa elf to investigate the matter. As a harpist, Danilo instinctively felt that this matter was not right at some places. That's why they came to this destroyed drow city to see if they could find any useful clues, and ended up running into Emilia and the others. "I see." Emilia put down her sword. She had just cast the magic of detect lies on Danilo. But there was no change, which meant that what Danilo said was true. "Then we don't need to hide it. In fact, we came to the Underdark in the name of Master Kelvin to look for you. Master Kelvin also gave me a compass." "I see." Seeing the compass in Emilia's hand, Danilo was speechless. "No wonder he finds me wherever I go." Danilo sighed while muttering to himself. Then he raised his head and stared at Emilia seriously. "I am very grateful that you are willing to risk your lives to go deep into the Underdark to rescue me. But I am sorry that I cannot leave now. The civil unrest among the drow elves is unexpected. There must be some secrets hidden in it that we have not yet learned. Perhaps this will also pose a threat to Waterdeep and the human world on the surface. I must investigate this. Amelia was speechless after hearing Danilo's answer. She had heard of the mysterious organization, the Harpers. It was said that they were always active in the dark, eliminating all evil threats. However, many people did not think highly of the Harpers, because the Harpers were not as disciplined as the Paladins of Tyre. They often acted on their own initiative. So many local leaders hated these elusive guys. As a Paladin of Tyre, Amelia and the Harper have no grudges against each other. And strictly speaking, they are both fighting for justice. Logically, Amelia should also join in the investigation. But, regarding this drow civil strife, someone once gave us advice, asking us to stay away from it as much as possible. What? Upon hearing this, Danilo and the drow's expressions changed. Where did you hear that? You could say he's our companion. We still trust him very much, since he asked us to stay away as much as possible. I think it's better for us not to continue to participate. Amelia still had a high degree of trust in Duanmu Huai. Just like in Neverwinter, he saw that there was something wrong with Dessel at first sight. At that time, Amelia and Aribes did not take it seriously. But it turned out that he was right. And this time in the Underdark, since he had sent someone to pass on the message. Then, Amelia decided to follow Duanmu Huai's request, although she didn't know what happened to Zhuer, since Duanmu Huai said it was best not to approach. Then, sorry, can you ask you to explain further? This is very important for us. Even if you want me to explain. Looking at the anxious drow elf, Amelia also frowned. I just received this message, and I don't know the specific details. If possible, we hope to have a talk with your friend. This concerns the survival of the drow race. Why? However, just as the drow finished speaking, a sigh suddenly sounded. Really? Why is it so troublesome? Just leave here obediently. The next moment, two petite figures fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. They were two girls with long silver-white hair and wearing black dresses. Miss Otis? Hello. Otis nodded to Amelia. I think you should have heard the master's message from Jiao Wei. Oh, yes. Please wait. This lady. At this time, Danilo stood up again and looked at Otis and Jiao Wei. The former had a blank expression, while the latter stared at him unhappily. Do you know what happened? Please tell me. Otis was silent for a moment, then nodded. The master allows you to talk to him. As she spoke, Otis stretched out her arm and tapped it lightly. Soon everyone saw a strange rectangular screen appear, and Duanmu Huai's armor emerged in it. Hey, Amelia, Kasim, Rasha, you're still alive. How does it feel to be in the Underdark? Duanmu Huai waved his hand at the three, and said Lo. It's really dangerous, by the way. Mr. Duanmu, why did you leave us? Sorry. Don't I say it? Is it a bit anxious? But just see you okay. So, who is looking for me? Hello. I'm Danilo Sane. Danilo took a step forward and looked at the image of Duanmu Huai, regarding the recent civil war among the drow elves. May I ask? Oh, I did it. Why? Perhaps Duanmu Huai answered too much, so that a group of people did not respond at all. You? That's right. The Zhuo elf is the same as cockroaches. And it is the scourge? So I thought about it, and it was over to kill them all. You? How could you do this? Hearing this, the drow elf behind couldn't help but start to reprimand. Even if most of the Zhuo elf follows the evil teachings behind the spider, there are still some Shuar elves are pure. What does this have to do with me? But before the words of the Zhuo elven were finished, Duanmu Huai was interrupted coldly. I think you may not understand that we, the Inquisition, have never fought for justice. We fight to protect humanity. Any demons, heretics, and aliens that threaten humanity will be wiped out by the Inquisition. Since the drow elves dared to launch an attack on Waterdeep, it means that the drow race poses a threat to humanity. As for whether there are innocent, kind, and righteous drow among them, the Inquisition does not care. As long as they pose a threat to humanity, whether they are drow, illithids, dwarves, or even elves or angels, we will kill them without hesitation. You? What are you talking about? At this moment, even Danilo's expression changed drastically. It is our responsibility to eliminate the aliens that threaten humanity, not to mention the existence of the drow. who are like rats crossing the street. I advise you to stop here. If you are stupid enough to continue to get involved, then don't blame me for not warning you. After saying this, Duanmu Huai directly cut off the communication. At this moment in the camp, everyone was stunned and completely speechless. Chapter 651. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the camp was awkward for a while. Not only were the Drow and Danilo stunned, but even Emilia and Kasim didn't know what to say. The rules of the trial court, Emilia did not know. After all, Duanmu Huai once told her that the trial court guarded humans, not righteousness. This actually made Emilia feel quite complicated, because, on the continent of Faerun, humans do not have a racial patron saint. There are roughly two types of gods on the continent of Faerun. One is the god of profession and belief, and the other is the god of race. Take Rose for example. Regardless of whether they are good or bad, Rose does protect all Drow elves. But on the other hand, Rose only protects Drow elves. As for other races, such as humans, Rose will still look down on them, no matter how loyal they are to her. Basically, except for most human races on the Furlan continent, there are their own racial shelter. For example, the god of elves is Corellon. The gods of the Drow are Lolth and Ilistri. The god of the dwarf is Moradine. And the grey dwarf believes in Ludge. Metal dragons worship Bahamut. And colorful dragons worship Tiamat. The dwarves believe in Garl Shining Gold. The halfling goddess is Yadala. Even the Illithids have their own god, Eisthine. Even if you are a mixed blood, such as a half-elf, if you work hard to excel, you will be blessed by the racial god. On the contrary, humans do not have gods to protect their own race. On this continent, there are many human believers who believe in the gods, but the gods they believe are not just concerned about humans. Take Tyr, the god of justice that Emilia believes in. For example, although humans make up the majority of paladins who believe in Tyr, there are other races as well. Isn't Erebus an elven paladin? Although there are endlessness between the race gods, it generally refers to the kind of water when they meet. For example, elves and drow. If an elf sees a drow on the surface, it will definitely hunt it down without any discussion. However, the elf will not sit idle and organize a large army to go deep into the Underdark to slaughter the drow's city. So like Duanmu Huai, you are a threat to humanity. So I want to kill your whole family. No one has ever seen such a thing. So Emilia's mood at this moment is very complicated. On the one hand, she acknowledged that the Zhuo elf is indeed an evil race. The brutality and evil showed by the raid of the Zhuo elves in the deep water city really need to be eliminated. But on the other hand, racial slaughter does not look like justice. Even if it is the Zhuo elf, shouldn't you do it? Thinking of this, Emilia couldn't help but look at the drow behind Danilo. She finally understood why the other party would investigate this matter. Although Ilistri and Rose were mortal enemies, both sides were drow elves who protected each other. Now the Inquisition looked like it was coming with a threatening attitude to kill all the drow elves. It would be strange if Ilistri was not worried. But it's not right to do this. Just when Emilia was still tangled, Danilo opened his mouth, and he heard Nilo's opposition, and he raised his brows. Why is it right? Do you humans be encircled and siege the nests of those who refine the dog head? Do you still leave a few living mouths? Hearing this, Emilia, Kasim, and Luo Xia have a little embarrassment on their faces. As the paladins and adventurers, they have helped nearby farmhouses to expel and eliminate the Jingqiao point. Of course, it was impossible to intentionally let the goblins go. They all knew that although the goblins were weak, they were cunning, evil and cruel. Once one was let go, they would definitely lead the goblins from other nests to seek revenge in the future. As paladins and adventurers, they could not stay on the farm to protect it all the time. So the best way was to cut the grass and root it out. But drow and goblins are different. They are all the same in the eyes of the Inquisition. Jiawei snorted coldly and looked at Ogus. Are you right, Wani-sama? Ogus was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. As long as there are aliens that threaten humanity, they are enemies. Then she spoke. Well, now that your mission is complete, leave as soon as possible. We will be going back as well. The master has warned you, and you deserve it for not listening. Jiawei made a face at everyone, then turned and left with Ogus, while the others stared blankly at the two people's disappearing backs, without saying a word for a long time. Finally, Emilia coughed and looked at Danilo. Mr. Danilo, We have Master Kelvin's voice stone. How about you contact him first? Even as a believer of Tyr, Emilia felt that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. If she felt that the massacre of the Drow was wrong, then it meant that their previous actions of encircling the goblins and kobolds were also wrong. But if she said it was right, she always felt that it seemed a bit awkward. It seemed that Danilo was not going to give up. Fortunately, Kelvin also gave them a sound stone, which was similar to the telephone in the magic world. But it was a consumable item, and could only be used once. Now that Danilo has been found, Emilia decided to complete her mission first, and then slowly think about whether the act of slaughtering the Drow is just. Okay. Thank you. Danilo calmed down at this moment. He nodded to Emilia, took the voice stone she handed over, and then walked to the other side to contact Master Kelvin. And here, Miss Emilia, what should we do next? Kasim and Rasha were both a little confused at the moment. But as adventurers, they were not religious paladins like Emilia, so they did not have any special thoughts about the extermination of the Drow. Especially when Joey said that this was the same as exterminating the nests of monsters like goblins. The two quickly accepted this statement. After all, as low-level adventurers, they can empathize with the suffering of the lower-class people. After working hard for a year, when it is time for the autumn harvest, the goblins come and kill their children and livestock, take away their food, and then burn down their homes. This kind of hatred can only be relieved by destroying the other party. The farmers don't care whether destroying the goblin's nest is an evil act. They just want these damn goblins to die. So compared to Emilia, Kasim and Rasha returned to normal very quickly. Let's go back to the surface as soon as possible. To be honest, just like what those dwarves said, the Underdark is really not suitable for us. That's right. Luoxia also nodded vigorously. I still miss the sun and the sky. Although the adventure stories of the Underdark sung by the bards in the tavern made people yearn for it, when they actually came here, they found that it was simply a painful H.L. Now they can't wait to return to the surface and enjoy the warm sunshine and sea breeze. Maybe I should go back to the temple and ask for Tyr's guidance. Emilia was also a little hesitant. She felt that what she had done before was not wrong. But she soon realized that she was a human being after all. She could fight for humans and for justice. But was it justice to prevent the Drow from being slaughtered? Emilia had no answer. The Inquisition is simple and brutal. Anyone who threatens humanity must die. Now Emilia finally understood why Duanmu had said that justice was an ambiguous goal. Is helping the evil Drow a righteous act? Is it justice to sit back and watch the Drow be slaughtered? What exactly is justice? Now Emilia also felt exhausted physically and mentally. She only hoped that she could return to the Temple of Tyre, think carefully, and seek guidance from the gods. At this moment, Danilo also came back. Emilia looked at him. She originally thought that he would insist on investigating, but Danilo's reaction was beyond Emilia's expectations. I want to leave the Underdark with you. Danilo spoke, his expression serious. The Inquisition is an unpredictable force. We must investigate and learn their true purpose. So I'm sorry. I can't continue to investigate with you. As he spoke, Danilo bowed to the Drow elves behind him, who nodded in agreement. I understand your decision, Danilo. This is our people's business. Perhaps, this is also the inevitable outcome of our many evil deeds. The Drow gave a bitter smile, and Emilia noticed that there was some strange feeling in her eyes when she looked at Danilo. But Emilia decided to be wise and not care about it. Soon, the two sides separated. Emilia and the others took Danilo back on their journey, while the Drow elves disappeared into the darkness. As always, Master, they have already left. Well, you're pretty obedient. Duanmu was a little surprised to hear Oj's report. He originally thought that the harpist would get to the bottom of the matter. But forget it. The Inquisition was not afraid of this. It is not up to others to tell them what they want to do or what they should do. On the contrary, it is what is happening in front of me. How should I put it? The spirit is really something amazing. Keep going. We will spread glory and unify all the Drow elves again. Duanmu silently looked at Fieri, who was sitting on the chair in front of him and being carried away. His eyes seemed a little weird. The joy brought by victory after victory had completely distorted the spirit of this Drow elf. At this moment, she was no longer satisfied with her identity as the only priest valued by the Spider Queen. In her mind, she was the Spider Queen's clone. That's right. At this moment, Fieri already thinks of herself as the daughter of the Spider Queen. She is the only bloodline of the Spider Queen that remains in this world through some method. Well, this reminded Duanmu Huai of the Emperor's children who were burned to death by the Inquisition. I don't know how many of them are as insane as Fieri, who claim that they can lead the Empire to light. The current Fury is no longer the timid and cautious Drow priestess she once was. She is like a queen, a tyrant, and no one can disobey her orders. Her goals are getting bigger and bigger. She is eager to conquer all civilizations in the Underdark, then fight her way to the surface and rule the world. She is convinced that under the leadership of the Spider Queen, no one will be her opponent. Fortunately, there were no normal people among the Drow elves surrounding her. They were all a group of mentally polluted lunatics. It seems that reforming the spirit is indeed a dangerous thing. Staring at Fury, Duanmu Huai confirmed this point again. If he took the initiative to manipulate Fury, once Fury's mental breakdown reached this level, then she would obviously conflict with him and might even resist his orders. But now, Duanmu Huai was just silently influencing her from behind. And even Fury herself didn't realize that this construct was not a construct. She believes that everything she thinks is true, and everything she does is absolutely right. No one influences her thinking, and everything is her own decision. But what does this have to do with Duanmu Huai? He is just a simple and harmless construct. Hey. Chapter 652, Tide. The sound stone gradually shattered. Kelvin Blackstaff stared at the powder in his hand, then swept it aside. He squinted his eyes and looked out the window. This famous legendary wizard had a strong build and a pair of bright eyes. But at this moment, his eyes were flickering with an uneasy light. Court. This was not the first time Kelvin had heard of this name. Before this, he had heard about the Inquisition from the god-favored Knight of Tyre. At that time, Amelia had asked Kelvin if he knew about this organization. But Kelvin knew nothing about the existence of the Inquisition. This is actually rare, because Kelborn was once a member of the Harpers. Although he left the Harpers and founded his own organization, Kelborn still thinks he is quite good at intelligence networks. However, even so, he had never heard of such an organization. Just by listening to Amelia's description, Kelborn could be sure that the Inquisition was a human supremacist organization. This kind of organization was extremely rare in the main plane. As mentioned before, humans did not have their own patron saints, and most of the gods that humans could believe in would also communicate with other races. So the Inquisition could not be a clerical organization. Only certain mage organizations may have such rules. But according to Amelia's description, the Inquisitor was obviously not a mage. Well, he seemed to have said that he was a mage? What a pity I didn't get to meet him before. Kelborn sighed slightly. To be honest, there were countless strange organizations on the continent of Faerun. The Inquisition was not the strangest one among them, but it was definitely the most daring one he had ever seen. It went deep into the Underdark, and even started a war between the Drow elves, and wanted to wipe them out. Anyone who heard about this would be extremely horrified. After all, everyone can talk big, and fanatical faith will even drive some clergy to take the initiative to go to the 9th level hell to save those devils. But being able to actually do what you say is another matter. What did the tribunal do? What did they do? Kelvin had countless questions, but now he could only suppress his inner anxiety and wait for his nephew and Amelia and their group to return safely. If the Inquisition could truly destroy the Drow once and for all, Kyle could have been sure it would be the biggest news on the continent. None of them. This is obviously not good news for the Drow elves. 6 cities have already fallen. The Drow elves had never felt so nervous as they were now. The angry roar of the Spider Queen echoed in their minds, and the cities that had lost contact with them made them panic. Since the Drow elves entered the underground, they had never encountered such a dangerous situation. The Drow have built a total of 12 cities underground. These cities are only connected to each other within a short distance, but now half of them have fallen, so that even the Drow's belief in the Spider Queen has become less firm. After all, the Drow believe in the Spider Queen because she can protect the Drow from surviving in the Underdark. However, now it seems that the Spider Queen has lost her divine power. Maybe the rumors are true? The one they believe in is not the real Spider Queen? Once this suspicion arose, it was difficult to suppress it. The Drow society was full of conspiracies and schemes. The Queen of Gods was unable to demonstrate her great power in the face of the rebellion, which gradually caused some families to begin to doubt her. Of course, those were small families at the bottom of the rankings, and they did not yet have the power to influence the entire city. But rumors spread more widely than anything else. It was for this reason that when the first mistress of Bernas saw the door of her temple open, and a woman dressed in black with flaming eyes strode in, she was so frightened that she fell off the throne and trembled in front of the drow. I will never forgive such a stupid betrayal. That's why I'm here. Rose's saint gritted his teeth, extremely angry. The power of the gods in this world comes from the power of faith. Whether it is a racial god or a professional god, Duanmu Huai not only slaughtered the drow elves, but also spread lies to shake their faith in the Spider Queen. This is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. Rose certainly can't tolerate it anymore. Perhaps the gods of Mount Heaven will help each other. But the demon lords of the abyss have no sense of companionship. If they realize that Rose is no longer powerful, it is hard to imagine whether they will try to turn Rose into a roasted spider and eat it with salt and sauce. So Rose had no choice but to descend as a saint and take a risk. Otherwise she would be dead. Bernaster, Kalnari, Saborn. I want all the believers from the remaining 6 drow cities to gather here. We are going to completely wipe out those ignorant idiots and let them know the price of fighting against the Spider Queen. The Saint of Rose stared at the trembling first mistress in front of him, and his eyes became brighter. Moreover, I will grant you a sacred ritual, and you will understand that the power of the Spider Queen is irresistible. Yes. At this moment, this was the only answer the first mistress could give. The Spider Queen's will cannot be disobeyed. Soon, the remaining 6 cities' drow families set out. But of course, not everything went smoothly. Every drow knew how dangerous this war was. And if possible, they also hoped to make some preparations so that their families could continue. However, the Spider Queen's oracle could not be disobeyed, and she asked all drow families to bring their priests, soldiers, and slaves to Bernast, the drow city that would become the next battlefield. When Fairy arrived at Bernast with her army, what appeared before her was a fortress armed to the teeth. Tens of thousands of slaves stood outside the city walls with weapons in hand, and the walls were covered with drow soldiers armed with bows and crossbows. Even the maids of the wax-melted Spider Queen appeared from both sides, ready to fight the traitors to the death. This scene alone is enough to make many invaders stop and be frightened. However, this did not include Fairy's army. The completely crazy drow elves didn't care about the huge army on the opposite side. Their bodies and spirits had already succumbed to the will of the old gods and became indescribable monsters and servants of the old days. A huge blood moon, like a giant jellyfish, was suspended behind Fury. Their tentacles, formed by the transformation and condensation of corpses, were shaking constantly at this moment, eager to taste the next delicious meal. What on earth is that? Looking at the army in the distance, even the Saint Rose was stunned for a moment. Even in the bottomless abyss, she had never seen such a weird and twisted flesh and blood product. Even the most evil demigod lich would not create such a twisted, indescribable and disgusting existence. Who exactly is your enemy? The Saint of Rose suddenly realized that she seemed a little rash, because until now, she didn't know who the other party was and why he attacked the drow. She was sure that the crazy drow priest was controlled by something. But what was it? It's not that the drow elves didn't try to find out. Many families sent spies, or some small families even pretended to rebel against the Spider Queen, fled the city, and went to join Fury, trying to figure out the source of her power and what was behind her. But none of them came back. The same thing happened to the drow elves who fled during the battle. Ojas and Jawi floated outside the defense line like ghosts, killing everyone who escaped, just as they had done at the gate of the Deep Dwarf City before. Standing on the city wall at this moment, looking at the terrifying army outside that was so strange that even Rose could not imagine. This question was so strong. Elves are not good at siege warfare, and neither are drow. They prefer to use dark enchantments to block the enemy's sight and attack them from behind. But it is too late now. This battle is on the verge of happening, and it will be a battle that will determine the fate of the drow. Saint Rose clenched her fists and shook her head. Then she turned around and looked at the first matron. The ceremony will begin now. Why? Hearing Saint Rose's words, the first madam was stunned. But the battle has not yet begun. Now, do it immediately. Saint Rose interrupted the first mother coldly. She knew what the first mother wanted to say. According to the original plan, they should hold a ceremony after the battle started, because this ceremony requires a large number of drow souls. The souls of the drow who died in the battle will be absorbed into it and complete the ceremony. But Saint Rose did not tell the first matron that. In fact, Rose's domain had not had any drow souls from the main plane for a long time. This was obviously a very strange thing. Logically speaking, the souls of all Rose's believers would go to Rose's world after death. Not to mention that many Drow elves had died in the previous brutal battles. However, Rose had hardly seen many souls entering her own realm. Could it be that the opponent even took away the souls of his own followers? Rose couldn't stand this any longer. Everything the other party did was very obvious. It was aimed at him. Then, there was only one thing she could do. The first mistress raised her hands and began to chant loudly, while the other priests also raised their hands. They surrounded the Drow elves who were preparing for battle in the inner city, and praised the great power of the Spider Queen in unison. At first, the Drow elves did not think there was anything wrong with this, as praying for the Spider Queen's blessing before a battle was almost a standard procedure. But soon, they felt something was wrong. This time the chanting lasted too long, and a thick, evil and powerful force was condensing and gathering. They felt their breathing becoming rapid, and their heartbeats speeding up. The shadow of death was silently enveloping each of them. Then they fell. Thousands of the most elite guards from various families fell at this moment, falling under the magic of the spider goddess they believed in. Then, an evil, bright red magic circle quietly emerged, greedily absorbing the souls of the victims, and erupted in waves of shock. Oh! Standing behind Fieri, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at the huge fortress in the distance. It seems that Rose finally couldn't bear it anymore. This kind of fluctuation was not unfamiliar to Duanmu Huai. He could feel that the barrier between the subspace and the real world was becoming weaker. A large amount of soul power poured into it, tearing the wall that originally separated the two worlds. A huge circle of fire appeared out of thin air, and then a spider elf dozens of meters tall, with a drow elf in the upper body and a spider below the waist, walked out of it. She held a snakehead whip in her hand, and her eyes spewed angry flames. Who on earth dares to offend me? Get out of here now. The patron saint of the drow elves, the Spider Queen Rose, stared angrily at the army in front of her and roared loudly. Chapter 653, Night of the Black Knife. With the appearance of Rose, the drow elves cheered excitedly. It was the first time for them to witness the god they believed in descending to the main plane. Rose strode out of the fortress. At this moment, she was like a giant, not afraid of the army in front of her at all. Finally out, the betrayer. Seeing Rose, Fieri also became excited. She stood up, glared at Rose, and shouted loudly, "You have stolen the title and position of the Spider Queen. Your plot to rule the entire Drow has been exposed. As the daughter and messenger of the Spider Queen, I will personally destroy you here." Hearing Fieri's roar, Rose was confused. What kind of stupid shit is this idiot saying? What do you mean I stole my own name and position? If I'm not the Spider Queen, who is? And who are you? I don't even remember giving birth to a daughter like you. Where did this psychopath come from? You will pay for your outrageous words. While roaring, Rose stretched out her hand and pointed at Fieri. But at that moment, the light of life in Fieri's eyes disappeared. Her body shook, and she collapsed on the seat like a puppet with its strings cut. And she no longer responded. Kill everything instantly. Oh no, it still doesn't work. Looking at the corpse of Fieri, Duanmu Huai shrugged helplessly. No matter how twisted Fieri's will was, or how crazy her mind was, she still couldn't break through the uncrossable boundary between humans and gods. To gods, mortals were so fragile. With just one move or one thought, the souls of mortals would be destroyed and taken away. But it doesn't matter. It was just an entertainment program. Rose's appearance here means that Duanmu Huai has achieved his goal. He silently took control of the entire army and issued orders. Attack! The crazy drow, the blood moon and the twisted servants of the old gods rushed forward and pounced on the fortress before them. It is true. Seeing that the opponent's attack was still going on, Rose's eyes were cold. She had long known that a manipulated drow priest alone would not be able to resist her power. There must be something behind this. So she used the instant kill to directly take away Fieri's soul in order to find clues from her memory. Now that Fieri's soul had fallen into Rose's hands, she screamed, cursed, cried, and spit on Rose in anger, blaming her for her actions as a traitor. However, Rose didn't care. Her power completely controlled Fieri's soul, tearing apart her memory, looking for clues. Meanwhile, the war had already begun. The twisted and crazy underground army crashed into the fortress walls like a raging wave. The thousands of ogres, bugbears, and other slave races stationed outside the fortress were not even able to delay the enemy's pace. They just raised their spears in despair, and then were swallowed up by the surging waves with screams. Then the next moment, the mutated drow elves, underground monsters, and those indescribable servants of the old gods crashed into the fortress walls together and launched a fierce attack. Faced with the attack, the drow elves naturally did not stop. The wax melts twisted their bodies like strips of meat and stretched out their tentacles to bite and devour the deformed creatures that tried to climb up the city walls. The huge demon-hunting spiders shuttled through the crowd, their limbs like sharp spears, piercing the bodies of any enemies who dared to approach. The priests chanted loudly, condensed infinite divine power, and blasted it towards the blood moon before them. If it was a complete blood moon, just one would be enough to destroy the fortress. But this was the Underdark, and Duanmu certainly couldn't really create a moon-sized blood moon. So, the hard work of these priests paid off. When they put their lives and souls into it, they were delighted to see the strange and twisted monster's body explode and begin to break under the bombardment of divine magic. At the same time, Rose was still searching in Fury's mind. What made her angry was that the memory of this drow priestess was in disarray. She seemed to have no logic and no way of thinking. Just like a madman, she was convinced that she was Rose's daughter and the real Rose's spokesperson, not this fake herself. At first, Rose thought that Fury had gotten this idea from someone. After all, generally speaking, it was impossible for a drow priestess of the Spider Queen to have such a treasonous idea. However, tracing back to the end, Rose was speechless to find that this was actually the conclusion that Fury had come to on her own. She believed that she was favored by Rose, but the other matrons in the city were jealous of her favor. Logically speaking, priests who received the favor of God would not be attacked. So when Fury was questioned by the matrons of the council, she immediately came to this conclusion. The Rose that the matrons believed in was a fake, and the one they believed in was the genuine one. It must be said that this logic almost confused Rose herself, because strictly speaking, Fury's thinking circuit was correct. Any family and priest favored by Rose would be respected, because it represented the favor of the Spider Queen. So generally speaking, no one would dare to risk angering Rose to take action against the priests and families favored by God. But Rose knew very well that she did not look at this priest named Fury any differently, and had never given him any divine favor. So, what is the source of her frenzy? Rose continued to go deeper, and soon she saw the end of Fury's memory. An abandoned ancient tomb, the abandoned corpse of the wizard, and the huge dark construct standing behind the seat. Just as Rose turned her gaze towards the construct, the other party's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, and then raised his head to look at Rose. Ah, you found me. The next moment, the construct suddenly exploded, and dark flames erupted instantly, obscuring Rose's vision. Rose screamed and stepped back, her hands tightly covering her eyes. Cold black flames rolled in her eyes, bringing unprecedented and unimaginable pain to the Spider Queen. It was as if someone was sawing her eye sockets with a saw, and everything in front of her was in chaos. At the same time, several black shadows suddenly emerged. They were covered in black cloaks and holding black blades in their hands. They were the servants of the destined death, the Black Knife Assassins. Get lost. Noticing these inexplicable little guys, Rose let out an angry roar, and she waved her hands fiercely, slapping at these Black Knife Assassins like swatting flies. However, these Black Knife Assassins were much more flexible than Rose imagined. Almost at the moment she took action, she saw these Black Knife Assassins suddenly backhanded and swung their swords at Rose. And dark, black sword energy full of death power hit Rose's body. This level of attack certainly couldn't kill a powerful god like Rose, but it still made her feel that her power was slipping away. This was the real world, the main material plane. As a god of the subspace, Rose would consume power every minute and every second she was in the main plane. Her power, and the souls of the sacrificed drow. However, the black flames used by these Black Knife Assassins were equally terrifying. The black flames characteristic of reducing the upper limit of HP was clearly revealed at this moment. As long as they hit Rose, she could feel her strength beginning to rapidly dissipate. She roared and waved her hands, trying to catch these damn bugs, but failed. After all, these Black Knife Assassins were not ordinary assassins. They had assassinated Golden Godwyn and countless demigod descendants. Although they were not qualified to kill a god, The power of destined death alone was enough to make Rose feel embarrassed. Damn bastard. Although Rose's attack killed several assassins, it had no effect. Her attack only consumed more power. After realizing this, Rose finally decided to retreat. If this was in the abyss, in her realm, then Rose would have 18,000 ways to make these damn bugs die without a burial place. But in the main material plane, in the real world, even if she is a god, she is still powerless. Finally, Rose began to retreat. She moved her spider legs and approached the fire portal at the back. She didn't know the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, but the previous attack made Rose dizzy. Now she couldn't even see the scene around her clearly, and her brain was aching. She had never thought that any god would have such power. It was a power that Rose had never seen before. Not the gods of heaven, nor the demon lords and devil princes, but something even more unimaginable. Crack! However, just as Queen Rose retreated and was about to rush into the portal, she heard a strange shattering sound in horror, which made the Spider Queen widen her eyes in horror and turn to look at the portal. The scene in the portal connecting to her realm began to distort and then shattered like smashed glass. And then, the entire portal exploded. A powerful force almost comparable to a volcanic eruption rose from the ground and spread out in all directions. Even the solid city walls could not withstand this attack. Houses, city walls, and everything around were destroyed by the violent explosion. Even the extremely solid stalactite tops were broken. The Drow elves screamed and fled in all directions. But they had nowhere to go. Their slender bodies were swept up by the air waves, thrown far away, and then smashed into meat paste by the huge rocks falling from the sky. Rose was not much better off. A huge stalactite fell and pierced through her spider-like half-body, pinning Rose to the ground. At this moment, Rose screamed, swore, and cursed angrily while struggling desperately. However, her actions had no effect except bringing her endless pain. Just then, Rose looked up and saw a black construct dragging a war hammer and slowly walking towards her. She knew this construct. She had seen it in Fury's memories. So, you are the mastermind behind everything? This is none of your business. Duanmu Huai gripped the war hammer tightly and stared at Rose, who was lying on the ground in front of him. You just need to die quietly. Humph, stupid idiot. In response to Duanmu Huai's words, Rose did not get angry but laughed instead. It's you who should die. As Rose finished her words, her body suddenly exploded, and then a flame-connected portal suddenly appeared on the ground. Before Duanmu Huai could make any move, a huge hand stretched out from it, grabbed Duanmu Huai, and then pulled him in with force. Welcome to my realm, little bug. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was not the Rose from before, but a behemoth nearly 100 meters tall. Not only that, the surrounding environment was also completely changed at this moment. The depressing underground cave in the underworld disappeared, replaced by a blood-red sky full of screams, and endless spider webs covered the world like the earth. This is the 66th layer of the abyss, the deep pit demon web, and the Spider Queen's domain. So that's how it is. What appeared before was just a clone, whose purpose was to hang myself out and then bring myself to this world. This is really not unexpected at all. Being caught in Rose's hand, Duanmu Huai sneered. He raised his head and stared at Rose. That's great. Thank you for inviting me to your home. This saves me the time of finding the way. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, black flames suddenly erupted from Duanmu Huai's body. At this moment, Rose screamed and hurriedly let go of Duanmu Huai's hand. Then she saw a sudden jet of air behind Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer high and rushed directly in front of Rose, smashing her forehead with a powerful hammer. Chapter 654. What are you waiting for? To be honest, Rose's behavior was not at all unexpected to Duanmu Huai. From the big-horned rat in the novice village, to the Oblivion Lord in Skyrim, to Rose in Faerun, Duanmu Huai had long discovered that most gods in the warp had one characteristic. He just likes to drag the troublesome guys into his own divine domain and kill them. Of course, strictly speaking, this is not a wrong approach. Even evil gods like to use this trick. The reason is very simple. The gods of the subspace need a lot of soul energy to appear in the main plane, and they will be suppressed. If the opponent is difficult to deal with, then the arrival of the saint or the avatar is basically meaningless. It is just a waste of energy. Therefore, the best solution is to open a portal and pull the opponent into your own domain. Here you are basically invincible. And there are your own people everywhere. So the enemy cannot escape even if they want to. So it is actually very normal for the gods of the subspace to do this. To explain it in scientific terms, for a mortal to become a god is equivalent to evolving into a higher dimensional creature. And of course, it is impossible for them to stay in the real world. Therefore, no god would think that there would be a god as powerful as himself staying in the main plane, even if it is the incarnation of another god. The saint who is suppressed in the main plane has no fighting power at all, and is more likely to be captured and sent to H, L or the abyss. But they don't know that in this world. There is another kind of god that exists in the real world. In simple terms, the main bodies of the gods in the warp are in the warp, and the main bodies of the gods in the real world are in the real world. The outer gods and the great old ones all belong to this category. They all exist in the real space and are not products of the warp. Dwanmu Huai now also belongs to this category of gods. But unfortunately, for the gods in the warp, this concept does not exist at all. Just like birds must fly in the sky and fish must swim in the water. For them, this is common sense. They had never seen a bird like Dwanmu Huai that could fly in the sky and swim in the water. So when Rose took action personally, she never thought that she would capture a true god. In Rose's mind, this dark construct was at most a divine messenger or a saint. Now that it was in her own divine domain, it was not a matter of needing it as she wished. Therefore, when Dwanmu Huai used all his strength and hit Rose on the forehead with a hammer, she was completely stunned. Compared to the huge Rose, Dwanmu Huai is about the same size as a mosquito. But size has no meaning in the subspace. Dwanmu Huai knows and is more familiar with the subspace than Rose. Even if this is the bottomless abyss, Rose's realm is still a part of the subspace for him. For the Inquisitor, the warp is an old acquaintance. Boom! The thunder hammer was passed and hit Rose's smooth forehead heavily. Logically, such a blow would at most leave a small particle on Rose's skin. But in fact, as Dwanmu Huai swung the hammer, Rose's smooth forehead began to crack, just like a piece of broken wall being smashed open. And Rose wailed and retreated, her roar echoing in the abyss. Who are you? Rose was extremely terrified, not only because of the opponent's strength, but also because even in her own divine domain, this mysterious and strange outsider showed no signs of being weakened. This is impossible. This is her divine domain, her realm, her territory. Everything here, even breathing, must obey her will. Dwanmu Huai's body flashed and became as big as Rose. They all knew that this was just a trick that used the changing characteristics of the subspace, just like a funhouse mirror. This is why gods rarely show such a huge body in the main plane. First, there is no support. And second, the order of the main plane is not as flexible and changeable as the subspace, which is controlled by will. Go to H, L. Damn evil god! Dwanmu Huai roared, raised his warhammer high, and smashed it down at Rose again. Rose dodged in panic, and then she quickly retreated like a nimble spider. Obviously, she also found that her behavior seemed to be a big mistake. The only one who could use the characteristics of the subspace as skillfully as she did could be a true god, not a saint. But Dwanmu Huai didn't care whether she escaped or not. He just raised his warhammer and swung it down again. The warhammer, burning with black flame, smashed into the ground woven with spider webs. And soon the surrounding area was engulfed in a sea of fire. You? At this moment, Rose was almost mad with anger, while Dwanmu Huai laughed and hooked his finger at her while carrying the hammer. Rose pulling herself into her realm was the biggest miscalculation. In fact, Rose was now in a state of being unable to escape the temple. And it didn't matter if she ran away. Dwanmu Huai could just burn the entire magic network pit with fire. This is a replica of the trick Dwanmu Huai used to deal with the horned rat. The horned rat is as despicable, cunning, and fearless as Rose. But in the end it still fought Dwanmu Huai head-on for the same reason. You can run away, but Dwanmu Huai's agility is not high, and he is far from being a match for agile heroes like Rose or the horned rat. But it doesn't matter. Run if you want. I'll burn your divine domain directly. And I don't think you can do anything if you run away. A god without the divine realm is more miserable than a vagrant without a home. The divine realm is a device that absorbs the power of faith. If Dwanmu Huai burns the divine realm, the god will become a rootless duckweed. Just like a humanoid robot that can only last for 3 minutes when the power cable is broken. The worst thing is that it won't go berserk even if it runs out of power. You bastard! The Spider Queen raised her hands in anger, and finally rushed towards Duanmu Huai with a roar. She now regretted her previous thoughts. If she had pretended to be dead in the main plane, she might have escaped. But now, this is completely counterproductive. This is her own divine domain, which is equivalent to her own home. What was destroyed is her own things. This bastard doesn't feel sorry at all. Seeing her own divine domain burning in the black flames, Rose's eyes turned red. It was as infuriating as watching a drunk rush into her house and set it on fire. I am going to kill you! According to the cunning habits of the Drow elves, Rose shouldn't be so impulsive. But even she knew that she had been forced into a desperate situation. Rose originally captured the other party to her own divine domain in order to make him act according to her own ideas, so that she could manipulate and control him. But she didn't expect that it was just an oversight. And now the situation has developed in a completely different direction. Now she has to go up and fight this black guy. Otherwise she will wait to watch her own divine domain burn down. Rose waved the snakehead whip in her hand and hit Duanmu Huai. The snakehead whip turned into huge poisonous snakes, which opened their sharp teeth and pounced on Duanmu Huai, biting his power armor. However, the next moment, these poisonous snakes retreated with wailing and broken teeth. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? Duanmu Huai strode forward, raised his warhammer again, and smashed it hard at Rose. The latter dodged awkwardly, then swung his sword backhand and hit Duanmu Huai's armor. However, even Rose's powerful blow was unable to break Duanmu Huai's defense. He rushed forward again, smashing through the surrounding buildings, ignoring the fleeing wax monsters and drow elves, and hammered at Rose again. He was like an angry bull, rampaging in Rose's divine domain, messing up the world she carefully built and arranged. Well, it's just like a naughty kid who is completely destroying a beautiful sandbox model. Rose gritted her teeth and dodged Duanmu Huai's attack again. But she couldn't do anything to Duanmu Huai. The poison in her snake whip was enough to make any god fall to the ground. And her dagger was enough to pierce the heart of any god. The prerequisite is that she has to break through the defense. But the problem is that breaking defense has never been the Drow's strong point. Otherwise, the dwarves would not have fought the Drow for so many years. This guy is like a crazy dwarf. Dodging Duanmu Huai's attack again, Rose raised her hands high, and soon a vicious spell took shape in her hands, and then turned into a whistling red beam and blasted towards Duanmu Huai. However, at the same time, Rose saw Duanmu Huai raise his right hand, and a cold ice storm rose from the ground, blocking the spell she released. Are you a mage? What the hell is this? Rose had never seen such a strange god before. Not only was he strong enough in close combat, but he was also quite terrifying in terms of spells. The heavy armor did not seem to affect his ability to cast spells at all. And the spells he cast were all strange and bizarre that Rose had never seen before. And this flame. Looking at the black flames burning all around, Rose's eyes lit up. You are Shar's servant? At this moment, Rose felt that she had finally grasped the truth. This black flame was very similar to Shar's shadow fire. Plus, the other party also knew magic. The only one who met this condition was the goddess of night. Ah. Hearing what Rose said, Duanmu Huai sneered. At first, he didn't understand why Rose would associate him with Shar. But it had nothing to do with him. It just so happened that Rose could think whatever she wanted. And she could also find someone to take the blame for herself. If she appeared in the underground, she would go and find trouble with Shar. Ha ha ha. As for whether Shar would come to cause trouble for him, Duanmu Huai didn't care. If she dared to come, he would deal with her. Only, this female spider can really run. Duanmu Huai was filled with hatred when he saw Rose dodging around him. When facing ordinary people, his speed was not a weakness. But when facing a true god, with similar attributes, this weakness was fatal. The problem now was that Duanmu Huai missed all his attacks on Rose. And Rose failed to break through Duanmu Huai's defense. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. But Duanmu Huai knew that time was on his side. Boom! The thunder hammer struck down again, smashing a drow temple. Rose dodged with ghostly speed and whipped Duanmu Huai on the shoulder at the same time. No reaction at all. Crash! Suddenly, spiderwebs exploded in all directions, tightly entangled Duanmu Huai in them. However, before Rose could take further action, black flames raged in an instant, engulfing the snow-white spider webs and everything around them in flames. Even Rose could only retreat quickly and give up her next attack. Call. Hiss. The two sides were still tied at this point. But Rose knew that she had not only lost, but also lost a lot. Although the subspace was indeed infinite, the realm she created with divine power was limited. If the fight continued like this, her home would really be completely demolished. We may have room for negotiation. Rose took a deep breath, suppressed her inner anger, and stared at Duanmu. Perhaps we can reach some kind of agreement. You should understand this. This is the bottomless abyss. Even if you destroy my realm, you will not be able to leave here safely. Rose was full of confidence. This was a bottomless abyss. And once she got here, she couldn't get out. She didn't know how powerful this weird guy was. But, what do you want? Duanmu did not speak, but silently raised his hand, and a soul card flashed from his fingertips, and then turned into a roaring thunder that swept across the four directions. The flashing lightning cut through the dim magic domain, and the Drow elves faced this dazzling light, covered their eyes and screamed, and then were completely swallowed up by the thunder that fell from the sky. Answer me. Seeing Duanmu wantonly wreaking havoc in her own divine domain, Rose was so angry that she was shaking all over. However, Duanmu's answer was just to release another spell. But this time, Rose keenly discovered that Duanmu did not launch a surprise attack on her like before. He seemed to be simply releasing magic. Of course, these magics were of no use to Rose. What on earth are you doing? Oh! After another roar from Rose, Duanmu seemed to come back to his senses as if awakened from a dream. Then he raised his head and looked at Rose. I'm waiting for 0 mana. What are you waiting for? Why? Faced with Duanmu's inexplicable words, Rose did not react for a moment. At the same time, Duanmu had raised his hand, and 3 soul cards emerged from it. Dimensional Transcendence, 0 after this turn. Add 1 more turn, no one in the world. Rose didn't even know what was going on. So in the next moment, everything in front of her eyes was spinning, until Rose felt a sharp pain and found herself lying on the ground. Her legs were smashed to pieces at some point, and a spinning chainsaw sword had pierced into her lower abdomen, nailing her to the ground. At the same time, Duanmu's strange helmet also appeared in front of Rose. Hey, I wanted to promote happiness, but your dark skin is too ugly. There is nothing I can do. As he spoke, Duanmu raised his left hand. The next moment, Rose was horrified to see that his left hand suddenly turned into several twisted tentacles that kept shaking. Let's upgrade this one. As Duanmu finished his words, the next moment, countless tentacles suddenly rose up and bound Rose. Woo-woo! Rose's eyes widened in horror, and she shook her body desperately. But she couldn't even make a sound now. The sticky tentacles penetrated deep into her throat, and she could even feel that her internal organs were corroded by it. At the same time, tiny tentacles drilled into Rose's ears and nostrils, like worms, moving towards Rose's brain. Woo! At this moment, Rose felt an unimaginable horror. She, the Drow goddess, was actually being treated like this. She was being played with like a toy. But soon, something even more shocking happened to Rose. She could feel the tentacles merging into her body, gradually merging with her body, greedily corroding and devouring her flesh and blood. At the same time, a violent impact came from under Rose. She felt a twisted, sticky, cold object rushing into her body, and then suddenly split and spread. In the blink of an eye, Rose's originally smooth and flat belly swelled up like a ball. At this moment, Rose opened her eyes wide, feeling everything in her body being eaten and hollowed out. In the end, this horrifying nothingness turned into a cold flame, completely devouring Rose's soul. Chapter 655 Human Potential. When Duanmu returned to the mothership again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, if we talk about experience, we still have to go to the world with many gods. Looking at the old god Will LV5 in his system bar, Duanmu also sighed. With his current profession and level, beating mortals basically does not gain any experience. And even killing Drow elves will only give him a few pitiful experiences. Only by killing gods like Rose can he get a wave of fat. But the benefits are great. But the costs are also great. Duanmu was helpless when he saw the dimensional transcendence in his hand. To recall a card from the graveyard, he had to spend experience points. And 3-dimensional transcendence cards almost consumed half of the experience points Duanmu got from Rose. But this was normal. After all, this was a magical card. Although the prerequisites were a bit troublesome. it was still very powerful when actually used. Of course, even though he gained a lot of experience by killing Rose, he only upgraded the will of the old gods to level 5. And didn't get anything good, or rather, the only trait he got was something Duanmu Huai didn't want. Old god traits. Terror Hunter Transformation, Superior Servant Race. When any intelligent creature looks directly at the existence of the old god and loses their mind, they will actively change from fleeing from fear to becoming fear. There is a certain chance that they will become a terror hunter for the player to drive. It's just MP. Looking at the third trait of the old god that he had obtained after upgrading, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. In other words, if someone saw him and his SAN value dropped to 0, he would be so frightened that he would begin to desire to become fear itself. The so-called "if I can't beat you, I will join you," and then they would mutate and become terrorist hunters. Duanmu Huai had seen horror hunters before. They looked like monsters with snake bodies and bat wings. Drow elves had also mutated due to mental pollution, but their heads did not have a definite shape. According to the system records, the head of the horror hunter would change at any time and any place, and anyone who saw it would see the existence they feared the most. MMP. Am I on the path to becoming an evil god, and there is no turning back? No matter how you look at it, this looks like a follower of the evil god. Duanmu Huai held his head and sighed helplessly, then shook his head in frustration. In fact, there was no other way. Among the 3 priesthoods he had now, if he killed Rose directly, the experience points would definitely go to the God of Destruction. Although Duanmu Huai also thought about upgrading the priesthood level of the God of Joy. The problem was that it was Rose. She is dark, skinny, and has a bad temper. Who would want a woman like this? If you want to find it yourself, can't you find something good-looking? Unfortunately, the good-looking goddesses all seem to be in the good camp, and the goddesses in the evil camp all seem to be generally not that good-looking. How about Mistra? However, Duanmu Huai is not very interested in Mistra. By the way, I remember that the goddess of love Shu Na seems to be quite open-minded. When will Duanmu Huai have time to find Shu Na to communicate and exchange ideas? Actually, to be honest, the succubus meets Duanmu Huai's requirements. But unfortunately, the succubus's true form is too eye-catching. So with this calculation, the only thing left is the lust demon. After all, the lust demon is a fallen celestial creature. Well, to put it bluntly, it is a fallen angel. At least its appearance is not much different from that of an angel. It seems that I have to go to Bot or Hell when I have time. Duanmu Huai silently put this matter on his schedule. It was only a matter of time before the Inquisition opened in Faerun. Since the evil hand of the stain of corruption had already reached this world, the Inquisition naturally could not sit idly by. In fact, Duanmu Huai wanted to start this series of actions immediately. Helpless, he had other things to do. This is also the biggest reason why Duanmu Huai returned to the expedition fleet. Icode informed Duanmu Huai through Odell that the black hole bomb has been completed and the plan has entered the final stage. So Duanmu Huai had to put aside the affairs of the continent of Faerun for the time being and come back to deal with the trouble here. After all, the mission of Incarnation of Calamity is still very important to him. Anyway, is this the black hole bomb? Standing at the window, looking at the giant black hole bomb outside, Duanmu Huai could not hide his inner surprise. It was a metal bomb that was completely black and looked like a rugby ball. It was 869 kilometers long and 415 kilometers wide, equivalent to 1/4 of the moon. BM3. Although Duanmu Huai had seen things much larger than this, it was still shocking to think that such a huge and terrifying black hole bomb was actually built by a human civilization that had not even left the solar system. It was like seeing a primitive man-made skyscraper. You have to know that in the Alliance, let alone the Alliance, even the races of the Citadel Council, no one has the ability to use a planet to build a black hole bomb. If they are so awesome, why would they be afraid of the Reapers? This shows that the potential of human beings when they are pushed into a corner is truly terrifying. This also proves that humans do have the potential to become a natural disaster. But is this really the right thing to do? Standing next to Duanmu Huai, staring at the black hole bomb in front of him, Jiezi whispered to himself. The plan this time is to engulf the entire nest of the space monster, the center of the Milky Way. Do we humans really have the right to do this? This will destroy the entire Milky Way. If we don't do this, humanity will perish. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiezi, who also raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. If this is fate, Wouldn't it be better to just accept it calmly? The Inquisition does not care about fate. For the Inquisition, as long as humans can survive, nothing else matters. Duanmu Huai stared at Jiezi and spoke calmly. If you lose your humanity, you lose a lot. If you lose your animality, you lose everything. Human beings have survived in this world not by fate, but by their own strength. No matter how cruel, tyrannical, mean, or shameless the means are, as long as humans can survive, it doesn't matter. Conversely, no matter how noble and kind you are, if humans cannot survive, it is meaningless. Having said this, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and leaned close to Jiezi's ear. To be moved by this, to think that humans have retained their dignity and nobility even if they become extinct, is just a simple form of self-consolation. It is useless except for making yourself happy. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Jiezi blushed, lowered her head, and dared not speak. At this moment, Aiko's voice came. Uncle Inquisitor, this is Captain Tashiro's communication. Take it. Yes. Soon. The screen flashed, and the next moment Captain Tashiro appeared on the screen. When he saw Duanmu Huai, he also laughed. It's been a while. Mr. Duanmu? Is everything ready? Yes. This will be the biggest war in human history. To be honest, I'm even a little nervous. It's okay to be nervous. Just don't get into trouble. When are we leaving? 10 minutes left. New. After Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he stood on the bridge with his hands behind his back, looking at the boundless universe in front of him. Akot looked at him cautiously and then spoke. That? Uncle? At present, less than 1/3 of the Inquisition fleet has been assembled. Is it okay to go directly to the center of the galaxy to fight? The number of the enemy should not be less than that of the Reapers. The main forces this time are the Inquisition and the Space Development Army. The two sides have a total of 12,000 warships. Of course, the vast majority of them belong to the Inquisition. The plot is like this. It depends on the situation. Protecting the black hole bomb is the top priority. Clear. Although Aiko didn't know what Duanmu Huai was talking about, Duanmu Huai knew that this was simply a plot-based battle. What players have to do in the game is not to completely destroy the cosmic monsters like the Star Alliance did, but to protect the black hole bomb. As long as the countdown is over and the black hole bomb explodes, the mission is completed. So although Duanmu Huai currently has no extra warships, if it is just to ensure the safety of the black hole bomb, he thinks he can still do it. Or it could be said that there was nothing they could do. After all, after the battle with the Reapers, these were the only warships the Inquisition could currently use. Time up. Open the webway. Duanmu Huai raised his hand and gave the order. For safety reasons, he did not let these warships make another subspace jump. Instead, he chose to use his own fleet to open the webway and directly enter the center of the Milky Way. After all, the black hole bomb was too big, and it would be very troublesome if it attracted something troublesome during the subspace jump. The next moment, everyone saw that in the depths of the universe in front of the Inquisition's flagship, the space suddenly began to tremble, and then turned into a huge, vortex-like transmission channel. This is the technology of the Inquisition. Staring at the webway in front of him, Captain Tashiro sighed, then raised his head, his expression becoming extremely resolute. Set off. No one was amazed by the magnificent scenery within the webway. In fact, they did not have the energy to do so, because when the fleet passed through the webway and returned to the real world, all they saw was pure white. Is this the center of the Milky Way? Mary held the notebook in her hand and looked out the window with eyes wide open in surprise. In the past, the universe she had seen was either pitch black or dark blue with stars shining. But here it was pure white. It was not like the light of an incandescent lamp, nor was it a simple color. White and black were intertwined. The further forward Mary went, the more she felt as if other colors had been wiped out. It seemed that only black and white were left in the world. Even if she was just standing here, the scene in front of her was like watching a black and white movie. This is the Milky Way in this world. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Mary looked at him curiously. Before Mary could say anything else, the radio suddenly sounded. Everyone, attention! At this moment, Captain Tashiro's voice emerged. There are 90 minutes left. The plan will enter the final stage. BM3 will begin its second retreat. There are 56 minutes, and 32 seconds before the implosion. During this time, we must defend the main body at all costs. Then, at the beginning of the third retreat, the entire fleet will jump out of the war zone and leave the Orion arm. Then this operation will be over. The survival of mankind will be determined by this battle. We must win. Over. Okay. You all heard it. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Get ready to go. The fate of mankind depends on this battle. I wish you good luck in fighting. Yes. At the same time, the final battle began. Timetable setting activated. 56 minutes and 10 seconds left until BM3 implodes. I just don't understand. Jiao Wei stood aside with her arms folded, staring at the battlefield in front of her with dissatisfaction. Why do we have to detonate the bomb on the battlefield? Can't we just activate it and throw it over? The mass of the black hole bomb is too large. Once it is activated, no one knows what kind of impact it will cause. Duanmu Huai chuckled. Jiao Wei's question was very similar to the players' thoughts. Many players had complained about it in the game before. Of course, some people also gave a well-reasoned rebuttal. But if Duanmu Huai said so, there was only one reason for doing so. No matter what. This is the safest way. Even if we have to sacrifice everything. We must ensure victory in the end, not a 99% chance of success, but a 100% chance of success. Report. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Icode. The 107th Scouting Fleet has discovered the enemy. There are about 6 billion of them within the detection range, almost covering the entire area, and currently advancing at 12% of the speed of light. There are 68 minutes and 20 seconds left before the two sides make contact. Is it finally here? After hearing Ikit's report, Captain Toshiro on the other side of the screen adjusted his hat. Come on. I'll show you what humans can do when they're pushed into a corner. Well, I don't know how the space monster would feel if it heard what Captain Toshiro said. But Duanmu Huai really appreciates this mentality. Indeed, human beings should not die in vain. Even before I die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh with all my might. The future of the universe? The fate of the Milky Way? What does it have to do with me? After I die, I don't care about the floods. 32 minutes until explosion. All fleets are deployed and ready to engage at any time. There are about 8 billion space monsters, filling the entire area. There are 43 minutes left until contact. Call. After hearing the report again, the old captain sighed, and then he looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu, do you believe in God? I don't think now is the time to talk about this. Hearing the old captain's question, Duanmu Huai's mouth twitched, and he almost laughed out loud. I believe it. You see, at such a close distance, these space monsters cannot perform space jumps. This 12-minute gap determines our victory. Well, hearing this, Duanmu Huai's face turned black. Captain Toshiro, you're not even opening the champagne at halftime. You're almost finished with the champagne before the game even starts. I think you should say less. Ha. Anyway, report. However, before the old captain could finish his words, a hurried report suddenly came from the other side. A gravity shock is occurring in Area 573D. The enemy is about to break out of the space jump. What? Upon hearing the report, the old captain was shocked. How is it possible? Jumping through space at such a short distance. Aren't the space monsters afraid of getting into trouble? Nonsense. We are here to raid their hometown. Space monsters can't just wait to die. Duanmu Huai complained silently. This can be regarded as a joke in the game. According to the players on the Exilion, Captain Toshiro has a bad mouth. Every time he says this game is settled, the opponent will turn the tables. Every time he encounters this scene, Captain Toshiro will be stunned and shout, how is it possible? Now it seems to be true? Activate the Void Shield. Aim and fire. And defeat all the space monsters that try to attack the black hole bomb. Duanmu Huai was not as stupid as Captain Toshiro. After all, he had experienced this battle in the game, and naturally knew how to deal with it. Soon, under Duanmu Huai's order, the warships of the Inquisition quickly gathered and completely wrapped the black hole bomb from top to bottom, left to right. Then raised the macro cannon, opened the light spear, and aimed at the battlefield in front of them. At the same time, countless cosmic monsters emerged out of nowhere and rushed towards the target in front of them. Fire! Chapter 656 Miracle. Compared to the Reapers, This battle obviously puts more pressure on the Inquisition. When Duanmu Huai dealt with the Reapers, he cut off the mass repeater, forcing the Reapers to attack from the front. But now in the center of the galaxy, hundreds of millions of cosmic monsters are attacking from all directions. They are fearless and rush towards the black hole bomb. Obviously, these cosmic monsters are not stupid and know who is their biggest threat. Blow it up for me. Blow it up to death. Duanmu Huai was also staring at the screen with gnashing teeth. The cosmic monsters dispatched this time were no longer the small fish or shrimps as before. Their size was almost comparable to that of the Inquisition's warships. Even the Inquisition's warships could not stop this kind of kamikaze suicide attack. Soon, several cone-shaped space monsters broke through the fire network and crashed into a cruiser. Half of the bodies of these space monsters were stuck in the hull of the cruiser. And then, they suddenly exploded, completely tearing the barrier in front of them apart. Damn. It can even self-destruct. It's really like a kamikaze attack. Looking at the battle line in front of him, Duanmu Huai also had a gloomy face. Although the firepower of the Inquisition fleet was strong, it was impossible to take care of all aspects of the black hole bomb. Fortunately, the black hole bomb itself also had barriers and armor, which also offset some of the damage caused by the self-explosion of the cosmic monster. But it was hard to say to what extent it could be achieved. 22 minutes left. At this moment, Icode has already tried his best. Duanmu Huai can see from the screen in front of him that a large number of space monsters were destroyed on the periphery. But many of them broke through the firepower network of the Inquisition, and even directly destroyed the warships of the Inquisition and rushed towards the black hole bomb. Even if there is help from the VF team and mecha teams such as Gundam from the fleet, the role they can play is still a drop in the bucket. There was no situation at all in front of us. There were enemies everywhere above, below, left and right. All we had to do was fire. We kept firing non-stop, and annihilated all friendly and enemy forces that stood in our way. The center of the entire Milky Way had turned into a vast expanse of white, with only white and black intertwined in it. I hate this kind of battle the most. I can't even find the leader. Otherwise, I would have just jumped on board. Duanmu Huai paced back and forth on the bridge impatiently. He actually really didn't like this passive mode of taking a beating. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. After all, even in the game, everyone only knew that countless cosmic monsters were bred in the center of the Milky Way. As for where these cosmic monsters came from in the center of the Milky Way, they probably didn't even know. Even if he encounters the Tyranids, Duanmu Huai can directly join the Queen. This kind of war of attrition, where you can't kill them, and can only resist, is really too uncomfortable. Not only that, MMP. Duanmu Huai cursed silently in his heart while drawing cards with both hands. At the moment, Duanmu Huai was summoning creations to the grave one by one. When there were enough, he would summon Sky City Plus relics of divine power to clear the field. Then, he would recycle these two cards, draw new cards, and start the cycle again. It was thanks to the unreasonable full court damage of Relic of God's Might that the offensive momentum of the cosmic monster was barely suppressed, and the opponent's assault was interrupted several times in a row. But this also has its limits, although not as exaggerated as Dimension Transcendence. The shuffling of these two cards also cost Duanmu Huai a lot of experience points. Right now, his experience points are dropping faster than his HP. Looking at Duanmu Huai makes me feel distressed. If it weren't for the ascension to the Scourge, I wouldn't have consumed so many resources. Now, most of the experience points I got from Rose might be lost. Finally, the endless stream of cosmic monsters were wiped out. And at this time Duanmu Huai and Aiko both breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Mary looked at the screen carefully, then looked at the two of them. This wave of attacks is over. 2 minutes left. Duanmu Huai shook his hands, which were sore from drawing cards all the time, and looked at the screen again. Fortunately, the huge black hole bomb still exists on the screen. Eek! How many warships do we have left? There are currently 3,227 ships left, of which 1,500 have been damaged. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. At this time, Captain Toshiro on the other side of the screen also breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. We have no way to repay your kindness. Everyone has done a great job. Thank you. Sir, please shut up. It's not time to open the champagne yet. Can't you say thank you after everything is over? Duanmu Huai was speechless at this moment. Can you? A crow mouth. Not celebrate in advance? Don't you know that you will be slapped in the face every time you speak? All control rods are activated. There are 40 seconds left to reach the gravity radius. 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. However, the black hole bomb had no reaction. What happened? At this moment, Captain Toshiro was also shocked and asked quickly. The control rods are only 98% activated. Insufficient mass to cause a chain reaction in the core. Critical implosion cannot begin. Detonation failed. How so? Hack. I knew it. Listening to Captain Toshiro's roar coming from the screen, Duanmu Huai looked up at the sky in silence. Sir, you really need to change your habit of opening champagne in the first half. Especially your bad mouth. Ekit. Conduct a full scan of the black hole bomb and find out what the problem is? Ah. Yes. Soon. A scanning beam shot out and slowly began to scan the black hole bomb. Some of the control rods were destroyed, unusable. And some of them were stuck. It's stuck? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Just put this thing in there and it'll be done. Right? Yes. Well, immediately notify Setsuko and the others to gather at the target location. And then teleport me over as well. Put all the stuck control rods back in. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, a transmission beam appeared the next moment. And then Duanmu Huai appeared on the surface of the black hole bomb. At the same time, Setsuko and others who received the order also hurriedly arrived in their mechas. The black hole bomb failed to detonate because the control rods are stuck and can't be put into place. I want you to deal with these control rods immediately and put them back in place. Yes. At this moment, Setsuko and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem and responded hurriedly. Then Duanmu Huai saw the mechas coming to the control rods that had been toppled over due to the explosion and attack. Put them back in place. And then activated them again. It's only at this moment that I feel this humanoid mecha is still somewhat useful. Looking at the tall mechas in front of him raising the control rods that were as big as skyscrapers and reinserting them into their original positions, Duanmu Huai curled his lips and turned around to do his own thing. Soon, other mecha teams also came to help. After all, under the scan of the Inquisition, the entire structure of the black hole bomb was clearly reflected. And it was clear where it could be repaired and where the control rods could be used. And Icot also sent the entire structure diagram to all the pilots through the communication circuit. At this moment, they quickly divided into several teams and began to repair it. After all, this is their last hope. The previous wave of attacks by space monsters not only severely damaged the Inquisition fleet, but also made these mecha pilots tired like dead dogs. If this happens again, we will really have no choice but to run away. Even so, this is a very laborious job. You have to know that there are a lot of control rods. And there are at least thousands of them in an area. Even if you can find those intact control rods and put them in, it will be a very time-consuming job. No! I'm still not putting enough effort. How many more do you need? At least 35,000 control rods are needed. Oh my god! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai let go immediately. And even the other mecha teams were stunned. 35,000 control rods. Not to mention whether there are so many good ones that survived. How much time do they have left? And at this time, Icot's report also came. Uncle! The second wave of space monsters has been detected. With a number exceeding 12 billion. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? Is this a doomed game? After hearing Icot's report, Duanmu Huai gave up decisively. Everyone, please be prepared to return to the mothership for the jump. Operation failed. I repeat, operation failed. Evacuate immediately. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai looked at the old captain again. It's a shame. Captain Toshiro. Yes. The old captain seemed to have no strength left in his body. He slumped in his chair and closed his eyes. Now it seems that miracles will not happen. No. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came. And then Takaya Fumizi appeared in the communication. A miracle will happen. I will make it happen. The steel buster has a regression furnace. If I use this to detonate it, it will be enough to reach the critical mass point. Sure enough, it still depends on a miracle. Looking at the young face of Takaya Noriko, Duanmu Huai sighed. This is the spiritual miracle that Takaya Noriko has obtained. A miracle created by her own hands. No, We can't use manned machines as a lead. Before the unmanned ship arrives. There is no time. Duanmu Huai decisively interrupted the old captain's crow mouth and said, Just shut up. Every time you open your mouth, something bad happens. Go ahead. Galwu. I will be responsible for pulling you back. Don't worry. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Galwu Fuzi nodded vigorously. And the next moment Duanmu Huai saw Gang Basta suddenly rush into the black hole bomb. At the same time, Ikot's report sounded again. The second wave of space monsters is approaching. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. You evacuate. And leave the rest to me. Duanmu Huai looked at everyone and gave an order. Once you are sure that the black hole bomb has been detonated, immediately open the webway and move away from the Orion arm. What about you, Mr. Duanmu? I have my own way to leave. You don't need to worry. After evacuating, just come back to the mothership to find me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. The next moment, he disappeared into the air. At the same time, Steel Basta had sneaked into the interior of the black hole bomb. Looking at the scene in front of them, Amano Kazumi and Takaya Noriko were both silent. After a moment, Amano Kazumi smiled bitterly and looked at Takaya Noriko. This way, there will only be 2 of us left here. Sister. Hearing what Amano Kazumi said, Takaya Noriko looked at her and was about to say something. But at this moment, another voice suddenly appeared. Oh! What a shame it's not just you two. Why? Hearing this sudden voice, Amano Kazumi and Takaya Noriko were both stunned. Then, they saw Duanmu Huai suddenly appear behind them and waved at them. Mr. Inquisitor? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you that I'm going to take you two back? Aren't we here to pick you up? Okay. Get ready. Yes. Perhaps it was because they saw Duanmu Huai suddenly appear beside them that the 2 girls' original anxiety gradually subsided. At the same time, Gang Basta also landed in the core control area. Then Takaya Huko clenched her right fist and looked at her own body. I'm sorry. Gum Basta. While roaring, Takaya Huko suddenly stretched out her hand and tore off her pilot's suit with force. As she moved, Gun Basta also stretched out his hand and tore open his chest armor. Then grabbed the reduction furnace buried in the body and took it out. Retreat begins. As the 2 roared, the retreat furnace began to gradually emit a shining light. Break through the critical point. Method. Aha. Along with Takaya Noriko's roar, Gang Basta raised the retreat furnace core that was on the verge of exploding in his hand and slammed it towards the front. The next moment, a dazzling white flash suddenly broke out, covering everyone's vision. At the same time, Duanmu Huai put his hands on their shoulders. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go! As Duanmu Huai finished his words, a portal suddenly opened beside him. And then Duanmu Huai grabbed the 2 girls and disappeared into the portal. The third retreat begins. The implosion has been initiated. Open the webway. All warships evacuate immediately. Just as the army of space monsters rushed forward with great momentum, the Inquisition and the remaining fleet disappeared into the closed webway. At the same time, an incomparable darkness that swallowed all light suddenly broke out, completely dyeing the core of the entire galaxy into darkness. Chapter 657. What a huge loss. The originally pure white core of the Milky Way began to gradually turn black. The huge black hole swallowed up everything in the center of the Milky Way, and even light could not escape its bondage. When the Inquisition fleet broke away from the Orion arm, the core of the Milky Way had completely turned black, with only a white halo at the edge. As for the cosmic monsters inside, they were naturally all destroyed. After receiving the news that all the monsters had been destroyed and Amano Kazumi and Takaya Noriko had returned safely, everyone was extremely excited and cheered loudly. However, at this moment Duanmu Huai is bloody loss. Kneeling in his room, Duanmu Huai was completely OTL. The reason is simple. It lies in the system prompt in front of him. Main quest Omen of Destruction completed. Task rating C. Quest reward Fleet. Excellion's reputation raised to worship. Additional mission reward. Technology upgrade +1 Steel Basta neural sensor. When he saw the mission reward, Duanmu Huai fell to his knees. The so-called Gun Basta neural sensor is the cockpit used by Takaya Noriko and Amano Kazumi. Their cockpits are not like those of Gundam and other mechas, where the pilot sits in the cockpit and uses the remote control and keyboard to control the movement of the mecha. Instead, The interior of their cockpit is a thing similar to an iron ring formed by connecting several neural sensors. The two stood inside. Simply put, it's like a neural synchronization device. The Gambastra will do whatever the driver does, and the Gambastra will use whatever skills the driver wants to use. If the driver inside dances Swan Lake for you, the Gambastra outside will also spin in place for you. Compared to the mecha systems that require a keyboard, mouse, and remote control, and may even display a blue screen with the message system upgrade, automatic restart in 10 seconds during battle, the control system of Gunbasta is far more advanced. But for Duanmu Huai, this thing is of no use to him. Why don't you give me a regression furnace or Aratelamu particle manufacturing technology? You give me this thing. But I don't drive a mecha. Duanmu Huai was about to cry. The Inquisition lost nearly 3 fleets this time, and the constant card washing from the graveyard consumed a lot of experience. And the experience gained from Rose was only half. So much so that Duanmu Huai began to doubt whether it was worth it this time. Well, of course, it was worth it purely for the purpose. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out and swiped the system, and another line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. The first stage of the Ascension Scourge is complete. The player has reached the slightly threatening stage. Start the second stage of Cannot Be Ignored challenge. Activate the Ascension Mission 0 Returner. Mission objective: destroy and exterminate at least 5 civilized races. Imagine an entire vibrant, ambitious species whose existence must be contained. Mission completion: 1/5, the Drow have been eliminated. The second phase needs to be taken slowly. Looking at the task prompt in front of him, Duanmu Huai sighed. It was a pity that the Citadel Council race destroyed by the Reapers was not counted against him. But the Drow was counted instead. Well, after all, he even killed the racial god of the Drow. So this race was naturally finished. From this perspective, the best way to complete the second goal is to go to Faerun. After all, most races in Faerun have patron gods. As long as we find a race to declare war on, and then kill their racial gods, we can complete the mission. Well, it fits the purpose of the Inquisition. So we decided. But Duanmu Huai glanced at the progress of the Ascending Calamity mission. The 2 challenges of Cannot Be Ignored and Thorn in the Back were okay. But Starry Sea Punishment was very troublesome. Because in this mission, Duanmu Huai had to face 3 disasters of the same level: Rectification Protocol, High Dimensional Invasion, and Void Swarm, and completely eliminate them. Only then could he prove his strength as the 4th Calamity, and then enter the final stage Enemy of Existence. It's still early. Take your time. Although his expectations were not met, Duanmu Huai didn't particularly care. It's like drawing cards 10 times in a row. Everyone hopes to get 3 golds in 10 consecutive draws. But the reality is that it's good enough to get a guaranteed minimum. Finally, Duanmu Huai reluctantly exchanged a manufacturing blueprint of a reduction furnace from the Reputation store. Although it was expensive, the reduction furnace was a good thing. It could not only be used as a single soldier power source, but also drive warships. If it couldn't defeat the enemy, it could even be used as a black hole bomb. It was a 3-in-1 deal. Of course, this thing was not easy to make. But for Duanmu Huai, the raw materials were not that difficult to obtain. All in all, let's send it to the library for analysis. After celebrating that humanity had escaped disaster, it was time for everyone to part ways. Then it's up to you guys from now on. Come on. Looking at the people in front of him, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted each other on the shoulder. Setsuko and Marie and Yaz's machines were also damaged in the previous battle and needed to be repaired and maintained on the fleet. Duanmu Huai was going to take the fleet back to recuperate for a while. So the 3 girls decided to stay on the fleet for the time being. Of course, Yaz was extremely happy because at least in the fleet, she didn't have to go back and listen to Plant's orders. This time, it's all thanks to you and the fleet of the Inquisition. Mr. Duanmu, are you sure you don't want any reward? I do want it, but you have to be able to afford it. In response to the old captain's question, Duanmu Huai just laughed. In fact, the old captain didn't know that Duanmu Huai had already received the reward. It's the design drawing of the black hole bomb. When the black hole bomb failed to explode before, Akot scanned the entire black hole bomb and connected it to the central computer of the Exo Ion to share information. At that time, the design drawings of the black hole bomb were secretly kept by Duanmu Huai. This is a useful gadget. We'll rely on it to deal with the purification protocol and the Void Swarm in the future. However, The old captain did not seem to notice this, and just nodded. After all, what Duanmu Huai said was not wrong. The Inquisition lost nearly 10,000 warships in this battle. Even if all the human forces in the entire solar system were sold together, they probably could not afford the compensation. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that all the warships were driven by puppets. If they were driven by humans, the Inquisition would really lose a lot. In this way, the two sides temporarily separated, and the fleet continued to look for the next colony planet. Exilion and Gang Basta also joined their team. Duanmu Huai led the remnants of the Inquisition fleet back to the Jieshan system, and ordered Maria and Kukulu to repair and replenish the entire fleet while starting to look for the next target. After the battle with the Drow Elves, Duanmu Huai discovered the requirements of the Zero Returners. First of all, it must be a race that has developed its own culture, and it is best to have a racial patron saint. This will not only make it convenient to fight against them, but will also allow you to gain a large amount of divine power experience points. Of course, considering the Inquisition's code of conduct, an alien race would be best, preferably an evil race. Well, as of now, there are not many races in Faerun that meet this condition. The Drow Elves are one, but they have been wiped out by themselves. Then, there are the Grey Dwarves. But Duanmu Huai doesn't want to go back to the Underdark in the short term. It's so dark, and there's really nothing to play with. Other than that, it's hard to find. Of course, it is not difficult to find purely evil races, such as goblins, kobolds, orcs, giants, etc. But the problem is that they are not considered a civilization. The Drow have their own heritage, technology and cities, so they can be regarded as a civilized race. But vagrants like kobolds, giants, orcs often don't even have their own cities. Just like nomadic peoples, robbing and pillaging everywhere. How can this be considered a civilization? This is like a pirate leader trying to build a pirate kingdom. No decent government would take you seriously. If all else fails, we'll have to go to the abyss in Batwar. Duanmu Huai scratched his head. Demons and devils are indeed civilized races. Or evil races. It's fun to fight them, isn't it? It's just that the subspace creatures are not so easy to deal with. But it's still useful to use them as a rehearsal before fighting the evil gods. After all, the territory of the four gods is much more disgusting than Batwar Hell and the Abyss. In fact, Duanmu Huai prefers to fight with the gods of the chaotic evil camp. And the reason is very simple. The chaos camp is more easily assimilated and absorbed by the will of the old gods. Perhaps because the two sides are relatively similar, which is why Rose was so easily knocked to the ground by Duanmu Huai. If it were a god from the lawful camp, it would probably not be so easy to absorb it with the will of the old gods. What's more, the whereabouts of the priesthood that deals with the filth of corruption is still unknown. So I guess I have to look for it in that world. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai started looking for people to form a team. Ojus and Jiawei must be brought along, since I didn't bring Ojus along last time when I went to the Cthulhu world. Xiao Mianeo has been upset, so Duanmu Huai has to bring her along this time. As for Jiawei, although I don't know what's in her mind, she at least looks quite obedient now. So Duanmu Huai will also bring her along. As for the others, hey! Is there a world with dungeons and dragons? After listening to Duanmu Huai's introduction, Mary's eyes suddenly lit up. In other words, there are dwarves, magic, elves, gods and the like in that world? Well, of course there is. I want to go. Please take me with you. As a literary young woman born in the Foggy City, Mary grew up reading Tolkien's novels. At this moment, she was very excited and raised her hand directly. The fantasy world is one of her favorites. Then count you as one. And what about you guys? Let's go too. We finally have a chance to relax. We're tired of staying on the battleship. You're itching to fight after not having any fights. Duanmu Huai saw through Anne's excuse at a glance, and the latter just hugged Gu Leia's arm and chuckled. Be careful. The magic in that world is not weak. Well, you guys might as well go and take a look. You can always learn from others' experience. Great. Hearing this, and also raised his hands and cheered. That's settled then. Everyone else, please stand by. Ikit will command the fleet, and Mia will be in charge of the internal operations of the Inquisition as always. If you have anything, contact me through Odell. Duanmu Huai made a decision quickly, and the girls were also excited at this moment. New world. I wonder if we will escort a ring to the volcano. Why are you escorting the ring to the volcano? Hearing Mary's sigh, and blinked curiously and asked, Ah, because a volcano can destroy the ring? It's just a ring. If you want to destroy it, can't you just smash it? That won't work. That ring is extremely powerful, and cannot be broken by ordinary forces. And a volcano can do that? Is that volcano more powerful than my magic? This, looking at Anne's curious expression. Mary was speechless for a moment. This is just a story setting, and was completely confused, while Mary quickly looked at Duanmu Huai and changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Duanmu, what are we going to do after we go to that world? Well, first of all, we must have a fiefdom. Why? Chapter 658 Invitation. Generally speaking, Duanmu Huai rarely built branches of the tribunal in other regions. Most of the time, he would just help others solve problems and then leave, leaving behind at most a holy statue of the tribunal to collect some believers. For the branch in Skyrim, Duanmu Huai simply let them run free, as long as they did not violate the explicit regulations of the tribunal. Nothing else mattered. But not for Ron. Now that it has been confirmed that the stain of corruption has begun to invade Faerun, Duanmu Huai naturally cannot just let it go. Faerun may become the first battlefield where the Inquisition will once again fight against the evil god. Therefore, Duanmu Huai naturally cannot simply let it go like he did on other planets. Is it so dangerous? And Angu Leia were also surprised to hear Duanmu Huai explain the reasons why he wanted to build a branch in this world. Of course. Do you remember the world I traveled to at the beginning? That place was polluted by the evil god. But the degree of pollution in that world was relatively low. Huh? Does that mean that this world will also experience that kind of situation? That's right. And since the evil gods have already appeared in this world, we have to be careful. They may weaken the reality barrier again, and then launch a large-scale attack. Mary, are you listening to me? Duanmu Huai looked at Mary beside him helplessly and complained. Well, Mary naturally couldn't hear it at the moment. At this moment, she was seen walking beside Duanmu Huai with shining eyes, looking at the various races on the road with excitement on her face. That's an elf. They actually have long ears. And there are dwarves. Their beards are really long. Ah. Are those lizardmen over there? I didn't expect there would be lizardmen. Hey! Could that be the legendary orc? They're so tall. At this moment, Mary was writing excitedly in her notebook, looking very happy. Well, how should I put it? It's understandable. A girl who likes to read fantasy legends about magic and dragons, suddenly coming to such a world, must be like a dream. Wow! I wonder if I can meet the prince and princess. Aren't we princesses too? Hearing this, and complained with a smile, while Mary lowered her head in embarrassment. Oh, sorry. That's not what I meant. I meant that, like in the books. Well, it's not impossible to understand. Although Mary's answer was a bit hesitant, Duanmu Huai still understood what she wanted to say. Although Anne and Angu Leia were princesses, strictly speaking, Menalia's clothing style was actually very close to modern, with white shirts, bow ties, ribbons, short skirts, etc. And at first glance, they were no different from modern people. The princess in the storybook that Mary read must have been the kind with blonde hair, a crown, and a dress. Well, I don't know if there is such a thing in this world. By the way, princesses shouldn't wear crowns. Right? That's for the queen? As they were talking, the group arrived at the city gate. Duanmu Huai naturally brought them to Waterdeep this time. After all, they were used to it, and they had never been to Baldur's Gate before. However, just as they reached the city gate, Duanmu Huai and others were stopped by the guards again. Why? Looking at this scene, and spread his hands helplessly. It's always like this when I'm with Mr. Knight. After all, Mr. Knight's outfit is too. Gu Leia also cautiously replied. Of course, those who understand will understand. However, to everyone's surprise, although the guards were very serious when facing Duanmu Huai, they did not look as if they were facing a great enemy. On the contrary, they looked at Duanmu Huai carefully. And then, the leading guard walked up and saluted him respectfully. Excuse me, are you Mr. Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the court? I'm right. Well, do you have anything to prove it? No. Duanmu Huai snorted and said, Are you kidding? Can I show you my ID card here? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the guard was stunned for a moment. And then he seemed to think of something. Then, Could you please take off your helmet so I can identify it? You asked for it yourself. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and took off his helmet. Almost at the same time, the guards facing Duanmu Huai trembled with fear and stepped back. The citizens walking towards the city gate screamed loudly after seeing Duanmu Huai. Several young girls fainted, and others screamed and ran away as if they had seen a monster attacking the city. Oh my! It's been a long time since I've seen this scene. Seeing this familiar and nostalgic scene, and also laughed, while Mary stared blankly at the messy city gate in front of her. Well, it seems to be true. Any question? Duanmu Huai put his helmet back on and asked. Unlike before, the soldiers on the city wall were ready to fight. They drew their bows, and even the crossbows were redirected to aim at Duanmu Huai's body. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a terrifying Balrog flame demon. Ah, sorry. No more. At this moment, the guard also came to his senses and hurriedly bowed to him respectfully. I'm sorry. It has been confirmed that it is indeed you. In fact, Master Kelvin once left a message, saying that if you come to Waterdeep again, please go to the Black Rod Tower to meet him. Kelvin, oh! Upon hearing the name, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that this was the wizard Amelia had mentioned before going to the Underdark. The antidote he prepared cured the plague in Neverwinter. In return, he hoped that Amelia and others could go to the Underdark to find his missing nephew. I don't know if Amelia and the others have returned. Duanmu Huai and Amelia didn't have any communication devices, so naturally they didn't know each other's whereabouts. Logically, Duanmu Huai thought they should be able to come back. After all, he had killed the mind suckers in that area, and he had directly exterminated the drow. Although the Grey Dwarves were insidious and cunning, they could be dealt with as long as they worked hard. The only problem is the numerous tunnels in the Underdark and the dangerous underground creatures hidden in them. Well, they can only hope for the best. I hope Tyr can give some help and protect his believers. After all, there is a true God in this world. In fact, Duanmu Huai had no interest in chatting with Kelborn. But it didn't matter. So he nodded and signaled the guard to lead the way. And then the group walked into Waterdeep City. There are many magnificent buildings in Waterdeep that are worth boasting about. But few places have become the center of legends like the Blackstaff Tower. As the residence of the Archmage Kelvin Blackstaff Orosan, this tower has received many visiting princes, nobles and adventurers. But from the outside, this tower is not as dazzling as its reputation. The smooth stone cylinder makes it look like a chimney, with no windows or doors. But this is just a deception. In fact, when the guards brought them to the Blackstaff Tower, a big door emerged out of thin air on the wall where there was nothing, and then slowly opened. Let's go! Duanmu Huai said goodbye to everyone. Giulia and Mary followed behind him. Ajis and Joey sat on Duanmu Huai's left and right shoulders respectively. From the current point of view, these are likely to become their long-term seats. The interior of the Black Rod Tower was much larger than it looked from the outside. Duanmu Huai walked into the gate and came to a circular space. Then the floor beneath their feet shook and rose up silently, watching this scene. And Angulia were very calm. Only Mary looked around excitedly. We are going to meet a great wizard next? So is he so powerful that he can turn people into animals? Why are you so obsessed with this? Hearing Mary's sigh, Gulia sighed helplessly. After Mary learned that An and Gulia were both spellcasters, she curiously asked them if they had similar abilities. Well, they really didn't. Because it's fun? Haha. It's really interesting. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked up, only to see the floating disc carrying them passing through a magic barrier. The next moment, everyone saw a flash of light, and the next moment, they came to a reception room that looked gorgeous and comfortable, and a man in a robe was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a smile on his face. That is Kelvin Blackstaff, one of the masked lords of Waterdeep, the chosen of Mystra and a rare great wizard in this world. Hello, Master Kyleburn. Duanmu Huai nodded to Kelborn as a greeting, and the girls also knelt down in a group. Although they did not know the life of this great wizard as well as Duanmu Huai, all three of them were well-educated ladies from wealthy families, and certainly would not make a fool of themselves in such an occasion. As for Otis and Joey, they completely ignored Kelborn. For them, they don't need to care about anyone except their master. Hello, guest from the Inquisition. Kelborn raised his hand, and then several soft and comfortable chairs appeared on the floor. and a table also appeared. The teapot and teacup automatically flew in front of everyone and poured them a cup of tea. Seeing this scene, Mary became more and more curious. She carefully looked at the tea set in front of her, and then reached out to take it. Duanmu Huai just took a look, then waved his hand. And then the cup of tea in front of him flew directly to the table and landed steadily. I don't think you asked me to come here for tea, Master Kelborn. After all, I don't know you well. Duanmu Huai was quite polite to Kelborn, especially after he showed the power to cure the plague of the corrupted stain. Magic was a magical power, and Duanmu Huai did not expect to understand it. Just like he never expected to become a mathematician. This kind of thing. Let those geniuses do it. I am very interested in you. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Kelborn smiled, looked at Duanmu Huai carefully, and then sat on the chair opposite him. Especially your behavior is so shocking. After killing a deity completely, this kind of thing has almost never appeared again after turbulent years. Now everyone is discussing and guessing. Who has made such a move? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. It seems that the gods are also very idle. They spread gossip faster than the Annies on the street. Hee hee. Facing Duanmu Huai's sarcasm, Kelborn laughed. In fact, what he said was not wrong. On the night of Rose's death, many gods informed their followers of the demise of the evil goddess in various ways. Of course, as a chosen person of Mistra, Kelborn also learned the news from his goddess. But the attitudes of the gods towards this news were also very divided. The gods of the evil camp did not care about Rose's life or death, but they were eager to find out the truth. After all, Rose was one of the evil gods with powerful divine power. She was killed in her own domain, and even her soul was annihilated without a trace. This kind of thing can be said to be unprecedented. Then conversely, since the other party can kill Rose, they can naturally kill them as well. So the dark gods now mobilized their forces and began to search. On the other hand, the gods of the good camp had mixed feelings about this result. After all, before her fall, Rose was once the queen of the elves. Corellon expressed very complicated blessings for this news, such as may her cursed soul rest in peace. As to whether he really thought so about his wife who betrayed him, only Corellon himself knew. Ilistri also seems to be searching for her mother's killer. But considering the love-hate history between her and Lolth, it is hard to say whether Ilistri intends to thank or seek revenge for her mother's murder. As an ally of Ilistri, Mistra had been helping the Dark Maiden fight against the Spider Queen. So after she learned that Rose had indeed been completely destroyed, she asked her believers to help with the investigation. Of course, what Kelborn didn't know was that among the gods, there were actually many doubts about Rose's fall. Generally speaking, fighting among gods is not uncommon. And killing gods is also an endless stream. But it is actually very rare to actually kill a god. Because generally speaking, the true gods are immortal. And if you kill them, they may be resurrected sometime in the future. For example, during the Dark War, the Dark Maiden Ilistri killed her brother and then died herself. But later the two were resurrected and reconciled. But Rose's death was completely different from this. The divine realm collapsed. All the believers were destroyed. And their tragic death was extremely horrifying. Almost all of Rose's believers seemed to have encountered some indescribable and unspeakable fear before they died. Their souls were completely distorted and polluted, and then completely dissipated into the air. You have to know that strictly speaking this is impossible. The gods still have the ability to control souls, but they can't even find a surviving soul. It seems that everything with Rose has been destroyed. In this situation, even the gods of the good camp have to feel cold in their hearts. After all, no one can guarantee that the one who killed Rose is definitely a good god. It is very common for demon lords to stab each other in the back. Moreover, when gods kill each other, this will not happen. Generally speaking, if you kill a god, you will at most devour and inherit its godhood and domain. For example, after Cyric killed the former god of death Kalimver, he inherited his priesthood and the kingdom of the dead. Most of Kalimver's followers in the kingdom of the dead changed their beliefs and directly believed in Cyric. Therefore, according to the reason, no matter who killed Rose, she should inherit her magician and the belief of the Zhua elf. At most, it is the sanctification on the spot. I told other Zhua elf your former boss was fired. And now I have said the sight. The divine domain collapsed. The divine fire was extinguished. The priesthood was destroyed. And all the believers died. Which god would not be afraid after seeing this? Kelvin was unaware of the turmoil among the gods. But after receiving Mistress Oracle, he immediately thought of the news his nephew had sent from the Underdark. They encountered an organization down there that claimed to completely exterminate the Drow Elves and their patron gods because they posed a threat to humans. Court. Kelvin certainly didn't think that this was done by Duan Muhui. He was more inclined to believe that the Inquisition was actually an organization that believed in some god. However, Kelvin really couldn't figure out what kind of god would do such a thing. After they came back, Kelvin asked Amelia in detail about the situation in the trial court. And Amelia answered Kelvin with okay. But, Miss Amelia and the others have returned to Waterdeep safely. Thanks to you. My nephew is back as well. Oh! That's good news. Duan Muhui was completely unmoved, while Kelborn held a teacup and stared at Duan Muhui's helmet. In fact, out of curiosity, I once asked Miss Amelia about the Inquisition. I have to say that your doctrine is really unexpected. After all, we have never heard of an organization that only protects humans. Oh, now you know. Duan Muhui sat lazily on the chair, looking uninterested. By the way, the Inquisition neither cares nor gives a damn about the lives of races other than humans. Ah, but our Inquisition has a very clear definition of human beings. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and spoke quickly. Oh, is that so? Yes, according to the rules of the Inquisition. As long as the skull is not mutated, it will be considered a human being. So, I don't think we need to worry about this problem. Skull? After hearing Anne's explanation, Kelvin became more and more surprised. He carefully looked at the skull mark on Duan Muhui's power armor, and then looked away. This is really surprising. Can I ask why a skull is used as a symbol? It's very simple. Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. For the Inquisition, the skull represents the purity of humanity, meaning that this person has not been corrupted by chaos and evil until death. It represents the purity and noble sacrifice of humanity. Demons can change in many ways, but the only thing they cannot possess is the human skull. No matter how they change, they cannot imitate the shape of a human skull. This is really... It must be said that Kelborn was quite surprised to hear Duan Muhui's answer. But he was relieved at this moment. Obviously, judging by the symbols used by the Inquisition to divide humans, kind races such as elves, dwarves and halflings are also considered humans. Of course, the other way around is like orcs, giants, etc. But it doesn't seem to be my business. By the way, I do have something I would like to ask Master Kelvin for help with. Duan Muhui didn't bother to exchange pleasantries, and went straight to the point. Speaking, the Inquisition wants to find a place to open on this continent. I wonder if Master Kelvin can recommend a good place. Then, Duan Muhui stared at Kelvin and stated his request lightly. Chapter 659 Mysterious Curse. It has to be said that Kelvin was also confused by Duan Muhui's sudden request. It's not that he hadn't thought about the Inquisition finding a place to preach. In fact, many believers would do this. Find the local rulers, and express their hope to preach or something. Many churches in Waterdeep were also established in this way. But, I can understand your thoughts. But the situation in Waterdeep is complicated. Personally, I don't think you understand me. Master Kelvin. Duan Muhui waved his hand, interrupting Kelvin's excuse. I'm not interested in Waterdeep. I hope you can introduce me to a more dangerous place. Preferably one where monsters roam in droves. It's basically deserted. There's no return. And it's said to be full of curses and death. As the founder of Star Moon, you must be much more informed than I am about intelligence. Well, hearing this, Kelborn was also a little stunned, and his eyes changed several times when he looked at Duan Muhui. It must be said that Duan Muhui's request was really strange. Rather than going to preach, it was more like going on an adventure. But what surprised Kelborn even more was Duan Muhui's words just now. You know, only a very few people knew that Kelborn had left the Harper Alliance and founded Xingyue. But the Inquisition actually got this kind of information. Well, Kelborn certainly didn't know that players had basically dug up all the historical information and data of this world. Even his ancestors for 3 generations were not spared. Of course, Duan Muhui made this request not for excitement. In fact, the more places like this, the weaker the boundary between the subspace and reality. Just like viruses always attack people with low immunity first. If the evil gods want to influence the real world through the subspace, they will most likely find such places. After all, In such areas, even if thousands of people die, it is no big deal. If you want to kill so many people around Waterdeep, Kelvin would have come forward long ago. Basically, the more people die in a place, the weaker the barrier between the subspace and reality becomes. With the help of people with ulterior motives, it is easy to connect the subspace. This is the case with the plague in Neverwinter. If Dessel succeeds in the end and sacrifices all the people in Neverwinter, he can easily open the passage to the subspace. And then, who knows what kind of monsters will come out from there. That's why Dwanmu made such a bizarre request to Kelborn. Monsters roam in groups and kill each other. And the death toll is high. There is no one living in this deserted place, and no one will investigate or deal with it. The initial sign of erosion of the subspace filled with curses and death is the occurrence of various strange situations of spatial instability. Basically, the place that meets these three conditions is most likely the front line of the evil god's invasion. Isn't it natural to build a fortress on the front line? I have to say, your request is indeed unexpected. Kelborn thought for a moment, then carefully looked at Dwanmu. To be honest, even as wise as he was, he didn't understand why the Inquisition would ask him to introduce such a place. If it was a paladin from Tyre or Torm, it would be fine. But the Inquisition, well, maybe this is a good opportunity to explore their approach and style? Thinking of this, Kelvin snapped his fingers. And soon, a map flew over from the bookshelf behind him. If that's the case, then I can recommend a good place for you. As he spoke, Kelborn placed the map on the table and held out his hand. Did you know that to the east of the High Forest there is a wilderness called the Lost Lands? I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. That's easy to say. Hearing Dwanmu's answer, Kelborn nodded, then frowned. To be honest, we received some news not long ago that something seems to be wrong with the Lost Land. Question? The specific situation is unknown. It is a place that has been forgotten, and no one will care about their existence. But in recent times, other cities near the lost place have had strange things. Some people claim that they have seen the demon from H.L. And some places have infected with unknown conditions. Disease? Yes. According to the information from Xianshui City, the people in a small town near the Lost Land suddenly became infertile. What do you mean you suddenly can't have children? Hearing this, Dwanmu showed a hint of curiosity. To put it simply, all babies born are stillborn. Didn't he die of dystocia or weakness after birth? No. Kelborn shook his head. Based on the current situation, they died before the babies were born. Moreover, the appearance of these babies is very distorted and terrifying. They do look like they are haunted by demons or devils. Oh, so it isn't? After hearing what Kelvin said, Dwanmu had some guesses in his mind. Of course not. In fact, the reason why I know this is because a lady from Locke came to Waterdeep to seek help from the temple. Most of the above is what she said. She said that many women in Locke died during childbirth. She suspected that it was some kind of curse. So she came to ask for help. The temple also provided help. Not only did it send priests and paladins to investigate the local area, but it also conducted a feeling examination for this lady. But it was completely useless. Even though she was protected by the priest, the lady finally gave birth to a dead baby. According to the priest's examination results, the baby had been dead for many days. That's not right. Hearing this, Dwanmu frowned. A dead baby has been in the womb for so many days. Wouldn't it have rotted long ago? The mother would have been poisoned by the corpse too. I don't quite understand the reason. But according to my research, the appearance of dead babies is not the result of some kind of devil curse or magic, but more like a natural result. A lot of examples. Right? Dwanmu understood immediately, and also understood why Kelvin was upset about this. Indeed, the civilization level of this world is low, and it is not impossible for a baby to die before birth due to difficult childbirth or some other reasons. However, this should be an isolated case. But once the isolated case becomes a common number, then it is another problem. I heard that the Silver Moon Alliance has encountered a similar situation, and Ms. Illustrial is also looking for a solution. Although we don't know where the problem lies at the moment, the root of everything points to the Lost Land. According to some rumors, even the Supreme Forest seems to have encountered problems related to this. But we don't have enough information to prove this. So you want me to take care of this? That's what you asked for. In response to Dwanmu's question, Kelborn laughed and spread out his hands. Currently, There are indeed products that look like curses appearing in the Lost Land. But we have not yet been able to find the source. In addition, the place is full of twisted monsters. And few people go there. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then stood up. I'll go investigate the situation. By the way, could you tell me in which temple the lady gave birth? Of course. It's in the temple of Tyr, the god of justice. Ah. Miss Amelia, and the others should be there too. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Kelbin's unnecessary answer and just nodded. That's it. Goodbye. Watching Duanmu Huai and the others disappear into the magic circle, Kelborn's expression became solemn. Although this was just a seemingly ordinary meeting, Kelborn did not gain nothing. First, he found that the Inquisition did not seem to be a fanatical religious organization. Secondly, they did not seem to follow certain doctrines similar to those of the Church. They gave people the feeling of being more like a wizard organization with some cynical and weird treaties, and seemed to have no more interest in most things in this world. So, where does their power come from? The power of the Church comes from God, and the power of the wizard comes from magic. What about the Inquisition? Kyle could feel a strong sense of oppression from Duanmu Huai. That sense of oppression made him walk on thin ice, as if he would face a bottomless abyss if he took a wrong step. Kale had been certain that the problem of the Lost Lands would be solved, and that Waterdeep, the High Forest, and the Silverman Alliance would have to face a new neighbor. I wonder if this new neighbor will be easier to deal with. Kelborn shook his head and then looked away. As Kelborn moved, the entire mage tower became dim again, with only the light of the lit candle shining inside. Kelborn walked to the desk, sat down, and reached out to flip through the magic book in front of him. For him, there is still a lot to do. Finding the Temple of Tyr was not a difficult task, especially with Kelvin's introduction. It was even easier. Unfortunately, when Duanmu Huai and his companions arrived at the Temple of Tyr, they were told that Amelia and her companions had already set off yesterday and boarded the ship to Baldur's Gate. It was a pity that they did not meet with everyone. But Duanmu Huai did not take such a small matter to heart. After all, for him, the problem of the Lost Land was more important, because it was very much like a precursor to the invasion of the Warp. Just like the plague in Neverwinter, it looked like an ordinary disease at first, but when the number reached a certain level, it would begin to accumulate, and the barrier between reality and the Warp would become weaker, until the power of the evil god began to invade. If this is the case, then something has gone wrong somewhere. Duanmu Huai found the priestess of Tyr, who delivered the baby of the lady from Locktown. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a sad look on her face. I have received a message from Master Kelborn. What do you want to ask? Please tell me about the lady from Locktown. I need a detailed explanation. Okay. After hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the priest nodded, and Mary next to him also took out her notebook and recorder. Now she is getting more and more used to this identity. It was half a month ago. A lady suddenly came to our temple and begged us to save her child. She said she was from Locktown and that the town was cursed. The babies born by the women there were all stillborn. She was also pregnant and was afraid that she would also give birth to a stillborn baby. So she came to the temple to ask for our help. I heard from Master Kelvin that you sent paladins and priests to investigate. What was the result? Nothing was gained. The priest shook his head. It's true that many babies died at birth. Just looking at the small graves is heartbreaking. But we didn't find any useful clues. There was no sign of magic, witchcraft, or curse. Even Tyr didn't give us clear guidance. It was as if this was just an accident where all the babies in a small town were born stillborn. Duanmu Huai added, and the priest nodded with a complicated expression. We found no clues. So we returned to the church. We prepared the best protection for the lady and let her bathe in the holy light of Tyr until the moment of delivery came. But, having said this, the priest paused and looked at the girls around Duanmu Huai. It's okay. You can continue. Duanmu Huai understood what she meant and just shook his head, while the priest continued speaking. I was in charge of delivering the baby. To be honest, I have done similar work thousands of times. It is not difficult for me to deliver babies. Under the holy light of Tyr, I also have the confidence to do my job well. But that baby was different. When I reached out my hand and touched it, you said, it? Duanmu Huai keenly noticed that the words used by the priest were obviously wrong. Yes. Sorry for using such impolite words. But personally, I really can't think of a better adjective. The baby was cold and had no temperature at all, like a piece of meat that had long lost its life. When I took it out, it was blue all over. Frankly speaking, it didn't look like it had just died. It looked more like a baby corpse that had been dead for many days, and was stuffed back into the mother's belly. Oh! Hearing this, Leia covered her mouth, and turned pale, and Mary looked shaken. She bit her lips tightly, and even stopped writing. Any signs of decay? No. But I can't say for sure. What does it mean? Its appearance is very strange. The priest thought for a moment, as if considering how to explain. It looks like a human, but its body parts show the characteristics of a beast. We also suspect that the lady has been seduced by a demon or devil. But we don't feel any evil breath from the dead baby. Sorry. Although they look like the children of the devil's half-blood like Tiefling, I always feel that something is wrong. Warp contamination. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Is the baby's body still there? If it's convenient, can we take a look? Sure. In response to Duanmu Huai's request, the priestess was silent for a moment, nodded, and then stood up. Please follow me. Chapter 660 Locked Town. Led by the priest, they came to a remote corner of the cemetery behind the Temple of Tyr, which was shaded by green trees and looked quite peaceful. In a corner of the cemetery, Duanmu Huai saw a small tombstone and a small grave. There are words engraved on it. Poor Lisa. She didn't even have time to open her eyes and see the world. May she rest in peace. You guys even came up with a name? Certainly. The priest nodded. The soul of the dead without a name cannot go to where it should go. Of course, it is difficult to say whether it has a soul. All right. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. He walked forward and raised his right hand. Under the control of the gravity gloves, the soil was quickly turned over, and then a small coffin emerged from it. Duanmu Huai placed it aside, then moved his fingers slightly, and opened the lid of the coffin. A disgusting smell emerged from it. And if you look closely, you can see the body of a baby that has begun to rot. Seeing the corpse and smelling the stench of decay, and Leia couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although Mary frowned, she didn't avoid it. Aren't you afraid, Miss Mary? Seeing Mary still buried in her notebook, and asked cautiously. And Mary hesitated. Actually, I have seen a lot of similar things in our world following Mr. Duanmu. The outer gods and the great old ones were far more disgusting than the rotting baby in front of her. Mary felt numb. Your world isn't easy either. Hearing Mary's answer, and looked at her sympathetically, and was speechless. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the chattering of the little girl next to him. He stared carefully at the baby's body in front of him and looked at it. Although some parts have begun to rot, it can be seen that the baby has traces of wild animals. For example, its fingers are not plump like those of ordinary babies, but dry and thin. This is not due to malnutrition, but more like the shape of eagle claws. Through investigation, it was found that it has sharp teeth in its mouth. The toes are also forked like hooves. According to the standards of the Inquisition, it is definitely an alien. In fact, generally speaking, the Inquisitor also relies on the teeth to determine whether something is an alien. Of course, if you say that you have lost a tooth, that definitely does not count. But if you are born with a mouthful of sharp teeth, then you have been completely expelled from the human race by the Inquisition. And you are the type who can be burned to death on the spot. Because this is clearly the result of subspace erosion. Like Beastmen. Duanmu Huai thought of the Beastmen in the novice village world. Those Beastmen were the result of babies mutating due to the wind of magic. They were bipedal creatures with beast characteristics, and worshipped chaos and evil gods by nature. In the novice village, the Beastmen belonged to the Chaos Camp, and were killed on sight. So judging from this symbol, the giants, orcs, goblins, and the like in this world are all excluded from the category of humans. Just the teeth and the huge mutated skull show that they are no longer human. Okay, the physical mutation is understandable, but the problem is that there is no soul. Duanmu Huai looked at the magic consultant next to him. What do you think about this? Why? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, and Leia both showed an obviously embarrassed expression. Then they discussed in a low voice for a moment, and then seemed to have made a decision. Generally speaking, whether babies have souls is actually a very difficult topic to study. Why? You mean that babies don't have souls before they're born? Oh, I can't say that. But according to the records of the Academy, There are indeed discussions on this aspect. Some people believe that the newborn soul enters the mother's body, which is why she becomes pregnant. Others believe that before a baby is born, it actually has no soul. Just like the fingers or hair on a person's body. It is not until the first cry of the baby that the soul completely enters the body. Do you think it's possible? I'm not an expert in spiritual studies. And spread his hands. I need to go to the local area to study the specific situation. At least for now, we can't draw a conclusion. So what does Tell think? Not getting an answer from him. Duanmu Huai looked at the priest. You should have asked Tyr for advice. The god of justice did not respond to our call. That means Tell himself doesn't know. Well, hearing Duanmu Huai mumbling to himself, the priest looked a little embarrassed. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. By the way, Duanmu Huai does not intend to rely on faith to expand the Inquisition and recruit believers. The reason is very simple. Once the power of faith is collected, it is equivalent to having a designated object to worship. For example, Tyr, the god of justice, is known to everyone as Tyr, the god of justice, and he also lost his right hand, which is a very clear image of a god. Therefore, when believers pray, the power of faith will flow to Tyr, the god of justice, and become his power. Of course, whether it is a good god or an evil god, it works this way. To put it bluntly, to use an analogy, the gods on the continent of Faerun are actually equivalent to the bosses of companies. The powerful gods are multinational companies, and the weaker gods are local chain stores. The so-called war between gods is actually similar to business wars, where they try their best to defeat the other company, annex it, and expand themselves, like the god of murder and prince of lies. Cyric even compiled a Cyricus for himself, the content of which is nothing more than saying that Cyric is the only great true god, and all others are false gods. This is essentially the same as in a business war where you throw bad water on the other party, by saying that other companies' products are all counterfeits, and only yours are officially authorized and authentic. But Duanmu Huai's court is not like this. The court is more like a robber. When your company opens, I will rush in and sweep away all the assets you have worked hard to run, and finally burn down your company. This is what Duanmu Huai did to Rose. The reason why Duanmu Huai did this was because he didn't intend to rely on collecting divine power from faith. The reason is simple. Faith needs a name. For example, if someone believes in Duanmu Huai, they will pray, Duanmu Huai, god of destruction, please grant me strength. I am Shimon. Oh, I was wrong. Duanmu Huai is not Duanmu Huai's name in this world. To be exact, it is his ID. That's right. Duanmu Huai's ID is smash your head with a small hammer. So if a believer of the god of destruction wants to call Duanmu Huai, he should shout, God of destruction, please smash your head with your hammer and grant me power. I am Shimon. Well, so Duanmu Huai felt that there was nothing wrong with being a robber. This once again proves the importance of having a decent name. By the way, in fact, the Inquisition is more like the underworld than a bandit. They smash, loot and burn while lending money at high interest rates to others. If the other party uses the services of the Inquisition, it means that the soul is bound to the Inquisition, and will automatically belong to the Inquisition after death. Well, it's definitely an unfair clause. But I've made it clear in advance. So whether you listen to it or not is your own business. However, Duanmu Huai does not intend to compete with other gods for believers in this world. Fighting business wars is too inefficient. It's faster to just rob companies to make money. As the saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. And a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Aren't there so many local gods in this world? All waiting to be robbed by me. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Thank you very much. Duanmu Huai put the baby's body back into the coffin and nodded to the priest. We will continue to investigate this matter. By the way, regarding this body, I personally suggest that it be burned as soon as possible. It has been eroded by chaos. If it is simply left here, it may have a negative impact on the surrounding environment. This, hearing Duanmu Huai's suggestion, the priestess hesitated, but she was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll make the proposal. I'm sure Tyr wouldn't want this child to continue to exist in such a blasphemous posture. Perishing in the holy fire might be a better ending. After confirming that this was indeed the warp's erosion, Duanmu Huai left Waterdeep City with the others and headed for Lock Town without saying a word. For the Inquisition, nothing was more important than investigating the warp's erosion and the invasion of evil gods. Especially now that there were already such traces. It is not difficult to get to Locktown. Locktown is located to the east of Waterdeep City. Take a boat from Daggerford and go upstream along the Dirinber River. After passing Noisy Water City, you will arrive at the Great Peak Mountains. Behind the Great Peak Mountains is the Lost Land. And at the foot of the mountain is Locktown. This used to be a small town that made a living by mining. It may have been glorious during its most prosperous period. But like all resource points that rely on the mountains for their livelihood, when the ore here was exhausted, Rocktown began to gradually decline. But even so, when Duanmu Huai and others arrived in front of Locktown, the steel gate that looked heavy and hard could still prove the former glory of Locktown. But only the afterglow was left, and the group was naturally stopped. You? Who are you? The guard standing at the sentry post had a pale face. He held a crossbow and aimed at Duanmu Huai and others, while shouting loudly, "I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal." Duanmu Huai showed his rose not to the guard. Although he knew that the other party could not understand it, he still had to go through the process. "I came here to investigate the dead babies that happened here. We have heard of no inquisition." However, at this moment, a man with a big beard walked up to the sentry post. He stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke coldly. "Locktown does not need help. The town has been closed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Please leave." "I think you're mistaken." Hearing the man's answer, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. "We are not here to help you. It is the duty of the Inquisition to investigate any incidents related to the Chaos God. This is not help or assistance, but a job. Anyone who tries to prevent the Inquisitor from investigating will be regarded as a heretic." Having said that, Duanmu Huai suddenly clenched his war hammer and swung it forward. "Kill without mercy." Alas! Hearing Duanmu Huai's murderous words, the soldier holding the crossbow on the sentry post was so scared that his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The man stared at Duanmu Huai for a moment and then spoke. "From your tone, do you know what happened in the town? We need to investigate to know for sure." After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the man was silent for a moment, then raised his hand. "Open the door and let them in." But the mayor. "This is an order." Soon, the steel gate that had been tightly closed slowly opened, and Duanmu Huai and others walked into the town. Then the gate closed again behind them, as if some terrible devil was chasing them from behind. At the same time, inside the city wall, a group of fully armed soldiers were already holding weapons, looking at Duanmu Huai and others anxiously and cautiously. Judging from their equipment, these soldiers were just local militia and did not have much combat experience. In fact, they were already trembling all over just standing here facing Duanmu Huai. Mary really suspected that as long as Duanmu Huai roared, these soldiers would immediately scatter like birds. Then the soldiers separated, and the mustached man who had spoken earlier walked in. "I am Glensobrown, the mayor of Locktown." The man who claimed to be the mayor stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke carefully. But his expression was extremely haggard, and he looked very worried. "Although it's not the right time, you're still welcome to Locktown." Chapter 661. This is the Court of Inquisition. Duanmu Huai looked at the man in front of him. The latter was haggard, pale and thin, with a frown on his face. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and spoke. "It seems that the problem in Locktown is not just as simple as dead babies." Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the mayor's body trembled. But before he could speak, Duanmu Huai had already looked at the two people on his shoulders. "Ojas. Jiwei. Exist. What's up? From now on, I want you to block all the entrances and exits of the town. Anyone who tries to leave will be killed without mercy, no matter what the reason. No one is allowed to leave until the Inquisition finishes its investigation." "Okay. Clear." As soon as the words fell, the two girls flashed and disappeared instantly. When the mayor heard Duanmu Huai's order, he was also shocked and looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. "Wait. This, I repeat, this is the job of the Inquisition." Duanmu Huai coldly interrupted the mayor's protest. "We are not philanthropists like the paladins of Tyr or Torm. For the Inquisition, any signs of chaos need to be thoroughly investigated. Now, do you want to report the situation to us immediately, or just stand here and wait to die?" "Wow." Hearing Duanmu Huai's murderous words, and stuck out his tongue and poked Mary and Gu Leia. "Mr. Knight is so fierce. Well, it's rare to see him being so mean to others." Mary nodded as well. In her world, Duanmu Huai rarely spoke to others in such an unquestionable tone. Even in Ngu Lia rarely saw Duanmu Huai put such pressure on people they met for the first time. It was simply a naked threat. And there was no room for maneuver. But in fact, this is the daily life of an inquisitor. Especially after confirming that there are signs of chaos invasion here. Duanmu Huai directly entered the role of inquisitor. If necessary, he would even completely destroy the entire town to prevent the spread of chaos. In comparison, what's wrong with speaking louder? Doesn't this mean that he has eaten enough? Okay. The mayor had never seen such a terrifying threat before. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai standing in front of him was more than twice as tall as him. And with the black power armor with a skull. The deterrent power was full. It was the opposite of those polite paladins. At this moment, he was also trembling with fear and nodded vigorously. I know. I'll tell you everything. Actually, many people have died in this town. Oh! After hearing the stuttering mayor's narration, Duanmu Huai finally understood the current situation in Lock Town. At the beginning, Lock Town did give birth to many dead babies. And some people had asked for help from the temple and the church. But it was useless. Just like the lady who went to the temple of Tyre for help. They were ultimately unable to give birth to healthy children. But the situation did not change. And even worsened. Soon, people were found dead at home. The dead were all the women who had suffered miscarriages and their families. The scene was horrific. Almost everyone had their stomachs ripped open. As if they had been attacked by some wild beast. It is precisely because of this that Lock Town was completely blocked and no one is allowed to enter. Now the people in the town are in a panic. Some claim that it is the work of the devil, while others believe that it is probably done by some forces hostile to Lock Town. However, they are just a mining town. Not to mention that there are almost no mineral deposits at the moment. Attacked, killed, and all from families who had experienced abortions before? Duanmu Huai frowned and thought for a moment. Are there any pregnant women in this town now? Yes, there is one more. But she has given up hope and is just waiting for the judgment of fate. Okay, I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded and looked at the others. Mary, Gulia, go talk to that lady, especially Mary. Observe carefully and see if you can gain anything. I see. Although Duanmu Huai did not say it very clearly, Mary knew what he meant. So she nodded and left with Gulia, leading a guard towards a nearby path. As for you, after giving the order, Duanmu Huai turned to the mayor. Take us to see the body. Okay. Led by the mayor and several guards, the group continued to move forward. Soon, they crossed the main road and came to the square in the center of the town. Just as the mayor said, the whole town looked deserted. Most people locked themselves in their homes, just looking at these strangers who suddenly appeared through the windows in horror. However, some people did not stay at home. When he walked to the town square, Duanmu Huai saw several townspeople surrounding an old man, who was ragged and skinny, but full of crazy excitement. I'm telling you, this is the end. We are finished. Humanity is finished. Who is that old man? Duanmu Huai glanced coldly at the old man who was yelling in the crowd and asked, while the mayor sighed helplessly. His name is Hall, and he's an old farmer. But ever since this happened, he's claimed that he has the ability to foresee the future and stuff, and he keeps saying these nonsense in the town every day. Oh. Duanmu Huai snorted lightly and walked over. At this moment, the old man did not notice Duanmu Huai's approach and was still howling fanatically at the people in front of him. On the 8th disappearance of the 3rd night, death descends from the darkness, and all pagans will rot on the earth. This is a prophecy, a sign that a new god is coming to the earth. To the pagans, he is like a dark giant with fire in his eyes and a bloodthirsty nature. But to those who believe in him, he is like a kind shepherd who protects his followers. Originally, everyone was only half believing and half doubting the old man's words. But when they saw Duanmu Huai walking out from behind the old man, several people's faces changed drastically, and they fell to their knees, trembling all over. I don't want to die. I am willing to follow this new god. What is his name? I don't know either. The old man shook his head. But follow me and do what I say, and God will see your good intentions. I'm done. At this time, a farmer roared and interrupted the old man. I've had enough of your nonsense. I don't want to hear your stupid talk. Then the curse will fall upon you. You will die within a few weeks. This is what the new god told me. Only a few will be trusted and saved. The rest will die in the darkness. Just like everyone else. He's coming. He's coming. Oh. Is it so? At this moment, Duanmu Huai had already walked behind the old man and spoke with a sneer. So, what else did the new god say to you? He is here to cleanse the evil. Follow him. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the old man thought it was just another listener asking questions. He turned around with a fanatical smile and froze in his tracks the moment he saw Duanmu Huai. However, before the old man could react, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed him tightly. He stared at the old man in front of him, his eyes emitting a scarlet glow. You lowly heretic. Who allowed you to talk nonsense here? No. No. Let me go! The old man struggled desperately, trying to break free from Duanmu Huai's hands, but to no avail. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Keep on terrorizing me. Push me down. Crush me. Kick me. Hit me. I will stand up again, and more firmly than before announce the coming of the new god. While your souls are in danger, I will strive to tell everyone the truth. I tell you, the new god will keep me safe from harm. You can do nothing to me. However, the old man did not finish his words, because in the next moment, Duanmu Huai's hand turned the old man's head 180 degrees easily, as if twisting a bottle cap, turning him into a corpse. Then Duanmu Huai threw him directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people who had gathered here screamed, and many people even turned around and ran away in fright. In the blink of an eye, all the onlookers around ran away. The mayor, Duanmu Huai, didn't care at all about the fearful looks that the people around him cast at him. He turned his head and stared at the mayor, who was also standing there in a daze, seemingly still not recovered from the shock. Hang up this heretic's body. I want everyone to see that this is the fate of spreading heresy. Ah. Yes. Okay. I understand. At this moment, the mayor seemed to be completely frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Duanmu Huai. He nodded hurriedly, then made a gesture to the guards. 2 guards immediately came over and quietly carried the old man's body away. Okay. Keep going. No one spoke. The mayor led the way silently in front, while Duanmu Huai and An walked behind. At this time, and finally couldn't help it, and gently poked Duanmu Huai's body. Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight? Why did you kill that old man? To me, he was just a guy talking nonsense. He could also be a potential follower of the Chaos God. Duanmu Huai didn't care about An's question. If he is really a follower of the Chaos God, then letting him go may lead to the deaths of millions of people in the future. So I killed him. But what if he isn't? Then it's not. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's indifferent answer, and was stunned, while Duanmu Huai turned his head and stared at him. The Inquisition is not the messenger of justice. Do you remember that the purpose of the Inquisition is to protect humanity at all costs? This at all costs also means. Having said this, Duanmu Huai lowered his voice. Even if you kill 100 by mistake, you must not let even one go. Once this one person is negligent, it will lead to the deaths of thousands of people in the future. Do not pity them. Ignore their innocent cries. It is better for 100 innocent people to die at the hands of the Inquisition than for one person to kneel before a chaos demon. But won't people be afraid of me? It doesn't matter. The Inquisition is not the messenger of justice. Nor is it a hero. We will not be loved, respected, or worshipped. We will only be faced with disgust, fear, and curses. But it doesn't matter, because we are just doing what we are supposed to do. It is our duty to resist chaos and protect humanity. It is that simple. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, then raised his head again. While inside, this road is really difficult to walk on. Of course. So the goal is very important. When you have a clear goal, the rest doesn't matter. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the cemetery. Even through the rusty iron fences, they could still see rows of freshly dug graves inside. Okay. Stop thinking about those boring things. Duanmu Huai touched An's head. It's time for us to start working too. Chapter 662, How to Use. Examining a corpse is obviously not a pleasant experience. But after digging up the grave and finding the corpse, Duanmu Huai quickly discovered the problem. See it? Duanmu Huai pointed at the corpse in front of him and asked An. The latter turned pale and shook his head desperately. I didn't see anything. Duanmu Huai glanced at An speechlessly, then looked at the corpse again, reached out his hand to rip open the other's belly. As Duanmu Huai moved, a large number of maggots, Cockroaches and other insects and rats poured out of it. Seeing this scene, not only did it almost faint, but even the mayor and others had ugly expressions and stepped back. Forget it. Let me just state the conclusion. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to do anything weird and just turned to look at the mayor. Mayor, I would like to ask, how many families were harmed? Let me think. 4. No. 5. So among these 5 victims, were all those who were disemboweled women? When the mayor heard Duanmu Huai's question, he was stunned and looked at the garrison captain next to him in confusion. The latter touched his beard and frowned. Yes, those who were disemboweled were all women, while most of the men died from having their throats bitten off or their hearts pierced. That's right. Correct? Yes. Actually, as he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and touched the wound again. These wounds were not inflicted from the outside, but from the inside. In other words, something came out of the stomachs of these people and killed them. Is that a lie? When they heard Duanmu Huai's speculation, everyone's faces changed drastically. Even An was shocked. Really? Mr. Knight? As for whether it is true or not, wouldn't we know if we dig out the other bodies and take a look? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Although they were reluctant, everyone still helped to dig out the other bodies. After another inspection, they found that just as Duanmu Huai had guessed, all the female victims died because something broke out of their stomachs. But what could it be? We haven't found anything. After noticing this, the captain's face turned pale. He was sure that every time they investigated the scene, they did not find anything strange. If it was true, as Duanmu Huai said, that something came out of the victim's stomach, then how could they not see it? Maybe it ran away. Some animals can run away as soon as they are born. Duanmu Huai's casual reply made the others look even uglier. So, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, what you're saying is that some monster came out of these ladies' bellies, killed the others, and then ran away? There are indeed signs of gnawing on the body. Well, that's not surprising. Many animal cubs need to hunt for nutrition and energy after they are born. Does this animal really exist? Hearing this, and couldn't help but ask. This was really too horrifying. I remember there was. Well, it seems to be an insect called twisted-winged insect. Their offspring will eat their parents to supplement their nutrition after they are born, and then grow rapidly and survive. Ouch. I feel dizzy. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and reached out and pressed his forehead, muttering to himself. And the expressions of the others were not good either. Forget it. There's nothing interesting in the animal world. Duanmu Huai stood up and waved his hand. Then he saw the bodies floating back into the coffins, and then fell into the graves again. In the blink of an eye, they were buried again. Seeing this scene, everyone, including the mayor, dared not breathe. This powerful force was obviously not an ordinary adventurer. Now, they could only pray for the best. The mayor. Duanmu Huai looked at the mayor again and asked, "Are there any rumors going around town? Like a monster or something?" In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the mayor remained silent for a while, thinking hard for a long time, but finally shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't usually pay much attention to the gossip in town." Correct. At this moment, a soldier seemed to have thought of something and clapped his hands suddenly. "I remember Helen's kid said before that he saw some monster or something like that. Is that true?" "That's right. Everyone in the town was in a panic at the time. The kid even boasted about it to his friends. But he was caught and beaten up by his mother. I guess he hasn't even gotten out of bed yet. Bring him along." Not long after, a skinny little ghost was brought over. The moment he saw Duanmu Huai, the little ghost was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "Aw, Mom. I know I was wrong. Don't feed me to the devil. I'm not delicious." "What?" Duanmu Huai now had the urge to smash him to death with a hammer. "Why?" Looking at the little kid, who was crying non-stop, and sighed helplessly, then walked forward, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the child's head. "Don't worry. We won't eat you." "Really? Pretty sister?" Hearing Anne's comfort, the little kid who was crying just now suddenly changed his expression. He stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "Of course. So can you tell us again what you said before? The one about you seeing a monster?" "Ah, that? Hee. Hearing this, the little ghost chuckled and reached out to touch his nose. "It's not a big deal actually. It was just a few days ago when everyone was stuck in their houses and not allowed to go out. I felt bored, so I planned to sneak out to pick up some rocks to play with. But halfway up the mountain, I saw a particularly scary monster. How is it like? In response to Anne's question, the little ghost frowned. It looked like a human, but its arms and legs were very long, like a spider, and it seemed to be afraid of the sun. When I saw that thing, I accidentally screamed, as if it had discovered me. The monster was going to come over and catch me, but the sun was shining, so it hesitated for a while and went into the mine. A mine? Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows, and the mayor hurriedly introduced himself. It's what we use for mining, but because the mineral reserves have dwindled, it's been closed for a while. Send a few men to check with this brat and see if he's telling the truth. Duan Mu Huai grabbed Anne's hand and pulled her up, then glared at the kid who was secretly looking at him. The kid was so scared that his whole body stiffened when he noticed Duan Mu Huai's eyes. But even so, his lustful eyes kept sliding towards him. Take this brat away. Yes. At this moment, Duan Mu Huai became the commander here, and everyone else could only obey his orders. Soon, several guards separated and took the little kid away. Even after being taken away by the guards, the latter still turned around and looked at him reluctantly, as if he couldn't wait to look at her a few more times. He. It was not until Xiao Gui and others left that An looked at Duan Mu Huai with a smile. Mr. Knight, you are jealous. You should be more careful too. Don't always act so nonchalant. It's easy for others to take advantage of you. Duan Mu Huai snorted and looked at An and said. At this moment, An was still dressed in the Manalia Academy uniform as usual, apart from the miniskirt and knee-high socks. Well, it was indeed a bit too much in this world. Hey! He's still a child. Don't you know you are a little brat? That guy kept looking under your skirt. Next time you should change your clothes. It would be nice to be like Mary. Mary's outfit is the popular dress for women in the foggy city. Not only is the outer long skirt, but the inner is also very important. Under Mary's skirt is not stockings or garters, but a pair of trousers. In other words, Mary's outfit is to wear underwear inside, a white shirt and trousers outside, and then put on a dress, a long skirt and long boots. This outfit is convenient and will not expose the body. It is a very conservative and practical outfit. At least even if someone lifts my skirt, nothing can be seen. Mr. Knight, you seem to like Mary very much? Hearing this, and narrowed his eyes with interest and looked at Duan Mu Huai. Of course, the child is smart and obedient, and her abilities are very useful. And it's beautiful, isn't it? Duan Mu Huai nodded without saying anything more, because at this moment, Mary and Gu Leia had also come to meet them. How's it going? Looking at the tired expressions of the two people, Duan Mu Huai greeted them and asked, while Mary's expression seemed a little complicated. How should I put it? I did see something, but I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, the colors seemed to be very similar. To be honest, Duan Mu Huai had no idea what Mary was talking about. According to Mary, she saw some kind of light from the woman's belly, which means that there was something in the pregnant woman's belly. But it was difficult for Mary to express it in words. She just felt that the light seemed a little unusual, but she couldn't tell how it was unusual. Well, this is still a problem. Mary's description was not to the point, and Duan Mu Huai didn't understand her after listening for a long time. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Duan Mu Huai didn't have golden pupils, so who knows what Mary saw? Etc. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, there was a 6th-level magic spell Unity of Body and Mind in his pink book. This magic spell could establish a connection with the target, just like protecting others, and it could also share spells. So, could Mary's golden eyes be shared with himself? Mary, I have an idea I'd like to try. Duan Mu Huai looked at Mary, and then spoke seriously. Hey, Mr. Duan Mu, can you use my golden eyes? Mary was surprised to hear Duan Mu Huai's explanation, while Duan Mu Huai shrugged his shoulders. We won't know if it works until we try it. Do you want to give it a try? Sure, no problem. Mary didn't care about Duan Mu Huai's request at all and nodded. Then Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hand and summoned the pink book. Well, this is the first time you use it, so you should be careful. If you have any questions, tell me. Standing in the room, Duan Mu Huai looked at Mary and said that magic spells must not be cast outside. So Duanmu Huai asked the mayor to borrow a guest room. Of course. Just in case. And Ngu Leia were also on standby nearby. Okay. So, after getting Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai closed his eyes, then reached out and pressed on the pink book. Soon, a pink light emerged from it, and then hit Mary directly. The moment the pink beam hit Mary, the girl's body suddenly froze. She could feel Duanmu Huai's fiery and huge soul entering her body. The impact almost made the girl's legs go weak, and she fell to the ground. Oh! However, the next moment, Mary couldn't help but moan. Miss Mary? Are you okay? Hearing Mary's voice, Gu Leah asked anxiously, while Mary covered her mouth, blushing and shaking her head. She had never experienced this feeling before. She could clearly feel the presence of another person in her body. They seemed to melt together, as if they were one body, sharing souls and senses with each other. Mary could feel the huge soul slowly and steadily moving deeper into her. The burning soul power that seemed to burn everything like a flame broke through Mary's defenses and entered deep into her heart. Ugh, the arc, that place, it's going to break if I keep following it. The girl covered her mouth tightly, using the last bit of her reason to stop herself from screaming. However, Mary did not notice at this moment that An and Gu Leia were staring at her with wide eyes. The blonde beauty was blushing, her body trembling slightly, and her panting sounded like a cat's claws scratching their hearts. Just hearing Mary's low moan, the two of them felt as if somewhere deep in their hearts began to itch. Mary's voice was like a feather, constantly teasing their hearts. Gulp, and opened his eyes wide, swallowed his saliva, and stared at Mary without blinking. Gu Leah next to him blushed and covered her eyes with her hands. However, from her red ears, it can be seen that this is meaningless. Finally, the divine ritual came to an end. Chapter 663 The Visitor. Call. Duanmu Huai also opened his eyes at this time, and then looked at Mary lying on the ground, stunned for a moment. This is? Ah. Miss Mary seems to be feeling a little unwell. At this moment, Ngu Leia also hurried forward and helped Mary up. Did the magic fail? But I think it succeeded? Duanmu Huai could now clearly see that there was a pink line connecting himself and Mary. Well, of course, the location is a little hard to describe. But considering that this is a spell from the pink book, it seems understandable? It's just that Miss Mary is not used to magic yet. She just needs to rest for a while. And also spoke hurriedly at this moment. Well, I'll go out and take a look. You guys stay here and take care of Mary. Duanmu Huai didn't think too much about it, just nodded and left the room. Seeing Duanmu Huai leave, and Ngu Leia breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Mary, who was still in a trance. The girl in front of them had blurred eyes, panting slightly. Her body was soft and weak, and her face was blank. I am very interested in the magic that Mr. Knight just used. And then stared at Mary, and then whispered. Hearing Anne's words, Gu Leah was surprised and turned to look at her. Install? Isn't it interesting? Who are you going to give it to? We? Hearing Gu Leah's question, and grinned at her, and seeing Anne smile, Gu Leah trembled all over and subconsciously took a step back. Well, that's all self-explanatory. At the same time, Duanmu Huai was experiencing the power of the golden eyes in the small town. This is really amazing. Gee, why hasn't anyone gotten it in the game yet? Looking at the world in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Of course, if you just look at it, it seems that there is no difference. But when Duanmu Huai focused his will on his right eye, he could see different rays of light. Mary said she didn't understand what it was, but Duanmu Huai understood it at a glance. This is the direction mark. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, each person had a direction mark, pointing straight to the distance, which meant that with just one look, he could tell where these people came from and where they were going. For example, the guard was going to the tavern next door to drink. The man on the other side was going to the river to fish. And even if it was a black cat chasing a mouse, Duanmu Huai could see how it got out of the broken glass window and then chased its prey into the alley. And if you focus on a certain goal, you can see everything related to it. For example, this river now. Is that the problem here? Duanmu Huai stood by the river and looked at the river in front of him. The dark spirit in the belly of the pregnant lady before was connected to this river, which means that the dead baby has something to do with this river. But there was no trace of cursing or magic. Duanmu Huai stared at the river again and concentrated his attention. Soon, His sight began to go upstream, following the direction of the surging river, and then came to a cave in the mountains. Then Duanmu Huai saw a strange and dazzling flash. In a huge pond, a stone was emitting dazzling light. And then, woo! The next moment, the severe headache came, and Duanmu Huai returned to God, only to find out that the light connected to Mary had disappeared. Sure enough, it's not your own golden pupil. It's still troublesome to use. Obviously, the golden pupil is indeed an artifact. It is placed in the game, which is simply an external plugin. In short, it is like a player picks up the task and directly gives you a direction mark. Players can complete the task as long as they follow the direction mark. It is simply cheating. But unfortunately, this stuff does not seem to support sharing. Although Duanmu Huai is okay, Mary can't support it. Forget it. Anyway, the clue has been found. My lord, this is bad? At this moment, a guard ran over, and he looked pale and frightened, while Duanmu Huai put away his eyes and stared at him. What's wrong? Monster! Monster! There are monsters in the mine. The guard who came back was one of the guards, who Duanmu Huai had ordered to follow the little ghost to check the mine. According to his account, when the group followed the little ghost to the mine entrance, halfway up the mountain, they found that the mine, that was supposed to be closed, was indeed smashed open by something. Everyone was shocked at the time. They should have left immediately and reported the news to Duanmu Huai. But several guards, who were miners, were so angry about the destruction of the mine that they walked into the dark mine, wanting to find out what happened in the mine. But soon, the guards left outside heard screams coming from inside. The screams that seemed to tear their souls apart made the others tremble. They almost immediately dropped their weapons and ran back in a hurry. I see. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then nodded. I'll take care of it. Have your men seal off all the mine entrances and exits. Are those a lot of exits? There are only 2. And I will block them completely. The guard who returned was pale, and his lips trembled. But he still mustered up the courage to answer. Do you need me to notify your companions? Not for now. It would be better if I could handle this matter on my own. Although the Golden Hitomi did not see the end, Duanmu Huai already had some speculation. Perhaps this could also show why the gods and the paladins did not notice the reason for the problem. The entrance to the mine is located on the hillside behind the town. There are railroad tracks here, and you can see empty mine carts all around. It is obvious that they once had a glorious time. But the dust and cobwebs all over the mine carts now show that those days are gone forever. Stay away from here. Don't come near. No one is allowed to come in. Before Duanmu Huai walked into the cave, he turned around again and said to the mayor and guardian, if you want to come in, then the consequences are at your own risk. Is it dangerous in there? You don't need to know that. Duanmu Huai's cold eyes stopped the stupid and curious inquiry of the mayor. If you want to come in, please casually. After all, I have warned you. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned to leave, while others swallowed a sip, looked at it for a moment, and then retreated. They're not stupid. The mine is dim. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and strode in. This narrow space was not suitable for him to swing the thunder hammer or the power sword. But it didn't matter. For Duanmu Huai, these 2 fists alone were enough to turn any creature that dared to stand in front of him into a pile of meat paste. Even more effective than Warhammer. Click, 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 click. Along with Duanmu Huai's deep into the mine, strange noise appeared in his helmet. But Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this noise. And he could even say that he had guessed. Sure enough. Damn radiation. Looking at the radiation warning coming from the helmet, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists. This is what he guessed when he saw the last scene through his golden eyes. Although it is not strange for stones to glow in the magic world. And it can even be said that many gems can glow. But Duanmu Huai quickly thought of what the Tier Priest had said before. That their investigation had yielded nothing. If that stone is a roll of some kind of magic, then they cannot notice it. Can radioactive substances be detected by detecting toxins or detecting curses? Duanmu Huai does not know what kind of magic is detected on the basis. But now it seems that these magic obviously has no effect on the radiation generated by nature. So, is this just an accident? Duanmu Huai didn't think so. The reason was simple. This was an iron mine. If there had been radioactive mines here a long time ago, then the miners in Lock Town would have died a long time ago. But if you said it was dug out recently, it was not right. as it could be seen from the previous mine carts that Lock Town had not opened for mining for a long time because the mines were exhausted. So there was no such thing. In other words, some people deliberately put a piece of radiation ore here, so that the poisonous radiation pollution of the river in the river is not a news that the fetal abnormal abortion is long. This way, the shape of the dead baby in Lock can be understood. The only thing to say is that this process is a bit too fast. And there seems to be similar situations elsewhere. Perhaps because Lock Town is the closest. It has been most affected? This is why Duanmu did not let in Mary and others come with him. The Inquisitor's power armor can resist all radiation and extreme cold and high temperature, and can move freely in a vacuum. But he does not believe that Anne's magic can protect himself from radiation pollution. Radioactive ore. But it's not like ordinary radioactive ore. It doesn't seem to be produced in Faerun. Could it be from another world? That would be even more interesting. Who brought it here? For what purpose? And from what world? You have to know that except for Lock Town, there is no one living nearby. It is not a densely populated place like Waterdeep or Neverwinter. Generally speaking, if you want to cause pollution with radiation, you can choose to launch attacks in those big cities instead of in such a small place. Call. Just as Duanmu was thinking. Suddenly, a sharp object like a spear emerged from the dark shadows, pierced Duanmu's head, and then hit Duanmu's helmet heavily and bounced away. Feeling the impact of the battle, Duanmu also roared, gathered his mind, stretched out his hand to grab the spear, pulled hard, and then accompanied by a scream, a black shadow fell from the air and hit the ground. At this moment, under the illumination of the searchlight, Duanmu clearly saw the body of the monster that attacked him. It had the appearance of an adult human, but only the body. Its limbs were very slender, especially its forearms and calves, which looked like spider legs. Moreover, this monster had no neck at all. Its twisted face was embedded between its shoulders. Its jaw opened and closed, and it screamed in pain. Turbid and dirty blood spurted out from the broken part of one of its legs, covering the entire cave. What is this? A spider-like human? Looking at the ghost thing in front of him, Duanmu was also confused. He had never seen such a mutated monster before, but he was sure that these things should be the monsters that had come out of the stomach of the woman in Lock Town before, because Duanmu remembered very clearly that the mayor and the garrison captain once said that the bodies of the victims seemed to be pierced and torn by something like a spear. Duanmu looked at the part in his hand. It looked like a human calf that had been stretched to be thin and long, except that the place where the foot should have been was standing up high, forming a sharp tip. Well, it looks like this is the murder weapon. However, this thing is obviously bigger than Duanmu imagined. You have to know that this thing was originally hiding in a woman's belly, so it would only be as big as a baby. But now the body of this monster is about the same size as a strong adult man. What does it feed on? Well, it can't be radiation. Duanmu's face darkened. He now felt more and more that this was a conspiracy. The twisted corpse of a dead baby, a mutated monster that feeds on radiation, and a stone that emits radioactive energy. These three things put together always give Duanmu a strong sense of a standard plot segment at the beginning of a mission. Snort! Duanmu stomped on the twisted monster, turning its body into a bloody mess. Then he clenched his fists and continued to walk inside. The mine was interconnected, but it didn't matter to Duanmu. All he had to do now was follow the radiation detector and find the place with the highest radiation concentration. The deeper they went into the mine, the more strange monsters they found. Duanmu also saw the bodies of soldiers who had entered the mine before. Their bodies were pierced, their abdomens were cut open, and their internal organs were scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that the monsters that were eating them were not familiar with how to eat. However, Duanmu did not doubt that these monsters would understand after a few experiments. But unfortunately, they no longer have the chance. Squeak! 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 This twisted monster screamed like a rat and pounced on Duanmu. Its attack method was very simple. That is, to pierce the enemy's body with its limbs like spears, and then tear them apart. However, this move was completely useless to Duanmu. He didn't even try to dodge, but let the opponent hit him. Clang! Duanmu stood still like a rock, while the monster screamed and retreated. But Duanmu had already stretched out his fist and punched the monster's body, breaking it in half. Then he grabbed the monster's stump and swung it violently, breaking the other monster's slender leg. At the moment it fell to the ground, a big iron foot suddenly stepped on it. Boom! The monster's stump trembled, then became unresponsive. Waste. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, stood up, and continued to move forward. He could already hear the sound of running water, which meant that he was getting closer and closer to his destination. If he was right, when he turned the corner, he would see an underground lake, and in the center of the lake there would be a glowing stone. But all Duanmu Huai saw was darkness. The sudden darkness was so sudden that even Duanmu Huai's searchlight could not penetrate it. It was not until a moment later, when Duanmu Huai saw the deep red flesh and sharp teeth wriggling in front of him through the light, that he realized what was happening. Hack! What the H.L.? Duanmu Huai roared, stretched out his hand, grabbed the other person's mouth that was biting his head, and pulled hard. The rubber-like skin and muscles were torn apart by Duanmu Huai. Soon, a gap was torn in the originally dark space. Then Duanmu Huai roared and used his hands to expand the gap again. Then he threw the idiot who attacked him to the ground. That's a snake. It looked like more than just a snake. It looked like a fusion of some strange animals, with a wolf-like head, a snake-like body, and even gecko-like feet and tail. It looked extremely weird and twisted. Unfortunately, in front of Duanmu Huai, this twisted, mutated, deformed monster was useless. Its head had been torn in half by Duanmu Huai, and it turned into a pile of flesh and blood lying on the ground. Then, Duanmu Huai saw the stone that was emitting shining light. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the radiation alarm sounded rapidly. It was obvious that the radiation brought by the stone had exceeded the critical value. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai's power armor could completely resist this level of radiation. He walked into the underground lake, came to the stone, and stared at it. Where are you from? Duanmu Huai didn't believe that this stone was produced locally. It was about 1 meter high and looked like a semicircular stone, emitting a bright glow like an incandescent lamp. Duanmu Huai remembered that there was such ore in the game, which was used by certain races to manufacture power systems. But it was a relatively backward power source. Soon, Duanmu Huai found the answer. He found a corpse not far from the ore. A corpse that did not belong to this world. The reason why Duanmu Huai was so sure was very obvious. There was no one in this world who would walk around wearing a space suit or space armor, except myself. This man also fell into the lake at this moment. His cause of death was obvious. From his missing lower body, it could be seen that the deceased was attacked by some local monster here, and then torn into 2 halves, and then died miserably. Then it was easy to explain the stone he brought. The person who brought it here is dead, so it can't possibly grow legs and run away on its own. Right? But when Duanmu Huai turned the corpse over and saw its swollen, sore-covered face and the blasphemous, ugly marks on its chest, what he got was far more than he had imagined. A follower of the corrupted stain. Duanmu Huai stared at the corpse in front of him fiercely, gritting his teeth. You really ran to a very far place. Chapter 664 Interlude. Duanmu Huai overlooked one thing. That is, while he was running around to increase his strength, the evil gods were also busy. Even if the body in front of him was removed, which was swollen and disgusting because of the blessing of the loving Father, it could be clearly seen that it was an alien race. It can be seen that there must be a planet that was corrupted by the foul hand. Well, this is not surprising. The Milky Way is so big, and both sides are working hard to open mines and upgrade operations. It's just that Duanmu Huai and corruption have set their eyes on the same mine. Duanmu Huai activated the black flame without hesitation, sweeping away the ore and all the mutated creatures in the entire mine. And then he opened the communication. He code. Ah. Uncle. Here. What is the current status of the fleet? Currently only the first fleet can attack. The rest are under maintenance. Send a reconnaissance fleet to my side. Also, have Maria and Kukula speed up the repairs. Remember, the operation must be secret to avoid being discovered. Ah. Yes. The only lucky thing is that this world has a crystal wall, which is a unique natural phenomenon unique to the continent of Faerun. According to Faerun's setting, in the real world, the primary material plane, there are many separate worlds. A world may be just a planet, or it may be a complete information including planets, satellites, asteroids, comets, and stars. And each world is sealed in a bubble-like crystal wall. If you want to cross the crystal wall to reach other planes, you can only cross the Sea of Phlogiston. Because of this, Duanmu Huai concluded that it was obvious that this was not the Chaos Army coming in person, but more like a test and reconnaissance. After all, Faerun was protected by the crystal wall, and the Chaos Fleet could not enter. And this guy might have appeared here in some way. Thinking of the plague in Neverwinter before. Could it be? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Could it be that these guys intend to use this method to weaken the crystal wall of Faerun, and then send in a large army directly? The more Duanmu Huai thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. But he did not hope that his guess was true, because this meant that outside the crystal wall system of Faerun, there might be an entire Chaos Fleet waiting to rush in and feast. This is definitely not good news for the Inquisition, which has just fought a battle with a cosmic monster and has been severely damaged. Of course, if we want to talk about good news, it was corruption rather than treachery that made Duanmu Huai feel relieved. Of course, it would be even better if it was tyrannical wrath. Head-on confrontation is what suits Duanmu Huai's taste best. As for the evil of obsession, go wherever is good and cool. Duanmu Huai doesn't even want to look at it. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not consider whether this was a treacherous trick to divert attention and cause trouble. He was too lazy to waste brain cells on those idiots, who were full of madness. Duanmu Huai only believed what he saw, made a decision, and then attacked. Nothing else matters. At the same time, in the Lost Land, some people were taking action towards similar goals. The corrupt, smelly monster roared and lunged forward, then fell headfirst into the mud. The leading elven ranger frowned, looking at the monster's corpse in front of him, not concealing his inner anger. What kind of blasphemy would lead to such a heinous act? Lying in front of the elf ranger was a wild sheep that lived in the Lost Land. However, it had completely lost its original appearance and turned into a rotten, smelly and disgusting monster. Did it turn into some kind of undead creature? The wizard next to him held a staff in his hand and looked at the corpse with a serious expression. No! At the same time, a paladin holding a sword and a shield came over. Helm's holy power has no effect on it. It is not an undead creature. But if it's not an undead creature, then what is it? Faced with this question, no one answered for a while. And at this moment, suddenly, a small figure appeared beside them quietly and silently. Hey! Are you still standing here in a daze? Little girl, where have you been again? Looking at the halfling wanderer in front of him, the paladin showed a dissatisfied expression. Although she helped him and others a lot in normal times, she would disappear without a trace every time there was a battle. She called it patrolling around. But everyone knew that halflings were timid. I just hope she doesn't run too far. I found something strange. It might be the culprit of all this. Oh! Hearing the words of the halfling wanderer, everyone was suddenly cheered up. The reason they came here was because in recent times, a lot of mutated beasts had appeared on the edge of the high forest. They seemed to be cursed and had become unrecognizable. Even the land where they lived was polluted after death. And even the lush trees were not spared. That's why these people took action and organized a team to go deep into the Lost Land to try to investigate the truth. However, since entering the Lost Land, the team has only seen countless mutated monsters. The wild beasts that originally lived in this area have been completely twisted and changed by an evil force, becoming hideous, distorted, and even unlike living creatures. And now, take us to see it. The paladin quickly looked serious, put away his sword, and looked at the halfling wanderer, who nodded, then jumped and led them into the depths of the wilderness. Led by the halfling, the adventurers passed through the nearby woods and came to a nearby high ground. Then, they lay on the ground and looked forward in the direction the halfling pointed. Look! It's right there. As he spoke, the halfling pointed forward, and everyone looked up. Then, they saw an unimaginable scene. Not far below the high ground was a ruin. Judging from its appearance, it should be the remains of a former temple. At this moment, hundreds of kobolds stood on the ruins, holding simple weapons in their hands and shouting excitedly. Standing in front of them was a kobold wizard with feathers on his head, shaking his arms, jumping and shouting loudly. God! Give! Power! We are happy! Happy! Hiss! Led by the wizard, the kobolds also shouted loudly. Then the kobold wizard turned around, looked at the ruined temple in front of him, and knelt on the ground. God! Give me strength! Boom! 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 Soon, a low sound of footsteps was heard. And then, the adventurers saw a tall figure walking out of the temple ruins. It looked like a giant, wearing dark green armor that looked thick and solid. But the armor was very dirty. Not only that, the belly of this iron warrior was bulging, and it looked like he had gained weight. The entire armor was covered with rotten flesh and blood, and there were even a lot of flies flying around it. As if the warrior in front of him was a walking piece of rotten flesh. He just walked up to the group of gnolls and looked at them in silence. At this moment, the gnolls began to tremble under the gaze of this strange warrior, and instinctively lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Then, the strange green warrior suddenly raised his hand. The next moment, with his movement, countless flies flew out of his body and completely surrounded the dog-headed people. The flies mercilessly tore open the dog-headed people's skin and drilled into their bodies. Soon, the dog-headed people began to scream loudly and fell to the ground, rolling desperately, as if they were enduring some unimaginable pain. The purgatory-like scene before their eyes alone was enough to terrify the adventurers. But what happened next made them unable to believe their eyes. The bodies of those originally short and skinny dog-headed men began to swell gradually, and pieces of rotten flesh floated up and spread from them like sponges. In the blink of an eye, those originally skinny little monsters turned into fat pigs that could walk. However, their bodies were still covered with sores and blood. Instead of healing, the wounds were torn and pulled apart during the swelling process, and the rotten flesh inside poured out like tattered cotton. And then large groups of maggots could be seen falling out of them like a tide. Woo! The wizard covered his mouth and turned away. The others were not much better. They had never seen such a blasphemous, horrible, and disgusting scene. What the H.L. is that guy? Is he the devil from H.L.? It is impossible for the devil to stay in the main plane for a long time. But, as the wizard spoke, he raised his head again and looked down. However, at this moment, they saw the green-armored warrior holding up a square-looking black box in his hand and pointing it towards them. That is, boom! Before the mage could figure out what was happening, there was a loud bang, and then her head exploded like an apple. The headless body swayed for a moment, and then fell backwards. We've been discovered. Let's go! The adventurers didn't even have time to mourn for their companions. They turned around and ran away the next moment. Now their only task is to leave here and report everything they have seen. Only in this way can they completely stop the evil that has swept this land. Boom, boom, boom. However, they soon heard the devilish footsteps coming from behind them. It's catching up. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the huge dark green figure had already climbed over the hillside and rushed towards them. Its speed was so fast that people could not react in time. Damn it! Soon, another barbarian warrior seemed unable to bear it and ran away. He turned around abruptly, raised his two-handed sword, shouted the name of his patron saint, and rushed towards the green giant. However, the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the barbarian's body was directly beaten into a sieve and turned into a pile of meat scattered on the ground, while the green giant stepped on his corpse and continued to move forward. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound made the adventurers' scalps tingle, and they almost ignored the elf ranger's warning. Into the forest! Into the forest! Hearing the words of the elf ranger, the remaining adventurers rushed into the forest. At the same time, the terrible sound stopped. Damn! What the H.L. is that? The other warrior cursed in a low voice, and threw the shield in his hand aside. The shield made of refined gold had several holes in it, and now looked like a rotten wooden board. Completely useless. What he holds in his hands is even more powerful than a cannon. Now is not the time to talk about this. The paladin shook his head. We have to leave here. No matter what. We have to tell the queen what happened here. This wilderness has been shrouded in evil. We can't do anything on our own. But how are we going to avoid the guy's pursuit? The halfling whispered that they had all seen the speed of the monster, which was far beyond their imagination. If the elven ranger was not familiar with the forest, they would probably not be able to escape the other party's pursuit. But this was only temporary, because they could hear the heavy footsteps approaching, mixed with a disgusting stench and buzzing sounds. We have to split our forces into two groups. One group can attract his attention, and the other group can take the opportunity to leave. The paladin finally made a decision and looked towards the elf ranger and the halfling. You go back and report. We will be responsible for delaying the monster. We are not as familiar with the forest as the elves, nor are we as good at hiding as the halflings. If we walk together, He will catch up with us sooner or later. But now, we can lure him to another direction. And you can take the opportunity to leave. Go! There is no time. No one said anything. The halfling and the elven ranger looked at each other and nodded. Then the paladin and the remaining warriors turned and ran deeper into the forest, while the elven ranger grabbed the halfling. Follow me. Don't talk. Watching the elves and halflings disappear into the woods, the paladin breathed a sigh of relief. He gripped the sword tightly and kissed the holy emblem on it. May Lathander protect my courage until the last moment. Looking at the paladin's actions, the warrior next to him chuckled. If Losander really showed up, he should have immediately sent out a bolt of lightning to kill this monster. You do not understand. The paladin shook his head and put away the holy emblem. It's faith. I just know that when a person dies, everything is gone. The warrior clenched his axe and lowered his voice. But unfortunately, it looks like we are going to die here. The paladin said nothing. He held his sword tightly and hid behind a rock, while the warrior hid on the other side. They could hear footsteps getting closer and closer. Then the paladin jumped up and raised the holy sword in his hand. Lathander, please grant me the shining light to destroy the enemy. Dazzling holy light burst out from the sword along with the paladin's roar, which even made the green warrior stop. At the same time, a warrior ran out from behind, roaring and raising his battle axe, and chopped down hard at the green-armored warrior's mutated and ugly right claw that was not covered by armor. Puff! The blade cut into the green-armored warrior's arm, but did not get the expected response. The arm looked extremely thick, and the cut made by the warrior's fierce blow was covered by the rolling flesh in just a moment. Before he could react, the green-armored warrior raised his left hand and swung it vigorously. The whistling sickle turned into a whirlwind, blowing away everything around it. And the paladin was no exception. He only felt a powerful force rushing towards him. And then the next moment he flew backwards, breaking several tree trunks along the way before falling to the ground. However, the paladin could no longer get up at this moment. He could feel that his bones were broken, and even the armor on his body shattered into pieces and pierced his flesh. And the last thing the paladin saw at this moment was the green giant striding towards him. Hopefully, they can leave safely. This was the last thing the paladin thought before he lost consciousness. Chapter 665. Fellow villagers meet fellow villagers. Woo! Woo! The halfling ran as fast as she could with her short legs, wiping away the tears from her eyes. The elven ranger who was originally with her had already gone to attract the monster, and he could have escaped on his own. But in the end, they gave this difficult task to the halfling, because she is the one who runs the fastest and is the least likely to be discovered. The elven ranger did not meet up with her, and the halfling had already guessed what had happened. Although they had not spent much time together, the death of her companion still made her heartbroken. However, the halfling did not have time to stop and cry. She just gritted her teeth and ran desperately through the bushes. Get out of here. Get out of this wilderness. And find other people and tell them what happened here. That terrible monster. At this moment, suddenly, the halfling heard the sound of people talking not far outside the woods. Why do you want to bring Bunny with you, Mr. Knight? Because now we need luck. Right? We are just short of luck now. It is impossible for us to travel the entire Lost Land. We will have to find a long time to do that. And we don't even know what we are looking for now. Why? Someone. Hearing the conversation, the halfling was immediately delighted. From the sound of the voice, it should be a teenage girl. Such young adventurers are rare. But at this moment, the halfling was relieved. In any case, the person who can take a young girl on an adventure should not be a bad person. And from their tone, they all sounded very relaxed, as if they were just going for an outing. But now is not the time for an outing. Half-body people accelerated again and rushed out of the woods. Don't go in. It's dangerous inside. She shouted at the person in front of her and waved her hands. And then the half-man just stood there in a daze, because standing in front of her at this moment was a tall figure wearing black armor that was almost identical to the green devil before. How come? Seeing the black giant in front of her, the halfling was suddenly terrified. She subconsciously tried to turn around and escape into the woods again. However, at this moment, suddenly, a powerful force suddenly bound her body. And then the halfling felt herself being lifted up and sucked directly into the hands of the terrible black giant. Wow! Mr. Knight, this is still a child. At this time, the halfling saw a beautiful girl with long brown hair next to him, staring at him with wide eyes. Next to her was a girl who looked like a half-dragon. On the left and right sides of the black giant, the halfling saw two girls about his own age sitting. Were they human children? Or halflings? This is not a child. This is a halfling. Their race is naturally this tall. Eh? Is that so? At this time, a blonde girl came over from the other side. The halfling noticed that her right eye was golden, like a cat's pupil, and her left eye was azure blue, which was quite eye-catching. At this moment, the blonde girl was holding a rabbit in her arms. To be honest, the way these people were dressed didn't look like adventurers at all, but more like a group of noble ladies going out for an outing. You? Who are you? Perhaps because there were harmless-looking young ladies around her, the halfling's original fear gradually subsided. The black-armored giant in front of her stared at her and asked, "Here's my question. You're an adventurer, right? What happened? Why is there danger ahead? Aren't you in the same group as that green devil? Green demon?" Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard the half-orc's question. What green devil? It's just an armor similar to the one you're wearing, painted green. However, the words of the half-bodies have not finished speaking. Suddenly, a sudden fear of fear directly penetrated into her heart, and her half-body people widened their eyes. Looking at the red eyes shining with bright red light in the opponent's helmet stared fiercely. What is going on? Say! The halfling had no resistance to fear, and after being frightened by Duanmu Huai, he immediately spilled out everything, including the changes in the high forest. They came to investigate and discovered dilapidated ruins, a bunch of kobolds, and a huge green iron demon. The iron demon used some evil magic to turn the entire kobold tribe into terrible monsters. As a result, they were discovered, and only the halfling escaped among the group. What is the armor? Very similar to yours. Probably. Cut. Hearing the halfling's answer, Duanmu Huai clicked his tongue and then looked at the halfling. Take us there. Why? Take us to the ruins. Quick. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the girls around him, and then cast a caring look at the little white rabbit in Mary's arms. As expected, it is my lucky rabbit's foot. I directly opened the pet and summoned the rabbit. It seems that I made the right choice. As soon as we arrived at the lost land, the clues came to us. Oh, so that's what it means to sit back and wait for something to happen. But then again, wearing green armor, spraying flies, holding a scythe, could it be the traveler Typhons, who is known as the real commander of the 14th Legion and the lord of the destroyer of the flying nest? If it really is this guy, then my debut battle will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Typhons was not a Primarch, but he was equally troublesome and dangerous. Moreover, this kind of action was indeed Typhon's style. In the past Imperial era, he liked to run around and spread viruses and plagues everywhere, and thus earned the title of Traveler. Although there were many monsters in this world, if it was an ordinary bad guy, he might be at risk of being killed. But if it was Typhons, then it would not be difficult for him to completely destroy the world. Typhons. Thinking of this name, Duanmu Huai licked his lower lips. This can be regarded as one of the most dreamy prey under the genetic original. Now, he has come to this world, and he is planning to do a big voting. Duanmu Huai did not hesitate, nor was he afraid or terrified. After all, he would eventually have to deal with the Chaos Evil God. If he couldn't even deal with a small pawn who had just been blessed by the evil god, then there would be no future to speak of. Moreover, I am a level 40 judge, level 15 god of destruction, level 5 old god will, and level 1 god of pleasure. It's not fake. Next, it depends on who is better. In the abandoned temple, a tall figure was busy. He looked at the cauldron in front of him, fascinated by the disgusting dark yellow sticky substance inside. Beside him, several small, cute and fat elves were jumping around. They opened their mouths, showed their tongues, and made a giggling sound, just like a group of children chasing and playing. The tall figure watched the scene, his eyes filled with burning flames. It has been long enough. From that time till now, they have been dormant for too long. The road to reality is closed. The warriors in the twisted void are killing each other for pitiful resources. Even they are on the verge of extinction. But he is not afraid, because the love of the loving Father is protecting him. The real hope, the transformation of death and life. The facts prove that the loving Father is right. At the moment before extinction, the glory of life emerges again, And now, he was about to return to what he did best, and make the entire galaxy tremble under the shadow of the Lord of Plague once again. This was just the beginning, but he hoped for a perfect start. A brand new beginning, heralding a brand new cycle of life. Perhaps he was too engrossed that he did not notice the dark apparition that appeared behind him like a ghost. The whistling thunder hammer suddenly cut through the air, and the lightning broke the drowsy darkness. The thunder hammer hit the back of the Lord of the Flying Nest at a perfect angle, accompanied by a sudden burst of death flames. The next moment, the tall body flew out like a stone thrown by a catapult and hit the wall next to it. However, the Lord of the Flying Nest turned around soon, raised the sickle in his hand, and blocked the subsequent pursuit. Clang! Heavy metal collisions sounded, and flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness. After seeing the enemy's face, the Lord of the Flying Nest suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He saw the heavy and familiar armor, even the skull mark, and the mark of the Sky Eagle on the armor. All of this was so vivid that the Lord of the Flying Nest almost forgot the tens of thousands of years of exile. As if the battle with the Empire had never stopped. As if the past tens of thousands of years were a lie. As if the stagnant time began to flow again at this moment. The Corpse King's running dog. At this moment, rage, incomparable rage erupted from the heart of the Lord of the Flying Nest. He roared and swung his sickle. The swarm of poisonous flies on his body erupted like a dark cloud, and drilled out from every gap and corner of his armor. The violent psychic power turned into a raging wave and blasted forward. The breath of corruption, stench, and hatred surrounded him, and even everything around him began to melt in this irreversible corruption. Duanmu didn't say anything, and he didn't need to say anything. He had nothing to talk about with these bosses. Not to mention that the stench of this guy who hadn't taken a bath for tens of thousands of years, and was covered in feces, rotten flesh and blood was enough to make people stay away. Maybe he would say a few more words to the tyrannical champion. But facing the human-shaped dung bomb in front of him that exuded a disgusting stench, Duanmu didn't want to say a word. I just want to kill him quickly. The corrupted poisonous flies did not succeed. The lightning and black flame surrounding Duanmu's armor ruthlessly devoured all the poisonous flies that dared to attack him. Facing the psychic attack of the Lord of the Flying Nest, Duanmu snorted coldly, and an equally huge psychic force began to gather and collided head-on. The ruined temple had no way to resist such a huge spiritual impact. The entire temple wreckage, except for the foundation, seemed to be swept up by a storm, and then collapsed under the violent thunder bombardment. Duanmu stepped forward, raised the thunder hammer in his hand high, and swung it hard at the Lord of the Flying Nest. The latter was obviously a little surprised, and expressed great surprise that a lackey of the Corpse King could ignore and destroy the blessing from the Lord of Plague. Who are you? The Lord of the Flying Nest waved the human reaper in his hand and fought with Duanmu again. He was faster, but Duanmu was stronger. Every time Duanmu's hammer hit the Lord of the Flying Nest, he could feel his flesh and blood, which had merged with the armor, wailing. An unimaginable, bone-chilling force was gnawing at his life fire, like a cold winter wind, and he was even more horrified to find that his strength was fading. It is not a simple passing, but a withering and drying up. Just like a stream is about to dry up and a tree is about to rot. It seemed as if this dark existence before his eyes brought inevitable death and destruction. Say, this was not the false divine power of the Corpse King, but some more bizarre power. A power of destruction. A power that seemed to destroy even the air, and was unfolding around him. However, this was not the Primarch's power. At least, the Lord of the Flying Nest did not know any Primarch who possessed such power. The Lord of the Flying Nest stepped on the ground, and the power of corruption spread along the earth. The grass twisted into tentacle-like monsters. The flowers began to emit a foul smell, and even the insects in the mud let out shrill screams, like a chorus of life. However, Duanmu moved forward again, and black flames enveloped the earth, destroying everything it touched. The twisted grass leaves turned to nothingness. The corrupt flowers turned to ashes, and the chorus of life came to an abrupt end, bringing all things to the brink of destruction. Boom! The sickle-named human reaper was swung down again and hit Duanmu's armor, and then the armor suddenly exploded. However, Duanmu didn't care. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the next moment a new piece of armor appeared out of thin air, covering the power armor. He would not let his precious power armor be stained with even a little bit of excrement from the dead smelly fat otaku. Who the hell are you? watching Duanmu Huai's actions. The Lord of the Flies' Nest felt anxious for the first time. He had never seen such a strange thing before. He was not like the Space Marines, who had fought side by side with him, but eventually parted ways with him. Nor was he like those idiots, who shouted the name of the corpse emperor and fanatically sacrificed their lives for the false emperor. He was filled with a sense of oppression that even the Lord of the Flies' Nest felt afraid of. He had only felt that feeling on his own Legion commander. But it was different. Duanmu Huai had no intention of talking more with the Lord of the Fly Nest. At this moment, his annihilation field was operating at full capacity. Countless souls were thrown into it, and the divine fire became more and more dazzling and bright. The power of destruction was enough to surpass everything. But it has strong power, but high fuel consumption. If I don't kill him now, I'll be dead. Come on, my slave. The Lord of the Fly Nest obviously did not intend to fight Duanmu Huai here. He suddenly stepped back and roared loudly. Along with the roar of the Lord of the Fly Nest, the ground around him suddenly exploded, and twisted and mutated monsters crawled out, screaming and rushing towards Duanmu Huai. Good man, when did you learn to hide the Thunder Beast? But you are not the only one who can shake people. Get started. Iceland news. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the howling storm and ice came together, directly freezing the monsters in the ice. Flame, obey my command. Fall, and shouted loudly, and raised her hands. A huge magic circle took shape in the sky with her movements. Then, a fireball as dazzling as the sun fell from the sky and hit the wilderness frozen by frost. Boom! Including Duanmu Huai and the Lord of the Fly Nest. The entire wilderness before their eyes was completely covered by the erupting flames. The burning flames destroyed the frozen deformities. Even the Lord of the Fly Nest faced this sudden attack and hurriedly retreated. He almost pushed his speed to the limit. If I could just leave here? Then, however, everything has an end. The moment the Lord of the Fly Nest took action, his movements had already been completely locked onto by eyes shining with golden light. Boom! When the Lord of the Fly Nest rushed out of the encirclement of fire, the thunder hammer rushed towards it and hit the Lord of the Fly Nest on the head, accompanied by a roar. Duanmu Huai rushed forward, raised the hammer high, and swung it down again at the Lord of the Fly Nest, who was knocked to the ground. Clang! At the last moment, the Lord of the Fly Nest raised his sickle to block Duanmu Huai's attack. Then he raised his foot and kicked Duanmu Huai in the chest. If it were before, this kick would be enough to kick Duanmu Huai away. But at this moment, the Lord of the Fly Nest felt so powerless. The cold flames had penetrated deep into his soul, and even his strength was rapidly fading. Like an old man, Duanmu Huai withstood the attack of the Lord of the Fly Nest head-on, and the magic armor on his body was shattered again. But he remained indifferent and raised his warhammer and smashed it down again. The cold steel and thunder roared and tore through the air, breaking the legs of the Lord of the Fly's Nest, which made the Lord of the Fly's Nest feel the fear he had not felt for a long time. Logically speaking, even if his body was chopped and pierced, he would not die completely. The power of the loving Father would restore his body to its original state, and those blessed elves would merge with him and become stronger again. But this time it was different. The strange power suppressed the blessing of the kind Father, and the broken legs of the Lord of the Fly Nest were not able to recover quickly. He could not escape, and could only raise his hands, instinctively trying to block the attack from above. However, that's it. The warhammer smashed down again, and the huge hammer head smashed through the Lord of the Fly Nest's arms, broke through his corrupt, smelly, and stinking armor, and smashed directly into his chest. At this moment, the Lord of the Fly Nest screamed uncontrollably, and he could feel that his soul seemed to be pierced by the cold blade, and even the soul itself began to fall apart. The evil god you believe in can't save you, bastard. Go to H.L. This was Duanmu Huai's last thought when he looked at the Lord of the Fly Nest. And then he raised his war hammer with force. Boom! The head of the Lord of the Fly's Nest was smashed to pieces by the whistling hammer. At the same time, black flames instantly erupted and sprayed, enveloping the entire body of the Lord of the Fly's Nest. Under the stimulation of the black flames, the shattered body of the Lord of the Fly's Nest began to swell, and then exploded like a balloon. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud like an atomic bomb exploded straight into the sky. Looking up, one could even see the black smoke transformed into a distorted, painful face, which seemed to be screaming something. However, the black flame followed it like a poisonous snake. completely wrapping around it. Even the final curse of the Lord of the Fly Nest could not escape the punishment of the God of Destruction. A black lightning bolt fell from the sky, and the huge black mushroom cloud was split in half, and then completely dissipated. Duanmu Huai stood there motionless, staring at the screen intently, until the message "The Lord of the Fly Nest has been killed, and the God of Destruction has gained 350,000 experience points" appeared on the information bar. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. Success? Chapter 666, Thorough Purification. The battle against the Lord of the Fly Nest was the first head-on battle between Duanmu Huai and a chaos powerhouse after coming to this world. Compared to the experience gained, this little experience was basically a drop in the bucket. The God of Destruction now required 300 million experience points to level up. Duanmu Huai didn't know how crazy the upgrade of this broken system was, but it was obvious that for the system, an enemy like the Lord of the Fly Nest was only worth this little experience. Well, from a certain perspective, it seems reasonable. Well, putting this aside, Duanmu Huai also gained a lot from this battle. The first is that although his power as the God of Destruction is effective against the curse of the Stain of Corruption, it is limited. For example, it is like the common attribute restraint in the game system. The corrupted filth is wood, and Duanmu Huai's destruction power is earth. When earth hits wood, you can still deal high damage even if you suppress it by level, but it is obviously not as restrained as fire hitting wood. This is how Duanmu Huai felt when he hit the Lord of the Fly Nest. He burned a large amount of soul power from other worlds. All the souls that Duanmu Huai had killed in the name of the Inquisition were thrown into the God's domain burning furnace of his annihilation domain, which brought Duanmu Huai a strong power. Just like a car suddenly soaring from cruising speed to the highest speed, which completely eliminated this notorious traitor who had devoted himself to chaos and was corrupted and fallen before the Great Rebellion. But then again, these people are pretty miserable. Duanmu Huai still remembers that players in the game discussed this question. That is, why this group of lunatics were locked up in the Eye of Terror for tens of thousands of years. But when they came out, they were weak one by one. Well, actually, they are not particularly weak, but it always feels inconsistent with the player's imagination. After all, according to general theory, if you were so awesome 10,000 years ago, then you must be even more awesome after coming out after 10,000 years of seclusion. Right? But the fact is, you were very awesome 10,000 years ago, and after being in seclusion for 10,000 years, you became a little bit more awesome. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Of course, the game officials later resolved this issue. According to the official explanation of the plot in the game, although the Chaos Legion was trapped in the Eye of Terror because of the Black Hole Project and had not come out, this did not mean that they had given up. On the contrary, this group of people fought even more fiercely in the Eye of Terror in order to fight for limited resources. After all, there were several legions that disliked each other, and the evil gods they believed in also disliked each other, and the demon primarchs also disliked each other. Without the Empire as an external enemy to build consensus and provide resources, what is left is naturally civil strife, coupled with the indirect loyalty of tyrannical fury. The result is that the Eye of Terror fights every 3 days and every 5 days. After so many years of fighting, it has been seriously damaged. Therefore, as the evil god gradually recovers and its power begins to increase, these traitors can't wait to come out and relive the good life before. But for Duanmu Huai, the most important point is that he is really lucky. If he hadn't brought Rabbit with him and bumped into the halfling, Duanmu Huai wouldn't have found the Lord of the Fly Nest so quickly. The individual combat effectiveness of the corrupted fiends' believers is actually average. The infection and spread of viruses and plagues are their strong points. Fortunately, the Lord of the Fly Nest has just started to cause trouble, and the scope has not exceeded a certain limit. Once it takes shape, it will be very troublesome even for Duanmu Huai to deal with it. To put it bluntly, in terms of direct combat power, tyrannical rage is the strongest. When it comes to stabbing people in the back, the infatuated ones are first-rate. People who act crazy and claim that everything is under control are most likely to be treacherous and cunning. But in terms of the most disgusting and harmful things, it is none other than the filth of corruption. It's like a sharp blade covered with rice and smoke coming down at you. Even if it can't hurt you, it will make you sick to death. What Duanmu Huai is doing now is like directly chopping the other person down when he is holding a sword and looking for a dung bucket. This way, at least, he doesn't have to worry about it. Oh, I can't go on. So the biggest hero in this battle is actually Tutu. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai once again looked at the rabbit sleeping comfortably in Mary's arms with satisfaction. As expected, no matter what you do, luck is the most important thing. Otherwise, you will just become a joke like Abaddon, who never loses in battle. If he hadn't brought Tutu with him, Duanmu Huai might not have encountered a victim as soon as he entered the Lost Land, and then found the location of the Lord of the Fly Nest. In that case, when the Lord of the Fly Nest started operating, it would be much more difficult for Duanmu Huai to fight. But now, fortunately, Sir Knight, standing beside Duanmu Huai and looking at the Lost Land in the distance. Anne's expression twitched a little. Are you really going to do this? Of course. Chaos must be cleansed. We are not sure if there is any more shit left by that guy in this area. And I am not interested in searching every nook and cranny. So let's just tear it down and rebuild. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pressed the button in his hand. The halfling couldn't imagine what she saw. It was a scene that could not be imagined even in the wrath of God. The entire Lost Land and the surrounding forests suddenly exploded. Huge flames emerged from the ground, making her eyes almost pure white. She screamed, closed her eyes, and fell to her knees. The earth trembled, as if the whole world was about to collapse completely. The whistling wind was deafening, and the violent airflow made it almost impossible to breathe. The halfling curled up on the ground, crying, trembling, and praying to her god. Or maybe she didn't even know what she was thinking. She just thought she was going to die, and the world was going to be destroyed. After an unknown amount of time, the halfling raised her head tremblingly. In front of her eyes, the entire Lost Land had completely changed into another appearance. The whole world seemed to be burned to ashes, leaving only a charred land. And the people who were originally around her also disappeared without a trace. The halfling stood up and looked around in confusion. For a moment, she wondered if she was dreaming. But soon she pulled her face hard. It's not a dream. Those mysterious people are gone. But the Lost Land in front of us must be reported immediately. In fact, at the same time, in the High Forest, Silvermoon City, Waterdeep City, and the Lost Land, huge explosions and flashes caused great panic. Many people witnessed with their own eyes that the dazzling light like the sun almost swallowed up everything. The earth shook violently, and even the air was exploding. Many people believed that the end of the world had suddenly arrived, and they knelt on the ground in fear and cried and prayed. This of course brought great confusion to the city. And for those rulers, they also wanted to figure out what was going on. Only Kelvin Blackstaff felt a sinking feeling in his heart after hearing the news. Others didn't know what had happened. But this great wizard was no fool. He had just given Duanmu Huai and others information about the Lost Land. And now such a violent explosion had occurred in the Lost Land. Of course, ordinary people might not be able to do it. But considering that the Inquisition most likely killed the Spider Queen Rose's forces with their own hands, it was hard to say what they could actually do. But I heard that the High Forest was also affected by this. And many of the luxurious buildings in Silvermoon City were damaged. And even Waterdeep City. Our building has been severely damaged. The masked lord standing on the other side of the magic mirror was extremely indignant. What happened in the Lost Land? We need to solve this problem immediately. Master Kelvin, this terrible power is horrifying. If it happened in Waterdeep, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have bones left. Okay, I understand. I'll try to find out what happened. Kelvin said a few words casually and sent away the extremely angry masked lords. But the next moment his magic mirror began to flash again. And this time the person who appeared in the mirror was Silvermoon City's most respected wizard, Illustrial. Master Kelvin. Hello, Ms. Illustrial. Kelvin's smile was a little stiff. I think you are here for the anomaly in the Lost Land as well. That's right. Alastair nodded solemnly. Some people said it was magic out of control. And some people thought it was a punishment from heaven. However, we did not detect the condensation and flow of magic power, let alone the intervention of divine power. We must figure out the cause of all this. If it was just a disaster, how did it happen? What you said makes sense. Kelborn nodded silently. So what do you think? Was it a natural disaster? No. Illustrial shook his head. I think this is most likely a man-made disaster. Before any natural disaster comes, there must be some signs. But the Lost Land? Well, I admit that the Lost Land has been a little abnormal recently. Because of this, We are increasingly suspicious whether this is the work of some evil force. Therefore, we hope to form a joint investigation team to investigate this matter. You mean, Inu City and the Sengao Forest will send teams to join them? In fact, we already have some clues. Oh! Hearing this, Kairabon suddenly started. You mean you already have clues about this disaster? Yes. A half-body adventurer came to Inu City and saw me. She claimed that there was a powerful black steel demon devil to create this explosion. This matter is great. Although I don't think that there will be a demon who is here. But we must act carefully. A huge black steel demon. What do you think of this question when Master Keelnan? Is Shamshui City willing to join this survey? Of course. I will select representatives as soon as possible and meet with you all. Kyle Byrne decided to kill it without saying that he asked Wanmu Huai and others to lose his place. As for the losses in those places, just treat them as natural disasters. It has nothing to do with me anyway. It turned out that Kelborn's idea of keeping himself safe was correct. Chapter 667. Okay. Guys. We all know what we're here for. The soldiers stared at the crowd in front of them. And they looked serious and serious. There was an unknown Big Bang. And we are going to investigate what happened there now. I think you are clear. The stone is on. And the explosion has buried all the old nests of our clan. Now my tribe is still digging stones. If I let me know who it is, I must smash his head. Let him know how terrible the dwarf's anger is. The dwarf waved his battle axe angrily, and complained loudly. His movements were so big that the others around him moved away from this crazy dwarf, fearing that the other party's axe would accidentally chop them. I must make it clear. Who has done such a madness? According to the intelligence we obtained, it is a tall steel demon wearing terrifying armor. The elf ranger standing on the other side whispered. She gripped the longbow tightly in her hand with a serious expression. If the intelligence is true, then we may face unimaginable dangers. Are you talking about a crisis like H. Burge? The wizard next to her interjected. And the elf looked a little embarrassed. But she still nodded slightly. Hellgate Castle can be regarded as one of the biggest dark histories of the High Forest. This story begins in the past. At that time, the High Forest was completely the territory of the elves. And these elves were far from being as pure and arrogant as humans imagined. They were just like their distant relatives, the Eldar. They would do whatever they could get. In a word, they would do it, no matter what race they were. They would do it day or night. And they would do it no matter where they were. Otherwise, where do you think these many half-elves all over the continent came from? Could it be that it jumped out of the stone seam? Half-elves are almost becoming a race. Who is to blame for this? If the giant wasn't too big to deal with, these damn elves might even have created a half-elf giant. The consequence of not caring about the food and the people was that some devils took human form and mixed in with the elves. And then a race called the Demon Elves was born. This race was not like the half-elves. Although they had devil blood flowing in their bodies, they looked no different from ordinary elves. Moreover, these demon elves knew their fate from birth. So they disguised themselves as ordinary elves and desecrated the forest according to the request of their father in H.L. Finally, they took advantage of an elven festival to open a portal to Bator in a fortress. A large number of demons came out of the portal and wreaked havoc. This disaster almost affected the entire north. Later, everyone worked together to drive these demons back to Bator and completely seal the Hellgate fort. After that, the demon elves were exiled, and the elves' numbers were greatly reduced due to the Battle of Hellgate. They finally realized the harm of being indiscriminate and began to isolate themselves from the outside world and indulge in incest. Of course, as time passed, most short-lived races had long forgotten the elves' unruly behavior and the trouble they caused. Most legends only recorded that some elves were seduced by the devil and fell, then opened a portal and created disasters. But they never mentioned how they fell. Only the elves themselves still remember the tragic black history, which is why the elves now behave as celibate as the nuns in the monastery in the outside world. At least if someone asks, didn't you elves do the same as street bexes before? Just give them a glass of wine. I can hold the rosary and chant the Buddha's name. Amidba. Monks do not tell lies. I don't understand what you are saying. Well, can you pretend to be? Of course. For the elves, this is a black history that is unbearable. So even if the others do not know, as long as the other party mentioned that history, they will reflective, a self-psychological defense. As if the good-looking woman intends to delete all of the previous contacts in their mobile phones to say that nothing happened. It can be understood. I think everyone who comes here is familiar with each other. The soldiers glanced at everyone. You are all famous adventurers in the north. Oh, yes. There are also these four. They are the heroes who saved Neverwinter. And they are the strong ones, who just returned safely from the Underdark. While saying that, the soldiers reached out their hands and pointed to the four people next to them. It was Emilia, Kasim, Luo Xia, and Luo Qishi. Hey, good guys. I didn't expect you guys to come too. Seeing the four people, the other adventurers were quite surprised. They were all well-known adventurers, but only a few of them had saved a city. At this moment, everyone gave them warm applause, and Emilia and others hurried to return the applause. Finally, the representative of Dangshui City, Dorothy, a priest from the Ham Temple, when a man in iron armor and holding a war hammer came up to salute everyone. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became cold. Many adventurers looked at the high priest in front of them speechlessly, with unhappy faces. Even Emilia and others silently stepped back a few steps. After the incident in Neverwinter, they had a psychological trauma towards Helm's followers. Other adventurers also dislike Heim's believers. Heim is known as the Eye of Guardian, and is mainly responsible for guarding the city most of the time. He rarely goes out for adventure. In the eyes of adventurers, these Heim believers are basically running dogs of the rich and the authorities. Heim believers also dislike these adventurers, who break the rules at every turn. The two sides don't like each other very much. As for the mage, Snort, the mage who had been smiling just now, looked at the Heim priest. His expression suddenly changed, and he snorted coldly. They haven't forgotten who killed the magic goddess. Let's go! Although it was a dull moment, they still had to do what they had to do. So the group set off in a hurry, heading towards the Lost Land. At the end of the team, Kasim and Rasha quietly approached Emilia. Miss Emilia, should it be the judge? Right? I think, should be. Right? That's right. That's why they joined this adventure. Emilia and the others originally planned to stay in Baldur's Gate for a while to see if Duanmu Huai would come back. But they encountered the Lost Land explosion. And then Baldur's Gate issued a bounty, hoping that someone would go to the Lost Land to investigate. When Emilia and the others learned that this incident was likely related to a tall steel demon wearing black armor, well, they knew who to look for. What is he doing in the Lost Land? And why is he making such a big fuss? Kasim had a confused look on his face. Others didn't know how powerful the Inquisition was. But they did. They were kidding. They were the tough guys who chased the Drought Elves in the Underdark and killed them all. Even killing the Spider Queen Rose. What was wrong with blowing up a piece of vacant land? Others can't do it. But Duanmu Huai? Well, maybe he can really do it. If it is really a judge, I think it may be bad. Kasim glanced at the Heim priests walking in front of him and complained in a low voice. They were no longer rookies. At least after leaving Neverwinter, they had traveled to many places and knew that Heim's followers were really stubborn and disgusting. Emilia was a paladin of Tyre, so those Heim's followers gave her some face. But for ordinary adventurers, Heim's followers were really unbearable. Stubborn, rigid, and arrogant. Like a loyal watchdog who only wags his tail at his owner and barks at everything else. If this stupid Heim priest says something, I think we have to think about how to report to the Temple of Heim why their priest's head is stuck to the wall. As eyewitnesses who had witnessed how Duanmu Huai dealt with Dessel, Emilia and Luo Xia nodded. Why? Emilia also sighed tiredly. Tyr and Helm were not in the same camp. Tyr was lawful good and Helm was lawful neutral. But at least they could be considered colleagues. When Emilia thought about the possibility that this would happen to her, she felt desperate. As for stopping Duanmu Huai, well, Emilia felt that she could only do her best. Of course, the most desperate thing is, why should I come with you? Following behind the three people, Luo Qishi almost cried. She finally understood why Duanmu Huai had said you will have bad luck someday. Indeed, as a hero who saved Neverwinter, Luo Qishi had a good meal, good sleep and good fun in Neverwinter. She also received a large salary as the Lord's mage consultant. The Lord also promised that she could build her own mage tower. Luo Qishi now feels that she is living a life that even gods would not want. As a result, just when she was indulging in her comfortable life, with a bang, the Lost Land exploded. Well, as the hero who once saved Neverwinter, Shouldn't you take the lead and go check out the situation? Now Luo Chishi finally understood that not a single gold coin of her salary was earned in vain. This money is really hot. Loki regretted it. But it was too late. Fortunately, when she packed her bags and arrived at Silvermoon City, she saw her companions. When she saw Amelia and others, Loki almost cried. If I had known that she would follow Kasim and Rash's example and ask for a large sum of money and run away, wouldn't it be better than this? It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. In this way, a team of elite adventurers from various cities set out from Silvermoon City, advancing along the Adventurer Avenue, heading towards the Lost Land. They did not encounter many enemies along the way. After all, most people would definitely avoid such an elite team. But in the end, their progress was blocked behind a huge iron door. What is this? Everyone in the expedition team looked at the iron gate in front of them in confusion, while the priest of Heim held the holy emblem tightly, with a serious and livid expression on his face. This is blasphemy. Well, looking at the gate in front of them, Amelia and the others were speechless for a moment. The steel gate in front of them was completely black, and the golden edging made it look somewhat artistic. However, in the center of the gate was inlaid a huge pure white skull pattern, and behind it stood a war hammer. Amelia and the others were not unfamiliar with this logo. They had seen similar decorations in Duanmu Huai's wizard mansion. That was the logo of the Inquisition. After all, this logo is so distinctive that people can't forget it at first sight. Okay, but Amelia had to admit that if someone who didn't know the truth saw this thing, he would definitely think it was some kind of terrible organization that worshiped evil gods. For example, murdering Prince Zurich or something like that. This must be the work of Zurich's church. Sure enough, the next moment the priest of Heim started to scream loudly like a madman. Well, considering the holy symbol of the murdered prince is a glowing skull, that's not unreasonable. But this doesn't seem like a Zurich symbol. As Heim's eternal enemy, an enemy who will never give up unless Heim is killed, the wizard quickly expressed a different opinion. The Zurich holy symbol doesn't look like this, and there's no hammer behind their emblem. So what you mean is that the people hiding behind this door are not Zurich's sinister, despicable and cunning followers, but a group of barbarians? The priests of Heim scoffed at the wizard's words. They felt no guilt about the fact that the god they believed in killed the goddess of magic, and even passed it down as a model. Look, even the goddess of magic died under the sword of the loyal Heim, which shows that the power of protection is unstoppable. Well, the Mages Guild was lucky that they didn't blow up Helheim Temple directly. But this does not mean that they will not attack a Heim priest face to face. I guess you have the same narrow vision as that stupid idiot you believe in. So you can't see the vastness of the world. The wizard sneered. In fact, the barbarians in the wilderness are much smarter than you idiots, who only know how to hide behind the city walls and pray for Helm's mercy to help you clip your feet. Although they are dangerous, they are not stupid. And you, hee. What did you say? You dare to insult Heim? Come here if you're not afraid of death? Am I afraid of you? The wizard raised his staff. The priest of Heim raised his scepter, and the others took a step back. To be honest, they had no intention of stepping forward to stop it. They just hoped that this boring quarrel could end as soon as possible. Or if the mage accidentally did something, they could just pretend not to see it. Only Amelia hesitated. As a paladin of Tyre, it seemed that she shouldn't just stand there and watch the show. Fortunately, at this moment, the steel gate slowly opened, stopping this boring fight. Everyone turned around and was surprised to see that behind the steel gate, several tall steel warriors holding strange saws were standing there, their eyes shining with scarlet light, and each of them was full of murderous intent. Well, I can be sure that they are definitely not followers of Zurich. At this time, the elf ranger also took a step back, nervously gripping his longbow, and whispered to himself, Zurich is the god of murder, but his followers are not the kind of army that fights head-on. They are more like the subordinates of Bane, the god of tyranny. These adventurers knew at a glance that the iron warriors in front of them had strict military discipline and were well trained in their actions. They were not comparable to Zurich's group of crazy killers. That kind of discipline, iron-blooded fearless spirit and murderous intent, even if there were only a few dozen soldiers, gave them the illusion that they were standing in front of thousands of troops. It was as if there were only a few of them, and they had to face an entire fully armed army with bare hands. Almost everyone felt some kind of unimaginable terrible pressure. But no matter what when you see dozens of terrifying creatures wearing black steel armor with golden skull logos inlaid on them, holding mechanical saws, and looking as tall as giants, it is hard not to be nervous. Evil. The black iron warrior's attire obviously irritated the high priest. He turned around and stared at the target in front of him fiercely. You followers of Zurich, how dare you be so rampant in this northern land? In the name of Holy Helm. Boom. However, before Heim's priest could finish his words, there was a deafening bang. And the next moment everyone saw the upper body of Heim's priest explode. The part above his waist completely disintegrated, and his flesh and blood flew all over the ground. Seeing this, the others tightened their weapons and stepped back. At the same time, the black iron warrior who took action looked at them. The Inquisition does not allow any questioning or hostile behavior. Who are you, and what are you doing here? We are facing these iron giants. The warrior in charge of the team was stuttering for a while, not knowing what to say. He once faced the leader of a frost giant tribe alone and killed it under heavy siege. But looking at the iron warrior in front of him, he suddenly felt that the frost giant leader he had faced before was as docile as a kitten. Fortunately, someone stood up at this time. We are a special investigation team organized by Ms. Alastrid. Emilia hurriedly stood up, although she was not familiar with these iron warriors, referring to Duan Muhuai's personality and temper and their previous ruthless killing of the High Priest. Emilia almost guessed that it would not be a good thing to continue like this. We came here because there was a violent explosion in the Lost Land, and we got some bad news. So, is Mr. Duan Muhuai here? We want to talk to him? Hearing Emilia's words, the iron warriors were silent for a moment. And then the leader turned his head and looked at her. The Grand Inquisitor is waiting for you. Please follow me. Call. At this moment, Emilia finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they can avoid being shattered into pieces. Chapter 668 Shock. After entering the gate, the group followed the silent steel warrior inside. They looked around and found that there was only a wasteland. There was no grass, no trees, and no trace of life. Everything seemed to have been wiped out, and there was not even a bug alive in the soil. Looking at it, only those huge steel warriors are the only thing that move here. But even a bird in the sky. Stone. What the L is going on in this place? The dwarf clenched his axe and looked around anxiously. The elves looked even uglier. As a race that had always lived in the forest, they were used to mountains, rivers, and lush greenery. The darkness before them was simply the biggest nightmare in every elf's heart. There is no breath of life here. It is a deadly ground. The elf ranger whispered. In the name of Corellon, the Lost Lands were never like this. What on earth is the Inquisition doing here? I think I can only ask Miss Emilia this question. The leading warrior stared at Emilia with dissatisfaction. Miss Emilia, you seem to have known all this for a long time? I can assure you that I don't know much more than you do. I just have some understanding of the Inquisition. Faced with the suspicion from her companions, Emilia could only respond helplessly. When Neverwinter was in trouble, it was the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition who saved the city. We are just pawns beside him. To put it bluntly, we are more like flag bearers, just waving the flag and cheering for him. In fact, we did not do much. Of course, if Mr. Cassim and Miss Roxia had not found the lost antidote, Neverwinter would not have been saved. As she spoke, Emilia smiled at Cassim and Rasha. The latter was a little embarrassed to tell the truth. After the baptism of the Underdark, they were no longer fledgling adventurers. They had already become much more mature. Hearing people praising them, they were still a little embarrassed. I don't oppose this, Luo Chichi also said with a bitter face at this moment. Just like Miss Emilia said, that guy is the hero who saved Neverwinter. This really surprises me. You shouldn't be surprised. I think you have heard the bard singing. Ah. At this moment, a bard walking behind seemed to have thought of something and began to chant softly. On the dark night of Neverwinter, when the cold winds blew, 5 heroes stood up and stopped the nightmare from spreading. One of them was a paladin who served Tyr, and the light from her blade of faith illuminated the darkness. The other one is a wizard who has read a lot of books. She uses magic to avoid the invasion of evil. The twins from the wilderness went hand in hand and bravely embarked on a journey to find a cure. The tall warrior in black armor wielded his hammer to destroy all obstacles in front of him. At this point, the bard also reacted. Or rather, everyone reacted at this moment. After all, the plague in Neverwinter was the biggest news in the north in recent times. All about it had long been sung by bards, and was quite popular in every tavern. Enough to top the North's most popular pop music charts. Indeed, according to this content, and thinking about the news received from Silver Moon City, it was a tall warrior wearing black armor. So that's why you came? We weren't sure either. But now, at least we could be sure. Amelia nodded. And everyone finally understood why these people appeared here. Well, I think you can at least tell us what kind of existence this force called the Inquisition is. At this moment, the leading warrior also became serious. He was the official representative of Silver Moon City sent by Alestriel himself. He came here not only to carry out reconnaissance tasks, but also to shoulder political missions. As for the other adventurers, they came here to fight. At least for now. The two sides should not be able to fight. So he hoped to get some intelligence before fulfilling his duties. Of course Amelia would not refuse. Fortunately, when they were traveling with Duanmu Huai had already popularized her about what kind of organization the Inquisition was. And now she gave a detailed answer. After listening to Amelia, Qasim, and the others' introductions, the expressions on their faces looked very weird. An organization that protects humanity at all costs and destroys all aliens, heretics, and demons that dare to threaten humanity? The bard frowned. Okay. I can understand their thoughts. But isn't this too extreme? The Harpers are a similar organization, except that they protect goodness rather than humanity. And they often act in secret, playing a role similar to Deus Ex Machina. For example, when some heroes are surrounded by evil enemies or monsters and have no way to escape, suddenly a Harper will descend from the sky and show them a way to escape. The Harpers almost never appear in public. To be honest, they are often little more than spies. No wonder the leaders of various cities hate these omnipresent rats. But an organization as blatantly human supremacist as the Inquisition, well, it's really rare in Faerun. So we should thank them for classifying us as subhumans? The dwarf snorted unhappily. Dwarves are a race with very high self-esteem. They have always believed that humans are humans and dwarves are dwarves. Dwarves have never hoped to become humans. Of course, there are also quarrels between humans and dwarves. For example, dwarves think that humans are stupid and timid, and humans think that dwarves are stubborn and inflexible. But to blatantly view them as a sub-race like this, that's another matter. Doesn't that mean that the dwarves are a race lower than humans? Now the hot-tempered dwarf couldn't stand it anymore. I advise you to be careful with your words. Just then, the elf ranger also interrupted. Don't forget. Just now, they blew up the head of that stupid Heim priest because of what he said. Because the Inquisition does not allow any questioning or hostile behavior. This is just like a tyrant. This is really not Bane's base? I think this might be a little different. Amelia felt that she had to step up and explain at this time. As far as I know, the Grand Inquisitor hates the Church of Heim very much, and has no favorable feelings towards it. When he first arrived in Neverwinter, he claimed that Dessel, a paladin of Heim, and the god he believed in were a joke. The two sides almost came to blows at that time. Oh, I like that. The wizard couldn't help but whistle. Generally speaking, rulers would like the Church of Heim, because in the eyes of the rulers, the faith of Heim was simply the most obedient and useful dog. After all, Helm is lawful neutral, not lawful good. The paladins of Tyr would not tolerate aiding and abetting evil. But the same could not be said for the followers of Helm. So the Inquisition and the Church of Helm have a grudge against each other? Could it be that their creator is a powerful wizard? The quarrels between Helm's followers and mages have long been a daily occurrence in Faerun, and everyone has gotten used to it. That's hard to say. The elf ranger twitched his ears and looked around. The Iron Warrior leading the way in front seemed to not care about their little conversation at all. But I can be sure that these warriors are not living beings, because I don't feel the breath of life from them. Ah, I noticed that too. The wizard nodded. Transplanting the soul into the armor to create a perfect mechanical servant is very similar to the method of the necromancer. So the next person we're going to meet is a necromancer? The warrior frowned, his expression serious. Most spellcasters have strange tempers. But that's fine. But the necromancer, to be honest, they are the most dangerous group of all spellcasters. Mr. Duanmu is not a necromancer. Amelia shook her head, but soon added something. But he is indeed a mage. Please remember this. Do I need to tell you that? Faced with Amelia's reminder, Everyone was a little confused. Can't we tell at a glance whether it is a wizard? Only Luo Chishi was giggling in the back without saying anything. She certainly understood why Amelia said that. But it had nothing to do with her. So Luo Chishi just watched the show. As they were talking, a huge building appeared in front of everyone. And just seeing the building in front of them shocked them. Oh! This is really... The warrior was stunned as he looked at the group of metal churches shining in the sunlight. Silver Moon City was known as the most prosperous cultural city in the north, where there were all kinds of buildings, and any artist and architect could display their talents freely. However, he had never seen such a majestic and huge building full of sacredness and majesty. The dwarf's observation angle is even more peculiar. Stone above. Are you humans crazy? How could you build such a huge building entirely out of metal? What? Hearing this, everyone else was stunned for a moment. Then looked carefully. And soon they discovered that, just as the dwarf said, these buildings were made entirely of metal from top to bottom. There is not even a rock to be seen on it. This is so horrifying. Even if they were dwarves, they couldn't do this. Even if all the metal they made was used to build a building, it wouldn't be possible to cause this. Well, considering that dwarves live underground, they don't need to. I never thought that the Inquisition would be so powerful. Perhaps we should reevaluate the strength of this organization. The warrior looked solemn and serious. It was unimaginable that they could collect so much metal and use it to build such a huge church complex. This showed that the organization called the Inquisition was very powerful. Even a great wizard would find it difficult to achieve this level. Perhaps we should think more about where this strange thing came from. The elf ranger complained uneasily. My sister and I visited the Lost Lands a few years ago. At that time, it was empty. There was nothing here. Well, as the elf ranger said, Duanmu Huai can't create a city out of thin air. But there is no need. As we all know, isn't the Imperial battleship just an engine installed under the church? So what Duanmu Huai did was to blow up a huge pit, then summoned a warship and placed it on the ground, and then buried the lower half. Well, perfect. Look, hasn't a church like this appeared? Praise the ancient saints. Fortunately, their webways ignore all obstacles. And fortunately, the chaos evil god cannot use these webways, which gives Duanmu Huai a small advantage. The closer they got to this huge group of metal churches, the more depressed and silent the crowd became. From a distance, they had no idea of the size of these buildings. But when they arrived at the foot of the church in front of them, the overwhelming grandeur and size completely shocked the natives of Faerun. They were not even as big as a nail on this panel. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The dwarf's body was swaying, almost collapsing, and the others were silent. Indeed, similar magnificent buildings did exist in this world, but they were mostly built by artificial transformation of the natural environment, such as a mountain or a cliff. But these churches, every piece of glass, every nail, every wall, declare to everyone without any dispute that they are the products of human hands. I just couldn't believe what kind of organization, what kind of power, could build such a huge and respectable building. Perhaps it was not humans who built them, but a group of demons. The dwarf muttered in a low voice, but his tone was obviously mixed with the emotion of jealousy. Dwarves have always been the best in metal smelting and forging, but this metal building in front of him has completely shattered his self-esteem as a dwarf, leaving nothing behind. It is not like some blasphemous creation of the devil, because it is so magnificent and sacred. As the bard was immersed in the emotion, a door inlaid with a huge skull slapped him directly in the face. Okay, I admit that some of this is hard to accept. Although Amelia has already explained to everyone why the Inquisition uses a skull as its symbol. For most people in Faerun, using a skull as a symbol is still a symbol of evil and barbarism. Well, or most places in this galaxy. Maybe they are from another world, the wizard said calmly. So it's not surprising that our thinking would be skewed. No one objected to this. In fact, this kind of thing had happened before. When returning for the second time, an island suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sea of the continent of Faerun. Later investigation found that the island was suddenly teleported to Faerun from other worlds. Perhaps this city was the same. But I can't imagine how terrible the power of the Inquisition is. Walking up the steps, the soldier shuddered as he looked at the huge cannon muzzles on both sides of the steps. Each of these cannons looks as big as a fortress. I can't imagine what kind of existence can withstand such an attack. I'm afraid not even Silvermoon City can do that. Finally, the soldier silently added a sentence in his heart. Fortunately, This terrible metal city is located in the Lost Lands, quite a distance away from Waterdeep, the High Forest and Silvermoon City. So they shouldn't have to worry about this thing hitting their city. Well, at least that's what they thought. What the facts are is another matter. When they walked through the gate, passed through the corridor with prosperous decorations, and came to a big door under the guidance of the night guard, even the most relaxed bards became tense. They could feel that a terrifying pressure was slowly dissipating from the door. This reminds me of a dragon I once encountered. The wizard wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke in a low voice. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw a dragon in here. I just want to get out of here as soon as possible. The elf ranger was also trembling slightly. On the one hand, it was because she sensed the terrifying pressure. On the other hand, she was not used to this place made entirely of metal. There was no breath of life here. For an elf, it was definitely not a good place. Just then, the door slowly opened. Then, a roar was heard from it. And, if you cheat again, I won't play. Soon, another girl's voice was heard. I didn't cheat. Mr. Knight. How is that possible? I have Tutu by my side. But I lose every time I draw a card. Is this normal? Ah. Now you admit you cheated? Can things that depend on luck be called cheating? You cheated on purpose. Walking into the hall, everyone saw a tall warrior in black armor playing some kind of card game with several girls at a table on a high platform full of sacred patterns. Well, this discovery made them somewhat at a loss. As they originally thought, they would see a cruel monarch or a terrifying king. Maybe a dragon. The black-armored warrior who was currently arguing with a young girl was indeed beyond their expectations. So much so that everyone didn't know where to put their hands for a moment. Hey, you guys are here. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai also saw them coming at this time. And he just threw the cards aside and left the game decently, and made a face at him, and was very disgusted with Duanmu Huai's behavior of deserting the battlefield. Long time no see. Amelia, Roxy, Kasim and Rasha. I'm glad to see you're all okay. Duanmu Huai walked down the steps and greeted everyone. And Amelia hurriedly returned the greeting. You too, Mr. Duanmu. To be honest, when we were in the Underdark, we were really worried about your safety. Oh, I'm really sorry. But the Underdark is no big deal to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go first. Well, then what about these followers who followed you? Duanmu Huai glanced at the people behind Amelia and asked. Well, because there was a huge explosion in the Lost Land a few days ago. Waterdeep, the High Forest, and Silvermoon City were all affected. So the Lord sent representatives to investigate. Having said that, Amelia looked at Duanmu Huai cautiously. Does this matter have anything to do with you, Mr. Duanmu? Yes, I did it. Duanmu Huai nodded readily. I thought you all knew. I guessed a little. But why did you do this? Oh, it's nothing actually. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. I just came to purify this place a little bit in the name of the Inquisition. Why? Chapter 669 Negotiation. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone was stunned for a moment. I do not understand what you mean. To put it simply, I found a cultist who believed in an evil god and was creating some kind of virus and plague, and trying to spread it to other areas. So I killed him. And in order to prevent the spread of the remaining plague from that guy, I purified the entire Lost Land. How about it? What's the problem now? This? Everyone was speechless. And the Elf Ranger frowned. Just for this? You destroyed all the living things in the Lost Land? Just for this? Hearing the Elf Ranger's words, Duanmu Huai looked at her with cold eyes. Once the plague spreads and leaks, the world may become AHL, and countless innocent people will die. Are you saying that compared to those innocent people, the cats and dogs in the Lost Land are more important? Faced with Duanmu Huai's cold rebuke, the Elf Ranger was speechless for a moment. And the warrior, as the representative of Silvermoon City, did not speak. After all, he was also a human being. And emotionally speaking, the warrior also agreed with Duanmu Huai's point of view. By the way, I have sent people to investigate the changes in the Supreme Forest. If you elves cannot handle this matter, then in order to prevent humans from being threatened, the Inquisition may consider completely destroying the Supreme Forest if necessary. What? Hearing this, the Elf Ranger couldn't help himself. What right do you have to do this? You can't do this. That power? Facing the Elf Ranger's protest, Duanmu Huai stared at her coldly. The Inquisition will protect humanity at all costs, and by all means. We will never allow humanity to be implicated because of the stupid sympathy of you damned environmentalists. You will go to war with all the races of the High Forest. The Inquisition does not allow questioning or hostility. Anyone who dares to hinder us will be treated as a heretic. Mr. Duanmu? Seeing that the tension between the two sides was getting stronger and stronger, Amelia had to step forward and interrupt the quarrel. Shouldn't we consider how to treat it first? Just like in Neverwinter. That's because Neverwinter has found a way to cure the plague. If you don't have a cure, or the cure is ineffective, I will also consider blowing Neverwinter up. Just like here. This is one of the reasons why I went to Neverwinter. Well, faced with Duanmu Huai's frank answer, Amelia retreated immediately. The god of elves will not allow such behavior. The elf ranger glared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, while the latter looked cold in the eyes. If he has the guts, he can just come to me directly. I have already killed the Spider Queen Rose. If Corellon has the guts, I don't mind sending him and his wife to reunite in the underworld. What? You did it? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's casual bombshell stunned everyone. The death of Spider Queen Rose was the biggest news during this period, and no one knew who did it. But most people thought it was done by a god. But it was the Inquisition? To be honest, everyone thought they were bragging at first. But what good is there in bragging like that? Rose is indeed an evil god, but she is still a god after all. An organization that can destroy gods is enough for other forces to regard it as a great enemy. Isn't the Inquisition afraid? I am not afraid to tell you that the ancient evil god is awakening, and your world has been targeted. This is why the Inquisition is here. We will do our best, and use all means to protect mankind and drive out the evil. Cut. Hearing this, the dwarf immediately complained in a low voice. Then why don't you deal with those evil gods yourself? Because the current Inquisition does not have the power to fight against the ancient evil god. Why? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai's frank answer really surprised everyone. You know, when the dwarf complained just now, they were all prepared for Duanmu Huai to be angry. They didn't expect that this warrior who seemed so violent when arguing with the elf ranger just now was quite calm at this moment. What's wrong? I'm just stating the facts. Not to mention the Inquisition. Even if the true gods you believe in unite, they may not be able to defeat the ancient evil god. So I hope that when you pray, you'd better advise your own gods and not to throw your heads away carelessly. Otherwise, you may find that your boss has been replaced when you wake up one day. Is it really that scary? Amelia looked serious, and the others were stunned and speechless for a moment. Of course, your gods do have some strength, but the power of the ancient evil god is far superior to theirs. It's good that this world is protected by the crystal wall now. But if some idiot is tempted to open a door to see what's outside, then it's all over. So you'd better warn Tyr and tell him to keep an eye on those idiots. This is not a small fight in the War of Gods. Once the lackeys of the ancient evil god invade, none of your true gods will be able to escape, and they will all die. Crystal wall? Your gods know what I mean. Just convey my words to them. Although I can go find them myself. I have no interest in the gods of this world. Since you are here, just be responsible for delivering the message. As for the rest, let them spread gossip among themselves. Whether they listen or not is up to them. It has to be said that hearing Duanmu Huai's blunt comments about the gods really made everyone present feel a little embarrassed. After all, to them, the gods were high and mighty. Not like Duanmu Huai, who made random comments like the auntie next door. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. He certainly knew that this would definitely have some impact on the gods of this world. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. At least, he had explained that it was okay, so that the gods of this world knew what to face, instead of hiding it like the idiot emperor did. Anyway, I have warned you. If you do stupid things again, don't blame me for not reminding you idiots. If you get into trouble, the Inquisition will come to your door. Don't say I didn't warn you. I already understand what you mean. At this time, the soldier as the representative had to step forward again and bring the topic back. So, you mean that the Inquisition will stay here for a long time? Of course. The Lost Land is already the territory of the Inquisition. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Aren't you planning to build a village or a city here? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's answer surprised the man. He originally thought that the tribunal wanted to expand its influence and absorb population based on the Lost Land. After all, many things require a lot of money and manpower to complete. He originally thought that Duanmu Huai was planning to become a lord here. Not interested. No need. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The Inquisition is a sharp blade that pierces the heart of the evil god. We don't need too many burdens. If someone wants to use the Inquisition, it doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that they can't afford the price that comes with it. Hearing this, the warrior immediately understood what Duanmu Huai meant. The Inquisition was not an ordinary lord force. They were obviously full of aggression and threats, which would naturally make many evil gods hostile to them. If the Inquisition operated a territory here, then those evil gods might try every means to harass them. For example, they would massacre 1 or 2 innocent farms, or conduct some evil conspiracy and transactions in the market to bring disaster to the entire territory. The Inquisition obviously did not want this to happen, so it simply refused other people from entering. This also explained why they built that fine iron gate outside the Lost Land. They seemed to be planning to transform the Lost Land into a pure military fortress. Logically speaking, this was a good thing. But the warrior soon realized something. He swallowed and looked at Duanmu Huai. I can understand your idea, but I suggest that you should open up the territory and allow people to join. Reason. Duanmu Huai folded his arms and stared at the soldier in front of him. As you said, the Inquisition is a sharp blade, and this blade will cause fear in others. They will do whatever it takes to weaken you, or even destroy you. Indeed, as you said, if you open up your territory and take in your people, then poison blades and evil will be cast upon your people. However, if you do not open up your territory, they will not stop doing so, and our city will suffer as a result. You mean, these guys are going to cause trouble for you? That's to be expected. The soldier nodded. If they cause trouble in our city, the Inquisition will certainly be dispatched. But I think many people are not happy to see the Inquisition interfering in other people's territories. That makes sense. Duanmu Huai smiled coldly. He understood what the warrior wanted to say. The Inquisition would never allow any questioning or hostile behavior. Of course, in modern society, what they did was basically considered as rude interference in other countries' internal affairs. However, the Inquisition did not care about this. However, those evil gods might take advantage of this and make the Inquisition fight against the people they were supposed to protect. Duanmu Huai doesn't care about being hated by others, but he doesn't like being plotted against. So, what you mean is that if the Inquisition opens up to attract citizens, it can focus all the bad attention on the Inquisition's territory, thus ensuring the safety of Silvermoon City? Indeed so. Interesting. Duanmu Huai stared at the soldier in front of him and was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll consider your suggestion. But now, let's deal with some more troublesome things. Having said this, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked to the side. Ojas, are you back? How is it going? Owner. The adventurers were startled when they heard the sudden sound coming from the side. They turned around and found that a silver-haired girl in a black dress had appeared beside them. She was staring at Duanmu Huai with an unchanged expression, and seemed to care nothing about the people around her. Reported. Yes. The pollution in the Supreme Forest is still spreading. We tried to go deeper, but were blocked by the tree people. Currently, Jiawei is fighting with the tree people. It seems they want to experience the power of the Prometheum flamethrower. Duanmu Huai's voice became extremely cold. Order the night sentinels to prepare and head to the high forest. We must completely eliminate the source of pollution. Yes. Wait. You can't do this. Hearing this, the elf ranger screamed. The tree people are the guardians of the Supreme Forest. What you are doing is making you an enemy of the entire Supreme Forest. That's assuming the Supreme Forest isn't completely burned down by us. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the elf ranger and strode forward. Ready to go. Chapter 670. Setting fire to the mountain. Duanmu Huai strode out of the hall, and the group of people followed him hurriedly, although they knew that this was not in accordance with etiquette. Looking at Duanmu Huai's murderous look, it seemed that he was going to fight if they didn't agree with him. Mr. Grand Inquisitor, I don't think you need to be so impatient. We can go to the Supreme Forest to check the situation first, and then you may have a lot of time to waste. But I don't. Duanmu Huai glanced at the soldier coldly, suppressing his subsequent persuasion. The spread of the plague won't reason with you. The virus won't hold meetings, and it won't wait for us to come up with a conclusion before taking action. To be honest, I don't care how many aliens die in the Supreme Forest. But once the infection spreads, the possibility of endangering humanity will increase exponentially. This The warrior was speechless on the surface, but he secretly agreed with Duanmu Huai's words in his heart. This was the fact. How many people died in the Supreme Forest had nothing to do with them. But if the Supreme Forest was really infected with plague or some strange disease, then the Silver Moon Alliance, which was located next to the Supreme Forest, would definitely be the first to suffer. According to the warrior's experience, when encountering such a thing, even Silver Moon City would probably send some people into the forest to check the situation first. And then this Illustrial would come forward to communicate with the leaders of those factions in the High Forest and persuade them to stand on the same front with them. And then, they could start formal action. It is conceivable that a lot of time is wasted in this process. But for politics, this kind of formalism is indispensable. After all, the High Forest is not the territory of the Silver Moon Alliance. If Illustrial intervenes without authorization, it will inevitably cause trouble. But looking at the Inquisition like this, no wonder they said at all costs. At all means. This is really tough. This shows that he doesn't take the big guys in the High Forest seriously at all. Duanmu Huai's speed was not slow. While he was talking, the group walked through the corridor and followed Duanmu Huai to the other side. When they walked up the stairs, they were stunned because on the metal deck in front of them, several strange black iron lumps were standing there. And next to them stood hundreds of steel warriors with similar color schemes to Duanmu Huai. Destination, Supreme Forest. Set off immediately. Duanmu Huai said this lightly, then waved his hand. Then everyone saw the iron warriors lined up and walked into the strange iron box. The next scene stunned them, because the iron box actually flew up like that. Is this some kind of magic prop? Magic is well developed in the continent of Faerun, and there are similar magical equipment. But it is rare to find one that can accommodate so many people. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This is? Transporter. Then, do you want to come together? Or go back? Duanmu Huai opened the cabin door, turned his head and stared at the group of people. And soon Amelia spoke. I want to go with you. Me too. Me too. Luo Chishi, Qasim and others also spoke up at this moment. Are you kidding? This is flying to the sky. When have they ever had such an experience? Although they don't know how the tribunal did it, no one wants to miss the chance to go to the sky. Right? Please allow us to go with you. All right. In response to the soldier's request, Duanmu Huai nodded. Just think of it as an observer group. Okay. Come up and find a place to sit. We are about to set off. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone followed him into the strange iron box. Soon they found a row of chairs behind the iron box with strange restraints on the chairs. What's this? Isn't it some kind of torture device? Looking at the chair in front of them, the group of people tilted their heads in confusion to study it. However, before they could come to their senses, they felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly tilt. The next moment, a strong sense of weightlessness came over them, and they immediately sat down on the ground. What? What happened? We really flew. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds flashing by quickly outside the window, Luo Xia shouted excitedly, and the others hurriedly stabilized their bodies and looked out of the porthole. Then, they saw the ground getting farther and farther away from them. What kind of power is this? Seeing this, the soldier was completely numb. At the same time, in a corner of the Supreme Forest, a tree man was looking at his companions worriedly. Tuck, I can't do it anymore. A towering tree shook its body slowly. Its trunk had lost its usual health and had taken on a dirty yellow color. Its leaves were rotting and falling off one by one. And it was panting so hard that even the sound of its words sounded like the sound of a bellows. Just let me, return to the earth. Don't talk nonsense. As long as you reach the unicorn, you can still be saved. Listening to his old friend's words, the tree man Tuck shouted angrily and tried to lead it forward. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by, and the next moment, the sick tree let out a painful wail, fell backwards, and was pulled back by Tuck in time. Didn't I tell you not to move? Jiawei stood on a branch not far away, staring at the tree man in front of her unhappily. Although Jiawei was as small as an ant in front of these two towering trees, it did not mean that Jiawei had no way to stop them. You are spreading the infection now. Do you want to infect the entire High Forest and the north? Nonsense! Hearing what Jiawei said, Tuck was furious and shouted angrily. Just before this, he found that his old friend was sick, so he wanted to take him to Unicorn Creek for treatment. He heard that the spring water there could cure all diseases. But this little thing came out from nowhere, and kept saying that they were not allowed to go anywhere else. And even attacked the two tree people. Although this little thing is not big, it is as annoying as a fly, and Took can't drive it away no matter how hard he tries. At this moment, the condition of his old friend was getting worse. Its originally hard body was gradually becoming soft, and even its leaves began to rot. Every breath it exhaled smelled of corruption. However, even so, Took still did not give up on his old friend, and was determined to save it. Get out of here, you little thing. Or don't blame me for being rude to you. If you don't tell me, I'll leave too. However, to Took's surprise, the little man who had been pestering them like an annoying fly just gave up. The master is here. Prepare to die. Idiot! After saying this, Took saw the little man disappear into the shade of the trees in a few seconds. At this moment, Took was also on high alert. Although he didn't like the little man, he had to admit that the situation was not good. Who is her master? Does he have the courage to go to war with the tree people in the Supreme Forest? This is simply outrageous. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Took suddenly heard a whistling sound of air. The huge tree man turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw several strange black metal cones flying towards him, and others in the sky. Faced with these strange things, Took instinctively took a step back and raised his hands to block in front of him. Immediately afterwards, huge flames and explosions instantly enveloped Took. Boom, 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 boom. A series of flames erupted, and the strong and tall tree man suddenly fell to the ground with a wail. Its hard and huge trunk had been completely blown apart, and flames were burning everywhere. Took rolled around desperately, but to no avail. The flames only grew stronger, and thick black flames rose high, forming a unique bonfire in the high forest. What a stupid idiot. Looking at the scene on the monitor, Duanmu Hui snorted coldly. Then he reached out and clicked on the battle map. Everyone, listen up. Burn an isolation zone from here to here. You really want to do this? Seeing Duanmu Hui pointing at the map, even Amelia was so frightened that she almost fainted. This is nearly a quarter of the Supreme Forest. Who told those two idiot tree people to walk around? They are simply spreading the infection. Duanmu Hui spread his hands. This is the best safety range. If the infection gets out of control, I will have no choice but to burn down the entire Supreme Forest. Which plan do you think is better? I think it's better not to burn it. That's impossible. Duanmu Hui decisively rejected Amelia's choice of I don't want any of it, and gave orders to the Dark Night Guards again. Remember, all living things in the quarantine area must be completely exterminated, no matter if they are flying in the sky or running on the ground. I will not let any of them go. Anyone who dares to hinder the actions of the Inquisition is a heretic, and will be killed on the spot. Mr. Duanmu, isn't your order a bit too overbearing? Now Amelia couldn't sit still anymore and spoke hurriedly, while Duanmu Hui turned his head again. This is what the Inquisition does. It's up to you if you want to object, but the Inquisition will not let go of any situation that may pose a threat. We will take all measures. Do you understand now? I understand. Very good. Duanmu Hui nodded. Let's do it. This was clearly a bad day for the creatures in the high forest. 1 second. They were still chasing and playing in the green forest, or avoiding prey. But the next moment, the wrath of H.L. that fell from the sky turned these lovely creatures, along with the surrounding green grass and trees, into a blazing disaster. But that's not the end. After the first wave of bombing, the night guards also dropped from the sky and landed in the still burning forest fire. Then they raised their arms and activated the Prometheum flamethrowers. Flames scorching hot enough to melt stones sprayed out and swept into the depths of the forest, completely engulfing everything including the fleeing creatures. In the end, what happened? Took barely opened his eyes and looked at the burning forest in front of him. His old friend had now collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath in pain. His body had been covered in flames and was burning. No! Buddy! Seeing the miserable state of his old friend, Took hurriedly tried to step forward to put out the fire on it. However, at this moment, suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky, flashed past Took, and hit the unfortunate tree man directly, smashing it into 2 pieces. Boom! The black flame suddenly burst out, completely engulfing the sick tree man. Took watched his old friend turn into ashes in the flames, feeling extremely sad and angry. At the same time, Duanmu Hui strode out of the wreckage of the tree man, carrying his war hammer. What a troublesome guy. He had to make things so troublesome. It's you? Looking at the armored warrior in front of him, Took could no longer bear the anger in his heart. How dare you burn the forest and kill my old friend? I will let you taste the wrath of the tree people. As he spoke, Took opened his mouth and let out a scream that sounded like a dull thunder. The sound resounded throughout the entire supreme forest. And the next moment, in a sea of trees not far away, huge trees were seen standing up as if they were awakened. All right. Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai's expression did not change at all. I knew the plan would probably have to be changed. Chapter 671. The fire in the high forest naturally attracted the attention of many forces. After all, there was no unified political entity in the high forest. Various professions and races, including druids, rangers, elves, etc., formed small groups. Of course, if the high forest was regarded as an office building, then these small groups were equivalent to the companies that rented offices in it. So they certainly couldn't just stand by and do nothing while the office building caught fire. Rangers and druids went out one after another, and even the elves were ready. But when they arrived at the fire scene, the iron warriors in front of them blocked their way. The Inquisition is currently in the process of purification. No one is allowed to enter without permission. For the love of the forest god, who are you damned bastards, and what are you doing? A ranger waved the bow and arrow in his hand, and roared loudly at the iron warrior in front of him. This area is infected with a plague, and we are in the process of purifying it. The iron warrior stared at the ranger without blinking. Anyone who attempts to hinder the Inquisition's actions will be considered a heretic and eliminated. I have warned you. Damn it. What are you talking about? What is the Inquisition? Facing the killing intent of the iron warrior, the ranger was a little stunned. He certainly knew that some strange mutant animals had appeared on the edge of the supreme forest recently. They had discussed this matter before, but they had never reached a conclusion. However, it seemed that these warriors from the Inquisition came for this? You have no right to do this. At this time, an old druid came over with a cane, glaring at the iron warrior. This is the supreme forest. You have no right to set fire to the trees here and kill those poor beasts. You are committing a crime. The night sentinel said nothing in response to the old druid's roar. He just silently raised the bolter in his hand and responded with action. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. Faced with the actions of the night guard, the rangers and druids didn't know what to do for a moment. If these people were here to destroy the high forest, they would definitely fight to the death with them. But if they were here to eliminate the plague, then these people didn't know whether they should go up and stop them. After all, they all knew about the strange plague spreading in the supreme forest, and they had been trying to find a way to deal with it. They tried to treat it, but it didn't work. The infected animals had turned into miserable and distorted appearances, and in the end, they had no choice but to let them rest in peace. Someone had made a similar proposal before, but because the supreme forest did not have a unified political entity, no one was willing to take the initiative to be the first to do so. And now this organization called the Inquisition has arrived. And they really do what they say. Right now, those steel giants are spewing flames with their backs to them instead of advancing into the depths of the supreme forest. This in itself speaks volumes. Of course, this goes a little against their beliefs. But, boom, boom. However, not everyone is as hesitant as they are. You murderers. Ruined. Everyone was shocked when they heard the thunderous roar. They all knew that it was the tree people who had taken action. If we talk about the most stubborn and powerful race in the high forest, it must be the tree people. In fact, other groups are generally careful not to provoke the tree people. And the tree people hate the destruction of trees, especially when the Inquisition directly sets fire to the mountain. It would be strange if the tree people were not furious. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the tree people walked out of the forest one by one. They looked at the night guard in front of them, and the latter raised the weapons directly to aim at the enemy in front of them. Warning: the Inquisition is currently conducting a pollution purification operation. Anyone who dares to obstruct the process will be regarded as a heretic and executed. You damn murderers. I will never let you destroy the high forest. The leading tree man roared and slapped the night guardian directly. At the same time, destroy the aliens. Fire! The night guards were not afraid of the tree men who were taller than them. They had faced all kinds of enemies before, including tall demons. Therefore, they didn't care about the attacks of the tree men. Soon, they aimed at the tree men and fired quickly. Then, they saw sparks exploding on the tree men, and the tree men fell to the ground wailing. However, this was obviously not the end. The night guards continued to launch a ruthless attack on the tree people lying on the ground. They raised their hands, and the high-temperature flames from the Promethean flamethrowers roared out, ruthlessly enveloping the tree people and turning them into black charcoal. Seeing their compatriots die so tragically, the remaining tree people became red-eyed and launched a desperate attack on the night guardians. For a while, it became a chaotic battlefield. What should we do? Facing this scene, the ranger, druid and elf looked at each other in bewilderment. Logically speaking, they were all residents of the high forest, so they should definitely fight side by side with the tree people. But the problem was that the tree people were the strongest race in the high forest. This most powerful race was currently being pinned to the ground and beaten by the iron warriors of the Inquisition, the flames spurting out from their arms, which were comparable to dragon's breath, mercilessly burned the bodies of the tree people into charcoal. I have to say here that although the bodies of the tree people are trees, it does not mean that they cannot resist ordinary flames. In fact, the flames and weapons of mortals cannot even cause any harm to the tree people. This is why the tree people are the most powerful race in the Supreme Forest. But now, the strongest clan in the Supreme Forest was wailing in pain, rolling on the ground, and then being blown to pieces by those terrible steel warriors. I'm going back to the Druid Grove to prepare for defense. The old druid stroked his beard and spoke first. This fire is getting bigger and bigger. We must prevent it from spreading to other parts of the high forest. Ah, yes. The ranger and the elf looked at each other and nodded. We must not let this fire destroy the Supreme Forest. We must protect our home. That's right. Putting out the fire is the most important thing now. And other things can be put aside for now. I can only say that the old ones are the most experienced. And they are still too young. Are you talking about the tree man that was beaten half to death? What's there? We don't see anything but a raging fire. After reaching a consensus, everyone turned around and left, working hard to prevent the fire in the Supreme Forest from spreading further. As for the tree people, well, that's none of their business. After all, it has little to do with them. At this moment, the tree man was already bloodthirsty. The birth of the tree people is very time-consuming. According to the description in fairy tale novels, every tree person is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old ancient tree that has become a spirit. This is why the tree people value every tree. After all, as long as time is long enough, these trees will become their compatriots and brothers. So when they watched their compatriots being engulfed by flames and dying in agony, their anger was naturally beyond words. However, anger by itself is of no use, just as it is never courage but strength that brings justice. Boom! Duan Mu Huai strode forward and smashed the root of a tree man with a hammer. A huge force burst out instantly, knocking the tree man over and hitting his head on the ground. Then he took a step forward and swung the hammer in his hand with flames, smashing the tree man's skin so hard that even refined gold could not pierce it. Then Duan Mu Huai exerted force with both hands, and the whole tree man was smashed directly into two halves from the middle. It widened its eyes in surprise, opened its mouth and wanted to say something. But the next moment flames followed and turned it into a pile of dust. Kill all the aliens who dare to attack us, leaving no one alive. Duan Mu Huai raised his war hammer and gave the order coldly. In the eyes of the Inquisition, things like tree people were not even subhumans, but completely evil psychic creatures. Since these idiots were stupid enough to dare to show up here and attack the Inquisition, there was no need for him to spare their lives. The last trace of plague left by typhons finally disappeared, which was good news. However, for Duan Mu Huai, the purpose of his trip was not just to destroy the remnants of the plague, but to show everyone the power and way of action of the Inquisition. Now it seems that everything is going well. Although the Inquisition has stated their doctrine many times, few people take it seriously. However, Duan Mu Huai believes that after this incident, these people will no longer turn a deaf ear to the Inquisition's warnings. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai sneered and looked around again at the battlefield filled with thick smoke. There was nothing left. The remaining tree people had been burnt and turned back to dust. He glanced at the transport plane in the sky again. Although he couldn't see it from here, Duan Mu Huai could easily imagine the stunned looks of the natives. The operation is over. Duan Mu Huai retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings again. The originally lush forests, grass, flowers, and the birds and animals living in them were completely devoured by the flames. Now the world was almost left with only a black and white scorched earth, and the remaining traces of animals and trees that had turned into white ashes. The flames had disappeared, leaving only an icy cold air, as if even the temperature had been melted away. "Let's go!" After giving the order, Duanmuhui turned and left. This is just the beginning. Chapter 672 The Secret of the Lost Land. The experience of the Supreme Forest was enough to teach other cities a perfect lesson. Obviously, after the massacre of the Tree People and the burning of the Supreme Forest, other lords should have understood that the Inquisition was not an easy target to provoke. But for Duanmuhui, he didn't care about the thoughts of those lords for the time being. The problem was, "Mr. Knight, can you build a territory?" "Yo huh?" Hearing Anne's question, Duanmuhui couldn't help it. "Why? You look down on me?" In response to Duanmuhui's question, Anne and Gu Lea looked at each other and then nodded. "Well, we are worried. What's so difficult about building a territory?" Hearing this, Duanmuhui curled his lips and chuckled. "Of course it's difficult. First of all, talent is a problem." As he spoke, and stretched out his finger. "Public security, construction, maintenance, taxation, safety, public facilities, finance. To be honest, Mr. Knight, even if you include the people from the Inquisition, I'm afraid it won't be enough. After all, this is not like maintaining a battleship. You have to govern the territory, listen to the opinions of your people, make decisions, and even formulate taxes and laws. Based on my impression of you, Mr. Knight, I'm afraid you can't do it." As the Princess of Manalia, and often reviewed official documents, no one knew more about how to build a territory or even a country than her. In her opinion, the fighting capacity of the tribunal was first-rate, but it was a mess in terms of internal affairs. Fortunately, most of Duanmuhui's subordinates were either night guards or puppets. Otherwise his poor internal affairs department would have been completely paralyzed. But if you want to run a territory in this world now, you can't just send all the puppets. Right? That would be weird. Right? Then you come? I'm alone? Are you going to tire me to death? I won't do it." Hearing this, Anne was shocked and rushed behind Gu Lea. "Are you kidding me? Even if she is a princess, she can't do so much work. Is Duanmuhui really going to kill her?" Hee. Staring at Anne, Duanmuhui smiled coldly. "It all comes down to talent. Isn't it? Isn't it hard to find people? Talent is the hardest to find. Do you want to ask Odell to come?" But Odell is currently serving as Miss Icot's adjutant. It's impossible for her to hold multiple positions at the same time. Strictly speaking, Anne was right. Talents are the hardest to find when governing a territory. Duanmuhui's court is basically a bandit group. Which bandit group would set up a finance and internal affairs department? But a formal and qualified territory certainly cannot do this. Indeed, you are right. Talents are hard to find in other places. But it is different here. Duanmuhui said this while pointing down at his feet. Guess why this place is called the Lost Land? Looking at Anne and Gu Lea's puzzled expressions, Duanmuhui laughed. If it were somewhere else, then as Anne said, talents would be very difficult to find. But the Lost Land was different. For a very simple reason. That is, there was a fragment of the Soul World in the Lost Land. This world is very famous among Soul Walker players. And the story in the world itself is not too complicated. To put it simply, a country called Ruminas is at war with the Devil's army. The two sides fought fiercely. But then the Devil tricked Ruminas and its ally Levion into turning against each other. The two sides fought a fierce battle. And the Devil's army took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and wiped out both sides. Aurelia was also defeated and disappeared. When Illyria returned to the battlefield, she had become corrupted and transformed into the dark swordsman Melissa. The final result is that everyone is dead. It's a game over ending. And the country is destroyed as well. So this place is called the Lost Land. But after so many years, it's estimated that no one remembers what it was about. But the story of a girl knight falling into evil is a popular theme among gamers. Isn't it? Of course. In addition to this, the reason why this world is well known to players is because this world has a famous soul card Sword of Legend. If a player obtains the Sword of Legend in this world and obtains the title of Legendary Blade Commander, then in battle, as long as the player summons the Sword of Legend, he will gain the special effect of as long as there is a Sword of Legend on your battlefield. You will launch an assault and turn the damage received into 0. This is basically the same as being invincible. Unfortunately, there is only one legendary sword. And there is only one title of legendary blade commander. Duanmu Huai has fought with that guy before. And to be honest, it's really hard to fight. Of course, players later discovered that this guy is not really invincible, although it is not affected by other abilities, except for the ability to change attack power/health. In other words, as long as you don't attack it directly, but change its health and attack power through some special effects, you can also kill it. But no matter what, this thing is really powerful, at least before you understand the rules. Direct attacks, whether magical or physical, will be ineffective. It's simply a blast. Just imagine yourself summoning this thing out on the battlefield and carrying it on your back. It would basically be like locking your health and making you invincible. By the way, most players in the game choose to stand on the side of Ruminus. The reason is very simple. Ruminus has a lot of girls. The knight is a woman. The healer is a woman. The mage is a woman. The spearman is also a woman. And the princess is even more of a woman. Well, the last one seems to be nonsense. On the other hand, the Knights of Thunder and Levion are all men. And there are quite a few handsome guys. So either the female players are crazy about them, or they have abnormal habits. Otherwise, who would go to Levion? Moreover, there are many capable officials in this world. As long as you deal with the troubles in this world, and then obtain soul cards, then why worry about no one using your own territory? So, I'll be back soon. Before that, please take responsibility. Wait. Are you really going to throw it to us? Construction or something. Don't worry about those boring things. Anyway, those guys are unlikely to come to us in the short term. If someone contacts us, just say that the tribunal is currently undergoing internal construction and is temporarily closed. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and snapped his fingers. And then Ojisi and Jiawei came over from the left and right. They climbed onto Duanmu Huai's shoulders with ease, just like they were on automatic navigation. Then I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then left the hall in front of everyone's stunned gaze. What now? While stroking the little white rabbit in her arms, Mary looked at Anne and Gulea, who sighed helplessly. What else can I do? Since Mr. Knight has entrusted it to me, it seems that I am the only one left now. Having said that, Anne's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Mary. Miss Mary, will you help me too? Hey! Me? I can't do that. Hearing Anne's words, Mary was suddenly shocked and waved her hands vigorously. I don't have the talent or knowledge for this. Although Mary studied at the Royal Masters College, she majored in literature, language and archaeology. She knew nothing about politics. And Gulea were both princesses, and they would definitely understand even if they were forced to do so. However, Mary was a complete novice. It's okay. I can learn slowly if I don't know how to do it. Seeing Mary's panic, and giggled and grabbed her hand. Will you help? Miss Mary? Okay. After all, Mary was still a middle-class citizen at heart. She didn't have the courage to refuse the princess's request and could only nod helplessly. Now I just hope that Mr. Duanmu can come back soon. Although Mary prayed like this, unfortunately, her wish did not come true. It's not here. Looking at the wilderness in front of him, Duanmu Huai scratched his head helplessly. 2 days had passed since he left the warship. He ran around in the Lost Land, trying to find an entrance and exit to the Soul World. But to no avail. Did I blow up the Lost Land and end up blowing up the main gate as well? I can't be so unlucky. I say, how long are we going to keep looking? Jiawei followed beside them and complained dissatisfiedly, while Ojis was silently flipping through a book. She was used to passing the time. I've been looking for 2 days. How come you still haven't found the door? It's almost there. It should be nearby. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai rubbed the ring. And soon, a translucent ghost girl emerged from it. Is there any movement nearby? Over there. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the ghost girl closed her eyes and sensed it, then pointed to a pile of huge rocks not far away. Duanmu Huai also followed the ghost girl's instructions and walked towards the direction of the pile of rocks. Then he went up and down, left and right. Is this the place? Yes. Oh well. Duanmu Huai took a deep breath and then opened his eyes. Soul resonance. The next moment, along with Duanmu Huai's roar, the empty air in front of him began to surge. And then No. Half a portal. The other half is underground. Looking at the portal in front of him, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Puff. Seeing this scene, Jiawei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, how are you going to get in? You still need to ask? In response to Jiawei's question, Duanmu Huai glared at her fiercely. Of course I crawled in. Chapter 673 An Angel Comes to You. It was the first time for Duanmu Huai to teleport in this way. He was like a big bear, advancing forward in half of the portal, with Ojus and Jiawei following behind him. Really? Why can't it be faster? Master is so slow. You think I am? Hearing the two people's complaints, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but retort. It's not my fault. Who knew there would be only half of this portal left? That's right. Only half of it is left. Because Duanmu Huai dug underneath and found nothing. In other words, the other half of the portal is probably somewhere underground. Is this your own pot? Well, maybe that wouldn't have happened if he hadn't insisted on blowing the lost lands upside down. But wait, if it was some other big demon instead of Typhus who came, he wouldn't have to do this. So it's all Typhus' fault. Yes, I am the judge. How could I be wrong? This is all the fault of that heretic Typhons. Okay, the responsibility has been clarified, but it has no effect on Duanmu Huai's current situation. Oh my god, it's going to get stuck inside. It will be hilarious if it gets stuck inside. If your character gets stuck in the game, you can summon the GM to reset it. But if you get stuck here, there's no one to call for help. Duanmu Huai's eyes were dark, and he wasn't even sure where he had been teleported to. The only lucky thing was that at least from the flat ground it looked like some man-made building. But as for what it was, crack. Why? However, at this moment, suddenly, Duanmu Huai heard a slight sound coming from beneath him. He looked down and saw that the stone slab under him was slowly cracking. Then the next moment, before Duanmu Huai could utter a hack in Chinese, the stone slab was completely crushed by the heavy power armor. And then Duanmu Huai fell down directly like this. Boom! The next moment, Duanmu Huai fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Ojisi and Jiawei were not much better off. They lay beside Duanmu Huai, their heads and faces covered with dust. Woo! What is going on? How could I know? Duanmu Huai stood up while complaining, and then looked around. What came into view was a room that looked very clean and beautiful. It was covered with exquisite tiles all around. There was a steaming bathtub in front of him, and a blonde girl who was folding her hands on her chest, staring at him in surprise with wide eyes. I really didn't expect this development. Looking at the blonde girl in the steam, Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say for a moment. What kind of opening plot of a harem animation is this? How did I fall into someone else's bathroom for no apparent reason? I'm not Nobita Nobi. Okay. Duh. Just when Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps. And then the bathroom door suddenly opened. Then Duanmu Huai saw a black-haired maid holding a sharp knife rushing in. Your Highness! Are you okay? The black-haired maid shouted loudly as she rushed in. When she saw Duanmu Huai, her face suddenly changed and she drew her sword. You damn devil. You actually dared to attack Her Royal Highness the Princess. Go to H.L. As she spoke, the black-haired maid raised the sword in her hand and attacked Duanmu Huai. Drink it. Why? Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only stand there helplessly, letting the black-haired maid chop at him with the sword. It must be said that the black-haired maid was very fast, and her moves were quite impressive. However, no matter how powerful you are, you can't cut through the Inquisitor's power armor. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his finger and lightly flicked the sword that was swung by the black-haired maid in front of him. Clang! The next moment, the long sword in the maid's hand flew out, and the maid also groaned and stepped back. But even so, she still stood in front of the blonde girl. Why are you blocking me? Let me watch for a while. Your Highness, this devil is very difficult to deal with. Please leave here immediately. So troublesome. Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai didn't know what to do. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, he saw the blonde girl reaching out and pressing the black-haired maid's shoulder. Okay. Stop it. Erica. He's not an assassin sent by the devil. But, if he was really an accomplice of the devil, we would have been killed by now. But he didn't do anything. Did he? As she spoke, the blonde girl looked at Duanmu Huai. Sir, I don't know who you are, But could you please leave here first? All right. Duanmu Huai nodded, then made a gesture to Ojisi and Jiawei, and then led the two out of the bathroom. Crash! As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Duanmu Huai saw a large group of armed soldiers surrounding him and others. But Duanmu Huai certainly didn't care about it. In fact, not to mention Duanmu Huai, even Ajis and Jiao Wei were quite calm in the face of the scene. Of course, this was obviously not the case for the soldiers. They clenched their weapons tightly and stared at Duanmu Huai nervously, not daring to relax for a moment. This was completely different from Duanmu Huai, who seemed to be just killing time out of boredom. Crack. After a long while, the bathroom door opened again, and then the blonde girl walked out. At this moment, she was wearing a pure white dress. How to say it? To be honest, looking at the blonde girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of Princess Sheila of the Herman Empire. Sheila in a dress gave people a very orthodox traditional princess feeling, such as petite, slender and fragile, looking full of protectiveness, noble and beautiful. This blonde girl is the opposite type of princess to Sheila. Although she also has blonde hair, she doesn't look weak and delicate, but looks full of heroism. She gives people the feeling of a brave warrior who has experienced many battles. Well, and can't cultivate that. After all, she was just a weak psychic who used magic. This kind of momentum could only be possessed by melee professions, and one had to be the kind of winner who was unstoppable. Well, but no matter what, she looks more like a princess than an Engu Lia. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The blonde girl bowed slightly to Duanmu Huai. If you don't mind, please come to the reception room and have a chat. Your Highness. Hearing this, the black-haired maid next to her couldn't help herself. These are my orders. Compared to the maid who was so angry that she jumped up and down, the blonde girl was very calm. The maid had no choice but to grit her teeth and glare at Duanmu Huai fiercely. You'd better not try to do anything dangerous. Otherwise I will never let you go. Oh, you sound like you have that ability. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and sneered. Just now I didn't fight back, and you didn't break my defense after fighting for a long time? That's it? You're still threatening me? What did you say? Erica. Just when the black-haired maid was about to rush over to fight Duanmu Huai, the blonde girl spoke again. The black-haired maid gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Yes, Princess. The other guards were ordered by the blonde girl to return to their respective posts. Although they were also very uneasy about this, they still followed her instructions. Duanmu Huai also came to the reception room, where another maid poured them tea and then quietly left. Soon, only Duanmu Huai, Ojas, Jiawei, the blonde girl and her black-haired maid were left in the room. Hello. Sir. Nice to meet you. The blonde girl withdrew her gaze and looked at Duanmu Huai solemnly. I am Princess Aurelia of the Kingdom of Ruminas. May I ask your name? Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the court. Then I would like to ask, Mr. Grand Inquisitor, why did you fall into my bathroom? If I say it's an accident, do you believe me? Duanmu Huai didn't expect that his own portal would actually open to the outside of someone else's bathroom. Right. I see. I understand. On the contrary, Aurelia nodded calmly, as if she accepted Duanmu Huai's statement. If that's the case, then I won't pursue it. Hearing this, the black-haired maid wanted to say something again, but she still kept her mouth shut. And Duanmu Huai also felt. How should I put it? It seemed a little. It was that kind of. You know. It seemed like it shouldn't have ended like this. But it ended like this. Speechless feeling. However, you must be held accountable for breaking into the bathroom, without permission, and even molesting me. Oh! So what are you going to have me do? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai changed his posture and stared at Aurelia curiously. She wouldn't think that she would marry him just because he saw her body. Right? Ha ha ha. This is not some folk tale of the seven fairies. We are currently being attacked by the devil's army. Illyria's expression was very calm. They have driven giants, goblins, ice wolves, and many other dangerous species in the north. We need reinforcements. If you can join us and fight with us, I will no longer ask about your rude behavior. That's it? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why Aurelia made this decision. As it stood now, at least it didn't develop into a situation that would give him a headache. No problem. That's it. Illyria stood up. I will have someone prepare guest rooms for you all. and we will be ready for battle tomorrow morning." After saying this, Aurelia and the black-haired maid turned and left the reception room, leaving only Duanmu Huai and the two dolls sitting there. "What are you talking about, Master?" Jiawei looked at him in confusion. "Why are we going to fight out of nowhere?" I also find it very confusing. To be honest, I don't understand what Aurelia is thinking. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. To be honest, he had hoped for a normal development, just like in the Holy City or Manalia. Too bad this damn portal ruined everything. Anyway, just fight. Nothing else matters. Your Highness, why are you doing this? Back in the study, the black-haired maid finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "That scary guy is definitely not a good person. He even broke into the bathroom you were in without permission. I don't believe it was an accident." "But I do." Illyria shook her head. "If he wanted to peek, he wouldn't have to bring two girls with him." "Right. That's true. But looking at him, he doesn't look like a good person. He is a very powerful warrior. I know this very well. As for why he appeared in this fortress, and why he came out of the bathroom, these are not important. We need strength now." As Aurelia spoke, she turned her head to look out the window. Under the light, the whistling snowflakes were clearly visible. The cold wind in the north is getting more and more fierce, and the monsters' attacks have not stopped at all. We must do everything in our power to resist the attacks of those monsters and prevent them from entering the heart of Luminous. But hasn't the Principality of Levion already sent the knights to assist? For us now, any help is necessary. Illyria closed her eyes. We need strength to fight the devil and his armies. That's all. But I'm tired. Erica. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing this, the black-haired maid hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head. Have a good dream. The door opened and Aurelia stared at the dim night outside the window, motionless, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the fortress gate, the blizzard still did not stop. The whistling cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew towards him, hitting the cold steel armor. But it was meaningless to Duanmu Huai. He strode up the stairs, with Ojas and Jiawei sitting on his shoulders, and then came to the city wall, where Aurelia and her black-haired maid were fully armed and looked forward with serious expressions. That's your enemy? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward, although he could not see clearly under the cover of the blizzard. With the help of the power armor's reconnaissance device, he could still clearly see the shadows moving in the distance. It was an army composed of countless orcs, giants and wolves. They had no flags, no formations, and looked disorganized, but also terrifying. This is the third time they have attacked, Aurelia said calmly. We have repelled their first two attacks. But this time, the situation is obviously different. They seem to have gathered all the forces in the north to try to break through the fortress. We must not let them succeed. Once this fortress is breached, the entire Luminous will be devastated. Although Aurelia's words and tone seemed to make sense, Duanmu Huai detected a hint of numbness and indifference in her eyes. It was obvious that for this princess, the fortress being breached and Luminous being destroyed did not seem as serious as she said. Really weird. Duanmu Huai looked carefully at Aurelia in front of him. His intuition as a judge told him that Aurelia must have some secret, ready to fight. However, at this moment, a horn sounded. The soldiers drew their weapons, and Duanmu Huai also withdrew his gaze. The army of monsters is getting closer and closer. Chapter 674 Icewind Battlefield. The war has entered a white-hot stage. Duanmu Huai swung his warhammer and knocked down a frost giant that tried to break through the fortress, then looked forward. More than an hour had passed since the battle began, and for now, the fortress could still hold on. The races that attacked the fortress were frost giants, ice wolves, and a large number of goblins. Their tactics were simple. The frost giants were responsible for attacking the city walls and gates, trying to make a gap in them, while countless white ice wolves were running around like a surging tide, attracting the attention of the defenders together with the goblins. On the other hand, Lumina seemed to be able to advance and retreat in moderation in the face of the monster army's attack. The mages chanted magic, and if a frost giant approached, he would be knocked to the ground by the blazing fireballs. The knights held their shields high and stood at the edge of the fortress wall, fighting the goblin ice wolves with shields and sharp swords. This kind of battle is so boring. Jiawei's figure flashed and then disappeared. A moment later, she appeared next to Duanmu Huai. The goblin and ice wolf between the two fell to the ground and turned into cold corpses. Master, isn't there anything more fun? I think you could use a different weapon. Duanmu Huai glanced at the dagger in Jiawei's hand, which she had picked up in the Underdark. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know why Jiawei didn't manipulate silk threads and puppets to fight like Ojas. In this situation, the role of a thief-like profession was indeed limited. I want to, but I don't know what to use. Anyway, I don't want to be like Weni-sama. Then there's no way. A frost giant roared and charged towards the city wall. Duanmu Huai swung his thunder hammer casually and hit the frost giant directly in the face. The erupting thunder and lightning were as dense as a spider web, instantly turning all the enemies around into a pile of black charcoal. Why don't I assign you a new mission? Go and see what's going on behind these monsters. Later? Yes. The army must have a commander. This is just the beginning. Although I am not sure whether this monster army has a commander. What if it does? Oh well. Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Jiawei nodded. By the way, if there is a commander, can I kill it? No problem at all. Clear. The moment the words fell, Jiawei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, someone shouted, "The enemy has already climbed onto the western wall." Perhaps due to negligence, or perhaps because they were too tired from the battle. The Knights of Luminous gradually began to be unable to withstand the attacks of the monsters. The ice wolves roared and leaped up. Their sharp claws directly grabbed the frozen wall and jumped onto the city wall in just a few jumps. The goblins sitting on the backs of the ice wolves screamed in victory. And the Knights of Luminous raised their shields again, trying to drive down these invaders, who forced their way onto the city wall. However, at this moment, a white figure emerged from the crowd. Aurelia held a long sword in her hand. She was as dazzling and gorgeous as a flower blooming on the battlefield. Her movements were as light as petals dancing in a snowstorm. And she rushed into the enemy accompanied by violent winds and waves. The shining sword light bloomed in an instant, and it was as gorgeous and elegant as a work of art. Intoxicating. However, the ice wolves and goblins obviously had different opinions on this. But unfortunately, before they could express their dissatisfaction, with a flash of sword light, streaks of blood burst out from their bodies. And then these ice wolves and goblin riders fell directly to the ground and died. Olivia retracted her sword, and not even a trace of blood could be seen on her pure white battle robe. The Rumina's knights took this opportunity to rush forward again and regain the position that was almost lost. "Your Highness!" The black-haired maid hurried over. The sword in her hand was stained with blood, but she obviously didn't care about that now. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Olivia shook her head. "Is the defense line okay?" "It's pretty stable. To be honest, I didn't expect it to last until now." "Yes." Olivia understood what her maid was saying. The monster army kept attacking, and Ruminas could only rely on the city walls and fortresses for defense. The cold stone walls might not get tired, but people have their limits. Under the reckless onslaught of the monster army, they were able to hold on until now without collapsing. It seems that inviting the Inquisitor to fight together was the right decision. As she spoke, Aurelia turned her head and looked at the city gate. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to play cat and mouse with the invaders on the city wall. He took over the entire fortress gate by himself. He didn't even stand on the fortress wall, but jumped directly to the gate, waving his war hammer to block the monster's wave after wave of attacks. Wherever his thunder hammer swept, accompanied by flashing thunder and lightning, large numbers of monsters died. Even the frost giants, who were taller than Duanmu Huai, were no match for this iron warrior. Roar! A frost giant grabbed the trunk of a big tree and smashed it directly at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai did not dodge at all. Facing the oncoming tree trunk, he roared and smashed it with a hammer, directly smashing the trunk in the frost giant's hand into two pieces. Then he rushed forward and came in front of the frost giant. The thunder hammer whistled and tore through the blizzard, and hit the frost giant's knee heavily. Then the frost giant's entire right leg exploded completely, and the frost giant, who lost his balance and limbs, screamed and fell to the ground. Then his head was smashed into pieces by Duanmu Huai's hammer. Compared to Aurelia, who was pure white and had not even a drop of blood on her cloak, Duanmu Huai was now covered in blood. The dark red blood stained his black armor and the eagle pattern on the golden skull. He looked like a devil walking in the world. Ogisi followed Duanmu Huai as always. She still seldom moved, but with a slight movement of her fingers, invisible silk threads formed a fishing net, blocking all the fish that tried to swim downstream, and directly cut them into sashimi. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai and Ojas together are even as powerful as the Knights of Ruminous. Snort. The black-haired maid snorted in dissatisfaction. She didn't like Duanmu Huai at all. But the facts were there. If it weren't for Duanmu Huai guarding the gate, this frozen fortress would have been breached by now. How long will the fleet last? I don't know. But they will come today. I hope the fleet will arrive soon. Having said this, a complicated expression appeared in Aurelia's eyes. Maybe they will arrive soon. As long as we can survive this wave of attacks. Duanmu Huai repelled another wave of enemies, and withdrew his gaze from Aurelia. He always felt that there were many things wrong with Aurelia. Not to mention the illogical behavior of inviting him to join the battle. Even her performance in the battle was very strange. Indeed, from a normal perspective, Aurelia was leading by example, and fighting with all her might. She could be considered a loyal knight. However, Duanmu Huai's intuition as an inquisitor was not that way. He always felt that Aurelia was acting. All she did was not really to completely defeat the monster army, but more like a show for the Rumina's knights to see. Just to let them see that she was fighting hard. Just act like it. Like when your boss comes to see you. You're busy at your desk, acting like you have a lot of important things to do. But in fact you're just busy doing nothing. This is why Duanmu Huai did not immediately unleash all his strength to defeat the monster army. Of course, he could do it. But Duanmu Huai did not intend to do so. Aurelia's fall into the Dark Swordsman is also a story that players like to hear and hear. Many secondary creation books use this as the theme. After all, evil fall. Well, it is indeed exciting. But in fact, based on the Inquisitor's experience, fallen betrayers are generally divided into two types. One type is those who have had the idea of betrayal for a long time, and their downfall is just a natural result. The other type was those who had no such idea originally, but eventually succeeded due to the enemy's various conspiracies. Players have always believed that Aurelia is the second type, so most of the comics are drawn according to this aspect. But as of now, Duanmu Huai suspects that it is most likely the first one. All of Aurelia's performance and her words seem to be false. Although she was trying hard to defend the fortress, in Duanmu Huai's eyes, she only emphasized the hard work part. As for whether the fortress itself could be defended, Aurelia did not seem to care particularly. As if it did not matter if the fortress was breached. This is obviously wrong. As a ruler, the result is important, not the process. According to common sense, given Aurelia's status, she should stop the monster army from breaking through the fortress at all costs and at any cost. Even if she has to sacrifice more people, she can't hesitate. Unfortunately, this now appears not to be the case. Duanmu Huai wanted to see how Aurelia would react if the fortress was breached. But after thinking it over carefully, he gave up the idea. Duanmu Huai was still hoping to find a group of talented people in the territory of Ruminas to help with internal affairs. If the monster broke through the fortress and went deep into Ruminas, then his trip would be in vain. However, at this moment, suddenly, a fierce roar was heard, which made Duanmu Huai and the knights fighting on the city wall raise their heads and look towards the sky. Then, they saw a huge white shadow rushing out of the clouds in the dark and gloomy sky and rushing towards them. That is, Giant Dragon. Amid the knights' screams, a giant dragon almost as big as the fortress descended from the sky, opened its mouth, and launched a fierce attack on the fortress. The biting cold wind whistled past, and the leading knights didn't even have time to dodge before they were turned into ice sculptures by the bone-chilling cold. Then the dragon flapped its wings again and raised its head again. Evil dragon, prepare to die? However, at this moment, with a scolding, Duanmu Huai saw Olay jumping and shot out of the city wall, holding a long sword with a long sword and stabbing the dragon in front of her. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Ruminas cheered, and their morale was boosted. However, only Duanmu Huai saw the indifference and numbness in Aurelia's eyes. Chapter 675, Heaven Drop. To be honest, from a combat perspective alone, Aurelia's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. Looking from Duanmu Huai's perspective, he could see Aurelia transforming into a ray of white light and stabbing directly into the chest of the white dragon in front of him. Then, the next moment, countless sword lights intersected and bloomed, like a flower of light blooming on the battlefield, enveloping the entire body of the white dragon. Then, the white dragon let out a wail, and bloodstains suddenly broke out all over its body. Then it fell to the ground headfirst, without a sound. Seeing this, The morale of the defenders on the city wall was boosted, and they cheered in unison. At this moment, Aurelia had sheathed her sword and returned to the city wall. Her clothes were still spotless, as clean as if she had not been through a battle at all. Unfortunately, this was not the decisive moment for the end of the battle. Rather, it is the clarion call for the beginning of a larger battle. Roar. The earth-shaking roar suppressed the cheers of the people on the city wall. The knights looked at each other in amazement. However, before they could come to their senses, they saw white dragons flying out from the clouds and rushing towards them. At this moment, even if the knights who were in the battle were a little desperate, they clenched the long swords and shields in their hands. But their eyes revealed some blame for the first time. This is also normal. Anyone who sees hundreds of white dragons rushing towards him hurrying groups, calling on their friends, will have this feeling of despair. However, there was one exception. Boom! The dazzling fire suddenly exploded in the Bailong Kun. The huge shock wave and the fragments swept through the Bailong group. In the blink of an eye, several white dragons fell to the ground and fell to the ground into a corpse. What happened? Faced with this sudden scene, everyone looked at each other. At a loss, they turned their heads in surprise and looked towards the gate, only to see Duanmu Huai still standing there. But at this moment, his armor had undergone a strange change. The jet backpack in the back of the armor was missing, and on both sides of Duanmu Huai's shoulders, the two huge rectangular missiles were raised high at this moment, targeting the white dragon in front of the eyes. Then, the fire appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Missiles flew out from the launch chambers on both sides of Duanmu Huai's shoulders and rushed towards the group of white dragons in the sky. Faced with this unprecedented attack, the group of white dragons was also panicked. They flapped their wings to try to avoid it. But the speed of these missiles was far faster than the reaction of the white dragons. Before these white dragons could make any moves, missiles had already hit them, and then exploded instantly, and flowers of fire bloomed among the group of white dragons. The flying shrapnel was no less powerful than Aurelia's sword. Whenever there was an explosion and a flash of fire, several white dragons were torn into pieces, falling to the ground as broken corpses. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 white dragons were completely torn apart, and the remaining dragons retreated wailing. At the same time, an evil shadow, even bigger than the previous white dragon, fell from the sky. Roar! This white dragon was even bigger than the previous ones, and the shadow in the sky alone was enough to cover the entire fortress. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and then the missile cabin on his shoulder suddenly deformed and retracted back to his back. Go to H.L. With a roar, the missile cabin behind Duanmu Huai turned into a jet pack, spewing out fierce airflow, carrying Duanmu Huai straight into the sky like a rocket. He gripped the warhammer tightly, and rushed straight towards the huge white dragon in front of him, hitting it head-on the chin. The huge white dragon had never expected that the seemingly tiny human in front of it actually possessed such powerful strength. It howled suddenly, and the entire dragon fell from the sky to the ground, smashing heavily on the plain not far in front of the fortress. Boom! The tremor brought by the huge Bailong's body hit the ground. Even if it can be felt on the wall of the fortress, even the walls in some places cannot resist this violent vibration like an earthquake, causing a tunnel crack. However, at the same time, Ojas, who appeared beside the white dragon at some point, clenched her fists and pulled hard. Under the pull of the invisible silk thread, long bloody marks were torn on the white dragon's wings. The sudden pain stopped the giant dragon from moving further. Its body suddenly turned to the side and fell to the ground again. This made the giant white dragon furious. It opened its bloody mouth and took a deep breath in the direction of Ojas. But unfortunately, it no longer has the opportunity to demonstrate its power. Demasia! Duanmu Huai yelled as he descended from the sky, driven by the airflow of his jetpack. He smashed directly into the crown of the white dragon. The thunder hammer burst out with dazzling lightning and black flames, tearing through the air and smashing directly into the skull of the giant white dragon. Then the giant white dragon's hard dragon scales and flesh exploded directly under this violent shock. At this moment, the giant white dragon's head seemed to be hit by an invisible fist, and it fell directly to the ground, and then exploded like a balloon that was squeezed and burst. The huge body collapsed to the ground weakly, and the dragon's head was already like a pool of mud at this moment, wrapping everything around. At this moment, the soldiers of Luminous could not say anything. They just stood on the city wall with their eyes wide open like puppets, as if they could not believe what they saw. Even Aurelia had a surprised expression on her face. And the black-haired maid standing beside her almost dropped her jaw to the ground. Boom, boom, boom! The sound of heavy footsteps rang out, echoing in the dead silence of the battlefield. Everyone held their breath, watching a dark, huge figure slowly walk out of the smoke and dust. His body was covered in blood, and the golden skull on his chest looked extremely hideous. Even the double-headed eagle pattern on his shoulder was shining brightly in the reflection of the blood. For everyone, this is almost an unimaginable scene. With the fall of the giant dragon, the battle in the fortress finally came to an end. The remaining white dragon did not dare to move forward, but turned around and ran away wailing. The battle is over. According to the reason, at this time, everyone should be cheering, welcoming the return of the hero, and then celebrated. However, the reality was not like that. Everyone was like they were under a spell of silence. They were quietly cleaning the battlefield and packing up the fortress with dull expressions, as if they were sleepwalking. Perhaps the scene they saw was too shocking, and their brains were still unable to accept this reality. Duanmu Huai didn't care much about this, nor did Ajis. And Jia Wei cared even less because she had more important things to report. So, you didn't find it? That's right. Jia Wei stood in front of Duanmu Huai, looking helpless. She followed Duanmu Huai's order and went to the rear of the monster army to look for them. But after searching for a long time, she didn't find even a ghost. That's strange. These monsters must have a commander. Could it be the giant dragon that you killed last? Master? The dragon's corpse is so huge that it's still outside the fortress. Fortunately, the weather is cold. Otherwise it would be a trouble. I don't think so. Well, maybe I should ask Aurelia. Duanmu Huai was still brooding over Aurelia's performance in the fortress attack and defense. He still remembered that when he returned victoriously, Aurelia looked at him with a complicated look. It was not the look of frightened people like others, but a look of worry, surprise and liberation. Well, that's weird. Boom boom boom. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and then a black-haired maid walked in. She looked at Duanmu Huai with a complicated look different from Aurelia's, and then lowered her head. Your Highness Princess has something she wants to discuss with you. Please follow me. It was still the same reception room, with the same seats, and even the people hadn't changed. So, what does your Highness want to see me about? Duanmu Huai took a sip of red tea and looked at Aurelia in front of him. To be honest, Duanmu Huai prefers these magical civilization worlds to the modern world. The reason is very simple. There are so many different races in this world, and people are more resistant to it after seeing it more. For example, when Duanmu Huai was in the heaven on earth in Waterdeep City, he only scared people a little when he took off his clothes, and he didn't see the girls who gave him a bath and massage fainted. The reason is very simple. There are so many hideous and terrifying races in that world. Not to mention orcs, giants, and lizardmen. There are also demons and devils. Why do I feel more sad the more I talk about it? In short, the well-informed world is relatively resistant to my appearance. If I were in the fragile modern civilization like the Star Alliance, I would probably scare a lot of people to death just by walking on the street. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Hello, Mr. Inquisitor. First of all, I would like to thank you for saving this fortress and preventing another attack by the monster army. Aurelia's expression didn't change, but she didn't smile either. But this is not the end. You mean they're coming? Yes, they will come again. But I'm not sure how long we can hold out. Aurelia lowered her eyelashes and stared at the steaming cup of tea in her hand. Perhaps you don't know, sir, but there are some troubles between us Luminas and Levion. We had agreed today that Levion would send reinforcements to join us in the defense. But you saw it too. Well, of course Duanmu Huai saw it. It was dark now. There was not even a bird outside, let alone a fleet. So, we have to take the initiative. Having said that, Aurelia made up her mind and looked at Duanmu Huai. I wonder if Mr. Inquisitor can give us a hand. Chapter 676 Holy Sword. So, what do you want me to do? Duanmu Huai stared at Aurelia and asked. The latter was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. In fact, our country has a holy sword. Well, I know that. In fact, that's what I came here for. Legend has it that when our country is in dire straits, a brave man will draw the holy sword, defeat the demon king, and save the country. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of this. In fact, all the ambitious people in Ruminas have tried. But no one has been able to pull out the sword. Real or fake. So you want me to pull out that sword and defeat the Demon King? Duanmu Huai frowned. Yes. I hope you can go to Mount Luminous in the west. The holy sword is inserted in the altar on the top of the mountain. As long as you can pull out the holy sword, you can destroy the Demon King. At least that's what the legend says. This is really troublesome. Can't you just call him directly? No. Illyria shook her head. In fact, that holy sword is also the key that our ancestors used to seal the Demon King. If we can't find the holy sword, the Demon King's tomb cannot be opened. And we can't defeat the Demon King. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded first. Then was stunned. Wait. This Demon King is still sealed. So he can't cause any trouble. Could it be one of the 4 heavenly kings or something like that? Only the will of the Demon King can control the ancient white dragon and the dragons. The seal is weakening. We must pull out the holy sword as soon as possible. Open the seal. And then seal it again. Then you can come up with a second one. Right? Duanmu Huai yawned. He got a headache when he heard about seal. Isn't it obvious that there will be a sequel? Of course. In reality, there is no sequel. It is game over. According to Aurelia, hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of Luminous used the holy sword to seal the Demon King in the far north, and then sealed the holy sword in Luminous Mountain, and told their descendants, as time goes by, the seal will gradually weaken, and the Demon King will revive again, manipulating the monster army to attack Luminous. At that time, a chosen hero must be found to draw the holy sword, defeat the Demon King, and seal him again. As early as when the monster army first attacked the northern fortress, Aurelia had already recruited warriors from all over the country. But saw the result. Not even one of them drew his sword. And now Duanmu Huai appeared. In Aurelia's opinion, he was probably the only one worthy of this holy sword. Okay. I get it. So where are we going to leave? Now. Illyria stood up immediately. Time waits for no one. We must take advantage of the opportunity when the monster army is resting and immediately head to Mount Luminous to pull out the holy sword. You don't seem to have considered what to do if you can't pull it out. Duanmu Huai did not object and stood up silently. He wanted to see how Aurelia planned to go to that Mount Ruminous. It turns out that the kingdom of Ruminous does have some capabilities. That's really interesting. Standing on the deck, looking at the snow-covered mountains below, Duanmu Huai laughed. Ruminous had no helicopters or special planes. But it was not completely without flying things. The airship in front of him was specially ordered by Aurelia. Its appearance looked like a sailing warship from the ancient naval war era, except that it had a big hot air balloon on it. Duanmu Huai didn't care how this thing flew. As long as it flew it would be fine. So master, you are going to draw a sword? Jiawei came over from behind curiously, looked at Duanmu Huai and asked, would you like to change your weapon? It's nice to have a sword. But of course a hammer is the most reliable for me. Duanmu Huai didn't hate using a sword. But the problem was that with his size, ordinary swords could hardly meet Duanmu Huai's needs. The chainsaw sword was quite cool, but it was less powerful and focused on cruelty. Therefore, Duanmu Huai still prefers to use a warhammer in normal battles. It feels so good to kill all the monsters with one blow of hammer. To be honest, Duanmu Huai even doubted how big the sword was. He might not be able to hold it with one hand. It would be funny if it was as big as a toy sword. But then again, does Aurelia really want to destroy the Demon King? Or does she intend to remove the Demon King's seal? Recalling Aurelia's expression and appearance when she spoke just now, Duanmu Huai also started to think. At that time, the princess's expression was very calm. It was not a poker face, but the kind that looked very concerned about the country and the people. At least it looked like that. Well, it looks like that. In fact, her eyes kept looking around. To put it bluntly, it was as if she was distracted while acting. As for what she was thinking deep in her heart, Duanmu Huai didn't understand after all. He was not a spirit-sucking monster. The airship set off late at night. And now it has been a night, which can be said to be very urgent. Of course, considering the current situation of the Northland Fortress, Duanmu Huai is not incomprehensible. He and Aurelia have left the Northland Fortress. If the Northland Fortress is attacked again at this time, it will basically be conquered. Ojus and Jiawei did not stay in the Northland Fortress. Most of the soldiers there are injured. And, by the way, what is the situation in Ruminas? Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Because of the ghost portal he came from this time. Duanmu Huai didn't have enough time to understand the situation in Ruminous. But logically speaking, under this situation, the country should have shipped supplies, food and soldiers as soon as possible. However, Aurelia seemed to have never considered this issue at all. And most of the soldiers in the entire fortress were depressed, except for the excitement after the initial victory. Now they all looked a little tired and lost. Well, it seems, Ruminous is also in a mess. Just then, the snowstorm gradually subsided, and the mountains in front of us became clearer. The holy sword is close. Originally Duanmu Huai thought that the holy sword was placed in a temple for safekeeping. But when he got off the airship, he saw a sword stuck in the center of the square in front of him, with several guards standing next to it. To put it bluntly, it looks extremely sloppy, and no one cares about it. Isn't this the holy sword? You guys don't care? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but start complaining. Are you afraid that this sword is stolen? This is the holy sword. Without waiting for Illyria to reply, the black-haired maid spoke back. The sacred power emanating from this sword is enough to drive away all demons. There is no way a demon would come here to steal the sword. Besides, if you want to steal the holy sword, don't you have to pull it out first? And the person who pulls out the holy sword is the owner of the holy sword. There is no need to steal it. Makes sense. After listening to the black-haired maid's explanation, Duanmu Huai also nodded. This logic makes perfect sense. It is this sword. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the center of the square. The holy sword was stuck in the ground in the center of the square. From the outside, the holy sword was neither luxurious nor beautiful. It looked very ordinary. Even the hilt was not decorated with a skull with blue flames. Well, how should I put it? It really doesn't live up to the name of this holy sword. Just pull it out and it'll be okay. Fortunately, there are not many people here, and there is no need to hold a meeting and have the chairman give a speech, and then have everyone stand up and applaud. And finally the contestants enter the venue. Take the oath and draw the sword. Duanmu Huai stepped forward and walked directly in front of the holy sword. Then, he carefully extended his hand. It seems that the master is quite careful. Seeing this scene, Jiawei whispered to Ojas, and Ojas just nodded slightly. The black-haired maid next to her looked much better at this moment. No matter what. At least it seemed that Duanmu Huai still had a certain awe for his country's holy sword. In fact, Duanmu Huai did not have any awe for the holy sword. He was just afraid that it would suddenly fall down. Duanmu Huai remembered that he had watched a TV series before, in which the brave man was played by the whole village. The whole village tried their best, but could not pull out the sword. As a result, the brave man just walked up the steps, and the sword fell down before he even put his hand on it. As for why I didn't pull it out before, well, the reason is also very clear. Duanmu Huai didn't want to be treated like a fool like that brave man. So he patted it carefully and squeezed it. Well, very good. It's inserted very firmly, and it doesn't look like it was put in casually. Then, it's up to me. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. Judging from the appearance of this sword, it should be considered a two-handed giant sword. But in fact, in Duanmu Huai's hand, this thing looks like just an ordinary long sword that he can hold with one hand. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed the hilt of the sword and lifted it up. Huh? You really can't lift it? What Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that when he just lifted it, the sword was actually as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. What kind of joke was this? With his own strength, he could even lift up a telephone pole buried in concrete. Hey, that's interesting. This time Duanmu Huai finally took it to heart. He moved his body again, grabbed the hilt of the sword, and lifted it up again. Well, still not working. This is interesting. Duanmu Huai looked at the motionless holy sword in front of him, and then he clenched his fist again and roared. Then, he suddenly took a step forward. With Duanmu Huai's action, even the floor of the square in front of him began to crack, and Duanmu Huai once again clenched the hilt of the sword and pulled it up with force. Looking at this scene, everyone was speechless for a moment, and the black-haired maid also showed a disappointed expression. Your Highness, after all, he is not. Aurelia didn't say anything. She just lowered her brows and sighed. But at this moment, click, click. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over hurriedly, and saw that the holy sword in Duanmu Huai's hand was slowly being raised. Is he going to pull out this holy sword? Wrong. Everyone was shocked when they saw the raised ground in front of Duanmu Huai. What he wants to draw is not the holy sword, but rise. The next moment, Duanmu Huai roared loudly and raised his hands upwards with force. As he moved, the entire ground suddenly cracked. Then Duanmu Huai gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and raised the holy sword high. Okay, pull it out. Did you pull it out? Seeing this, the black-haired maid finally couldn't help but complain out loud. The reason was very simple. In addition to the holy sword, there was also a large piece of stone connected to the holy sword on top of Duanmu Huai's head. This is not about pulling out the holy sword at all. This is simply about smashing the ground next to the holy sword and lifting it up. How is it, princess? Duanmu Huai held high the holy sword, with most of the blade still buried in the rubble, and looked at Aurelia. That's all I need. Faced with this scene, Aurelia was speechless at the moment. Chapter 677, Try and Die. Faced with this scene, everyone was stunned and speechless. Jiawei held her stomach and chuckled. Ojisi next to her did not react as usual, just looked at Duanmu Huai indifferently. As for Aurelia, she was dumbfounded at this moment. She stared blankly at Duanmu Huai in front of her, only to see the latter standing there, with his right hand raised high, holding the hilt of the holy sword. And above that was the blade of the holy sword. And above that was a hexagonal altar. What the hell is this? Even Aurelia's mind went blank, and she was speechless at this moment. Princess? Is this considered a success? The black-haired maid's voice rang in her ears, and Aurelia came back to her senses. But after coming back to her senses, this was still speechless. I don't know about this either. After all, no one has drawn the holy sword in the past few hundred years. Who knows what the holy sword looks like? Maybe the holy sword has always looked like this? Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? Is it true? Just try it and you'll know. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. That's the only way. Aurelia had no good idea about Duanmu Huai's suggestion, so she just nodded. After all, whether the holy sword is effective or not can only be known by going there. No matter how much they discuss here, there will be no progress. So everyone had to keep moving forward and rush straight to the place where the devil was sealed. Of course, according to games, this kind of demon king is usually sealed in a dungeon, temple, church, cemetery, etc. But if you think about it carefully in reality, you will know that this is obviously unrealistic. It's a demon king. It's great if you defeat it, but you still build a house on top of it? If the demon king gets angry, who will be responsible? Besides, with the construction level of ancient times, it would take at least 30 to 50 years to build such a building? You have been trying to provoke the devil for so many years. Do you really think the devil is easy to mess with? Therefore, it is very logical that the place where the demon king of Ruminus was sealed is on the battlefield where the ancestor of Ruminus fought the demon king. Kill them on the spot and seal them on the spot, and there will be no more troubles. Like this. This is the demon king, standing on the snowy field in the extremely cold land. Aurelia looked at an iceberg in front of her with a complicated expression. Most of the iceberg was covered with ice and snow, and only a little shadow could be seen in the depths of the ice. In the end, our ancestors completely froze the demon king in the 10,000-year-old ice of the polar region and set up a seal. What to do next? Duanmu Huai held the hilt of the sword as if he was holding a stone hammer, which made people feel awkward no matter how they looked at it. If we take the holy sword, we should be able to break the seal. Then we have to defeat the demon king again while he is weak. Illyria's words were reluctant. After all, this kind of thing is only a legend. And since the holy sword is stuck in the ground all day, you can't take it out to test it. So whether it is true or not, who knows? And strictly speaking, it is not logically correct. Why do we have to open the seal? Can't we just strengthen the seal while the demon king is in it? To be honest, Aurelia did have some doubts about this. In short, just try it and you'll know. Duanmu Huai gripped the hilt tightly, walked forward with the holy sword, holy hammer, and looked at the 1,000-year-old iceberg in front of him. Then he took a deep breath, raised the holy sword in his hand, and smashed it hard at the iceberg. Boom! The hexagonal base hit the iceberg heavily, and everyone heard a dull sound like thunder, and even felt as if the hammer hit their hearts. Shaking slightly, the dull sound echoed far away on the ice field, and then caused a series of chain reactions. The snow on the surrounding snow-capped mountains collapsed and poured down like a mountain torrent. The snow covering the iceberg that sealed the Demon King was also shaken and flew all over the sky, mixed with the flying snow, and could not be distinguished from each other. Click, click. The iceberg began to break gradually, and cracks emerged from it and spread out in all directions. Careful! Aurelia drew out her sword and shouted, while Otis and Jiwei were ready for battle. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire iceberg exploded. Countless ice blocks flew in all directions like bullets. For a moment, everyone dodged. They didn't have as heavy armor as Duanmu Huai. If they were hit, they would be half dead if not dead. Damn mortals! However, in the exploding ice fog, a roar was heard, and then everyone saw a huge demon with deep red skin, spiral horns, and flames all over his body walking out of the ice fog angrily. The moment he appeared, the surrounding ice fog instantly evaporated, and a huge heat wave spread in this far north. For a moment, it even made people feel like they were experiencing the Amazon rainforest in the Arctic. You will pay for your stupid behavior. I will. The devil roared and tried to make a pre-battle speech. But Duanmu Huai was too lazy to watch the pre-battle CG. He just clenched the holy sword and smashed it at the devil's knee, directly skipping over the opponent's meaningless nonsense. Boom! With the strength of this world, Duanmu Huai is a true god. The attack of a true god is not something the devil can withstand. Even without this holy sword, Duanmu Huai can deal with this devil as easily as eating and drinking. I have to say that the seal of this holy sword is really great. If it were any other weapon, such as Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer and chainsaw sword, it would have been shattered the moment Duanmu Huai made a move. It's like an adult playing with a child's plastic toy sword. With one swing, the whole sword will definitely be shattered. However, the seal of this holy sword was indeed solid. Duanmu Huai smashed it directly on the demon's knee, but it did not break. Instead, the demon screamed. Its kneecap was smashed directly by Duanmu Huai, and the demon enjoyed its old age life in advance. Unfortunately, there is no place in this world for it to have a knee replacement. The demon wailed and fell to his knees, but Duanmu Huai would not give it a chance. He raised the holy sword in his hand again and smashed it hard on the demon's head. Boom! The hexagonal altar stone smashed heavily on the back of the demon's head. Duanmu Huai's strength was too great for a demon to resist. The next moment, the demon's head burst open, and then it fell to the ground wailing. Damn mortals! Don't think you can win just like this. However, a demon is a demon. Even though its head was hit like a burst balloon by Duanmu Huai, it still roared angrily. But when it opened its mouth, Duanmu Huai raised the holy sword and stuffed it into the demon's mouth. The big, thick, heavy hexagonal stone pierced directly into the demon's mouth and stabbed all the way to its throat. Then, black flame suddenly erupted. Woo! The huge demon could no longer hold on. At this moment, its body began to swell and then explode. Its soul began to burn and its body was destroyed. Despicable human. Don't think this is the end. The Demon King has already. However, before the demon could finish its words, it disappeared into the blizzard, never to be seen again. Seeing this scene, Aurelia and the black-haired maid, who were originally on high alert, were stunned. They originally thought there would be an earth-shattering battle. But, that's it? Is this the end? Just like that, the devil was destroyed? The kingdom and the world were saved? Everything was back to normal? Is this real? To be honest, Duanmu Huai acted so quickly that the others didn't even react. At this moment, both Aurelia and the black-haired maid had the illusion that they were dreaming. As if this was just a dream of theirs, not reality. After all, how could reality be so illogical and unreasonable? Their ancestors spent so much effort to seal the Demon King for hundreds of years, but he was killed so easily. Is the Demon King dead? No. This is not the devil. Why? However, Duanmu Huai's answer was completely unexpected. When he heard Duanmu Huai's speech, they stepped forward in surprise, and found that behind the place guarded by the demon before, there was a coffin. Compared to the huge demon, the coffin was very small and looked similar to ordinary humans. Of course, as a coffin that seals the devil, it does look a bit evil. Not only is it pitch black, but there are also bright red evil patterns painted on it. It doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. The black-haired maid was surprised when she saw this coffin. Is that the Demon King? Then what was that? That demon just now. Maybe he's a guard protecting the Demon King? But that's not important. What's important is, Duanmu Huai walked forward and stretched out his hand. Before Aurelia could scream, he directly opened the lid of the coffin, revealing an empty coffin. There's nothing in there. How come? Seeing this scene, Aurelia and the black-haired maid were stunned, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at them. Now it seems that the Demon King has already escaped. This is impossible. At this moment, the black-haired maid screamed, and Aurelia was stunned in place, as if struck by lightning. This was understandable. They had always thought that the Demon King was sealed in the iceberg, but now there was only an empty coffin inside. The devil was not the Demon King. So where was the real Demon King? When did it leave the seal? But the seal was clearly not broken. So how did the Demon King leave? Chapter 678 Secret. The seal has been lifted. The iceberg broke. But the most important Demon King is nowhere to be found. It has to be said that this news was too much of a shock to Aurelia and others. How can it be? Looking at the coffin in front of her, Aurelia couldn't believe it. Why is this happening? According to the legend, the Demon King should be in the coffin. Let me see. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pressed the edge of the coffin. Then his eyes began to gradually become deep and dim. The world around him began to change. It was dark. A snowstorm with howling cold winds blew towards him. Duanmu Huai could feel the coffin shaking, and then stopped. Then, the lid of the coffin opened, and a strange old face appeared in front of him. Can it really be sealed for 5,000 years? I don't know either. But for now, this is the best solution. Another voice sounded. But Duanmu Huai couldn't see his face. He was just looking back to the past through this coffin. As for what the coffin could feel, it was not something he could control. If I could, I would kill him right away. But you know this is impossible. If you kill him now, he will come back in 300 years at most. That's true. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. This was the problem with creatures in the subspace. As soul creatures, they were almost immortal. At most, they were treated differently when they were resurrected because of their different races. Some of them were like the protagonists of the rebirth genre. They could be resurrected again with their own memories after death, starting from infancy. Some of them lost their memories after resurrection and became completely different people. But no matter what, unless one has the ability of destined death, like Duanmu Huai that can kill even gods completely, or the power of the god of destruction that can completely destroy everything, it is better to seal the opponent directly than to kill him and then wait for him to resurrect and make a comeback after 300 years. If you're lucky, you can seal it for 5,000 or 10,000 years, which is much more cost-effective than killing it directly. Therefore, the way most worlds deal with subspace creatures is basically to seal them. As for whether the devil who has gone mad in prison will come out for revenge 5,000 or 10,000 years later, that is none of their business. 10,000 years from now, even their grandchildren's 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 bones will probably have turned to ashes. Why would they still care about this? Quick! Now! Let the devil in. Soon! Another man dressed as a priest came over and gave orders. Then Duanmu Huai saw a tall barbarian warrior carrying a corpse coming over. Duanmu Huai couldn't see clearly from this direction, but he could see that the other person was wearing black armor, had black hair, and a pair of long devil horns on his head. Well, you said this is the devil. And he really looks like that. Boom! The devil was thrown directly into the coffin, causing the entire coffin to shake. Be careful! At this moment, the old wizard glared at the barbarian with dissatisfaction. The magic circle on this coffin is very delicate. If you break it even a little bit, all your efforts will be wasted. If you can break this, it means your magic isn't that good. Old man. The barbarian glared at the old magician and snorted, while an elven archer next to him waved his hand helplessly. It's already this late, and you're still arguing. Hurry up and deal with it. I have a bad feeling in my heart. A warrior, a priest, a barbarian, an old wizard, and an archer. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a fixed 5-man group in an adventure novel. Duanmu Huai concentrated his mind and looked at the scene in front of him again. At this moment, everyone had stuffed the Demon King into the coffin and stabbed the holy sword into his body. Then the old wizard, the priest and the archer raised their hands and began to chant the spell, while the barbarians and warriors were responsible for guarding beside them. Soon, the magic circle began to emerge. Huge energy vibrated in it, and the ice gradually began to condense. Soon, the ceremony reached the most critical moment. However, at this moment, suddenly, something strange happened. The warrior who was standing aside walked behind the barbarian at some point and pierced the barbarian's heart with a sword. The latter never expected to be betrayed by his companion at this time, and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open without saying a word. Then the warrior drew out his long sword and rushed directly towards the elf, and swung the dagger in his hand directly, piercing the elf's back without bias. "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, the priest and the mage were both shocked. But it was too late. The warrior had already killed the priest with a backhand sword, and then stabbed the old mage's heart with another sword. Because everyone's attention and all their strength were focused on sealing the Demon King, they were completely unprepared for the warrior's sudden attack. So the warrior succeeded easily. A moment later, the four adventurers fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, becoming corpses with their eyes open. The warrior walked to the coffin, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the holy sword. Well, at least it seemed that he was quite accomplished in this area. I really didn't expect it. A wonderful betrayal. At this moment, another strange man's voice sounded. Duanmu Huai guessed without thinking that this should be the devil. When the Demon King was defeated and everything was about to return to peace, the hero killed his companions. So, what do you want to gain? A mortal? A contract? The soldier stared coldly at the coffin and spoke. A deal. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the warrior's words, the Demon King burst into laughter. How interesting. A deal? What kind of deal? Give me your strength. I need your strength. You need my strength? The Demon King's voice was full of doubt. You defeated me, and now you need my power? You are no longer my enemy, Demon King. The soldier's tone was colder than the wind in the snow. Now, I have other enemies that cannot be defeated by swinging a blade alone. So, you need my strength. That's interesting. The Demon Lord chuckled. So, what's your deal? If you give me your power, I can give up sealing you. But you must sign a contract with me and not enter this world again within 500 years. That's not enough. The devil is obviously not a pushover. This is not a fair deal. It's not your turn to have the final say now. I am the one who controls the ceremony. The soldier suddenly raised his voice. If you don't want to, you will be sealed for 5,000 years. It's your choice. But that's not enough. In that case, I have a suggestion. What's your suggestion? I can agree to your request, but I also have my own requirements. That is, after 500 years, your descendants will become my slaves and be driven by me from generation to generation. Forever. This is the contract. Hearing the devil's request, the warrior gritted his teeth, was silent for a moment, and then nodded. Make a deal. As he spoke, the warrior suddenly pulled out the sharp blade that pierced the Demon King's body. Very good. The next moment, the coffin suddenly opened, and a human-shaped shadow flew out of it. The contract is established. I will return to my plane immediately. Oh, by the way, in order to avoid any accidents, I will leave a part of my power here. After all, you are the heroes who defeated the devil, aren't you? By the way, I took the souls of your companions away. I think they will definitely enjoy their life in H.L. Go away, Demon King. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to that moment 500 years from now. After saying this, the black shadow suddenly flew up into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. And the flames it left behind burst out in all directions, instantly devouring the four bodies, and then turned into a huge demon standing in front of the coffin. At the same time, the warrior roared and suddenly raised his right hand high. The next moment, endless ice broke out of the ground, completely sealing the huge demon and the coffin together. Looking at the frozen demon and coffin in front of him, the warrior was silent for a moment. Then he turned around decisively and disappeared in the blizzard. How should I put it? This plot is really unexpected. Duanmu Huai silently opened his eyes and looked at Aurelia with a complicated expression. The latter noticed his gaze and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. What's the matter? Mr. Duanmu? No. Well, I'm very interested in the story of the brave warriors of the Ruminous Kingdom. Why don't you tell me about it? The legend of the hero? Everyone knows this story. The original hero and his companions went to the far north and destroyed the Demon King, who was trying to rule the world. In this great battle, The hero lost 4 of his companions, but he finally succeeded in sealing the Demon King. After returning, the king of Rumenas married the princess to the hero, and Rumenas, under the glory of the hero, became one of the most powerful countries in this land. As she spoke, Aurelia reached out and pressed the badge on her chest. I am a descendant of the brave family, and I once vowed to protect this country like my ancestors did. Well, I think it's good that you're not like him. What else could Duanmu say in the face of Aurelia's answer? He felt that if he told Aurelia the history he had seen in the coffin, the latter might even kill him. To be honest, Duanmu could guess a little why the hero would turn against the enemy. It is an eternal law that when the devil dies, the running dog is cooked. Once the devil dies, the hero will naturally be useless. For the ruler, the hero's high reputation among the people and his powerful military force that can even destroy the devil are obviously a threat. Obviously, the hero himself is also aware of this. He is not the devil, and it is impossible for him to live for hundreds or thousands of years. Human beings will always become weak, grow old, and lose everything. Perhaps this brave man discovered this and finally made this decision. As for that story, it was just a joke. He was the only survivor, so he could make it up however he wanted. But this way, things will become much more troublesome. Chapter 679 Return. The so-called trouble is also the trouble that Aurelia needs to worry about. After all, the holy sword has been pulled out. The seal has been lifted. And then you go back and tell everyone that the Demon King has already run away. Isn't this cheating? But if you say that the devil is sealed, then when he shows up in the end, your lies will be exposed. But this is a problem that Aurelia needs to consider. Duanmu doesn't care about it. But then again, he was quite familiar with this hero's cool moves. In order to gain power, he sold out his own descendants. Well, a certain emperor also did something similar. Later he wanted to deny the debt. But it turned out that the creditor was not someone to be trifled with. So Duanmu despises those who play tricks the most. If you have the ability, go for it. If you don't have the ability, just be a coward. If you insist on dancing in a minefield, you will eventually get blown up. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. What's the point of playing tricks? If you win, you can't show off. If you lose, it means you are a fool. Players have a similar attitude towards the emperor. The more they know, the less respect they have for him. All the glorious deeds of the emperor were basically caused by him. All the troubles caused by the emperor were mostly caused by him wanting to be reckless and ended up getting into trouble. And he did it again and again. Ultimately, it was because the emperor was too self-righteous. Take the imperial truth for example. The emperor's original intention was to block information about the warp and chaos through the imperial truth. But the question is, with so many people in the human empire, can he pat his chest and guarantee that no one in the world will explore the warp from now to the future? Will they be interested in chaos? Science cannot prove the existence of God. But are there not enough people who believe in God? Moreover, the evil God is not the final boss in the game. It won't move unless you get in front of it. Wouldn't it take the initiative to attack and lure mortals? Not to mention the existence of psychers. When humans come into contact with the warp, their first reaction will be, is this different from what the emperor said? Their second reaction will be, am I dazzled? Their third reaction will be, I'm not dazzled. The imperial truth is a hacking lie? This stupid emperor lied to me? Oh, then it's all over. Right? Therefore, imperial truth was a stupid move from the very beginning. Unless the emperor controls all of humanity to develop a collective consciousness that does not allow any individual thinking to emerge, and then kills all psychers, you will just be deceiving yourself. Not to mention that the warp itself is a mess. Players once made a joke that even if the emperor successfully implements the imperial truth and humans all believe in the imperial truth, an evil god called atheism may appear in the warp. All the people of the empire are believers of this evil god. And then he will learn from Slaanesh to see injustice and swallow all human souls to become the fifth evil god. Then, won't you humans be the second Eldar? After all, the subspace is here. Whether you deny it or not. What does it have to do with it? If you close your eyes, it will get dark. Which is your business. The sun doesn't care. Therefore, the so-called imperial truth of the emperor is just a standard attempt to cover up the truth. A pure joke in the eyes of players. Forget it. That's off topic. Let's get back to the topic. The most troublesome thing now is the Demon King. Judging from the current situation, the Demon King should be about the same size as an ordinary person. And he is not a monster that is 10 meters tall and spews fire. Moreover, he has been running away for so many years. Where can we find him? However, since the Demon King and the hero signed a contract, it means that he will definitely not take action within 500 years. It's been 500 years now, although it was a huge blow not to find the Demon King. Fortunately, when leaving the fortress, Illyria was also swift and decisive, without making a big fuss. So most people didn't know what happened. After sending scouts to investigate and confirming that the monsters on the ice field had completely dissipated, Illyria announced that the defense of the Northland fortress had been successfully completed, and most of the legions would follow her back to the royal city of Luminous, leaving only a part of the regular soldiers to continue defending here. Duanmu Huai naturally followed Aurelia to the royal city of Ruminous. After learning the news of the monster army's failed attack, the whole country of Ruminous was in an uproar. When Aurelia led the army through the city gate, flower petals fluttered in the wind, and cheering people were everywhere on both sides. The loud bells echoed over the city. As for Duanmu Huai, well, I have to say, this scene is really familiar. Watching Aurelia walk through the streets with petals flying and heading towards the palace, Duanmu Huai muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and caught the petals flying down. The delicate and bright petals became shriveled and withered at Duanmu Huai's fingertips. Then Duanmu Huai threw the petals aside and continued to walk forward. Next, it would be Illyria who pushed open the door, walked into the throne room, stood before the king and killed her father with one sword. Okay, I was overthinking this. You have returned safely. Illyria. The old man sitting on the throne looked skinny and bone-dead. If Duanmu Huai had not sensed the aura of death from him, he would even have suspected that this old man might be a necromancer lich. You did a great job in the battle in the north. The old king was panting heavily. To be honest, looking at the old man in front of him, Duanmu Huai suspected that he would faint even without Aurelia's help. This is all thanks to everyone. Aurelia lowered her head, her expression unchanged. Without the sacrifice and hard work of all of you, we would not have been able to defeat the monsters and achieve victory. Yes, I know, the sacrifice of the soldiers is heartbreaking. I will give them sufficient rewards. Yes, rewards. The old man's voice was unclear, so that Duanmu Huai had to doubt whether the king had dementia. In fact, in the process of speaking, his eyes seemed to only Olay, and he obviously stood behind Olay. But he didn't even look at Duanmu Huai. Well, if he is not blind, then he must be old and his eyesight is dim. Your Majesty, I have something very important to report to you. Cough, 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 cough. However, just as Illyria raised her head and was about to say something to the king, the old king suddenly coughed violently. His broken breathing, as if pulling a broken bellows, echoed in the royal court. At this moment, a man in a black robe, with an appearance that said I am suspicious, walked up to the king and whispered something to him. The king nodded and looked at Illyria again. Then the man raised his head and spoke. Your Majesty is not feeling well. So let's stop here. Your Highness Aurelia, the military will be responsible for the rewards for the Legion. I see. Aurelia's expression did not change at all, and her eyes seemed very silent. She bowed, then turned and left the hall. Duanmu Huai glanced at the old king who was helped up by the man and walked backwards, like a paralyzed stroke patient, and left with Aurelia. Feel sorry. After leaving the royal court, Aurelia turned around and apologized to Duanmu Huai. Father originally said that he would grant you the title of Holy Sword Commander during this meeting. It turns out that the title of player is given to this hemiplegic Alzheimer's patient. This is too much. It's okay. Speaking of which, that person doesn't seem to be in good health? Yes. My father suddenly fell ill 2 years ago, and his health has been deteriorating since then. Having said that, Aurelia shook her head. Regarding your reward, the military will take some time. That doesn't matter. I just happen to be planning to go shopping in the capital. Okay. Then, I'll send Erica to contact you later. Hee hee. See you later then. Duanmu Huai didn't care too much about it. After all, he had arrived in the royal capital, and his goal was half accomplished. As for the remaining half, Owner! As Duanmu Huai walked out of the palace gate, OGC and Jiawei rushed over and hugged him. You're coming out so soon? There's really nothing to do. Well, I said it wrong. There are still some things to do. What's up? You will find out if you follow me. Duanmu Huai patted Jiaowei's head, and Jiaowei proudly cast a provocative look at Ojisi. Facing Jiaowei's expression, Ojisi frowned slightly, and then returned to normal. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the things between the doll sisters. He didn't forget. This time, when he came to this world, one of the purpose was to get the title of the Holy Sword and the Sword Commander. Should the Holy Sword be considered? The other was to find talents for his own territory. And coincidentally, Duanmu Huai knew that there was indeed such a place in the royal city of Ruminous. Let's go. We still have a lot to do next. In a dark alley in the royal city of Ruminous, there is a shop that is very famous among the players. There are several reasons for this. First, the owner is a beautiful girl. Second, this store sells genuine goods at reasonable prices. Third, that is the business of this store. There are people doing human resources. That's right. Just like a modern career agency that introduces members to you. In the game, players can obtain a series of neutral soul cards by trading with the store manager. And many of them are talents in internal affairs and foreign affairs, which is extremely useful for players, especially players with the soul messenger profession. Of course, these soul cards are also very valuable and cost a lot of money. But, fortunately, Duanmu Huai is rich and generous, so he is not afraid of spending money. Now I'm afraid that the store is a website officially operated by the game and does not exist in reality. If that's the case, Duanmu Huai will be in trouble. Fortunately, when Duanmu Huai walked into the alley and arrived at his destination according to his memory, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar shop. Then, Duanmu Huai reached out and pushed open the door. Jingle bell. The doorbell rang, and then Duanmu Huai walked into the shop and looked around. There is almost no difference between here and the game, except that there are a large number of display cabinets placed next to the walls on both sides. And in these display cabinets, there are soul cards. That's right. This is also the only place in the game where soul cards are blatantly displayed for sale. At the same time, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. Hello, distinguished guest. Welcome to the House of Fantasy. Along with the voice, Duanmu Huai saw a girl with smooth black hair and a cloak covering her whole body walking out. I'm Stifle, the manager of this store. What can I do for you? Then, the girl looked at Duanmu Huai and asked with a smile. Chapter 680 Opening the Box. Looking at the stuffer in front of him, Duanmu Huai could not help but be nervous. This was not because Stifle was a beauty, but because he suddenly thought of a question. In the game, Stifle is a very rare official merchant NPC, and players cannot buy her items with game currency. By the way, when players travel between worlds, the exchange rate of game currency in each world is different. After completing the task, players get credit coins, which is a standard currency used in the Inquisition space station. When they go to other worlds, their currency will be automatically converted into the local currency. Of course, because the currency exchange rate of each world is different. Players often see their wallet numbers switching back and forth between 6 digits and 3 digits. But generally speaking, the lower the better, because a low number means the currency has a high value, and the things it can buy will be very powerful. On the contrary, if the value is low, then there will be trouble. In the real world, Duanmu Huai certainly didn't have a system to automatically convert currency for him. In fact, when Duanmu Huai went to most worlds, he almost always used the most primitive method of barter. For example, when the High Tower Council bought the cruiser of the Tribunal, Duanmu Huai didn't want their currency, but chose to pay off the debt with raw materials. Even for the Star Alliance, Duanmu Huai allowed them to be rewarded with resources and star systems, as well as some political conveniences. In the final analysis, this world does not have a unified business system. For example, a wandering merchant usually does things in a similar way when he is out. In fact, even during the Empire period, taxes were collected in kind rather than money. Some planets that recruited soldiers directly use soldiers instead of taxes. In this situation, you could say that Duanmu Huai has basically no money. But he is not short of it either. Take the world of Faerun for example. Duanmu Huai certainly doesn't have a local currency. But is that a problem? He has mined so many asteroids in outer space. If he can just bring you a mountain of gold, you will basically become rich instantly in most worlds. Of course, there is also a currency that is universal throughout the galaxy, and can be used by both order and chaos, good and evil. That's the soul laughs. Okay. Let's get back to the topic. Stiefel is actually a merchant in the official mall. And her products are purchased with star coins, which are game mall coins that players buy after spending money. To put it bluntly, he is a Krypton gold merchant. Duanmu Huai's system couldn't be recharged. And he didn't have a credit card. So naturally he had no star coins to use. So Duanmu Huai was very curious. What would Stiefel let him use to pay the bill? Moreover, in the game, Stiefel can take out a lot of strange things. This is of course easy to explain in the game. But how should she explain it in reality? Is this really reality, or just a game? What can I do for you? I need some soul cards. Duanmu Huai walked to the counter, stared at Stiefel, and spoke as if he were in the game. But Stiefel didn't care. That's no problem. Do you have any requests? Well, I have a territory to manage. So I need someone with a high level of housekeeping skills. By the way, I need soul cards that are mainly human. I see. Stiefel didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what Duanmu Huai said. She just nodded and thought about it for a moment. Since you have such a request, I can recommend you a set of servant cards. Servant deck? Yes. A set of 10 cards, including the regent, counselor, general, treasurer, high priest, diplomat, magic advisor, guard captain, council president, and intelligence officer. So troublesome? The regent will be in charge of the others. If you don't have time, you can just listen to the regent's report directly. That's more like it. Duanmu Huai was relieved and joked. He was not in the mood to manage a territory. There was no matter how good it was. Anything else? There are 5 types: Classic Edition, Deluxe Edition, Limited Collector's Edition, Complete Collector's Edition, and Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition. Very good. I want the Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition. Duanmu Huai either didn't buy it or bought the best one. He decisively chose one. And then? This is the key point. There's just one problem. I don't have any money. How are you going to let me pay the bill? Faced with Duanmu Huai's almost roguelike question, Stiefel put his finger on his chin and thought for a while. If you don't have the currency of this world, you can use divine power instead. Call. However, before Stiefel could finish his words, Duanmu Huai suddenly grabbed the warhammer behind him and swung it at Stiefel. The huge thunder hammer swept over Stiefel's head and stopped at her side. Who the hell are you? Duanmu Huai stared at Stiefel coldly. From the moment he entered the door, he always thought that the other party was just an ordinary human being. But Stiefel saw through his true identity in an instant. Which meant there was a problem. Are you related to this game? What kind of world am I in now? Is it reality? Or a game? Owner? Seeing Duanmu Huai taking action without saying a word, OGC widened her eyes in surprise. And Jiawei was even more frightened. But as soon as Jiawei opened her mouth, Duanmu Huai waved his hand to signal her not to speak. Answer my question. Why? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Stiefel didn't care at all. She even seemed not to notice the huge war hammer next to her head. She just spread her hands helplessly. Even if you say so, I am just a businessman walking between the planes. Buying and selling goods is my job. No matter who the other party is. As long as there is business to do, it's fine. I am just an honest businessman. As for your second question, as he spoke, Stiefel stretched out his finger, put it to his mouth, and smiled slightly. This is actually meaningless. Is this reality? Fantasy? Or a game? What's the difference? You are currently living in this world. And this is the most important thing to you. Isn't it? Perhaps the world we live in is just a book, written by an unknown existence. And maybe our story will be sold to others. But even so, even if you know this, what can you do? The world is still turning. And life is still going on. Isn't it? Okay. You have a point. Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment and put down his warhammer. Players had discussed similar issues before. Someone had posted on the forum, claiming that their universe was actually another Sims game with an advanced civilization. Their every move was just like the characters in The Sims, being watched by more advanced beings. And many times, the strange thoughts that suddenly popped up in people's minds were actually those higher beings directly controlling your actions and thoughts. For example, you want to eat, but suddenly you have to go to the toilet, because your hygiene value is almost full. A player from a higher dimension takes action to control you. But, does this make sense? Of course not. People should live their lives as usual. All speculations are just illusions without solid evidence. Some people might get stuck in a rut. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care so much. Just like Stiefel said, just do what needs to be done. Could it be that now that he knew that this world was a game or a novel, he suddenly had an epiphany, and then trembled all over? Transcending the void? Of course not possible. All I can say is that your presence is very important to this world. But it's not indispensable. Right? This depends on your own efforts. Alright. Obviously. That was all the other party could say. Although there was no good answer. It was fine. Duanmu Huai took the card handed over by the other party, and then injected his own divine power into a crystal ball-like thing next to Stiefel. The complete collector's edition was expensive, but fortunately Duanmu Huai's current divine power was not enough to pay for it. Of course, the god of destruction had increased his divine power experience by almost half before, but now it was all used up. This thing is really more expensive than spending money. But that's how Krypton Gold works, spreading hands. After collecting the cards, Duanmu Huai immediately opened a portal and returned to his own world. After all, it was important to build up the territory. As for the trouble with Aurelia, he would have to deal with it later. Reopening the door and returning to Furin was more troublesome than crawling in before. Duanmu Huai's portal went directly underground. He had no choice but to dig a passage. And then, he finally crawled out from dozens of meters underground. Ugh! Ugh! My clothes are all dirty. After climbing out of the pit and looking at her face covered with dust, Jiawei wanted to cry, but had no tears. While Ojas shook her head. Do not complain. What's wrong with me complaining a few times? We are puppets. We will do whatever our master wants us to do. Does the master want to jump into the lava, and you want to jump in and burn to death? Certainly. Okay. You two shut up. My head hurts. Duanmu Huai reluctantly interrupted the meaningless quarrel between Ojisi and Jiawei. Then he reached out to take out the card box, and looked at the sealed cards inside. According to Stiefel, the reason why this Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition is so expensive is because it contains royals from various worlds. The reason why they are willing to sign a contract and turn into soul cards is to learn political experience and work hard to build a country when they return to their own world. Of course, the contract period is 100 years. Well, luckily it's a soul card. If it was immortal, wouldn't this be a complete devil? Well, let's see how our luck is. Looking at the cards in front of him, Duanmu Huai took a deep breath. Stiefel said that the Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition guaranteed 3 legendary cards. Then how many could he get? Without further ado, you will know once you open the card. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened the card box without hesitation. Chapter 681 RNM. Return the money. The moment the card box was opened, 10 cards appeared and floated in front of Duanmu Huai. Then, more than half of them emitted dazzling colorful light. Oh! Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. It really was the Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition, with so many released at once. At the same time, a series of system prompts appeared on the system interface in front of Duanmu Huai. Card pack opened. Players get the following cards. Dancing Blade. Dion, Legendary, X1 New. Battlefield Songstress. Magnolia, Legend, X1 New. Fairy Tale Princess. Amaryllis, Legend, X1 New. Incomplete Saint. Leminem, Legend, X1 New. Weapon Merchant. Ernesta, Silver, X1 New. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was so happy that he could not help but feel happy. The guaranteed prize had been paid out, so he would make money as long as he paid out the rest. Then he turned his gaze downward. Then, Duanmu Huai's expression froze. Dark Knight Princess. Bambi, Legend, X1. Silver Ice Dragon. Faline, Legendary, X1. Manalia Dragon Princess. Yuria, Gold, X1. Princess Manalia. And Gold, X1. Forest Princess. Miztrina, Gold, X1. Oh my god! Seeing this, Duanmu Huai screamed. But it was too late. The next moment, 10 cards exploded instantly, turning into human figures that gradually appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Then, hey! Mr. Knight? What do you want to talk to me and Gu Lia about? Family? Did you finally remember to play with Bambi? Hey! I was watching anime in my room. Why did you call me over? Where is this place? Hey, Mr. Inquisitor? What's going on? Looking at the familiar people in front of him, Duanmu Huai just wanted to cry. Logically speaking, a pack of 10 would give out 6 legendaries and 3 golds, which would be a blast. But I already have half of them. Shit. I can't draw a new card. And this can't be combined. What a pure waste. RNM. Money back. Of course, the money could not be refunded. And even if it was withdrawn, it could not be returned. Duanmu Huai could only swallow it with gritted teeth. After all, what Stiefel said was not wrong. Almost all of them were royals. Especially the following 5. Well, anyway, let's take a look at the new ones first. After putting aside the group he knew, Duanmu Huai looked at the girl standing beside him, staring at him curiously. First up is Dancing Blades. Dion. To be honest, unlike her title on the card, she actually looks pitiful, and like she's about to cry at any moment. She has beautiful blonde hair and pure white clothes. If it weren't for the 2 crossed swords on her back, it would be hard to tell how she can fight. As for Battlefield Songstress Magnolia, she was a girl with short brown hair, looked quite lively, and dressed like a dancer. Looking at Duanmu Huai, she also giggled and waved to Duanmu Huai to say hello. Fairy Tale Princess Amaryllis was a taciturn white-haired girl, and her dress made her look more like a lady from a noble family. When she noticed Duanmu Huai's gaze, she just bowed her head slightly and said yes without saying much. Then there is the incomplete saint, Limonium. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose body was almost completely mechanical. Or in other words, a robot. Duanmu Huai frowned. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt like he had seen this person somewhere before. Owner. At this moment, as if she had noticed Duanmu Huai's doubts, Aji spoke in a low voice. It is what the mechanic cultists in the holy city believe in. Oh yeah. I remember now. Duanmu Huai patted his head, remembering that there seemed to be such a thing in the Mechanicus. But he didn't pay attention to it at the time. Later, the demons were destroyed and the Mechanicus was reorganized. So Duanmu Huai didn't care about this matter anymore. Well, this person could barely be considered an acquaintance. Of course, whether she is considered a human being is another matter. Is this the new world? It looks really desolate. As the only silver card in this 10-game draw, Weapon Merchant, Ernesta does not have the slightest sense of inferiority. Although the people around her are almost all of higher status than her, she still looks quite proud. Although she looks the youngest in the group except Bambi, her every move reveals a mature demeanor. Why? Looking at the people in front of him, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Anyway, let's go back first. This time I lost a lot of money on drawing cards. I already had half of them. It's really speechless. Back in the church, Duanmu Huai also explained the situation of this territory, and everyone expressed their understanding. Later, Duanmu Huai asked other people, and found out that they had signed a contract with Stiefel, who promised them that he would introduce them to a new world to accumulate experience. So they appeared in the soul card. But, you signed it too? Looking at Bambi, Duanmu Huai was bewildered. It would be fine if other people signed. But you, who only think about playing and sleeping all day, actually want to sign up for a study class. Of course, that big sister asked Bambi if he wanted to be a queen. Of course Bambi wanted to be a queen in the future, so he must study. Okay, I get it. Of course, now that all the vampires are dead, Bambi is the only one left without any troops, and there is no point in being a queen. However, these princesses are not alone. The Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition is not just for drawing cards. They can also summon their subordinates to this world. So Duanmu Huai only needs to set positions for them, and they will summon their subordinates to take care of the rest. This is why the Royal Ultimate Collector's Edition is the most expensive. As princesses, except for Bambi and Faline who have lost their country. Who else doesn't have a few people under his command? After a brief self-introduction, the next question is job assignment. Duanmu Huai finally chose to give the job of regent, which was in charge of the overall situation, to Ms. Trina. He was quite familiar with the princess. Back then at the border, Ms. Trina was almost controlled by the fire, and it was Duanmu Huai who rescued her. Of course, he also used some extraordinary means at that time. Ahem. After circling around Ms. Trina's cherry lips, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and coughed awkwardly. Then Ms. Trina, how about you take charge? Of course. No problem. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I will explain the situation to the Elf Forest, since you need my assistance. I will do my best to help you. That's good. Next up is the counselor. Duanmu Huai looked through it, and found that the counselors were mainly responsible for handling the affairs of the people, resolving land and agricultural disputes, and ensuring the loyalty of the people of the territory to the Lord. Well, the responsibility of this position was also very heavy. Then Gu Lia. I'll leave it to you. Hey! Should I do it? Yes. I heard from him that you did a good job in Dual City. Didn't you? Hee hee. Of course. Gu Lia is very powerful. When it heard Duanmu Huai praising Gu Lia, she immediately puffed out her chest with pride, as if she was the one being praised. But, I am like this. Gu Lia was somewhat uneasy. After all, she was not welcome in most worlds. Duanmu Huai rarely took her to other worlds because of this. After all, apart from the fat dragon tail, she looked like a demon. Right? There are many races in this world. You don't have to worry about this problem. Okay, I know. Gu Lia heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and it also smiled beside her. Duanmu Huai gave the position of general to Dancing Blade, Dion. Although he didn't know the other party's level, he was definitely not an ordinary person with the nickname Dancing Blade. Of course, Dion looked like she was about to cry any time. It was a bit not reassuring. Well, anyway, let's give it a try first. After the general, it is the territory's treasurer. Duanmu Huai does not need to be chosen. Weapons merchant. Ernesta is the only one who specializes in business here, so she must be given the position. Please leave it to me. Lord. Ernesta took over the position, still looking smug. I promise to make your territory. No. Your country. The most powerful country on this continent. Well, I didn't ask you to do this. If that were the case, it would be troublesome for the court. The next position is the high-level priest position. Duanmu Huai also does not need to choose. It is directly handed over to the incomplete saint, Limonium. Although the other party is a mechanical puppet, Duanmu Huai thinks this is also good. After all, machines are machines, and will not violate the doctrine. The rules and regulations of the Inquisition are ready-made. As long as you memorize them, and do as they are, there will be no problems left. The great diplomat Duanmu Huai was handed over to fairy tale princess Amaryllis for responsibility. Although the other party was taciturn and didn't talk much, this was in line with Duanmu Huai's position. After all, the Inquisition was not the kind of person who could be versatile and maintain good relations with all forces. After all, maintaining good relations meant that one had to care about the interests of the other party. But for the Inquisition, as long as they found any trace of the evil god, they would attack you directly no matter who you were, without giving anyone face. Therefore, someone like Amaryllis was very suitable for this position, needless to say, and has been Duanmu Huai's magic consultant ever since she was summoned by Duanmu Huai, and she certainly would not object. As for the position of chief guard, Duanmu Huai also assigned it to. Why? When Faylene heard Duanmu Huai's order, her expression became obviously ugly. You want me to come? No wonder Faylene looked reluctant. The chief of guards was equivalent to the chief of police, responsible for protecting the safety of the people in the territory, cracking down on illegal and criminal activities, and arresting criminals. For Faylene, who had been staying in her room and hardly went out since leaving the ice tower, this almost cost her life. Of course, you can't just eat and not work all the time. Look at you now. You can smell the salted fish smell from 3 kilometers away. Looking at Faylene in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He still remembered that when he first met the Ice Dragon Princess in the Ice Tower, she was quite loyal to her duties. How did she become such a loser now? Who raised her like this? Oh, it seems to be me. Anyway, now is the time for you to take action. There's no internet in this world. Right? Does that mean I can't even get online? Of course not. Do you think I brought you here to play? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Faylene looked as if the world was coming to an end, and she ran to the side and squatted there, muttering to herself. Throwing the mumbling Faylene aside, Duanmu Huai began to choose between the next 2 positions. In fact, there was nothing good to choose. The position of Speaker of the Council was mainly equivalent to the territory's Minister of Culture, in charge of education, culture and arts. This would naturally be handed over to Battlefield Songstress Magnolia to be in charge. As for the last intelligence officer, are you sure you want to do it? Looking at Bambi, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. Well, of course, Bambi is also a princess. Not much worse than everyone else. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Bambi nodded vigorously, as if to say, "Don't look down on me, princess." The job of the intelligence officer is to monitor the situation inside the territory and resist the infiltration of other forces into the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai certainly doesn't believe that Bambi can do it alone. But since she wants to do it, well, it's your responsibility. Jiwei, you help Bambi. Having said this, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment. I'll lend you FIA. The person Duanmu Huai was talking about was none other than Puppet Killer. FIA. In fact, strictly speaking, FIA was originally a subordinate of Jiao Wei. The puppet-killing incident in the Holy City was driven by FIA to do it by Jiao Wei. The stealth ability of killing puppets that FIA possessed was also very suitable for this kind of espionage assassination work. That lunatic, okay. Thinking back to her dark history in the Holy City, Jiao Wei was a little speechless. But she had no choice but to nod and agree. Bambi is definitely not capable of doing espionage work alone. But if he gets help from Jiao Wei and FIA, 3 heads can still be better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Okay. It's decided then. After assigning the responsibilities, Duanmu Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, you must focus on territory construction and proceed according to the plan. Remember, you must never let other forces look down on our Inquisition. Yes. Chapter 682 Choice. For players, building a territory is probably the part they have been exposed to the most since the start of the game. However, building a territory is not that easy. Just like in many sandbox construction games, most players build coffins, and only a few big guys can build castles and fly planes. Territory construction is even more tedious. Duanmu Huai remembers that the most popular topic in the forum was about territory construction. Of course, most people like agricultural worlds and garden worlds. And some people like to build nest cities or forging worlds. But liking it is one thing, and being able to make it is another. Fortunately, the players are Tibetan Tiger, and there are not a few who have graduated from the city management. They can not only create a territory of the perfect cycle, but also create a blueprint for selling to other players. After all, most people can only build coffins in a sandbox house, or at most a ventilated coffin. If you ask them to plan a city, it will be a death sentence for them. Of course, Duanmu Huai in the game world has no chance of experiencing such a thing. Or most Soul Walker players don't care about this. Their combat power all comes from the Fragment World and Soul cards. So they don't need to set up conscription planets, agricultural planets, or forging planets like other professions. Soul Walkers believe in quality over quantity. You recruit millions of soldiers from a conscription planet, but their fighting power is probably not as strong as that of one of my squads. Of course, on the other hand, if someone loses 1,000,000 people, they won't feel sad. But if you lose 1 person, you will cry your heart out. However, Duanmu Huai naturally did not have any mood to play with the city skyline. Stefan also had a blueprint for the city. Many times, players really couldn't go to Stefa to buy a blueprint for a blueprint. What Chinese style, European style, and the fantasy style of the players most talked about? Well, the reason why it is talked about is because the fantasy city blueprint is almost carved in a mold. Basically, there is a circular city wall, which is divided into 4 areas, and then the king's city is placed in the middle. Duanmu Huai did not use this universal template. After all, he also had to consider the aesthetics. So Duanmu Huai bought the construction blueprint of a city called Iruther from Stiefel. The reason why the city was chosen is that its style is also Gothic, like the Inquisition. The city is full of Gothic spires, buildings and churches. The Inquisition is ultimately just such an organization. Duanmu Huai thinks Irithil is quite representative. After all, this territory is the face of the trial court. Duanmu Huai also wants to let others look at the majesty of the trial court. The trial court is not like a kind angel or justice like Tel or Tom. Once it is found to be related to the evil god, it will immediately turn into the most horrible blade and completely destroy everything. So the sense of oppression is far more important than affinity. Duanmu Huai has always been a pure imperial style. Steel, skulls and churches are his symbols, and he has no intention of changing them. Gothic churches are really beautiful and grand, and they look very comfortable. After Duanmu Huai threw the blueprint to the night guard, he would let it go, and the next thing was what the consultants and the night guards were doing. So after Duanmu Huai determined the general development plan of the territory, he returned to Rumina's. Thank God. At least this time, he didn't have to crawl out of Aurelia's bathroom again. Only Ojas was left by his side. However, Duanmu Huai was arrested not long after he arrived in Rumina's. Where have you been these days? The black-haired maid grabbed Duanmu Huai, looking unhappy. Her Royal Highness the Princess has been sending people to look for you. But they can't find you. I went to drink wine. Flower wine. What kind of wine do you want to drink? It's different in the palace? Hee. I'm just worried that the palace won't provide it. Seeing the silly look on the black-haired maid's face, Duanmu Huai stopped teasing her. Okay. Just tell me what you want to say. Could it be that my reward has been approved? When the black-haired maid heard Duanmu Huai's question, her expression changed. No, that's not the case. But, stop hesitating. If you have something to say, just say it. Recently, the conflict between us and the Principality of Levion has intensified. His Majesty has ordered Her Royal Highness the Princess to personally conduct an investigation. Is your princess not on good terms with the king? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately questioned. How could this be possible? They just returned triumphantly. And you sent them out again without even giving them a reward. Moreover, the friction between countries is not a war between two countries. So why let the princess go out in person? It's only been a few days? Of course not. Hearing Duanmu Huai's disrespectful question, the black-haired maid hurriedly opened her mouth to defend herself. In fact, the princess and His Majesty used to have a very good relationship. But ever since His Majesty fell ill, then, the black-haired maid looked embarrassed to speak. And Duanmu Huai was not interested in these royal family ethics dramas. That's none of my business. So what does Aurelia want from me? Because this situation is related to sea monsters. What the H.L. is a sea monster? It must be said that upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. And the black-haired maid hurriedly explained. Our country has always been across the sea with the Prince of Levion. The exchanges between the two sides are through the Sea of Silence. But during this time, the sea monster attacked merchant ships. But what does this have to do with you? Did you raise that sea monster? How is that possible? But the sea monster only attacked the ships of the Principality of Levion, not our luminous ships. So, the Principality of Levion demands an explanation from us. So the old man with dementia sent Illyria? Duanmu Huai laughed and nodded. Well, think about it carefully. Naval battles are good. If you lose, it's fine. If you win, the ship will sink. And you will most likely drown in the sea. It's easy to explain. And if someone knows what happened on the ship, they can't spread it. Right? What do you mean? The black-haired maid frowned and stared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. You say that as if His Majesty is planning to kill Her Highness the Princess. Isn't it? I don't believe it. This matter is so urgent that Aurelia must go. Or do you have no one else in Lumina's? Of course not. Duanmu Huai has many princesses around him. And he also understands the situations in similar worlds. Basically, princesses are divided into two categories. One type is the powerful people like An. Although she slacks off at school all day, she is qualified to approve government affairs. Many of the king's government affairs are basically approved by An. She is very talented and the strongest magic princess in Maealia. Except for being a little eccentric sometimes. She has basically no flaws. The other type is like Yulia, who has the title of princess, but is basically just a vase, and is in Maealia and can directly command the army to act. But Yulia is probably not listened to in Reg Nice. Others call her Princess Royal Highness, which is considered to be giving her face. Aurelia is basically the former type of princess. But the problem is that she is still a princess. To put it simply, unless the king died suddenly, she would have no way to resist him. Hey, why didn't I just walk up to the throne and kill that old fool with a sword when I went back? Isn't that a classic remake? You don't believe it? It's easy to prove it. Duanmu Huai sneered and looked at the black-haired maid. That's it. Go back and tell Aurelia to ask her to propose to the king that I'd be responsible for investigating this matter. If you are worried, you can send someone you trust to follow me. Aurelia can also use herself as a guarantor. You will know when the time comes whether His Majesty the king agrees or not. Why do I feel like you're making trouble? After hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, the black-haired maid stamped her feet. And then she thought for a moment in uneasiness. I understand. I will convey this to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Duanmu Huai did not go to the palace. so he did not know what the black-haired maid had conveyed. However, when he saw Aurelia with a cold face, and the black-haired maid with her head lowered appear in front of him early the next morning, Duanmu Huai almost guessed what had happened. He. How does it feel to be framed by your own father? This was not my father's idea. Faced with Duanmu Huai's ridicule, Aurelia gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. It was Christ's idea. That suspicious man manipulated my father. So, it does not matter. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. The question is, what do you want to do now? Obediently follow his instructions, and go to the sea to fish for sea monsters? Is there any other way? Certainly. Hearing Aurelia's question, Duanmu Huai sneered. Why don't you just go into the palace right now, and kill the man who manipulates the king? Nothing will happen. Right? Why? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai's proposal immediately surprised Aurelia. But, if it weren't for him, my father would have died long ago. As far as I can see, he is no different from the living dead now. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Letting an old fool with unclear words sit on the throne is a crime against the entire luminous nation. Think about it carefully. Your Highness Aurelia, how many of those soldiers in the Northland fortress died because of your father's foolish decision? This time, Aurelia did not answer immediately, but gritted her teeth. Royal power is not eternal. Your Highness. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at Aurelia. Do you want to watch this country fall? After all, one day, his life will come to an end, and you will be crowned king. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai's mouth corners slightly raised. Will you choose your father or this country? Chapter 683. Simple and brutal. Faced with Duanmu Huai's provocation, Aurelia remained silent, and the black-haired maid looked at her with some uneasiness. Your Highness? However, the next moment, Aurelia made a decision. I see. As she spoke, Aurelia looked at Duanmu Huai. We'll go to the palace now. Your Highness? Hearing this, the black-haired maid stared at Aurelia with wide eyes in surprise. Of course, she was shocked. You know, what Duanmu Huai said now is no different from rebellion. And Aurelia actually agreed? Oh huh? I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly. Even Duanmu Huai was slightly surprised. Although he had the intention to tease Aurelia, he didn't think it would work. He originally thought that Aurelia would be distressed for a long time, and then make a pretentious excuse like, but he is my father, after all, to blame everything on family affection. Unexpectedly, Aurelia was not pretentious at all, and did what she said. This is really interesting. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's passion for fun was also burning. Go. Go. Go! Is it really going to be a classic remake? Wait. Your Highness? Instead, the maid was confused. But unfortunately, before she could say anything, Aurelia and Duanmu Huai had already left the room one after another, and the maid just gritted her teeth and followed them. After all, things have developed to this point. There is no point in her saying anything. Right? With Illyria leading the way, the group did not encounter any obstruction when they re-entered the palace. Although some guards found it a bit strange to see Illyria's aggressive approach, they obviously did not think much about it, but took the initiative to make way for Illyria. TSK. No wonder no one stopped Arthas when he rebelled. Following behind Aurelia, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched this scene. Aurelia's strength and reputation were both first class, and she was the only princess in the country, and there was no possibility of someone seizing power. Therefore, almost no one thought that Aurelia would come to cause trouble for the king. Bang! Aurelia pushed open the door and strode into the hall, which frightened the people inside. The old king was still sitting on the chair with a sick look, and the man in black robe stood beside the king. When he saw Aurelia come in, his face was obviously a little ugly. Your Highness, what do you want? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Looking at the black-robed man in front of him accusing Aurelia, Duanmu Huai suddenly remembered the remarks made by the eunuchs around the emperor in the TV dramas he had watched before. How dare they disturb the emperor's carriage? Father! Aurelia ignored the man in black robe and drew out her sword, placed it on the ground, then half knelt on the ground. Oh! There is that taste. There is that taste. Duanmu Huai stood by and remained calm on the surface, but he was already rubbing his hands together excitedly in his heart. I would like to discuss with you the investigation into the sea monster. What else is there to discuss? However, the old king did not speak. And the black-robed eunuch next to him spoke again. Your Majesty has made the decision. You just need to execute it. What do you want? However, the black-robed eunuch was interrupted coldly by Duanmu Huai before he could finish his words. Her Royal Highness is reporting to the king. How dare you? An idiot like you. Speak here? Are you the king? You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's sarcasm, the black-robed man froze. And the guards beside him, although they didn't say anything, showed some approval in their eyes. They had long been fed up with this bastard who was bullying others. But what could they do? The king listened to him, and they couldn't resist. Right? This is a matter between my father and me. Mr. Christ. Aurelia also stood up at this moment, staring coldly at the man in black robe. Please leave here. I need to talk to my father in private. This won't do. Your Majesty is not in good health. If I'm not around? What if something happens? Oh, you mean, if you are here, His Majesty will be fine. But if you are not here, His Majesty will be in trouble. Right? Duanmu Huai sneered again and interrupted the black-robed eunuch's speech. So you're blackmailing the royal family? You're so brave. Are you trying to poison the king so you can manipulate him? What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the black-robed man's face suddenly changed, and the guard's eyes turned cold. They were a little uncomfortable in their hearts. But after all, they didn't say it out loud, so no one would think too much. However, now Duanmu Huai simply and rudely tore off this fig leaf, which was another matter. This is just like the emperor's new clothes. Everyone thinks the emperor is great, and most people wonder if they are overthinking. However, Duanmu Huai directly pointed out that this idiot is laughing here without any clothes. Then all other reasons and excuses are untenable, no matter what the black-robed man's reasons are. In the final analysis, he is threatening the royal family with the king's life. It would be strange if I could tolerate this. Bold lunatic. Guards, take him down quickly. The black-robed eunuch was so angry at the moment that he issued orders in a hurry. However, the guards did not move a muscle. What a joke. You are just a eunuch, not the emperor. We would like to hear your imperial edict, but your orders are nothing but a chicken feather. Guard. At this moment, Aurelia also stood up with a cold expression. Catch Christ. Yes. This time, before Aurelia could finish her words, the two guards standing beside the king pounced on the black-robed eunuch and pinned him to the ground like a chicken. Wait. Wait. You can't do this. If I leave His Majesty the king, he will really die. At this moment the black-robed eunuch also became nervous and shouted loudly. But at this moment Duanmu Huai had already walked in front of him. It's okay. Princess Aurelia will take over this shift. You don't need to worry about state affairs. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai turned his head to look at Aurelia and made a gesture. Your Highness, if you don't mind, how about letting me interrogate this guy? Do you suspect he has other plans? Of course. Isn't this obvious? And don't forget what I do. Princess. Are you kidding? Duanmu Huai is a judge. A judge is the kind of person who can make others admit that they stole a pen even if they later discovered that the pen was in another pocket of their clothes. Then I'll leave it to you. Aurelia also nodded. This sentence determined the fate of the black-robed eunuch, who was now pale. His only support here was the king, because the king was currently paralyzed and half dead. So he could get the power he wanted. However, power requires recognition from others. If everyone, including the princess, ministers, and soldiers, does not recognize his power, then he will be reduced to his original form. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai gestured to the guards. Find an interrogation room so I can treat him well. Yes. Since Her Royal Highness the princess had spoken, the guards didn't say much. They just nodded and dragged the wailing black-robed eunuch out through the side door. And Duanmu Huai also followed them out. Before leaving, Duanmu Huai looked back at Aurelia again and found that she was now in front of the king, looking at him with some sadness. But, to be honest, Aurelia's performance still puzzled Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai is the judge. If he finds someone suspicious, he will kill him. After all, that is what the court of justice does. And I don't care what other people think. But it's different for others. In ancient times, there were many emperors who fell seriously ill in their later years, and it was rare for a prince to be so bold as to kill the emperor or cut off his medical treatment. Family affection was a small factor. and officials loyal to the emperor were not necessarily loyal to a certain prince. Of course, Aurelia's situation was different. But Duanmu Huai was sure that there must be many people in the nobles who opposed her. It can be said that once Aurelia does this, regardless of whether the king is dead or not, Luminas will inevitably experience turmoil. According to the reason, His Royal Highness such as Aurelia should try to avoid this situation, because turbulence is likely to turn into a civil war. Duanmu Huai didn't think that he could convince Her Royal Highness the princess by just copying a few lines from the game. The princess's IQ was too low. It has to be said that from the perspective of Duanmu Huai as a judge, Aurelia's behavior was obviously somewhat abnormal. But we'll talk about it later. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and followed the guard towards the corridor. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut, and the black-robed eunuch collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he no longer had the majesty he had before. Instead, he looked at Duanmu Huai in horror, his whole body shaking as if he had an epileptic seizure. You, what do you want to do? I tell you, if something happens to me, don't worry. I won't do anything to you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand, and the black-robed eunuch saw with horror that the fingers of Duanmu Huai's right hand began to gradually lengthen and wriggle, turning into sticky tentacles that flew out in an instant and tightly wrapped around the black-robed eunuch's neck, lifting him up. Then, the tentacles like thick earthworms crawled on the black-robed man's face and slowly moved upwards. I just need some of your memories. That's all. Well, it will hurt. Just bear with it. As soon as Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the tentacles suddenly drilled into the ears of the black-robed eunuch. The next moment, a shrill scream broke out. Chapter 684 Ancestors. For Duanmu Huai, this was the first time he fully used the power of the old god's will. The tentacles slowly crawled into the man's ear hole, and then extended all the way inward. Duanmu Huai felt that the tentacles were like his own fingers, grabbing the warm brain, and could even clearly feel the slight tremor of the brain. This feeling was not only from the tactile aspect, but also from the spiritual aspect. Duanmu Huai could feel that he had completely connected with the man's brain. Now the man's brain was an unguarded search engine for Duanmu Huai. Whatever content he wanted, he could search it out by just typing in a keyword. So Duanmu Huai also glanced at the other person's brain, then entered the keywords. And soon, the memories in this man's mind appeared in front of him. He was born in a small village, which was later destroyed. He was rescued by a wandering mercenary, then learned combat skills and became a mercenary. At this time, the country recruited heroes to fight against the rampant demon army. So he responded to the call and embarked on that bumpy road. Until, looking at the familiar Shuayuan in front of him, the familiar land, the familiar scenery, Duanmu Huai stunned, and then silently retracted the tentacles, watching the eunuch who was paralyzed on the ground. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then Aurelia walked in. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Inquisitor. May I ask if you have any results? Who is this man? Well, I did gain something. Duanmu Huai looked at Aurelia with a rare sense of embarrassment, then at the black-robed eunuch. Any questions? Well, it's not my problem anyway. Duanmu Huai shrugged and then spread his hands. He is your ancestor. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Aurelia tilted her head, looking confused. Obviously, Her Royal Highness the Princess didn't know that this was also a swear word. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Well, he is your ancestor. Literally. This guy is the brave man who sealed the Demon King and saved the country. Duanmu Huai silently pointed at the black-robed man who was lying on the ground like a pile of dog shit, and spoke lightly, while Aurelia was stunned. Sorry. I think I heard it wrong? If you don't believe me, just ask yourself. Duanmu Huai silently walked to the side and gave Ole Open a place. To be honest, he was a little aggressive when he first came into contact with the other person's memory. Are you really the ancestor? To be honest, this answer also made Aurelia confused and at a loss. The latter stopped struggling at this moment, seemed to have finally given up resistance, and nodded. Yes, I am Aurelia Christopher, the foolish man who let the Demon King go. Let the devil go. Aurelia was stunned when she heard the man's answer. But obviously, you have already broken the seal. Right? The coffin inside is empty. Right? This is normal, because I didn't seal the Demon King at all in the first place, but made a deal with it. The man said this and stood up tremblingly. To be honest, looking at his current appearance, he didn't look like the brave warrior who had held the holy sword and defeated the devil. Instead, he looked like a severely addicted patient. Trade? Duanmu Huai had already learned what had happened through past flashback. But Aurelia knew nothing about it, and was shocked when she heard about it. That's right. I have gained the power of the Demon King and the ability to live forever. In exchange, the Demon King must not return to this world again within 500 years. I do not believe. Hearing the man's words, Aurelia shook her head and looked at him sternly. I don't know who you are, but I will never allow you to pretend to be the ancestor and slander him. Slander? Ha ha ha. Since you want evidence, then take a good look. As he spoke, the man suddenly tore open his clothes, revealing a skinny body with even his ribs clearly visible. In the center of his chest, there was a strange prismatic mark, which even emitted a faint flame. Seeing this mark, Aurelia was stunned for a moment, subconsciously reaching out her hand to press her chest, and looked at the man in surprise. How is it? Do you feel it? This is the emblem that has been passed down from generation to generation, representing the descendants of heroes. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. This is actually the mark that bastard put on our clan. Ha ha ha. The man in black robes seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness at this moment. He raised his head and laughed loudly, while Aurelia looked at him blankly, as if her three views were completely shattered. Well, it's understandable. He has always been regarded as a role model, but he turned out to be such a guy. Duanmu Huai felt that he would not be much better if he were in his place. So, you are really, ancestor? Pressing her chest, feeling the faint fluctuations of the mark, Aurelia couldn't help but believe it. This mark was present in all the descendants who inherited the blood of the brave, and as long as they focused their induction, they could sense each other's presence. The black-robed man had always been by the king's side, so Aurelia only felt that it was the induction of her father. And now, yes, I am the idiot who turned Ruminas from a small country into what it is now. The man snorted nonchalantly, then looked at Aurelia. To be honest, I thought my descendants had long since died out. Why do you think you're working so hard? I don't understand. Aurelia was also confused at the moment. The blow was so great that she could not recover. Since you are the ancestor, why would you do such a thing? Wasn't it you who made this country such a powerful country? And why did you make a deal with the Demon King? Why? When the man heard Aurelia's question, he suddenly became furious. What do you know? Why? You've been a princess since birth. And you're also the descendant of a brave man. You've been held in the palm of someone's hand. But you know nothing? Do you think your ancestors were just like you, with someone protecting, watching, and accompanying them in everything they do? Having said this, the man stretched out his hand and pointed at himself. I was just a down-and-out mercenary. If I hadn't pulled out the holy sword, I would have been one of the pawns that died in the Demon King's army. And do you think that now that the holy sword is in your hands, you will be safe? You are wrong. Why do you think I made a deal with the Demon King? It was because the royal family wanted to kill me. Kill you? That's right. Before I went to fight the Demon King, that damn king came to me and said that he would give me the throne when I came back. The princess also came to me and said that she would marry me when I defeated the Demon King and came back. Isn't that right? Seeing the furious man, Aurelia didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the stories and historical records she had heard since she was a child all said that the hero defeated the Demon King and married the princess, and then built Luminas into a powerful country. But now looking at her ancestor, it seemed that this was not the case? Of course not. Think about it carefully. Which princess would be willing to marry a mercenary? Moreover, after defeating the Demon King, what value would I have? I have no money, nor any noble power. But fortunately I was more careful. After that, I eavesdropped on their conversation and learned that they had already made a decision. After I defeated and sealed the Demon King, they would let those lackeys disguised as my companions kill me, and then announce to the public that the hero and the Demon King died together. And before dying, he used up his last strength to seal the Demon King. How about it? Isn't it a very touching story? It's pretty old-fashioned. Duanmu Huai commented silently. But Aurelia couldn't say a word at this moment. The man at this moment became more and more crazy. It was then that I realized that in their eyes, I had no status and no value at all. My only use was to pull out the holy sword. Those so-called companions looked down on me. The nobles looked down on me. The princess looked down on me. And even the king looked down on me. Moreover, these bastards wanted to cross the river and burn the bridge? If that's the case, then why should I risk my life for them? The man's eyes were bright red at this moment, and he stared at Aurelia coldly, as if he was staring at his mortal enemy. So, I chose to betray. I don't care about the life and death of human beings. Since you want to kill me, I can kill you in return. I know that the Demon King cannot be killed. So I signed an agreement with it, and obtained the Demon King's power of immortality. In this way, no one can kill me. Speaking of this, the man became more and more excited, as if he had returned to that day again. I still remember that day. When I came back, the expressions on the faces of that old bastard and that BXXXH were so wonderful. They even held a banquet for me, and even gave me wine and poison, hoping that I would die quietly. But unfortunately, I have obtained the immortal power of the devil. Swords, poisons, magic, nothing has any effect on me. The man clenched his fists and looked ferocious. I killed everyone who dared to oppose me. And then I hacked the BXXXH over and over again on the throne in front of that old immortal, until she died. Then I chopped off that old immortal's head, letting them know that this is the price they paid for daring to deceive me. At this moment, Aurelia was no different from a puppet. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai beside her politely clapped her hands, which was considered a response. The man seemed to have completely opened up at this moment, and started talking incessantly. Of course, those nobles didn't obey me at first, but I killed most of them, and the rest just obeyed me. After all, when they found out that I couldn't be killed, they gave up resistance. Then I became the king of Ruminas. Of course, that's not all. I made up my mind to become the king who rules the entire continent. So I started to wage wars and attack other countries. Then, Ruminas became as glorious as it is today. Isn't this good? So why did you abandon the throne and run away? Now Aurelia was completely stunned. So Duanmu Huai asked the question on her behalf. If what the man said was true, then he could live forever. Right? Betray. However, it would have been better if Duanmu Huai didn't ask. As soon as he asked, the man immediately got angry again. Those bastards actually hid my bloodline in secret and betrayed me. Amid the man's angry denunciation, Duanmu Huai and Aurelia also knew the situation. It was mentioned before that when the heroes signed the contract with the Demon King, the other party stated that he would come back in 500 years and turn all his descendants into his slaves. Of course, the brave man didn't want to do that, so he just wanted to default on his debt. How to deny the debt? It's very simple. As long as you don't have any offspring. Right? Since I am immortal anyway, what's the point of having descendants? So the women who were pregnant with his children were mercilessly executed by the brave man. Of course, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Finally, someone chose to escape in order to avoid being executed with his child. The hero's tyrannical behavior over the years also aroused a lot of resistance forces. The two sides united and helped the woman who had killed the hero's child escape from the palace. Later, the woman gave birth to a child, and the child was raised by the resistance organization as a hope to fight against the hero. The reason for doing this is very simple. After all, at that time no one knew why the hero was immortal and could not be killed. So they thought that this might be the power of the holy sword held by the hero. So if they wanted to break this power, they must have descendants who inherited the hero's bloodline to kill him. Well, it turns out that people's imagination is quite strong. In fact, this thing has nothing to do with the holy sword. What follows is a typical legendary story. The hero's descendants lead the resistance to overthrow the hero's rule, defeat him, seize the holy sword and stab it into the hero's heart. Well, of course he's not dead. Otherwise, where did this person come from? Even though he was not dead, the hero was seriously injured because he inherited the power of the Demon King. He was considered dead at the time, so he was buried directly. Then the hero's descendants inherited the throne and put the country that was messed up by the hero back on track. As for this dark history, it must have been sealed up. However, it was this death that made the hero realize that he had fallen into the trap designed by the devil from the very beginning. Chapter 685 Cycle. According to the hero, he had encountered countless assassinations and attacks before, but he was resurrected every time. Moreover, the hero at that time was holding the holy sword and was very fierce. It can be said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. But after his descendants killed him with the holy sword, when the hero was resurrected again, he suddenly found that his power began to fade. It was like an hourglass broke a hole, and the sand inside flowed out a little bit, which made the brave very scared. He tried to find a way to stop this trend, but it was useless. So he gradually became the eunuch of the black robe that was panting from the sophisticated man who was walking all over the night. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai almost died of laughter. The hero himself didn't understand why this happened, but he knew it all too well. The Demon King will not die because the Demon King is a subspace creature, and it can be reborn in the subspace. Of course, it is usually okay. But when encountering the power of restraining subspace creatures such as holy swords, once the balance is broken, there is only one end because of the so-called restraint of subspace. Most of the strength of the brave is only the body that maintains his last anchor point in this world. If the brave is killed again, then he is estimated to be transformed into a pure subspace creature. People always say that the devil is cunning. But information asymmetry is one of the reasons why the devil is cunning. In fact, they themselves don't know much about hell and the warp. This is why the Inquisitor has been studying the warp. You have to understand your enemy before you can defeat your enemy. If any devil dares to say to Duanmu Huai who wants to make him endlessly, Duanmu Huai will look at him like an idiot. Do you hacking is silly? Similarly, if someone was stupid to find Duanmu Huai, he asked him to send himself to the universe. And the wooden locust didn't care about it. He directly stuffed people into the life capsule and launched it into the universe. Huh? What happened to me? And you didn't ask me to send it. It must be a living person. So many times. Information asymmetry is the biggest fraud. In fact, there are similar parts between many companies in the real world. You did not ask me to explain in detail that it was your own problem. I have no obligation to teach you from the beginning like a teacher. So you have to be pitted purely and unlucky. What does it matter? Many people who have been pitted by the devil are actually so pitted. When the devil finds it, the smallpox is talked about when he comes to the door. As a result, it is comparable to the difficulty of breaking the head when you want to use the insurance. The reason why it is not all because of telephone fraud. This shows that the devil will never have trouble finding fools to deceive him no matter what era he is in. So what are you doing here? Duanmu Huai saw that Aurelia was almost unable to speak, so he asked on her behalf. Of course, to take back what originally belonged to me. The brave man seemed quite confident when he said this. I saved this country, so I want to take it back. It's my right. But to be honest, as he spoke, the hero looked at Illyria with hatred. I never thought that my descendants are still alive and well. I thought they were all dead. It is probably rare to see someone who is so impatient that he doesn't want to have any descendants. Your Highness. After listening to the story, and the time was almost up, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Aurelia on the shoulder. The latter was startled and came back to her senses. What? What should I do? Duanmu Huai pointed at the hero in front of him. And Aurelia also understood Duanmu Huai's problem at this time. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about this little trouble. Then kill it. It will be a nuisance if you keep it, Duanmu Huai said, and silently took out the holy sword silently. Wait. What do you want to do? What's that in your hand? Holy sword? Haven't you seen it before? You must be kidding. How could the holy sword become like this? Wait. You can't kill me. Why? Because the devil is no longer in this world. Who don't kill you and kill? How do you know? Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, the brave was shocked. He looked at Duanmu Huai in horror, and couldn't speak for a while. Duanmu Huai did not answer, but just laughed. And the brave man at this moment seemed to suddenly realize. You peeked at my notes? Boom. However, the brave's words have not been finished. Duanmu Huai's right hand stretched out. The big stone in the front of the holy sword was like a hydraulic hammer whistling with a black flame, and directly smashed the brave to the ground. The hammer was flat on the ground, and even the gap was not gapped. Click. However, what Duanmu Huai couldn't think of is that, at this moment, I saw the boulder in the front of the holy sword seem to finally be able to bear the destruction of Duanmu Huai. With a crispy burst, it broke away. Then, the dazzling and bright blade finally appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. TSK. 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 It's really interesting that the hero's blood is the final step in removing the seal. Duanmu Huai looked at the holy sword in his hand, chuckled, then put the holy sword away and turned to look at Aurelia, who was just staring at the ground in front of her with lifeless eyes, as if she was thinking, or as if she was not thinking about anything. Duanmu Huai was hard to say anything. He patted Olili's shoulder and turned away. The reason why he knew that the instigator was not in this world was very simple. That is, the deadline had actually passed long ago. Yes, according to reason, the Demon King should have been resurrected 100 years ago. But there is no sign of him until now. So the problem is obvious. This world is just a soul fragment, not the real world. If the Demon King stayed in this world like a certain dragon in Manalia, it would be fine. But it has been expelled from this world, so it is naturally impossible for it to come back. This is also the reason why the hero dared to come out and cause trouble. At first, he was afraid that the devil would come after him. Later, after hiding for a while and finding that the devil had not come back, he began to boldly want to take back what belonged to him. As for the devil, well, Duanmu Huai thinks it may be finished. After all, a few hundred years is not long in the eyes of creatures in the subspace. But in the real world, it is a lot of changes. For example, before Duanmu Huai blew up the Lost Land, it was a desolate place. No one knows how Luminous was destroyed in the end. In addition, short time does not mean unimportant. For example, in the past 100 years, the world of Faerun has seen earth-shaking events such as the advent of the Saint and the Second Return. The former completely changed the ecological environment of the gods of Faerun, and the latter also triggered a melee between the gods. As for whether the Demon King was involved and died in one of them, I don't know. In general, Duanmu Huai's work in this world is almost done. As for the Demon King, well, if it jumps out, it won't be too late to deal with it. Now Duanmu Huai is just one thing short. Mr. Inquisitor. Ole did not know when she came to the balcony, looking at the city of Ruminas in front of her. Her expression was complicated. Have you figured it out? I don't have anything to think about. Aurelia shook her head. Then she looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Inquisitor, what do you think? Will this world become in the end? I don't know about that. Actually, this isn't the first time I've experienced this. As she spoke, Aurelia turned her head and looked forward. Mr. Inquisitor, you may not know that for me. The Battle of the Northland Fortress was not just that one. I still remember that at the beginning. I tried my best to resist the invasion of the monster army. And then, I was killed by the dragon. However, when I opened my eyes again, I was surprised to find that I had returned to the time before the Battle of the Northland Fortress. Ole said lightly, and his tone seemed very calm. I was very excited and happy at the time. I thought that God had given me a chance to start over. So I cherished this hard-earned opportunity very much. I sent more soldiers according to my memory and made various contingency plans. But I still failed. Ole said here, closed her eyes, and shook her head. Then I start over again. And I try my best to do my best. And it keeps repeating. But every time there is no happy ending. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood why Aurelia had that expression when she was fighting in the Northland Fortress at the beginning. When a player first plays a dungeon, it is quite fresh. And when they reload the file, they are also eager to do their best. But if the whole team is wiped out dozens of times in a row, that's another matter. There were also several times when I tried my best to defend the Northland Fortress, but was betrayed. I couldn't understand or accept it. Gradually, I became numb. Even if I wanted to commit suicide, when I opened my eyes again, I would be back to that snowy day in the Northland. As she spoke, Aurelia pressed her chest. Gradually, for me, this is no longer a gift from God, but a curse from the devil. It seems to want to tell me that no matter what I do, no matter how many times I repeat it, I can't change anything in the end. I don't even know when this will be the end. Until you show up. Aurelia turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. To be honest, I was really surprised at that time, because in the dozens of reincarnations before, I had never seen you, nor encountered similar things. That's why I made that rude request at that time. I see. No wonder Illyria had to go to the battlefield by herself at that time. For Illyria, after working in the dungeon for so long, she finally came across a rare NPC, so she naturally couldn't let it go. And your performance is also unexpected. So I will agree with your requirements. Now it seems, this choice is correct. No wonder Aurelia agreed to such an outrageous request. It seems that she is just like those players. In order to pass the level, she will not let go of any option, no matter how outrageous it is. So do you feel like you're out of this cycle now? I have no idea. Illyria shook her head. I'm also afraid to know that maybe when I finally die of old age, when I open my eyes again, I'll be back in that familiar place. That is indeed quite despairing. Duinmoai can now be regarded as the reason why Olilia has fallen into it. This way, they have to collapse for anyone. If you are worried about this problem, then leave it to me. I guarantee that after you die, your soul will go to the Inquisition, and you won't have to start over again. If this is the case, then I can rest assured. Hearing Duanmuhuai's answer, Olili sighed of relief. And then she looked at Duanmuhuai, and closer to his distance to the limit. Seeing this scene, Aojisai snorted slightly, but did not speak. You have done so much for me and for this country. Ole reached out his hand, and gently touched Duanmuhuai's armor. So, what do you want in return? Chapter 686, City of Judgment. What kind of reward do you want? For Duanmuhuai, the answer to this question couldn't be simpler. Just like now, he was looking at the system information in front of him with a smug look on his face. Players receive a special reward titled Legendary Blade Commander. Legendary Blade Commander special effects will not be affected by magic and other capabilities, except for changing the attack power/health value. As long as you wear a legendary sword on your body, you can launch the assault and get to transform the damage to zero effect. This is the power of the Holy Sword. No wonder that guy has been able to get away with it for so long. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duanmuhuai nodded involuntarily. With such an ability, it is basically equivalent to being invincible as long as you wear the Holy Sword. No wonder that brave man can do whatever he wants for so long, and cannot be killed no matter how hard he tries. It's just a pity that except for changing the attack power/health value, which means that the aging is the holder of the Holy Sword. Unfortunately, however, the hero himself cannot see the properties and abilities of the sword. So instead, he goes to the Demon King to ask for immortality. Well, strictly speaking, the Holy Sword will not grant immortality to its holder. And in this respect the hero is not wrong. For Duanmuhuai, after getting this title, he can also fully exert the power of the Holy Sword. As for how to use it, it is very simple. Just hang it around your waist as an accessory. Of course, Duanmuhuai will not use it on weekdays. After all, if you care too much about invincibility, you will not end up well. Therefore, Duanmuhuai planned to put away the legendary sword on weekdays, and use it when he encountered a difficult enemy. Just like when you encounter a boss like Typhus again, you can directly enter the field with a legendary sword when the fight starts, and then rush in close to the opponent while you are invincible, and attack him to death or half to death. It is so cool. Actually, this is quite simple. If you don't meet the requirements for awarding a medal, you can just fire the original person who is going to award you the medal, and then find someone who is willing to award you the medal to take your place. Right? To be honest, when Aurelia learned of Duanmuhuai's request, she was also dumbfounded. The title of Legendary Blade Commander is indeed a very high-sounding title in Luminous, but it has no real significance. Just like the so-called saints in many churches. In addition to the title itself, the privileges of the Legendary Blade Commander are that he can form his own army and carry weapons into the palace. And although this title is very strong, it is not really invincible. It requires that the legendary sword must be close to the hand. That is, once the hand is off or is beaten, the effect disappears. This was also the reason why the brave man was killed by his own descendant. Although the brave man held the legendary sword and swung it fiercely, his descendant also experienced an adventure and became a master of swordsmanship. According to the brave man's memory that Duanmuhuai had read, the latter used his swordsmanship to knock the brave man's legendary sword away, and then turned around and grabbed the legendary sword and pierced his heart with it. Well, this shows that if invincibility is used too much, it will become a debuff. By the way, with the death of the old king, the country of Ruminus has indeed begun to become turbulent, and Aurelia, who succeeded the queen, has begun to quell the unrest, and tried to catch those who followed the former hero. Of course, this is someone else's family affair, and Duanmuhuai has no intention of interfering. Moreover, for Duanmuhuai, his own territory is still the most important, especially now. TSK. 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 To be honest, it does look like that. standing on the balcony and overlooking the territory in front of him. Duanmu Huai couldn't help feeling, after he blew up the entire lost land, it was basically a barren desert. But now, the situation has improved significantly. The night sentinels dug through the underground river and brought it up, forming rivers and lakes around the lost land. With the help of the forest princess Miztrina and her druids, the originally barren wilderness has once again been restored to a green forest and grassland. The city in front of the battleship is also quite large. Duanmu Huai did not use the antimatter reaction in the battleship for energy, but used the magic drive engine from Manalia to supply energy for the entire city. The whole city is completely Gothic, with countless sharp towers rising up one after another, blending into the metal church on the Moon-class cruiser. Since this place was originally barren, it was much easier to plan. Other cities were built according to local conditions, but this city was built completely according to the plan. The terrain that did not conform to the plan was simply leveled and rebuilt, whether it was hills, plains, or potholes. For the Inquisition, changing the landform was no more difficult than building terrain tools in a game. To put it simply, wherever there is a lake on the blueprint, there it will be. If there is no lake, just dig one and build it. By the way, Duanmu Huai also discovered another rule of this world. That is, the items he used in other worlds can also be used normally in this world. However, if similar things are made with materials from this world, it is easy to cause various problems. It can be seen that this is indeed the fault of the gods of Faerun. How is it? Ogus? Looking at the city in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but feel heroic and waved his hand violently. Aren't these houses beautiful? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ogus raised her head, carefully looked at the building under construction below, and nodded slightly. Yes, master. These houses are much more beautiful than those built by you. You just had to add this last sentence, didn't you? Puff. Hearing the conversation between Duanmu Huai and Ogc, and Zay, who was not far away, couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Knight, isn't the house you built just a square coffin? And could still remember that when they were in the Empire, Duanmu Huai led them to investigate the plague. They camped outside at night, and he once built a rectangular stone house with his gloves. Of course, it can be lived in, but living in it always makes him feel like he is lying in a grave. No, to be honest, the royal tombs are more beautiful than the houses he built. Nonsense. I'm an inquisitor, not a builder. I'm lucky to have a shelter from the wind and rain. Duanmu Huai glared at it unhappily, and the latter made a face at Duanmu Huai. But these houses are empty. At this time, Mary also raised her hand and asked a question. After she completed her studies in her own world, she heard that Duanmu Huai was going to build a territory in this world. So she hurried over. Mary was also shocked when she first arrived in this city, but she soon discovered that although there was everything here, it was completely closed and was like a ghost town. Of course, we need to plan the city first and then attract immigrants. Duanmu Huai had no experience in building territories, but he had seen the blood and tears of many players in the forum. After all, watching others suffer misfortune has always been the greatest pleasure. After seeing it so many times, Duanmu Huai also gained some experience from the blood and tears lessons and complaints of these players. First of all, immigrants are absolutely not allowed to build their own houses. Most immigrants are poor, and building houses is very expensive. Many immigrants simply cannot build a good house on a brand new land. As a result, many players' territories are filled with slums, sewage, and stench, which is really deadly. Secondly, the ownership of land must be strictly controlled by the Lord. Some players, when setting land policies, adhere to the concept of the wind can come in, the rain can come in, but the king cannot come in, and establish clauses that private land property rights are supreme and cannot be violated even by lords. As a result, his lord's mansion was nearly demolished and bought by those noble chambers of commerce, which made the player so angry that he directly blew up the entire city with a macro cannon from the interstellar orbit and rebuilt it. These are classic jokes. Of course, jokes aside, Duanmu Huai doesn't want to become a joke himself. In fact, in most worlds, the concept of property rights for land and houses is at a very primitive stage. I have obtained the permission of the Lord and obtained this land. So this land is mine, and I can do whatever I want on it. Well, it's obvious that their mindset has to change after coming here. Of course, Duanmu Huai's advisors were also very surprised by these terms. thinking that such mandatory terms would easily cause dissatisfaction among other forces and organizations. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. You're kidding. They are the Inquisition. They built a territory in this world. Not to please others. This territory is their frontline fortress against the chaos evil god, who is about to invade. The entire territory is equivalent to military rule. And no one can disobey. If you don't want to come, just get out. Anyway, Duanmu Huai doesn't make money from these people's taxes. Right? What is the current progress? Almost 80% of the reservation plan has been met. This means that all planned buildings have been completed. Most members are in place. And the city can finally begin to officially operate. Very good. After hearing An's answer, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and then spoke. Get ready to open up the territory. Yes. I wanted to say that. But Mr. Knight, there is something very important. What's up? You have not yet named your territory and city. As An spoke, he blinked at Duanmu Huai. And Mary's face turned pale when she heard this. Please, Mr. Duanmu, please don't use names like Pink Bunny or Three Little Pigs. This city is so beautiful. Shouldn't you give it a corresponding name? Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing Mary's protest, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and changed his target directly. Hey! Leave it to me? Yes. You are a writer. Right? It should be easy to come up with a name. Since you said the city is so beautiful, and you don't want me to name it after the Three Little Pigs, why don't you come up with one? Hearing this, Mary clenched the pen in her hand, thought for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. I will try my best. Mr. Duanmu, I will definitely come up with a good name that lives up to this city and this territory. Chapter 687, An Incredible Place. The news of the official opening of the Lost Land territory quickly spread to the surrounding territories. In fact, everyone has been interested in this mysterious territory for a long time, especially after reading the reports of other investigation teams. Many forces have sent envoys to the Lost Land to try to deal with this emerging force called the Inquisition. However, they didn't even enter the gate of the Lost Land. The entire Lost Land was completely cordoned off, just like the walls built by a construction company during construction, completely preventing others from entering. It was announced to the outside world that construction work was currently underway inside the Lost Land, and it would be officially opened after everything was completed. It must be said that this answer made many forces look confused. After all, according to the common practice on the continent of Faerun, the construction of a territory requires a lot of resources and transactions. Therefore, they wanted to get a piece of the pie in advance. But they didn't expect that others would play their own games behind closed doors. And according to the observations of these envoys, they didn't see a large amount of supplies being transported into the Lost Land. So what on earth were they doing in there? No one knew about this, because the tall fence completely surrounded the entire Lost Land, blocking everyone's view. Of course, some less sophisticated organizations tried to use magic or send some spies to conduct reconnaissance. But the result? Of course, nothing was found. The only thing they could see was the silhouette of a huge group of metal churches in the distance inside the Lost Land. And now, this territory has finally removed its mysterious veil and revealed its true face. Hey, are we really going to that damn place? Sitting in the carriage, Brooke looked at his companions anxiously. They were originally residents of Waterdeep and opened a small shop there. But later someone targeted them and forced them to leave Waterdeep and live somewhere else. Brooke's boss decided to go to the Lost Land. Of course. Brooke, you dumb pig. Driving the carriage, Kellyanne whistled. You know what? That's an undeveloped territory, which means we can find a lot of work there. People can't live without food, sleep, clothes, or tools. Our Chamber of Commerce will definitely have a bright future there. I don't think so. However, compared to Kellen's high spirits, Brooke was frowning. Those big merchants must have already taken up the good spots. Maybe our final fate will be to set up stalls on the street. Oh! Shut up. It hasn't come to that. Hearing Brooke's usual negative answer, Kellyanne glared at his brother fiercely. We will definitely be able to make a comeback here. And then we will become rich and powerful businessmen. It could also be a body lying in a stinking ditch. Or a beggar on the roadside. Kellen was speechless, and had to look away, and look at the scene in front of him again. Well, no matter what you say, we are almost there. Oh my God! Gods! When Kellen looked forward again, the carriage had turned the last corner. At this moment, A huge metal gate that was several dozen meters high came into his sight, almost scaring Kellen. Although Kellyan had seen a lot of things in Waterdeep, he swore that he had never seen such a spectacular sight. The huge metal gate in the middle of the valley leading to the Lost Land was as tall as a castle. At this moment, the main gate was closed, but the two side doors on both sides of the gate pillars were open to welcome guests from the outside world. The crowd formed a long line and were preparing to enter this territory. This is too exaggerated. Seeing this, Kellyan swallowed his saliva. Generally speaking, territories would only build gates and walls in their main cities. However, this force called the Inquisition was so terrifying that it directly surrounded the entire territory. How much supplies would it take? Especially the gate, which should not be made of gold, but copper. But a copper gate? Where did so much copper come from? Well, Duanmuhui said, if I don't refine copper, how can I enrich my country and strengthen my army? Okay, I'm getting off topic. It must be said that this gate itself is enough to be a luxurious and magnificent scenery. The closer he got, the more Kellyan trembled. This heavy metal gate was engraved with a huge golden skull pattern, and around the skull was a circle of golden gears, and behind it was a double-headed eagle and a warhammer logo. On both sides of the gate, there were also extremely tall warriors wearing giant armor, holding long swords, and with wings on their backs, standing there, staring coldly at the arrival of the group of uninvited guests. Frankly speaking, just seeing this door and the sculptures on either side is enough to give people a terrible sense of oppression. Enough to prove that this territory itself is not a welcoming place. But what puzzled Kellen even more was the words Arkham written on the door. Was it the name of the city? Or the name of the territory? We should get out of here. Brooke almost whined. This is not the place we should be in. God bless us. This is H.L. where only devils would come. Look! There are so many people in front of us. They are wearing gold and silver. They must be wealthy businessmen. Compared with them, we are just two small pawns. Brother, there is still time. Let's turn the carriage around and go to a nearby village. Do some small business there. And then live our lives in peace and quiet. Shut up. You idiot. Kellyan angrily interrupted his brother's complaint. I've had enough of your moronic complaints. If you want to leave, get off the carriage now and go wherever you want. And those aren't merchants. They're paladins from Tyr, Torm, Ladhander, Sullen. Oh my god. What the H.L. is going on? Kellyan's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the envoys, who were about to enter the territory not far away. They were all believers of God, and almost all of them were the most famous and beloved messengers of God in the continent of Faerun. But today they would gather here and come to the Lost Land together? Kellen also knew that generally, the followers of the gods would not establish contact with a new territory in this way. They would indeed go to meet the Lord and ask for permission to preach and establish a church. But this was obviously different. Looking at the gathering of these messengers of the gods, it felt more like they were going to attend a meeting. But what kind of meeting would attract so many messengers from the gods? Thinking of this, Kellyan shuddered and quickly looked away. He is just an honest businessman, and he doesn't want to get involved in any troublesome things. At this moment, Kellen's team also slowly moved forward. And soon, he arrived at the entrance of the side door. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Lost Land? A terrifying being taller than Kellyan and wearing black armor stood in front of him, his eyes emitting scarlet light. He asked coldly, and Kellyan trembled when he heard his voice and stood up quickly. No. Respectful, that is. Respectful, sir. We are brothers Kellen and Brooke from Waterdeep. We are merchants who want to run a business in the Lost Land. Before Kellen could finish his words, he was forced to shut up by the gaze of the night guard in front of him. However, at this moment, there was suddenly a noise coming from the team next to them. What a joke. Why don't you let me in? Hearing the voice, Kellyan was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked, only to see on the other side, a fully armed lizardman dressed like an adventurer was roaring angrily at another night guard. The Inquisition only allows humans and subhumans to enter. No alien races are allowed to enter. Facing the lizardman's roar, the night guard spoke coldly. And hearing this, the lizardman became even more angry. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'm some lowly creature like a goblin or a gnoll? You, however, before the lizardman finished speaking, Kellen saw the night guard suddenly raise the strange saw-like thing in his hand and aim it at the other party. Then, with a bang, The lizard man's head shattered and scattered all over the ground. Its headless body also shook and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone present was stunned upon seeing this scene. At this moment, a girl dressed as a priest came out and glared at the night guard angrily. "Why are you doing this? He just wants to go in and take a look. Even if you don't let him in, there's no need to kill him. For the Inquisition, all aliens are targets that need to be eliminated." The night guard gave a calm reply. But at this moment, suddenly, an aristocratic man who looked like a young man from a wealthy family sneered and walked out. "Oh, according to your statement, as long as it is an alien race, will the trial court be eliminated?" "That's right." "Very good. Very interesting." Hearing the words of the night guard, the man nodded, and then his robe suddenly swelled up without wind. And the next moment, a huge green dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "In that case, I want to see what you, the Court of Inquisition, have to offer." Boom! Destroy the aliens. The green dragon raised its head high. But before it could finish its words, the night guards around it roared. And the next moment, they raised their weapons and attacked the green dragon. With a thunderous sound, everyone was surprised to see blood flowers bursting out of the green dragon's body. Under this fierce attack, the green dragon didn't even finish its pretentious words before it wailed and fell heavily to the ground. The next moment, the night guards patrolling above suddenly raised their chainsaw guns and jumped down. And then the whistling chainsaws in their hands chopped directly into the green dragon's body. "Ah!" The green dragon let out a shrill scream, and the people nearby were so scared that they ran away in all directions, watching the giant dragon rolling desperately on the ground. However, it was meaningless. In just a moment, one of the night guards cut off the green dragon's head, turning it into a corpse. At this moment, Kellen had collapsed to the ground, and his brother Brooke next to him had already fallen unconscious. Looking at the green dragon corpse that was dragged away by the dark dog, Killian silently swallowed the saliva. This time, I might really have come to an extraordinary place. Chapter 688 Entering the City. Call. Watching the green dragon's body being dragged away, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief and loosened her grip on the hilt of the sword. The girl next to her had her eyes wide open. AI. Lady Amelia? They killed a dragon? It's really surprising. But since it's the Inquisition, it doesn't seem so surprising. Amelia sighed as she spoke. Also, don't call me ma'am. But, looking at the girl beside her, Amelia felt that the world was unpredictable. In the cold winter less than a year ago, she was just a fledgling paladin of God, running behind Duanmu Huai like an ignorant puppy. But now, less than a year later, after experiencing adventures in Neverwinter and the Underdark, she has become the Knight Commander of the Church of Tyr in Neverwinter and has taken over the position of Aribes. And this girl, the new god-favored knight, became her subordinate. Did Mr. Duanmu see me this way at the beginning? Looking at the innocent and simple girl in front of her, Amelia suddenly felt a little emotional. It was less than a year ago. But how come she had become so old-fashioned? "I'm only a few years older than you, so just call me Mississippi." "Oh, yes, Miss Amelia. Let's go in." After all, Amelia had been following Duanmu Huai around for a long time and had developed resistance. So she was only slightly shocked and then immediately came to her senses. After all, in the Underdark, the Inquisition was a ruthless group that hunted down the Drow elves and killed even the patron Saint Rose. What was a mere green dragon to them? Even if it was a red dragon or a black dragon, they would probably have the same fate. As for the five-colored dragon queen, well, to be frank, Amelia felt that if Tiamat dared to come and cause trouble, she would probably end up like Rose. After all, Duanmu Huai is not someone who is easy to talk to. Amelia led the paladins of Tyre and left, but the others did not have such good concentration. In fact, they almost stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of them with their mouths bigger than eggs. This was also normal. After all, they all felt the terrible power emanating from the green dragon. Of course, there were people present who could deal with the dragon. But, thinking of this, everyone looked at the night guards, who had returned to their posts with complicated expressions. There were many veterans among them, so they could see the whole process of the battle clearly. Generally, to deal with a dragon, they either used some special means or used magic that targeted dragons. After all, dealing with a dragon was really dangerous and difficult. However, these people did not do so. They were crushing positively. In short, they were stronger than the Green Dragon. So they hit the Green Dragon like a grandson. And they were easily cleaned up by them. Such a powerful guards are there to stay here? How strong is the Inquisition? At this moment, everyone's expressions became solemn. It was obvious that they were dealing with a force more powerful than they imagined. Although Emilia thought she was used to Duanmu Huai's crazy actions. When she walked through the porch and came inside, the scene in front of her still surprised Emilia. Because she had been here before as part of an investigation team. Emilia still remembered that just a few months ago, this place was still a wasteland. Although those black armored warriors were indeed carrying out construction. Emilia thought that the construction of the territory would probably take at least 3 to 5 years to complete. But it turned out that Emilia was wrong. Passing through the porch of the side door, the first thing that caught Emilia's eyes was a magnificent bridge. The bridge deck was large enough to accommodate dozens of people standing shoulder to shoulder. And the river flowing under the bridge made a clear splashing sound. On the opposite side of the bridge was a circular public square, with 3 main roads extending to the left, center and right. The most impressive thing is the countless buildings on the opposite side that look luxurious, elegant and exquisite. They are all stone buildings. But the most prominent feature is that there is a long spire on the top of these buildings. These round spires are thin, long and tall, pointing straight into the air like a knight's raised lance. The majestic appearance and towering spires of these buildings are filled with an indescribable sacredness and solemnity under the sunlight. So much so that even without getting close to them, just looking at the complex from afar, one can instinctively feel awe. Looking further away, the metal churches where the Inquisition is located stand proudly above these buildings, like a holy temple on Mount Paradise overlooking the world. Sacred, solemn, mysterious, majestic, and terrifying. This was Emilia's first impression of the city. A feeling that was difficult to describe in detail. As a paladin, she had never seen such an architectural style, let alone such a magnificent complex of buildings. Even the palaces of the lords, or even the royal palace, could not compare with this city. Apparently, Emilia wasn't the only one who felt this way. She turned her head and looked to the side, and saw that there were also many people who had passed the customs not far away. At this moment, they were kneeling on the ground with tears in their eyes, clasping their hands in front of their chests and praying, as if they had seen some kind of miracle. Others also lowered their heads and walked slowly forward, as if in front of such a magnificent city, just making loud noises was a sin. Oh, so beautiful. Emilia's followers were also stunned at this moment, standing there stupidly, not moving. Okay, let's go. Emilia whispered something, then pulled the little follower who had come to his senses, and continued to move forward with the priest. However, for them, this is just the beginning. When Emilia and the others crossed the bridge and came to the circular square, suddenly, several shadows descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of them. They were wearing armor, holding sharp blades, and had wings behind them. Oh my God! Angel? Not only was his little follower stunned, even Emilia was greatly surprised. Angels, God's spokespersons, have always lived in Mount Heaven. Unless it was an emergency, angels rarely appeared on the main material plane. And in this city, there were actually angels guarding it. But doesn't the Inquisition believe in God? Emilia also hurriedly bowed her head and saluted the angel in front of her respectfully. At the same time, she was secretly confused in her heart. After all, Duanmu Huai had told them about the beliefs and doctrines of the Inquisition. According to Emilia's education, angels generally serve gods. But the Inquisition has no gods to believe in. Mortal, what are you doing here? Hello, noble angel. Neither Emilia nor the little follower said anything. But the old priest beside her hurriedly answered, "We are the protectors of Tyre, and we have been invited to come here to meet with His Excellency the Grand Inquisitor." I understand. Come with me. Hearing the priest's answer, the angel nodded at them, and then looked at the others. Representatives of the temple, please follow me to the Court of Inquisition. The rest of you will go to the municipal center to complete the formalities. After saying this, the angel flapped its wings, turned around, and walked towards the middle road. Representatives from various temples, including Emilia and others, also hurried to follow, following the angel forward. Emilia also carefully looked at the surrounding buildings. The characteristics of this city are very distinct. There are countless statues on both sides of the street. Their images are basically the same. These warriors wore armor similar to that of the night guards, holding swords and shields in their hands, with wings behind them, wearing helmets, and standing silently on both sides of the street. They look like rows of guards. Apart from this, the most eye-catching thing is the skull pattern. There are patterns of skulls and hammers on almost every door. They are also silent, filled with some unspeakable sense of oppression and fear. But for Amelia, she noticed something else. That is, the buildings here are very large. Yes, Amelia saw it clearly. Even the outer door of an ordinary building was quite tall, although not as big as the main door of a church. It was still nearly 2 meters high. Moreover, there were no dark alleys like those in other cities. The narrowest road was as wide as the main roads in other cities. Could this be Mr. Duanmu's request? For some reason, Amelia suddenly recalled that when they were in Heim Fortress, Duanmu had a hard time getting through the door, so he had to break through the wall. Of course, considering his height and physique, there was nothing he could do. When he was in Neverwinter, he also complained several times about the difficulty of walking on the road and entering the door. Could it be because of this that Mr. Duanmu requested that the doors and windows of this city be made so big? Puff. Thinking of this, Amelia couldn't help but chuckle. And hearing her laughter, the little follower next to her looked at her curiously. But fortunately Amelia quickly restrained her smile. When they arrived in front of the metal church of the tribunal, the representatives all exclaimed in amazement. But Amelia was the one who breathed a sigh of relief. After walking for so long, I finally saw something familiar. Please come in. Representatives. The rest of you please wait outside. The meeting place was still the hall. But this time, Amelia did not enter. According to the angel, only representatives of various temples were qualified to enter. So she could only stand in the corridor with her little follower, who stared with wide eyes, looking around, obviously dazzled by everything in front of him. But what exactly does Mr. Duanmu want to do? Amelia stared at the door and fell into thought. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew that Duanmu had sent an invitation to the Church of the Gods in the name of the tribunal, and that the temples that received the invitation had sent high-ranking priests or priests to come. Even some people who would not even attend the king's banquet were also invited to the tribunal. What exactly does Mr. Duanmu want to do by gathering these people together? In fact, this is also the question that others have. We are here, Mr. Inquisitor. In the hall, representatives from various temples stood there, looking at Duanmu sitting on the chair. Excuse me, what is the matter that you summoned us here for? Are you all here? However, Duanmu had no intention of answering their questions. Instead, he stood up, stared at the representatives below, and then began to speak. Since you're already here, then just show up. There's no point in wasting time. Duanmu had just finished speaking when suddenly, dazzling rays of light descended from the sky and shone on these high-level priests and high officials. When the light faded, one shining figure after another slowly appeared in front of Duanmu. Chapter 689, Meeting of the Gods. Duanmu looked at the figures in front of him and appeared very calm. He certainly knew who these people were and why they came here. Hello, gods of Faerun. Duanmu nodded to the figures in front of him as a greeting. If possible, I would also like to invite you all with a grand banquet. But unfortunately, your time in the main plane is limited. So let's get straight to the point. As he spoke, Duanmu spread out his hands. You may wonder why I am here. So I will tell you the answer directly. In short, some ancient evil gods are awakening, and they have discovered this world. The Inquisition is the vanguard against these evil gods. So it came here. Ancient evil god? A dignified and mature paladin who had lost his right hand, had white hair and beard and a slightly solemn expression. How old? Believe me, they existed before your world was born. In a sense, they are one of the roots of this world's existence. Their power is far older and stronger than yours. To put it bluntly, as he spoke, Duanmu glanced at the shadows that were constantly moving on the ground. Even Ao is nothing more than a baby in front of him. You guys, you know what I mean? So, you're trying to tell us that there's an ancient evil god that has set its sights on our world? A middle-aged, plump woman holding a sickle blinked and stared at Duanmu. Not one, but 4 in total. Fortunately, because of the crystal wall, they have not yet found a way to enter this world. But with the power of those evil gods, since they have already discovered this world, it is only a matter of time before they invade this world. So, you called us here to seek allies? A girl who looked as thin as a ghost, with long hair and eyes as dark as the night, and wearing a moonlight-colored gauze robe asked softly. No. Although according to legends or fairy tales, everyone should unite to face the enemy and form an offensive and defensive alliance. However, an alliance with ulterior motives is meaningless to me. I am only telling you how terrifying these evil gods are and how the Inquisition will deal with them. As for whether you want to form an alliance to watch over each other or to take care of your own business, that is your own choice. The Inquisition will not force you to do anything. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands. All I can say is that this lost land is the frontline fortress of the Inquisition against the evil god. When the evil god's minions break through the crystal wall and enter this planet, this will become the first line of defense and battlefield. The Inquisition will protect humanity at all costs and eliminate the evil god and his minions. Having said that, Duanmu Huai's expression also became serious. What I hate most are those who only speak half-heartedly, and those idiots who always keep gossip as secrets. So next, I will tell you all the information about the evil god in the simplest and clearest way possible. As for how you use this information, that is up to you. Then, Duanmu Huai explained to the incarnations of the gods as quickly as possible about the evil gods, how they were born, how they exist, and how they influence and destroy the world. After listening to Duanmu Huai's story, the incarnations of the gods all look serious. In other words, these ancient evil gods are the embodiment of the will of all living beings in the world. The beautiful goddess with long bright red hair and wearing a translucent tool also restrained the smile on her face and looked uneasy. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. They each represent the two sides of all living things in the world. The trickster is a cunning and cruel schemer, but it also represents progress, hope and change. Without it, there would be no tricks. No one could save the avocado. Nothing would be accomplished, and everything would fall into eternal stagnation. This, Mr. frowned slightly and remained silent. The filth is an ugly, corrupt, foul-smelling idiot. It cycles between eternal life and death, representing stagnation, a cycle of eternal decay and rebirth. But it also represents recovery, awakening, and unity in the face of an unsettling inevitability. Without it, there would be no continuity, no security, no birth and no death. All decay and rebirth are part of life. And so the filth is also a deity of nature and life. Shankia stared at the sickle in her hand, not knowing what to say for a moment. The wrath of tyranny is a ruthless, brainless, and murderous madman. But it also represents another concept, survival of the fittest. Strength and skills are what the wrath of tyranny values most. At the same time, it also represents justice, revenge, and glory. So the wrath of tyranny never plays any tricks. It will just face you head on. So much so that even your mother can't recognize it. Without it, there will be no honesty and the power to resist evil. I just can't imagine it. Tyr sighed and shook his head. The evil of obsession is a cruel demon who likes torture. It likes to break all beliefs and then make them suffer. But it also represents happiness, freedom, joy and pleasure. Without it, there can be no happiness. And there will be no sadness to make you understand what happiness is. It's just a horrible nightmare. Shuna closed her eyes, looking as if she couldn't bear to look at it. So, you all know. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. These ancient evil gods are not as simple as you think. This is not a battle between good and evil, light and darkness. The beliefs you represent are not their opposite. On the contrary, the beliefs you uphold are also part of the shaping and source of their power. So, how do we defeat them? Su Luan looked uneasy. From what you say, they're almost impossible to beat. The chances of them being defeated are slim, but not zero. Duanmu Huai shrugged. But the easiest way to defeat them is to take precautions. This is why I have called you all together. It is not easy for them to interfere with the real world. First, they have to blur the barrier between the subspace and the real world. And then, they can interfere with this world. They have tried it once before. And the plague in Neverwinter was one of them. I think some of you have heard the reports from your believers. Tyr nodded. Indeed, it was a terrible plague. And the betrayal of Heim's followers was truly unexpected. I don't think it's that surprising. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Now I think you all should have understood the dangers of these evil gods. Their essence is also hidden in your doctrines. In other words, Some of your believers may be bewitched by the evil gods because of their fanatical pursuit of faith, and then become their lackeys like that idiot Dessel. Having said that, Duanmu Huai looked at Xu Na. Especially you, Miss Xu Na. I know your followers always like to hold some unobstructed meetings in the name of love and beauty to experience pleasure. I have to remind you that doing so can easily attract the attention of the evil of obsession. I remember there was a guy who liked love and beauty just like you, and who was elegant and pursued perfection. Later, he was corrupted by the evil of obsession, and has now become a pervert who likes to be blasted in the ass with a chainsaw axe, and claims to explore the limits of sensory pleasure to achieve self-enlightenment. When Xu Na heard Duanmu Huai's words, her face turned pale. In addition, I also hope that you can expand your influence as much as possible and absorb more believers. Most of the power of the chaos evil god comes from souls. If the souls killed by them do not go to the country of the gods they believe in, they will be taken away by the evil gods. So what about those non-believers? At this time, another soldier who had been silent nearby suddenly asked, and Duanmu Huai glanced at him and snapped his fingers. I will find time to talk to Kalimper. The wall of the faithless will also become the target of the chaos gods. The Inquisition will certainly not let them succeed. If all else fails, we can take the souls of the faithless to the Inquisition and burn them there. This is better than being corrupted and becoming chaos evil lackeys. If that's the case, then why can't we purify those ancient gods? Just then, Lighthander asked. According to what you said, sir, these evil gods are not only evil, they also have a kind and beautiful side. As long as we can bring this side out, it's possible in theory, but not in practice. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. I have already said that the negative emotions that make up these evil gods come from the ancient war that lasted for millions of years. The number of people who died in that war exceeded the total number of lives on the planet Toriel. Do you think you have this ability? No one spoke. Perhaps they had already thought of the answer. After all, they haven't been gods for long, relative to the entire universe. They are just newborns. Of course, I'm not just talking to you guys. Duanmu Huai glanced again at the swaying dark shadow below. I said, this is not a war between justice and evil, light and darkness. The evil gods are fair. They will corrupt everything, distort everything, and corrode everything. They will turn you into something you never imagined. Of course, if some of you prefer a challenge, you can give it a try. I guarantee that our Inquisition will come to your door the next moment. So, is this the reason why you eliminated Rose before? Oh, that's not the case. It's just that Rose is a threat to humans. In response to Tyre's question, Duanmu Huai gave a calm answer. This is why I called you all together. Duanmu Huai looked at the time. Then he looked at the gods in front of him again and spoke. I have explained the goals of the Inquisition, the purpose of coming here, the threats from the evil gods, and the style of our Inquisition. As for what you plan to do, it is up to you. The Inquisition does not intend to give you any guidelines. Of course, if you are eager to gain more experience in fighting against evil gods, you can come to me at any time. But I hope you will not use various methods to interfere with the actions of the Inquisition. After all, the principles and policies of the Inquisition are very clear. Anyone who interferes with our actions will be regarded as a potential heretic and evil god believer and will be eliminated. Having said this, Duanmu Huai sat back in his chair. Well, that's it. The meeting is adjourned. The next moment, the light dissipated, and all the bright figures that were originally here disappeared without a trace. Only on the ground in front of Duanmu Huai, dozens of priests and high-ranking priests were lying in a mess. Oh, I forgot to tell them to pick up their own trash before leaving. It seems the quality of the gods in Faerun needs to be improved. Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly and gave the order. Send these guys out. Chapter 690 Searle. With the reopening of the Lost Lands, Arkham immediately became the focal point of the entire Sword Coast, and even the north. On the one hand, this city is indeed quite magnificent and majestic, even surpassing the capital of the entire Faerun World Kingdom. On the other hand, many churches are in Arkham and have begun to build their own church forces. Of course, it is not surprising that such a thing would happen. But the problem is that there are so many temples in Arkham City that almost all the good and neutral god churches have built their temples in Arkham City. There are even rumors that in the dark corners of the city, there are temples of evil gods such as Shar and Lovita. This was a very unusual thing for a new territory, because generally speaking, it was rare for a large number of churches of God to appear in large numbers. This naturally aroused the suspicion and attention of many forces. Duanmu Huai knew that the nature of these churches in Arkham was actually equivalent to embassies. So he also approved the land for these churches based on their applications, just like an embassy. And the buildings on it were naturally built by the believers of each god themselves. This naturally made many chambers of commerce rich. Although generally speaking, people didn't care much about the size of churches and temples. But it's completely different in Arkham. The sacredness and majesty brought by this huge Gothic-style city is enough to make people tremble just by looking at it. In this case, if your church or temple is not built well, wouldn't it be a disgrace to your own god? Not to mention that this city is now crowded with various churches of gods. Although most of them are good gods or gods from the neutral camp. Who wants to be outdone? So these churches also spent money lavishly. Especially wealthy churches like Ladhander and Woking, who simply threw gold coins around as if they were free. Hired the best construction teams, bought the best building materials, and demanded that the most magnificent and noble buildings be built. If we use civilization as an analogy, then Arkham City is currently completely following the religious victory model. Not only that, the unique lifestyle of Arkham City also makes many poor people very envious. Generally speaking, in other cities, it is difficult for poor people to find a job to support their families, let alone buy a house. However, the policy of Arkham City is completely different from that of other places. In the municipal center of Arkham, as long as the poor find a job and sign a contract, they can automatically be assigned a room. Similar to public housing, the rent is automatically deducted from the salary. For example, if a poor person finds a job sweeping the streets in Arkham, he can get a public housing. Then, as long as he works hard and saves money, he can live a certain standard of life. Moreover, the public security in Arkham City is also quite good. Although it is not to the level where no one picks up things on the road and no one locks their doors at night. It is very rare to see public security cases happen. This is also normal. There are angels flying in the sky. And ordinary thieves do not have the courage to act in front of angels, even if they are not afraid of the angels. Not everyone can withstand the ruthless iron fist of the night guard. Because of this, Arkham City immediately attracted the attention of many wealthy businessmen and nobles. And many businessmen also considered living here. After all, compared to the chaos and danger of other cities, a place like Arkham City has good public security and is protected by a lot of God's churches. If nothing else, at least it is safe. Currently, many chambers of commerce have applied through diplomatic channels, hoping to purchase land in Arkham to build manors. What's the purpose? We're not some resort. It is mainly used for the residence of descendants and their families. Oh, that makes sense. This is like treating Arkham City as a safe. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Of course, the nobles and merchants would not have such a demand. After all, they were all local tyrants, who could call the shots in their own territories, and did not have to worry about these problems at all. But it was hard to say for the second-rate people, especially in the north, where the situation was complicated. Many people were also worried about whether their families would be implicated. If they could settle down in Arkham, at least their safety would be guaranteed. As usual, tell them that the land in Arkham belongs to the Inquisition and is only rented, not sold. It can be leased for a long time, and the construction blueprint must be approved before construction is allowed. Yes. Ms. Trina nodded and shook her furry ears. The forest princess's soft golden hair and ears were indeed beautiful, and Duanmu Huai couldn't help but want to pinch them. Then, there's the news from Bambi. The Church of Shar has been built in the underground block number 13 and has been put into use. Is that really okay? Isn't Shar an evil god? Fighting the evil god is not as simple as a battle between good and evil. Shar is a god of the evil camp, but she also doesn't want the world to be destroyed. After all, if the world is destroyed, she will either run away or become a slave to the chaos god. I don't think Shar has that intention. In fact, the gods of the evil camp are the ones who hate the invasion of the chaos god the most. After all, they are the local mafia. Your foreign gang wants to annex the local gang. Have you asked us? If the gods in the good camp are like government intelligence departments, such as the police station or the secret service, then the gods in the evil camp are basically mafia gangs. The former have to be cautious when doing things, and the latter are lucky enough not to rob you. If you want me to bow down to you, don't even think about it. especially for an evil god with powerful divine power like Shar. He is more like a leader. Other younger brothers may change their minds or betray him. But a boss like Shar has no choice but to go all the way to the end. Therefore, Duanmu Huai acquiesced to Shar's behavior of building a church in his own basement. As long as she did not cause trouble openly and confront the tribunal, Duanmu Huai would not care about her. But if she dares to interfere in the affairs of the Inquisition, I hope this goddess of the night won't be so stupid. There is also an application from the Church of Heim. Just refuse. No Heim. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. The Heim Church had applied for it several times. But Duanmu Huai would not let these bastards, who were more likely to cause trouble than to do good things, come in. The Heim Church was loved by the rulers in other cities, because they could help them maintain law and order. They were good dogs. But Duanmu Huai doesn't need this group of good dogs. Aren't the night guards under his command stronger than these? Tyr even came to plead for him. But Duanmu Huai really had no good feelings towards Heim. This guy was a complete dogskin plaster. He took a lawful neutral stance. But all he did were lawful evil things. He also acted like he had done his job well, and had a clear conscience. He was really a whore and a saint. So disgusting. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Heim is not as good as the gods in the evil camp. After all, he has the words "I am evil" written on his face. If someone still falls for it, then they deserve it. Just like the victims of telephone fraud. The police can't stop them. And they insist on transferring money. What can they do? Then we can only wait for her to jump down by herself. Heim's belonging to the ground under his hand. A male thief. And a female stolen. And shouted for freedom and democracy. So shameless. Also, applications from the Zhentarim and the Red Mage Council of Sire. Ms. Trina turned the page again. The Zhentarim will request to establish a base in Arkham City. And the Red Mage Council of Sire hopes to establish a trading base for the Red Mage. Humph. Let them sneak in and engage in smuggling. Right? No approval. Duanmu Huai didn't need to get involved with the Zhentarim Society. A group of unscrupulous people who would do business with the Drow as long as they were paid. And that group of red-robed bald men. Neither of these is a good thing. One more thing. The red-robed wizard would like to have a magical exchange with Arkham City. And is going to do it. Right? Seeing Mistrina's embarrassed expression, Duanmu Huai immediately knew where the problem lay. Magic exchanges. Especially magic exchanges between different worlds. Were Anne's favorite. Otherwise, Miss Trina would not have brought it up after he had already denied it. Yes, Miss Anne is looking forward to this. Thinking that it is an interesting thing to communicate with Master Hongpao. That's because she doesn't know how notorious those bald guys are. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. The reputation of Cell's red-robed wizard was not much worse than that of the devil in H.L. But this was also a good opportunity. Okay. I approve. Duanmu Huai thought about it and nodded. I want to see what those bald red-robed people will come up with to trick us. Next. Some, well, not so good things. Seeing Mistrina's hesitation, Duanmu Huai looked at her with some curiosity. Is there something that is so difficult to talk about? No. Not really. It's just that there have been rumors recently that some people are complaining about Arkham City's policy of not allowing aliens to enter. The Lost Lands are the territory of the Inquisition. And Arkham City is the city of the Inquisition. So naturally, according to the requirements of the Inquisition, aliens, heretics and demons are not allowed to enter Arkham City. The latter two are easy to say, but aliens are a bit troublesome. After all, the standard for the Inquisition to determine whether a person is human is the skull. And there are many races on the continent of Faerun whose heads do not look like humans. They are basically rejected when they try to enter the Lost Lands. No wonder these races complain. Let them die. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. This is an order from the tribunal. What the outside world says is their business. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. Finally. Intelligence gathering is currently underway. And no signs of Chaos God intrusion have been found. Not now. But not necessarily in the future. Duanmu Huai sighed. And at this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. And then Iko's voice appeared in Duanmu Huai's ears. Report to Uncle Inquisitor. The reconnaissance fleet has locked onto the target. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up, and he stood up quickly. Very good. I'll go now.